Pei Jichang was reborn back in 1979, but not as himself. Instead, he found himself in the body of a poor peasant who just happened to share his exact name. That year, his wife had been admitted to university, and her father, his father-in-law, had been politically rehabilitated and swiftly promoted. The whole village envied the Pei family, certain their fortunes were about to change for good. And yet, his beloved wife suddenly turned on him, demanding a divorce and loudly accusing him before the brigade leadership that she had been forced into marriage through Pei Jichang's violence. Worse still, her father planned to use this opportunity to have Jichang thrown into prison. One stone stirred 1,000 ripples. In those days, getting into university was an extraordinary privilege. Graduates received state-assigned jobs immediately. How could someone so valuable possibly stay with a penniless village peasant? Of course, she'd ditch him the moment she got ahead. Why carry dead weight? It was utterly outrageous. They were counting on the Pei family's honesty and meekness, knowing they'd be easy to bully. But this Pei Jichang was no longer the same simple, gentle youth. You want to go enjoy your fancy life in the provincial capital while leaving me behind to suffer alone? Dream on. This divorce won't be so easy. They'll drag it out forever, make you beg and plead like dogs before I even consider it. Little did anyone expect that one day, his ex-wife, braving the risks of the nationwide strike hard anti-crime campaign, would knowingly step into a forbidden relationship and insist on reuniting with Pei Jichang once more. Chapter 1. This is too much. Even if we have to drag this all the way to the commune and get the highest officials involved today, this divorce must happen. A middle-aged man in a dark blue uniform stood glaring furiously, veins bulging on his neck as he shouted at a rural couple. In the small courtyard of a household in Nanping village, villagers crowded around, eager for the spectacle. The village party secretary cowered nervously among them, too intimidated to speak up even though one of his own villagers was clearly being wronged. After all, this man was an official straight from the provincial capital. "Don't worry, daughter," the man turned and said firmly, his voice ringing like a temple bell struck with full force, sending a shiver through the onlookers. "Your father's here. Tell everyone exactly how this family has mistreated you right here, in front of the whole village." All eyes turned to a strikingly beautiful young woman named Himai, the very daughter-in-law of this farming household. She had brought her entire family to stir up trouble. What had gone so wrong in what once seemed a peaceful home? And what was that outrageous thing her father just said? How utterly heartless. Villagers began whispering among themselves, pointing and gossiping. When Himai first arrived in the village as a sent-down youth, it was during a terrible year. Crop yields were dismal. Field work was backbreaking, and villagers survived on just 2 meager meals a day, mostly sweet potatoes and cornmeal. In the work brigade, Himai earned the fewest work points. Raised in comfort, she had never done hard labor. Though she was reportedly a high school graduate, her family's bad political background, her father had been labeled a rightist and punished, barred her from taking the college entrance exam. All that book learning was useless in the fields. Unable to endure the grueling farm life, she married Pei Jichang, a quiet, honest young man who, though awkward and reserved, deeply cared for her. From that day on, he never let her lift a finger in the fields again. Then last year, 1978, news came that villagers in Shaojiang had begun privately managing farmland. By spring this year, Pingtu village followed suit, and the Pei family took the lead in contracting land. With good rains and improved conditions, their harvest flourished. Crucially, the Peis were poor peasants for 3 generations, a politically impeccable status. Thanks to this, Himai finally qualified to take the Gaokao. After several attempts, she actually passed this year. Even better news came recently. Her father had been politically rehabilitated and, not only that, had been appointed to a high-ranking position in the provincial capital. Life was finally looking up. Everyone in the village envied the Pei family's good fortune. Who would have thought that dull, tongue-tied Jichang could marry a phoenix like Himai? And yet now, Himai had returned with her family, demanding a divorce. One ungrateful wretch. Clearly, now that she was a university student, she looked down on her poor village husband. "It was Pei Jichang who forced me to marry him." Himai suddenly burst into tears, sounding pitiful. "I was all alone in Pingtu village. How could I say no? If I refused, he threatened to beat me to death." The village secretary's face went pale instantly. This girl was going too far. Even if the Peis refused a divorce, she shouldn't fabricate such serious accusations. This could land Jichang in prison. Old man Pei, enraged, grabbed a carrying pole and lunged toward Himai's head, but nearby villagers quickly restrained him. "See," Himai shrieked, stumbling backward. "This is how they treat me every day. Father and son both beat me at the drop of a hat." She was playing the victim, first classic reverse accusation. Xiaomai, an elderly woman, stepped forward, her wrinkled face streaked with tears. Put your hand on your heart and tell Mezence you married into our home. Hasn't my son treated you well? He never let you work in the fields once. How can you smear him like this? Don't you feel ashamed? The old woman reached for Himei's arm, but Himei yanked away violently, sending the frail mother-in-law crashing to the ground. Without a backward glance at the woman who had cooked and washed for her, Himei turned away coldly. He'll kill you with my bare hands. Old man Pei roared, pole raised high, body trembling with rage. You're nothing but bandits. Himei's father, Minzhong, stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, voice booming with authority. Quick, stop him. The village secretary cried out, slapping his thighs in panic. Chaos erupted in the courtyard, but through all the shouting, the central figure himself, Pei Jichang, remained hidden inside the house, refusing to show his face. Outside the paper window, shadows flickered. Inside, sunlight bathed the Kong-heated brick bed. Jichang sat dazed, staring blankly at the handle of a broken bellows at his feet. Eggshell fragments littered the earthen floor. I've been reborn. Slowly rising, Jichang lifted his arms and stared at his calloused palms. Goosebumps shot up his spine. Foreign memories surged into his mind like floodwaters bursting a dam. Instantly, he understood everything. What was happening outside, his history with Himei, every detail crystal clear. The original Jichang loved boiled eggs more than anything. But after marrying Himei, he never ate one again, all save for his wife. When Himei's family came storming in, Jichang felt a sharp pain in his chest so intense he could barely breathe. In distress, he swallowed a raw egg only to choke to death on it. It tasted surprisingly good with a pinch of salt. Wait, huff, huh? Jichang gasped for air, gripping the edge of the Kong, nearly collapsing. He fought to suppress his panic, forcing himself to stay calm, piecing together his thoughts. I share the exact same name as this man. Why was I reborn here? He remembered driving along a coastal highway suddenly. A person darted into the road. He swerved hard, lost control, crashed through the guardrail, and plunged into the sea. Then seawater slowly filled the car. He tilted his head up, gasping desperately, but no one came. The icy water gripped him like iron chains until he suffocated. Am I dead? Jichang's face drained of color. He collapsed to the floor, unable to accept it. In his previous life, had been wildly successful, financially free before turning 35. His job? Handling delicate matters for executives and officials, complex, high-stakes work. Even had a date scheduled with a short video actress that very night. Damn, all this couldn't be real. Then another realization struck him. The Pei family had just contracted farmland this spring. The year was etched clearly in his memory. It was September 2nd, 1979. Nearly half a century had passed, and not just in years, but seasons too, from winter to summer. This confirmed it. There was no returning to his original timeline. Gritting his teeth, Jichang pushed himself upright. His gaze swept the room. Utter poverty. The only electric item? A flashlight on the cabinet. The washstand looked new, likely recently bought. Beyond that, nothing. If I drown again, will I go back? His pupils dilated. Time was critical. In his past life, he had powerful connections. If his helpful friends arranged a quick cremation, he'd be trapped here forever. Driven by desperation, Jichang kicked open the door. He couldn't bear to lose everything he'd built. Thud! The door frame shook. Jichang stood tall in the doorway, and the courtyard fell dead silent. Every eye locked onto him. The main player had arrived. Himei, however, showed no fear. She stared straight at Jichang, confident in his gentle, passive nature. She was certain he'd never dare retaliate. Chapter 2. Promoting Positive Energy. Son, the elderly peasant woman struggled to her feet and shuffled toward Jichang, trembling. Everything was going so well. How did it come to this? This family can't fall apart. Go talk nicely to Xiaomai, make things right. She clutched his arm, pulling gently. Despite how terribly the family had treated her, she still hoped the young couple could reconcile. Her own suffering didn't matter as long as her children stayed together. The family remained intact. Jichang looked at his mother's deeply lined face and froze. In the flood of memories, he saw her constantly bent over shouldering a hoe, either heading to the fields or returning exhausted from them. She had never rested a day in her life. Barely 50, she looked 70, worn down by decades of hardship. Frankly, even a stranger would pity such a kind, honest woman being treated this way. The word "ma" nearly slipped out, but Jichang swallowed it. Instead, he knelt, brushed dust from her trousers, and said softly, I'm going out for a bit. They'll deal with all this when I return. He planned to find the nearest river and jump in let the real Jichang return to handle his own mess. He was desperate to reclaim his former life. Unbeknownst to him, his friends had already sent his body to the crematorium. He was permanently stranded herein the legendary early days of China's reform and opening up. Where are you going? His mother cried in alarm. If he left, the He family would wreak even more havoc. Pei Jichang, a shrill voice cut through the air. He might charge forward like an avenging demon, glaring hatefully at mother and son. Her once beautiful face now twisted with malice. You're not going anywhere. We're getting this divorce today or it'll make sure you rot in jail. She grabbed Jichang by the collar, features contorted with fury. Who could have imagined the wife had cherished would reveal such ugliness? She was clever. She knew the Peis were honest to a fault, even cowardly. Threatening prison would terrify them. And Jichang? Always meek, how could he possibly defy her? After all, when others bullied the Peis in the fields, they'd just smile it off, never daring to provoke conflict. You haven't tormented me enough yet. Divorce me. Himai screamed hysterically, mouth gaping like a ravenous beast. At the time, formal marriage certificates weren't common, but registration at the commune gave legal standing. Now that Himai was a university student, a true golden phoenix, with limitless prospects, she could easily vanish and ignore the Peis. But her father was now a prominent official. If Jichang ever showed up with their marriage record demanding accountability, it would cause a scandal. So she had to clean things up now. Get the divorce finalized at the commune, then she'd be an unmarried maiden again. Xiaomai, please let go. Bai Xinxiao, Jichang's mother pleaded tearfully. You know how Jichang treated you. How can you say such cruel things? She reached for Himei's hand, but the moment she touched her, Himei slapped her away in disgust. How did you treat me? Your whole family bullied mean outsider. You beat me. You cursed me. How dare you act innocent? Himei shoved Bai Xinxiao hard. The old woman stumbled and fell flat on her rear. Then Himei turned to Jichang, chin raised arrogantly. I don't know your family a single kindness. You lowlife. Jichang's lips curled into a dangerous smirk. Had seen enough. Grabbing Himei's arm, he squeezed just enough to make her wince in pain. Young, strong, and hardened by daily farm labor, wasn't lacking in strength. My mom, Jichang, finally said the word, his heart breaking for the woman on the ground. Fury surged as he roared at Himei. She served your meals practically to your bedside just so you could focus on studying for the Gaokao. Now that you've succeeded and your father's been reinstated, you want to discard us like trash? You ungrateful viper. Even a dog shows more loyalty. You're lying. Himei stammered, though still defiant. Jichang's sudden aggression shocked her. When you married into our home, it was because we were three-generation poor peasants, the only way you could take the exam. Now that you've flown high, you think you can toss us aside and slander us too? Do the people of Pingtu village not know the Pei family's true character? Jichang's passionate outburst stirred the crowd. To him, Wad spent his past life navigating complex power dynamics. Managing this scene was child's play. Is this how you treat Pingtu villagers? He thundered to the onlookers. Himei really is shameless. Exactly. Since marrying Jichang, she's never worked a day in the fields. What nonsense, she's spouting now, utterly heartless. In 2 years of marriage, no one's ever heard of him hitting her. She can't just make things up. Villagers rallied behind him, voices rising in anger. Amid the uproar, Jichang twisted Himei's arm tighter. Enjoying yourself, huh? He hissed in her ear. Let go of her this instant. Minzhong bellowed, seeing his daughter's pained expression. He tried rushing forward, but villagers blocked his path. An old man, Pei, still brandished his pole. How dare you hit my mom? Jichang's roar echoed through the courtyard. He seized Himei by the throat and dragged her toward the inner room. No, Daddy, help me. Himei finally panicked, thrashing wildly as Jichang's terrifying expression sank in. What are you doing? Minzhong screamed. Promoting positive energy, Jichang declared, each word deliberate. Then, glaring defiantly at Minzhong, he yanked Himei's hair and slapped her hard across the right cheek. The sound was crisp, echoing sharply. You got guts. Again. For bullying. My mom. Jichang gritted his molars, delivering a slap with every shouted word, narrating his own justice for maximum satisfaction. Wawa Himei collapsed sobbing, blood trickling from her lip. Her earlier fake tears had turned devastatingly real. You're finished. Minzhong trembled with rage. And so is your whole damn family. Jichang clenched his fists and charged straight at Minzhong, radiating fierce determination. Instantly, the courtyard descended into total chaos. Quick! The village secretary yelled desperately. Go get the commune officials. Call the brigade. Don't let this turn into a disaster. Chapter 3. The well. Minzhong, clad in a deep blue uniform made of lightweight Huadane fabric, stood out distinctly among a group of farmers. "If anyone dares to harm my daughter, I shall ensure you end up in prison," he vowed fiercely, his gaze fixed intently on the members of the Lao Pei family. Bai Xinxiao sat helplessly on the ground. Her kind intentions to assist Himai met with disdain when the woman, oblivious to her goodwill, delivered a sharp kick to the farmer. With a gasp, Bai Xinxiao drew in a breath, but the farmer remained silent, fearing her son might act rashly. Pei Jichang, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, leaped through the crowd and seized the yoke from Lao Pei's hands. He paused momentarily, his eyes lingering on the anxious face of the village secretary, Su Songsheng. In his 40s, Su had recently been appointed by the town and was no simple peasant nor illiterate. Such memories flashed through Pei Jichang's mind, leading him to a basic assessment. The newly appointed village secretary surely understood the intricacies of officialdom, and the fact that Su Songsheng was so submissive spoke volumes about He Minzhong's social standing. However, He Minzhong had only recently been vindicated. Though he had risen in rank, he had yet to acclimate to his position and needed to tread carefully on all fronts. If the Lao Pei family were to approach He Minzhong with meekness, they would undoubtedly be subjected to humiliation, and even the village secretary would not speak on their behalf. Bending his elbow outward, human nature is often base. Thus, someone from the Lao Pei family had to be willing to risk everything. Only by relinquishing the shield of the law to safeguard their interests would some people truly fear them. What they feared were fools, those who were reckless and unyielding. Yet, there must be limits. The Lao Pei family could not allow themselves to sink into a quagmire. Pei Jichang understood the delicate balance of these relationships. His gaze darting quickly to a nearby well, his expression suddenly turning menacing. "How dare you?" With a powerful leap, Pei Jichang sprang onto a stone mill. Soaring nearly 2 meters high, and with great force, hurled the yoke down upon He Minzhong's head. Blood gushed forth as he collapsed to the ground. A haunting wail filled the courtyard, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, as He Minzhong cradled his head on the ground, his body convulsing. "No!" Su Songsheng cried, wide-eyed, reaching out. "Stop that bastard!" The villagers rushed to restrain Pei Jichang, preventing him from delivering another blow, while Su Songsheng hurried to aid He Minzhong. However, Su Songsheng trembled. His heart lodged in his throat. The Lao Pei family had indeed stirred a grave calamity, and Pei Jichang would surely be imprisoned. "It was I who did it. It was I who struck him. If anyone dares to speak out, we will settle this with our lives." Lao Pei shouted urgently. Yet he too was held down by the villagers. "Oh dear, what are we to do now, Xiaomai? Given Jichang's sincere feelings for you, you must let him go." The farmer pleaded, squatting beside Himai. "You all shall end up in prison." Himai screamed in desperation, delivering a fierce kick to Bai Xinxiao's abdomen, causing the farmer to stumble backward, her face paling as she felt a wrenching pain in her belly, yet she dared not make a sound. In a corner of the courtyard stood a girl, barely 17 or 18, crying helplessly. She was the daughter of the Lao Pei family. "Get away from me." Suddenly, Pei Jichang erupted in a fit of fury, brandishing a wooden yoke wildly, as if possessed with madness, causing the villagers to scatter in haste. Was the old Pei family destined for ruin? To openly assault a fellow comrade was no trivial offense. The villagers pondered gravely. "Su Songsheng, is this how you govern Pingtu village? 3 generations of impoverished farmers have been bullied to this extent, and you dare not utter a word?" Pei Jichang, while swinging the yoke, approached the well with determined steps, declaring, "Today, I lay it bare. It is this leader from the provincial city who has driven me to despair. Oh, my fellow villagers, the plight of the old Pei family is truly lamentable." In a moment of utter hopelessness, Pei Jichang suddenly bent down, lifted the wooden cover, and without a moment's hesitation, leaped into the abyss. With a resounding splash, the sound echoed. It was indeed a 5-meter deep well. "Son!" Bai Xinxiao cried out in a high-pitched voice, crawling toward the well in desperation, while old Pei stood frozen in shock, his younger sister paling and fainting at the scene. The villagers paused momentarily, then rushed to lower a rope to rescue him, their shouts mingling with chaos in the courtyard. "Save him!" Su Songsheng, paralyzed with fear, realized that after just managing village affairs, a life-threatening crisis had erupted. He hurried to the well's edge, but all he could see was the splashing water. The figure of Pei Jichang nowhere in sight. To be blunt, it only took a few minutes for a life to be lost. He Minzhong, ignoring the wound on his head, anxiously approached the well, shocked by Pei Jichang's extreme actions. Should a life be claimed, the situation would become insurmountable. If they could suppress this, perhaps the best outcome would be a divorce at the commune. But if it led to the death of 3 generations of impoverished farmers, especially after just being vindicated, many eyes would be on his position. He Minzhong, once domineering, now wore a mask of concern. I shall no longer live. Old Pei suddenly exclaimed, rushing toward the well. Stop him. Su Songxing's heart raced. They had already sent people down the well, and if another jumped in, there would be no hope of rescue. Damn it. How can the leaders from the provincial city bully us so? If the old Pei family was destroyed, they would never leave Pingtu village. Someone in the crowd declared, and the villagers could no longer contain their rage, blocking the entrance. He Minzhong trembled, gripped by fear. If Pei Jichang refused to consent to the divorce now, he surely would not dare to force the issue. Submerged in the well's water, Pei Jichang experienced the suffocating agony anew, instinctively thrashing about. His initial plan had been to return by jumping into a river, but seeing the well in the courtyard, he deemed it unnecessary to venture elsewhere. Instead, he sought to assist the old Pei family in their time of need, having felt a connection, even calling out mother. However, as consciousness began to fade, Pei Jichang suddenly realized he could not return. In his previous life, he had long been cremated. It was all due to those so-called friends who were far too adept at manipulation. The torment of drowning was excruciating, provoking violent retching, a suffering that surpassed any form of torture. He strived to stretch his arms upward, desperately yearning for salvation. Better to cling to life than to succumb. Pei Jichang felt his body grow weightless, yet his will to live surged fiercely. Time seemed to freeze, as Pei Jichang felt himself ensnared in an endless abyss of coldness. Suddenly, he perceived a force lifting him upward. Someone had grasped his arm and hoisted him out. A beam of sunlight cascaded onto Pei Jichang's face, enveloping him in an unprecedented warmth, compelling him to inhale deeply. Someone is coming up. I can see their head, the village secretary exclaimed, his backside protruding as he hurriedly extended his arm down the well. Quickly, pull him up. He Minzhong leaned forward to assist, yet his face was smeared with blood, presenting a horrifying sight that momentarily eclipsed all else. Su Songsheng was closely positioned beside He Minzhong, their eyes meeting in mutual understanding. They both knew that the matter of divorce could not be forced, for the Pei family was not as easily trifled with as one might assume. Everyone, put forth your strength. Su Songsheng called to the villagers, and with great effort, they managed to extricate Pei Jichang, laying him flat upon the ground. My son, Bai Xinxiao cried, kneeling beside Pei Jichang and turning to He Minzhong, lamenting, you are being too cruel. You are pushing my son to the brink. Pei Jichang weakly opened his mouth. Jichang, what is it you wish to say? The village secretary inquired with genuine concern, leaning close to Pei Jichang's ear. I no longer wish to live. Pei Jichang gasped, his voice barely audible, yet infused with a desperate resignation that signaled a theatrical performance of despair. The village secretary and the provincial leaders were immediately cast into a state of grave concern. Chapter 4. The Resurgence of Madness by the end of 1978. A movement for the return of educated youth to their hometowns erupted, with people fervently chanting slogans about returning to their roots. This fervor persisted into the following year, intensifying. During the period of sent-down youth, many forged unions with local farmers, and now, faced with the opportunity to return home, a significant number chose to abandon their spouses and children. However, in Pingtu village, it was the first occurrence of a woman demanding a divorce. Under the pressure of the village collective, the villagers finally vacated the Pei family's courtyard. Yet this absurd farce was far from over. As dusk descended, the courtyard lay in disarray. A rooster alighted upon a tree branch, crowing hesitantly. The well cover was weighed down by several stones placed there by old Pei, who feared his son might leap into the abyss again. The phrase I no longer wish to live was indeed terrifying. Inside the house, a kerosene lamp flickered. As the old Pei family sat by the Kong, while the He family stood by the cupboard, with the village secretary mediating. After all, they had once been a family, having lived together, and Hema had devoted his youth to the development of Pingtu village, fostering a profound revolutionary camaraderie. Since the affection has waned, let us part amicably, Su Songxing said, casting a smiling glance at the old Pei family, though his words subtly favored the He family. The leader bore an injury, and although the He family was reluctant to pursue the matter, they were aware that their connections necessitated a more lenient approach. Otherwise, the consequences could lead to confinement. Noticing the Pei family remained silent, Su Songxing furrowed his brow and reiterated emphatically, Pei Yingshi and Bai Xinxiao, you both appear visibly flustered. As for the younger sister, Pei Jihong, she kept her head down, refraining from speaking. This behavior aligned perfectly with the village's perception of the old Pei family. In times of trouble, they remained mute, even when bearing the brunt of adversity. Thus, the matter is settled. Tomorrow, I will take you to the commune to expedite your divorce. Su Songsheng then remarked that he had made a decision on behalf of the old Pei family. Upon hearing this, Hemai's body swayed slightly, and Pei Jichang, intent on observing her, could discern through the dim light that the woman was secretly reveling in excitement. Pei Jichang's earlier silence stemmed from his gradual acclimatization to the antiquated era before him. The flood of memories overwhelmed him, making it arduous to process everything at once. As these memories unraveled, his disdain for Himai intensified, realizing that she had been exploiting the Pei family from the very beginning. Himai sought merely to secure her opportunity to partake in the college entrance examination, desiring someone to cater to her needs, thus sparing her from laboring in the fields to earn labor points. In the Pei household, she lived a life of ease, where everything was handed to her on a silver platter. She audaciously claimed to be concerned that a pregnancy would hinder her chances in the examination, persistently insisting that Pei Jichang take precautions during their intimate encounters, evading the matter at every turn. Frankly speaking, Pei Jichang had to plead to engage with Himai even once. However, the elderly couple yearned for a grandchild. At 23, Pei Jichang was deemed to be of an advanced age, while Himai was 20. Yet what did Himai say? "Father, mother, please do not rush. Let me first gain admission to university, and once I am settled, we can then have a child with Jichang. This way, our small family can transition to a non-agricultural household, and our child will be a citizen of the city." Himai had smiled radiantly at that moment. This woman had the old Pei family dancing to her tune, hoarding even the few eggs they had for her consumption. Even the younger sister, Pei Jichang, bore no grievances, willingly allowing her sister-in-law to enjoy better provisions, all to proudly assert before their in-laws, "We have not treated your daughter poorly." Yet now, Himai was ruthlessly pressuring the old Pei family, having called 2 years' worth of mother, and the few kicks to her abdomen from Bai Xinxiao she could truly bear. Despicable to the core, such a person embodies the very definition of wickedness. Ha ha. Su Songsheng gently applauded, his laughter seemingly alleviating the heavy silence in the room, and added, "You two families must cease this discord. It is time to look forward. The current conditions are splendid, and life holds much promise." This declaration was directed at the old Pei family, who had recently been granted land for independent farming. The harvest was sure to be bountiful, and they must not squander this opportunity for a better life. Su Songsheng rubbed his hands together and turned to He Minzhong, displaying a sycophantic smile, while the latter, his head wrapped in a thick towel, nodded in satisfaction. To facilitate such a significant affair for the leadership could pave the way for future alliances. The village secretary contemplated this, but had the matter truly been resolved? The marriage could not be dissolved. Suddenly, a coarse voice erupted within the room, sending a shiver down the spine. Pei Jichang strode purposefully toward his family. "Jichang, why are you being unreasonable? If the leaders pursue this matter, you could find yourself imprisoned." Su Songsheng admonished loudly, displeased. "Am I afraid of jail?" Pei Jichang's veins stood out on his neck as he firmly grasped Himai's arm, pulling her close to him. "If my wife leaves, I cannot go on. I would be devoid of life." "Oh dear, Pei Jichang, what do you intend to do? Let go of me." Himai struggled fiercely, her eyes wide with terror as she looked towards her father. Yet the man's grip was like that of a vice, firmly restraining her arm, causing her pain. "Jichang, do not act foolishly. Let her go." Su Chongxing shouted loudly, while He Minzhong was equally anxious, a chill running through his body. "What do you mean by acting foolishly? Himai is still my wife. Is it wrong for me to hold my wife's arm? You are the ones who are meddling in my family's affairs. Get out of my house this instant." Pei Jichang roared violently, the atmosphere instantly becoming tense and charged. In his previous life, Pei Jichang was known for resolving such troublesome matters. His identity was complex, and now that he was the son of the old Pei family, he would act according to his own style. He bore the burden but would not leave any room for negotiation. It was all or nothing. "You." He Minzhong's eyes widened in terror, his scalp prickling. "Jichang, what on earth do you intend to do?" Su Songsheng exclaimed, anxiously slapping his thigh, his heart racing. "Stop pretending to be a good person. This marriage will not be dissolved. Himai will not leave this house." Pei Jichang's face was ominously dark, the muscles on either side of his cheeks twitching slightly. This was not the demeanor of a simple, honest rural lad. Cunning, ruthless, and vicious, these malicious descriptors seemed to resonate with Pei Jichang in that moment. To put it bluntly, he was clearly no good. "Let me go? Release my arm, Dad. Hurry and take me away from here." Himai finally felt fear, timidly struggling, yet in Pei Jichang's grip, she felt like a flailing chick. "You scoundrel." He Minzhong immediately positioned himself in front of Pei Jichang, hastily shielding his daughter, but Pei Jichang refused to relent. "Old Pei, you must control your son. Do not let him act recklessly. Does he truly wish to end up in prison?" Su Songsheng called out urgently to Pei Yingshi, his words stumbling in his haste. The most fearful individuals, aside from the mad, are those honest souls who have been provoked. Pei Jichang's current demeanor resembled that of a madman. The old farmer stepped forward, leaning against his son, yet he was at a loss for what to do. I fear nothing, not even death. Why should I fear prison? If anyone attempts to take my wife away today, I will fight them to the death. Come, let us face each other. Pei Jichang shoved against He Minzhong's chest, causing him to stagger backward, his hands gripping He Mai's arms, forcefully flinging her backward, sending her crashing heavily onto the ground. Get out of my way. Pei Jichang swiftly picked up a shovel from the corner and swung it towards He Minzhong's head. In a flash, Su Songxing hurriedly pulled He Minzhong back, and with a loud crash, Pei Jichang's shovel struck the brick floor, sending sparks flying. Jichang, do not act impulsively. Let us discuss this calmly on the Kong. Give your elder brother some face. Su Songxing quickly spoke soothingly, as both men hastily retreated to the doorway. A tall man, as strong as an ox, was indeed formidable. But in his madness, he was ready to fight to the death, which instilled fear in everyone around. Do you deserve to be the village secretary of Pingtu? A traitor to your own people, I will ensure your demise. Pei Jichang swung the shovel down again, aiming directly for the village secretary's forehead. Oh! The voice of Su Songxing quivered with trepidation as he hurriedly pushed He Minzhong out of the house. Father, He Mai cried out in despair while sitting on the ground, gripped by an overwhelming fear, perceiving Pei Jichang as a bandit. With a resounding thud, Pei Jichang forcefully slammed the door shut. You must save my daughter. He Minzhong clutched Su Songxing's collar, his frantic roars resonating with panic, his entire body trembling, a chill creeping down his spine. The leader from the provincial city was utterly flustered. Su Songxing, at a loss, remained paralyzed by the shadow of the shovel, unsure of how to proceed. The village could not resolve this. Pei Jichang had gone mad. They needed to seek the police in town. He Minzhong gasped for breath. Meanwhile, inside the house, Pei Jichang was pushing his parents and younger sister outside, while He Mai cowered in a corner, too fearful to approach the Kong. Father, mother, and little Hong, you must all leave. We'll endure the night in the cold room, Pei Jichang urged, his grip tightening. Son, please do not act recklessly. Our family depends on you. Bai Xinxiao pleaded with a trembling voice. I understand. Do not worry. The old Pei family shall not be bullied. Pei Jichang glanced back at He Mai, who immediately quivered and then opened the door, pushing his parents and younger sister into the yard before forcefully shutting the door again, locking it securely. Outside, several individuals stood with faces pale with fear, the night thick as impenetrable ink. Inside, only the young couple remained. They were indeed a married couple, legally recognized, and thus Pei Jichang could act as he pleased. The sound of footsteps gradually approached the Kong. Note, the cold room is a rural space used for storing firewood and farming tools. After a son marries, he typically relinquishes the main house. And with no extra rooms available, they must sleep in the cold room. Chapter 5. A conversation that appears calm. The village secretary switched on a flashlight, its beam flickering as his arm trembled uncontrollably. No one dared to imagine what was unfolding inside the house. I warn you, if anything happens to my daughter, I will ensure that beast inside is dealt with. He Minzhong seethed, pointing fiercely at the farmer's wife. Yet, what could Bai Xinxiao dare to say? It was undeniably the old Pei family that had been humiliated. The farmer's wife then began to pound on the wooden door with great force. Son, please do not be reckless. If you cannot coexist, so be it. Our family has just contracted land, and with life improving, we cannot allow everything to be ruined. Bai Xinxiao sobbed, leaning against the wooden door, while her younger sister wept alongside her. Old Pei, with a stern expression, glared at He Minzhong. If you dare to shout at my mother, I will kill that wretched He Mai. Pei Jichang bellowed, followed by He Mai's anguished wails. Ah, do not strike. Do not strike. The woman's cries were heart-wrenching. In that moment, He Minzhong's legs turned to jelly. Had he not steadied himself against the village secretary, he would have collapsed to the ground. Hurry, leader, let's quickly call for help. Old Pei, don't just stand there foolishly. Find a way to have your son open the door. With that, Su Songxing supported He Minzhong and hurried away. If they continued loitering at the door, Pei Jichang might do something reckless, potentially leading to dire consequences. This family has been so intolerable in bullying my daughter, it is absolutely outrageous. This marriage must be dissolved. I cannot leave my daughter here. He Minzhong's body trembled, clearly shaken. He could hardly bear to think about his daughter's predicament. The village secretary remained silent, his face darkening, his steps quickening. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, the elderly woman continued to wail, but Pei Jichang's tone softened. Father, mother, you need not guard the door. I won't let this family collapse. Please, go back and rest. I wish to have a few words with He Mai. Suddenly, Pei Jichang opened the door, leaning halfway out. In the dim light, the man wore a faint smile. Son, let Imai come out. We must end this marriage. It has escalated to a point where living like this is unbearable. You must remain calm. Bai Xinxiao quickly grasped her son's arm. Mother, this marriage must end. But our family cannot be bullied like this. The He family must provide an explanation. Rest assured, I only intend to discuss these matters with He Mai in a calm manner. Your involvement may complicate things. Pei Jichang gently patted the farmer's shoulder, exuding a sense of tranquility. The three members of the family regarded Pei Jichang with curiosity. He had spoken extensively, and with reason. Far more than he usually would in a day. Son, please, you must not act foolishly. Bai Xinxiao expressed her concern. All right, return to the house and rest. Pei Jichang urged, nudging the farmer forward. Back inside, Pei Yingshi said emphatically, then took Bai Xinxiao and Pei Jichang away with determined strides. Though he spoke little, he was pragmatic. After all, this was a matter between the couple that required their private discussion. With a click, Pei Jichang closed the door, and the courtyard finally fell silent. The wind seemed to intensify. Inside, Pei Jichang sat at the head of the Kong, while He Mai stood to the side, hunched over, resembling a child who had erred. The man scrutinized the woman. She was undeniably beautiful, her features distinctly defined, the kind of beauty that was both grand and graceful. Yet her skin was overly fair, clearly not a villager, indicating a life of comfort, like a gardenia blooming in arid soil, a stark contrast to the village's harsh environment. The marriage was certainly destined for dissolution. Your family has prospered. My father-in-law has just attained a significant leadership position and will only grow wealthier. I am not naive enough to sever ties with you. A smirk crept across Pei Jichang's lips, akin to that of a rogue, not the honest peasant he was. Evil begets evil. What must you do to let me go? He Mai lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with longing. This woman was clever, attempting to exploit Pei Jichang's kindness, and she earnestly pleaded, for the sake of the life we once shared, Jichang, please, just let me go. Ha ha ha. How naive you are. You think you can just speak freely while I suffer in the village? How calculating you are. Pei Jichang slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Can I bow to you? As long as you agree to divorce, my family will compensate you. He Mai hurriedly interjected. Compensation? Pei Jichang elongated his tone. Sure. Buy me a house in the city and arrange a job for me. Then I'll agree to the divorce. How is that even possible? He Mai took a step forward. Her expression agitated. My family cannot afford a house for you. Besides, finding a job is exceedingly difficult. My father lacks the capability. Then this marriage cannot be dissolved. Pei Jichang stretched lazily. How can you possibly let me go? He Mai exclaimed in frustration. Smack. Pei Jichang swiftly delivered a slap, the motion smooth and effortless. He Mai recoiled, covering her face, fear of the man surging within her once more. I realize you are truly despicable. How can a woman stoop so low? In these 2 years of marriage, how much food have you consumed from my family? My parents wouldn't even spare a single egg for themselves. All for your nourishment as you prepared for the college entrance examination. Damn it, and now you speak such nonsense, as if my family has wronged you. If you continue this nonsense, then your family won't fare well either. As he spoke, Pei Jichang's anger flared, and he seized He Mai by her collar. Please, don't hit me anymore. I was wrong. I owe a debt to the Pei family, and especially to you. He Mai raised her hands to shield her face, pleading timidly. Only with such words would I be willing to converse with you. Pei Jichang sneered, releasing her collar. His subsequent actions turned peculiar as he gently caressed He Mai's shoulder. Under the flickering kerosene lamp, their shadows merged on the paper window, resembling a loving couple embracing. Go, prepare hot water for your man, and wash my feet. Pei Jichang deliberately used such affectionate terms to torment He Mai. What? He Mai was taken aback. Are you deaf? Don't you know how to serve your man? Pei Jichang feigned a kick towards her, causing her to flee in fright. Do not make me repeat myself. He warned loudly before sprawling out on the bed. Exhausted from the day's turmoil, He Mai stood there, her heart racing, staring intently at the bellows handle. The man's words had left her feeling humiliated. As a university student, was she really reduced to washing the feet of a farmer? Pei Jichang turned over, causing a slight rustle on the other side of the bed, prompting He Mai to crouch beside the bellows and begin lighting the fire for water. Soon, she was vigorously working the bellows, the creaking sound taking on a peculiar melody. Pei Jichang kept his eyes closed, contemplating the road ahead. This year, the intense upheaval in Chinese society had become unstoppable, like a vast flood. Who was there to witness the boundless beauty at the forefront? Those once served high-ranking officials, were they now but children in split-crotch pants? Such a feeling was truly extraordinary. Nonetheless, it is for the best. Having engaged in numerous perilous endeavors, one can always start anew, no longer forced to exist in the crevices of life. Naturally, One must strive for boundless glory. As for the He family, I remain uncertain whether fortune can be found in this unfamiliar era. Thus, one must seize opportunities with fervor. For divorce is seldom a simple affair. The so-called broad-mindedness is merely a feeble excuse. The sound of He interrupted Pei Jichang's reverie as she stood beside him, holding a basin. Chapter 6. Foot bath. The kerosene lamp on the cabinet emitted a distinct sound, its flickering flame rendering Pei Jichang's face indistinct. The room was overwhelmingly quiet. The light nearly extinguished. Pei Jichang removed his shoes, and the pungent odor of his feet pervaded the air. The sweltering climate and daily toil in the fields made the smell particularly acrid. He quickly placed the basin on the ground, stepping back in disdain. Wash my feet, Pei Jichang commanded firmly, dipping his feet into the basin, the water pleasantly warm. You wash them yourself. He glared at him with contempt, and suddenly, she leaned forward, feigning a gagging motion, nearly retching at the sight of the man before her. Her loathing for him was profound. I refuse. I refuse. I refuse. He screamed frantically, trembling violently. This humiliation was more unbearable than death itself. Even if you beat me to death, I will not touch those foul feet. She clenched her fists, glaring fiercely at Pei Jichang. This woman possessed a stubbornness that was remarkable. Otherwise, she would not have endured immense familial strife and still managed to excel academically in such harsh conditions. Thus, she was shrewd, enigmatic, and possessed an indomitable spirit. How should one deal with such a person? Pei Jichang chuckled lightly, his demeanor relaxed. Is it now that I must attend to you after returning from the fields? And yet, you refuse to wash my feet? If there is no gratitude in this regard, do not expect a harmonious parting. Pei Jichang bent down, preparing to wash his feet himself. Hey, Jichang. He hurriedly crouched down, without a moment's hesitation, her slender fingers gently touching the calloused heels of his feet. She began to massage them, despite the odor being overwhelming. This is what I owe you. I must wash them. My previous words were spoken in anger. Do not take them to heart. She spoke soothingly, her touch surprisingly tender. How delightful this is. How can your little hands be so soft? With your skills, you should be worth a great deal. Pei Jichang closed his eyes in bliss. Jichang, what nonsense are you speaking? I cannot comprehend. By the way, let us file for divorce tomorrow. Rest assured, my family will certainly provide you with a resolution. We shall remain friends, and should you need assistance in the future, I will surely do my utmost to help, as I have called your parents my own. He expressed, seemingly deeply sentimental. The commotion in the village had become the subject of ridicule. Indeed, continuing was no longer feasible. Pei Jichang nodded slowly. Had he relented? Jichang, Himai's heart raced, and she eagerly added, it is good that you can see things clearly. We shall go to the commune first thing in the morning. What compensation will your family offer? At that moment, the kerosene lamp extinguished, and Himai smiled broadly, her hopes finally coming to fruition, as long as she could voice her conditions. It would signify that Pei Jichang's heart had softened. My father has just resumed his position, and the circumstances at home remain quite challenging. Pei Jichang, let us do this. I will compensate your family with 20 pounds of flour and 3 pounds of pork, offering you all the remaining provisions at home. Himai said earnestly. Pei Jichang did not respond immediately. He fell into silence. In the dimly lit room, he chuckled, though that smile was tinged with a chilling coldness. Although he was rather unfamiliar with this era, he was well versed in the workings of the system. Since He Minzhong had returned to his position, and even assumed a leadership role, the state would undoubtedly offer compensation for his family's previous misfortunes, likely amounting to several hundred at the very least. Damn, is that all? Himai had often benefited from the old Pei family's provisions. This woman's heart is truly ruthless. Is that not too little? Your father has become a leader, surely. His monthly salary cannot be less than 50 kwai? Pei Jichang muttered in dissatisfaction. How could he earn so much? It's only a little over 30. His leadership role is merely nominal. Besides, our family consists of mouths to feed. My brother is still unemployed, and there is a younger sibling as well. Himai began to lament their financial struggles. Very well then, have you agreed? Himai's eyes sparkled with excitement. You must wash my feet thoroughly, and allow my wife to serve me one last time. Pei Jichang's voice was low, imbued with an inexplicable sorrow. Certainly, Himai replied, bowing her head and diligently washing Pei Jichang's feet, determined to scrub every speck of dirt from beneath his nails. Finally, she allowed his feet to rest on her knees, wiping them dry with her sleeve. At long last, she had served the man. Let us go to bed. We shall handle the divorce tomorrow morning. Pei Jichang reclined on the bed and began to undress. Then it is settled. We shall take care of it first thing in the morning, Himai responded eagerly, though she intentionally stepped back a few paces. We can sleep in the same bed for now. No one will speak ill of us before the divorce is finalized. Pei Jichang playfully teased the woman, wrapping himself tightly in the quilt. As night deepened, the cave was rather cool. No, no, Himai quickly waved her hands, saying, "You should sleep. I will just sit here." He chuckled derisively, disregarding her, and soon fell into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted, snoring heavily. Himai remained pristine, not even touching the edge of the bed. She curled up on a wooden chair, gazing vacantly at the paper window, occasionally delighting in her thoughts of good fortune. As long as the matter is kept quiet in Pingtu village, and Pei Jichang does not cause a ruckus, who would know that she had been married? With her identity as a university student, her father's influence could be leveraged on her behalf. If she could wed into a prominent family, her path would surely be one of prosperity. Himai's gaze hardened with determination, reminiscent of the night she married into the old Pei family, similarly sleepless. The only difference was that the man lying on the bed was no longer the honest, simple farmer. Cooing chickens shattered the tranquility of the village at dawn. Before the sun had fully risen, He Minzhong and Su Songsheng, accompanied by several police officers, hastily arrived at the township. There was only one tricycle leaving the village. The two had traveled all night. Given Pei Jichang's erratic behavior, it was certain he might commit some foolish act. They needed to contain Pei Jichang first, as this had escalated to a matter of kidnapping and intentional bodily harm. My daughter possesses a stubborn temperament. If she provokes Pei Jichang's ire, the consequences could be dire. Hurry, faster, He Minzhong urged, his voice trembling with urgency as he exerted considerable pressure on the deputy director. In the context of this era, the police force is considerably understaffed, while the national population has surged from over 500 million to nearly 1 billion, resulting in immense work pressure. The mere fact that the police dispatched a vehicle to address He Minzhong's concerns speaks volumes about his influence. The vehicle could only reach the village entrance, after which they ran the remainder of the way. To everyone's surprise, despite his age, He Minzhong maintained a robust physique and did not lag behind. It was Su Songsheng, the village secretary who led the rural development efforts, who was the first to succumb to exhaustion, his breath labored and thick with phlegm, as if he might collapse at any moment. "Comrades, go on ahead. I will catch up," Su Songsheng gestured as he sat on a large stone. The old Pei residence was situated on the hillside, its dilapidated black wooden door giving the impression that it concealed notorious bandits within. He Minzhong gritted his teeth and kicked it open. With a loud thud, the doorframe shuttered. A throng of individuals surged into the courtyard, where the deputy director and the police stood ready for action. They had encountered numerous unruly and uneducated rural individuals, particularly those with a strong propensity for violence against their wives. According to He Minzhong's description, Pei Jichang epitomized such a character. However, the scene before them was unexpected. Himai was sweeping the yard. The elderly couple was organizing their farming tools in preparation for work, and Pei Jichang was feeding the chickens, exchanging smiles with his partner. The deputy director cast a puzzled glance at He Minzhong. Chapter 7. Daring to bully at the door. Dad. Himai's voice was filled with astonishment and surprise as she rushed towards He Minzhong. The elderly couple, upon seeing so many police officers, instantly panicked, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The farmer's wife, Bai Xinqiao, could not even grip a small hoe, which fell to the ground with a clatter. Pei Jichang, on the other hand, wore an innocent and bewildered expression, mumbling, "What's going on? Subdue him." Deputy Director Meng Shou barked, and several police officers rushed towards Pei Jichang, swiftly pinning the burly man to the ground. The chicken basin he held clattered to the ground. After all, He Minzhong had sustained a head injury, and Pei Jichang was now implicated in intentional harm. Even if the man cooperated with the investigation, stringent measures had to be taken in front of this superior. It was a matter of appearances. "What are you doing? On what grounds are you bullying us?" The elderly couple hurried forward, witnessing their son's head pressed against the ground, agony etched on his face, their hearts aching more than if they were being cut. "Dad, Mom, please don't make things worse. Step aside," Pei Jichang gasped. Yet the elderly couple remained anxiously rooted in place. "Get away, quickly," Pei Jichang shouted desperately. This time, Pei Yingshi managed to pull the farmer's wife away. Earlier that morning, their son had warned them that He Minzhong would come with people. Human nature, after all, tends to shift in accordance with self-interest. As Pei Jichang sought to defend the Pei family, he bellowed insults at the impoverished farmers, offering He Minzhong a compromise. If he agreed to divorce Himai, the He family would cease their pursuit. Given the Pei family's disposition, they would certainly swallow this grievance. The situation will not deteriorate further. Thus, Pei Jichang has not brought misfortune upon the old Pei family. Instead, he has avenged them, for they have been humiliated at their doorstep. At the very least, There must be a man in the family to prevent them from being looked down upon by the villagers. Since Pei Jichang has chosen to remain here, matters cannot proceed in such a manner. He cannot endure such indignity, being subjugated by the He family. You, He Minzhong, hold a prominent position, do you not? I shall seize upon your vulnerabilities and refuse to divorce you. While you prosper and ascend the ranks, I will ensure that you bear the brunt of my wrath. With Pei Jichang unwilling to compromise and having inflicted an injury upon the adversary, He Minzhong's interests have been diminished, and he will undoubtedly seek to resolve the matter through other means, with the injury serving as a new bargaining chip. In this tense atmosphere, with the police intervening, if Pei Jichang agrees to the divorce, it may ease matters. Otherwise, he risks immediate incarceration. Such is the reality. If the situation poses a potential threat, it is better to resolve it decisively, forcing you to admit to willingly enduring the assault. Thus, last night, Pei Jichang frightened, he cooned away and imparted sincere words to Himai. Presently, Himai should be urgently explaining the situation to her father, seeking my release. Why is she silent, mute? This wretched woman, what is her predicament? Pei Jichang, filled with urgency, called out, Sister, come here. With a loud thud, Pei Jichang burst through the door, fists clenched, taking a deep breath before shouting. They are bullying the poor farmers. Outsiders are oppressing the impoverished of Pingtu village. Initially, the younger sister was quite introverted, but she heeded her brother's words. Raise your voice, he urged, anxiously shaking his head. Pei Jichang watched as his sister rushed out of the yard, unleashing a thunderous cry down the tranquil country lane. Come and help us. Outsiders are bullying my brother. Hurry. Someone. Simultaneously, the elderly couple in the yard seemed to receive a signal, collapsing to the ground in anguished wails. They want tea, let us live. They want tea, let us live. Each member of the family played their role. At that moment, the village was united, and it was the time for labor. Upon hearing the Pei girls' call for help, villagers armed with farming tools rushed over. Gradually, the commotion grew. Village secretary, I didn't expect to see you here, exclaimed a young man named Ban Xiaoqing, barely 20, tall at nearly 6 feet 3. He had previously worked alongside Pei Jichang and shared a good rapport, primarily benefiting from the work points, as Pei Jichang was notably honest. What is going on? Su Songxing panted, turning his head just as Ban Xiaoqing warmly wrapped his arm around his. Where are you all headed? Su Songxing quickly inquired, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he tried to pull his arm away, only to find the young man gripping tightly. Someone is bullying the old Pei family. How dare they come to Pingtu village and cause trouble? Ban Xiaoqing, still youthful, was filled with fervor, his eyes blazing with anger as he urged the village secretary to quicken their pace. I'm afraid there has been a misunderstanding. Su Songsheng hastily glanced back and noticed a throng of farmers hastening towards the old Pei's residence, indicating a brewing conflict. With the village secretary backing us, we need not cower, Ban Xiaoqing proclaimed loudly. Whoever falters is a coward. Why fear? Let's confront them head on. They've already pushed people to the brink. We shall not allow their tyranny to go unchallenged. The crowd echoed his sentiments, the atmosphere surging with fervor. The old Pei family enjoyed considerable goodwill in Pingtu village. Having been impoverished for 3 generations, their reputation stemming from their non-confrontational nature. However, such blatant bullying warranted a collective response. Stop. You mustn't act recklessly. Su Songsheng, now apprehensive, called out, but his words fell on deaf ears as Ban Xiaoqing and a few other young men surged forward, rallying behind the village secretary. Himai had initially engaged in a cordial conversation with Pei Jichang, hoping that with He Minzhong's arrival, matters could be clarified, allowing both families to share a meal and amicably dissolve the marriage. Yet, with He Minzhong bringing a sizable entourage, Himai felt emboldened, intending to intimidate Pei Jichang into submission, ensuring that the Peis would no longer dare to incite trouble. As for that parting meal, there was little desire for further interaction with this family. Xiaomai, they haven't harmed you, have they? He Minzhong inquired tenderly, patting his daughter's back. Not really. Just discussed a few matters, Himai replied, her voice tinged with grievance. Hearing their exchange, Deputy Director Meng Shouwen felt a headache coming on. Was it truly necessary to mobilize such a crowd for mere discussions? The family's unruly demeanor risked escalating the situation. Arrested sons, wailing parents, and girls shouting for help would surely complicate matters. Meng Shouwen gestured for them to swiftly escort Pei Jichang away, believing that once back at the station, everything could be resolved amicably. But in the next moment, a surge of people stormed into the courtyard. Dear village secretary, we have elevated you high, Su Songsheng, pale-faced, exclaimed. Put me down, I am dizzy. Chapter 8. The performance. What do you intend to do? Ban Xiaoqing strode forward, fiercely confronting the deputy director with an assertive stance. "Step back," Meng Shouwen bellowed, pushing Ban Xiaoqing aside with a thunderous voice. "Who do you think you are to shove me?" Ban Xiaoqing retorted, seizing Meng Shouwen's arm. While other villagers rushed forward, some clinging to his legs, others wrapping their arms around his waist, rendering the deputy director immobile. "This is outrageous. Release me at once. I am the deputy director of the county," Su Songsheng exclaimed, anxiously rushing over to pat Ban Xiaoqing's back. Ban Xiaoqing turned, bewildered, casting a reproachful glance towards the village secretary, thinking to himself, "Why didn't you speak up sooner?" After a brief pause, he resolutely sat down on the ground. "Even if he were a deity, he cannot simply push me aside without cause. This is Pingtu village," Ban Xiaoqing muttered loudly, maintaining his grip on Meng Shouwen's arm. Su Songsheng, witnessing Meng Shouwen's flushed face and He Minzhong's anxious demeanor, felt his heart race with trepidation. In Pingtu village, chaos erupted, and the village secretary bore the brunt of it. Pei Jichang had long harbored resentment towards the secretary, who had been steering the community's interests away from its own people. Seizing the moment, he raised his voice. "Su Songsheng, why do you side with outsiders to bully the people of Pingtu village? Do you even deserve to be the secretary?" With these words, the villagers' gazes towards Su Songsheng shifted markedly. Pei Jichang recalled Ban Xiaoqing, a young man known for his impulsive nature, quick to ignite with anger. Although he often acted slyly, he fiercely defended the villagers. This was the temperament shared by many of the village's youth. "Old Su, the role of a village secretary is not to be handled in such a manner." At last, an elder, his voice commanding respect, spoke up. "Himai and I discussed matters last night. We only requested a few pounds of flour and some pork. Is that too much to ask? You send someone to arrest me, bullying my parents? You might as well kill me." Pei Jichang was filled with indignation, adding fuel to the fire as he struggled to rush towards the well. "You have no right to stay in Pingtu village, you treacherous scoundrel." Ban Xiaoqing delivered a swift kick to Su Songsheng's calf, as this secretary had usurped his father's position. Su Songsheng gasped at the sudden force from the young man. "You are not a good person." Another youth seized Su Songsheng by the collar, while several fists landed upon him. "Ah, you dare to strike me? This is rebellion." Su Songsheng shrieked, his glasses flying off in the chaos. "Hit him harder." Ban Xiaoqing leapt up, fueled by the support of his peers. If he did not join in, it would be seen as cowardice. "Don't you dare." The village elders rushed forward to intervene. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard descended into utter turmoil. Meng Shouwen quickly restrained one young man, but the sheer number of aggressors made it impossible to manage. In this era, police intimidation was far less effective. "Don't point fingers at us," Ban Xiaoqing shouted, and the group of youths began to shove the police. Su Songsheng cowered behind the elders of the village, trembling in fear. At that moment, he realized that being a village secretary was no easy task. Some of the anger was redirected towards Himai and her father, as individuals surged forward to strike, but fortunately, Meng Shouwen stood in front of them. At this critical juncture, Himai panicked. Had she spoken up properly from the beginning, the conflict might have been averted. Her initial intention had been to intimidate the old Pei family. Now, even Meng Shouwen was unsure how to de-escalate the situation. A fight in the village could lead to dire consequences, especially with the secretary himself under attack, and Su Songsheng's wails were enough to instill a sense of panic. Suddenly, Pei Jichang broke free from the police, leaping onto the grinding stone, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Villagers, stop fighting. Hold on a moment, let me explain." His voice cracked, and as he shouted, his entire body trembled, tears welling in his eyes as Ban Xiaoqing and the others looked on. At last, calm descended upon the courtyard. The drama had begun to unfold. Pei Jichang realized that only by aligning himself with Meng Shouwen could he help resolve the current conflict and strip away the leverage held by Himai and her group, rendering his earlier efforts futile. "Himai, you tell me, when I left you in the room yesterday, did anything happen?" Pei Jichang's voice grew desolate, pleading as he posed the inquiry. After a moment's hesitation, Himai shook her head vigorously. Before the villagers, she was unwilling to acknowledge any connection with Pei Jichang. "After all, we are still a couple. What's the matter? Is it so unreasonable that we can't even converse privately? Is it so tyrannical to bring so many people to my home to cause a disturbance? Can the leaders of the provincial city behave in such a manner?" Tears streamed silently from Pei Jichang's eyes, evoking sympathy from onlookers, and several elders could not help but lament how well the Pei family had treated Himai. Calling her ungrateful, Pei Jichang jumped down from the grinding stone, and as a police officer approached to apprehend him, he was halted by Meng Shouwen. "Himai, what did I say last night? Wasn't it's simply that our two families should share a meal, and your family compensates mine with a few pounds of flour and pork? Am I asking for your family's money or what?" Is this how you bully the poor farmers? Pei Jichang spoke as he walked, his words directed towards Meng Shouwen, implying that the He family was the party at fault. Yet throughout, Pei Jichang never uttered the word divorce, deliberately leaving that point ambiguous. He Minzhong was taken aback and quickly glanced at He Mai, seeing her nod, which brought forth a hint of reproach on his face. What more do you want from us? Is it too much to ask for just flour and pork? Pei Jichang approached He Mai, questioning her with a tone of grievance, intending to highlight the narrow-mindedness of the farmers. Hoping to persuade He Minzhong to relent and settle the matter. Father, perhaps we should discuss this privately, He Mai whispered, feeling frightened by the commotion. He Minzhong's expression turned grave. After a brief silence, he cautiously surveyed the villagers in the yard, noting their anger. Upon hearing Pei Jichang's words, it indeed sounded like the He family was being overly oppressive. Very well, He Minzhong relented, as long as his daughter was safe. If Pei Jichang wished to divorce, it was best not to escalate the situation further. Oh dear, Deputy Director Meng, I sincerely apologize for having troubled you with this misunderstanding. It turns out they merely had a discussion behind closed doors, and it was my impatience that caused this ruckus, He Minzhong said, shaking his head in apology. Comrade Minzhong, how is the injury on your head? Meng Shouwen asked. It's nothing serious. There were some conflicts yesterday, but everything has been resolved now. And the wound has already scabbed over, He Minzhong replied with a grin. Hearing this, Pei Jichang felt a surge of relief, that one burden had been lifted, and He Minzhong could no longer use it against him. Once the police left, it would be a different story. It's fine. A trip here is no trouble. As long as you resolve your differences, Meng Shouwen smiled, his earlier authority dissipating. He is a good lad, sensible. Meng Shouwen patted Pei Jichang on the shoulder and turned to the villagers, exclaiming, Everyone, please return. This is their family matter. Let them discuss it privately. This gesture of familiarity was Meng Shouwen's way of expressing his apologies, believing that this family was quite innocent. They were good people. Gratitude fills our hearts for the assistance rendered by our fellow villagers. This kindness is etched deeply within our family. Henceforth, should any of you require help, do not hesitate to speak up. Let us all return to our tasks and not delay the farming. Pei Jichang promptly added. Since both the deputy director and the concerned parties have spoken, it would be inappropriate for the villagers to linger, as this is a family matter. Otherwise, it might escalate into a disturbance. Consequently, the villagers departed in succession. The younger members, such as Ban Xiaoqing, exchanged sly glances with Pei Jichang and shot a disapproving look at Su Songsheng before they too left. Meng Shouwen and Su Songsheng lingered beside He Minzhong for a brief conversation before taking their leave. He Minzhong remained at the doorway to see them off, displaying a commendable sense of decorum. As dawn broke, the sun's glaring rays filled the air, rendering He Minzhong somewhat dazed and weary. He suddenly turned around and stumbled, nearly losing his balance, prompting Pei Jichang to rush forward to assist him. Father, Pei Jichang called out. Note, in this village, people refer to their fathers as dad, while those from the city use father. He Minzhong immediately straightened up, a shiver coursing through him, and goosebumps rose on He Mai's arm. What are you calling out for? He Mai hurriedly questioned. Pei Jichang refrained from further comment and turned to urge his parents to prepare a meal, as it was the first visit from his father-in-law, and it was essential to serve a good feast. Jichang, we first need to go to the commune to finalize the divorce, He Mai said, trailing closely behind Pei Jichang. Continuing her chatter. Rest assured, I will ensure the white flour and pork promised to your family will be delivered in a few days. I can provide a promissory note. Oh, why be so formal? We can discuss this at the dining table, Pei Jichang replied with a gentle smile. He Mai's face flushed with urgency, prompting He Minzhong to step forward and pull his daughter behind him. We can talk at the dining table. It is of no concern for the moment. He Minzhong interjected with a jovial tone. Pei Jichang fell silent, assisting his parents with their tasks. In his previous life, he had adeptly catered to his superiors, not merely through bold actions, but by attending to every detail, including cooking and other small matters. After all, serving others was his role. On occasions when the leaders required breakfast, if the secretary was too busy to assist and the driver was unavailable, it was he who stepped in to help. Meanwhile, He Mai and her father waited anxiously in the inner room. The hour felt interminable, akin to sitting on needles, and seeing her father's weary face filled He Mai with a sense of compassion. Father, I have subjected you to hardship by having you accompany me. It is of no consequence. You have faced loneliness for so many years. It is I who owe you. I promise you shall never suffer again. He Minzhong gently embraced He Mai. It is not hardship. He Mai softly shook her head, her gaze lowered momentarily before a smile crept onto her lips, as she recalled the bright prospects ahead. Once she endured this day and finalized the divorce, she could embark on a new chapter of life, experiencing romance at university, surrounded by the offspring of the elite. However, Himai's words held truth. What suffering had she endured? Not at all, for since joining the work team in Pingtu village, she had been toiling like a beast for the Pei family. Father, Xiaomai, come out for dinner. Pei Jichang called as he entered the inner room. In the village, meals were typically enjoyed outdoors during hot weather. What are you calling out for? Himai exclaimed, jumping up to admonish him. It is nothing. Minzhong gently tugged at Himai's arm before slowly rising. Come, let us go eat, he said with a warm smile. At a small table in the courtyard, the three remaining members of the Pei family were already seated, their heads bowed, avoiding the gaze of the He father and daughter as they emerged. Oh my! Such a lavish spread. They even killed a chicken. What a pity. We could have managed with just a simple meal, Minzhong remarked politely, guiding Himai to sit beside him. Our families are bound by fate. Should any difficulties arise in the future, I shall certainly lend my support. Minzhong spoke incessantly, painting grand visions. Pei Jichang took his seat last, though his smile appeared rather sinister. Dad, he exclaimed bluntly, picking up a chicken leg and placing it in Minzhong's bowl. A family does not speak of two households. Let us dispense with the formalities. What do you mean by that? Minzhong could no longer contain himself, raising his voice, while Himai anxiously tugged at her hair. How could I possibly let go of such a wonderful daughter-in-law? I shall treat her twice as well. This marriage shall not dissolve. Pei Jichang gently placed another chicken leg onto Himai's plate. You are going too far. Himai cried, her anger bringing tears to her eyes. Dear little sister, please do not weep. Where is your home? I shall accompany you back, Pei Jichang sang softly, even improvising the lyrics. A chill ran down the spines of the father and daughter as they beheld Pei Jichang's playful countenance, filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Chapter 9. A loving family. What kind of lewd song are you singing? Minzhong spluttered, forcefully striking the small table, coughing violently. The rice bowl toppled, and the chicken leg fell onto the table. Not only the He father and daughter, but even the three members of the Pei family now regarded Pei Jichang with a sense of unfamiliarity. Himai held her breath, instinctively scooting her chair back, acutely aware of a tingling sensation at her scalp. Dad, I kindly offered you the chicken leg, and you treat our food this way. Is that appropriate? Pei Jichang spoke in soft tones as he once again placed the chicken leg into Minzhong's bowl. Do not call me Dad. Minzhong could no longer remain seated, pulling Himai to stand, retreating several steps. Himai is my wife. If I do not call you Dad, then what shall I call you? Pei Jichang's tone was intimate, his head held high, his smile radiant. We are a loving family. Such excessive tenderness was akin to a dagger, deeply piercing the hearts of the father and daughter, who likely could not find the words to articulate their intangible terror. It was perverse, a madness. The crux lay in who assumed the role of tenderness. How stark the contrast would be if it were a simple, pragmatic individual. Pei Jichang's current state was the result of being driven to madness. What could instill genuine fear in others, especially those in power? Only by becoming a madman could one hope to convey the futility of reasoning with the selfish. Furthermore, what sort of people were the He family? The only way to secure leverage for negotiations was to instill fear in them, thereby maximizing one's own interests. Dad, Himai, hiding behind Minzhong, felt her emotions shatter in that moment, genuinely believing that Pei Jichang had lost his sanity. Please take me home. I no longer wish to remain here. Let's leave Pingtu village swiftly, Himai implored, shaking Minzhong's arm, her voice laced with tears. Old Pei, old Bai as elders. Perhaps it is best that we discuss the matter of the children's divorce amicably. Minzhong turned his gaze towards the rural couple, noticing that this official from the provincial city was smiling amiably. It was evident that he had succumbed to the pressure, and Pei Jichang observed these nuances astutely. I will heed no one's words, not even my parents. Suddenly, Pei Jichang lunged towards his parents like a rabid dog at the village's edge. What do you intend to do? Minzhong quickly positioned himself in front, placing his hand against Pei Jichang's chest. Himai, hiding behind, broke down in tears, the facade of strength and stubbornness crumbling in an instant. If the topic of foot washing were to arise again, even if Pei Jichang refrained from uttering conciliatory words about divorce, she would willingly kneel at the man's feet, for she was truly terrified. She is my wife. Himai is my spouse, and I am the one in charge. What do you wish to say to my parents? Are you intent on bullying them as well? Pei Jichang roared, pressing his forehead against Minzhong's face, heavy breaths escaping him. Minzhong tilted his head back, attempting to soothe Pei Jichang as one would comfort a child, gently patting his arm. Calm down, let us discuss this matter rationally. Pei Jichang finally took a slight step back, recognizing Minzhong's earlier gesture, which appeared more timid than Himai's. Jichang, to be honest, I am profoundly grateful to your family. since Himai married into our household. She has not endured a single hardship and has even succeeded in her university studies, a tremendous favor, Minjong expressed, casting a grateful smile towards the rural couple. Despite having ignored them completely during his visit to Pei's family the previous day, it was truly ironic that this provincial leader had begun to speak rationally. How absurd. When you attempt to reason with him, he is obstinate, yet when you act with defiance, he suddenly seeks reason. The fault lies entirely with my daughter. It is she who has changed her heart. Jichang, the one most wronged here is you. Speak your mind. Whatever compensation you desire, I shall grit my teeth and acquiesce. Minjong grasped Pei Jichang's hand, willingly admitting fault. Father, Pei Jichang called out again, nearly causing Minjong to topple to the ground. But thankfully he was there to steady him. The two embraced affectionately, resembling a pair of intoxicated in-laws supporting one another. Father, you see, it is like this. Pei Jichang gently patted Minjong's back, as if offering tender reassurance. Himai is truly a remarkable young woman, a university student no less. If we were to divorce, where could I find another wife as splendid as her? I assure you, this marriage is unbreakable. If your family were to take me to court for a forced divorce, I would rather embrace death, for it would be a release from this toil. But I will take Himai with me into the abyss, and I shall tarnish your family's reputation. Minjong's face flushed, and he fell into Pei Jichang's embrace. As for Himai, her complexion turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, despite it being the height of midday warmth. Father, regarding the music you just criticized, I inquired within about your whereabouts. Once I have completed my current tasks, I shall journey to the city to visit my wife. Of course, if you choose not to disclose that information, I shall simply seek out individuals at the university. Let us see who dares to lose face. As he spoke, Pei Jichang's tone grew more emphatic, his expression darkening abruptly. What kind of person are you? Minjong grasped Pei Jichang's shoulders, their gazes locking. Father, in summary, all my words can be distilled into one. You must strive to succeed, aiming to elevate your position, so that you may accumulate wealth for me and Himai. Pei Jichang spoke earnestly. With a pained groan, Minjong emitted a sorrowful sound from his throat, and then, his vision fading, he collapsed. Pei Jichang gently laid him on the ground, allowing him to rest there. Himai cried out in despair, kneeling beside Minjong, shaking him repeatedly. Father, please awaken. You must come to. Someone fetch help. Himai felt utterly shattered, never anticipating that matters would escalate to such a dire state. Her envisioned university life now cast under a shadow. Son, Bai Xinxiao looked on with deep concern. It's all right. He simply fainted from excessive joy. He will regain consciousness soon. Let us have our meal and not waste food. Xiaohong, please eat the chicken leg quickly. Pei Jichang sat upon a small stool, offering a chicken leg to his younger sister. Although she had intended to give the chicken leg to their parents, she heeded her brother's words without hesitation and took a hearty bite. In these times, people's appetites are vast, having been long accustomed to hunger. In just 2 bites, Pei Jichang had devoured the chicken leg. Younger sister, please run to the brigade and summon the village secretary. Let him arrange for our relatives to return home. Pei Jichang added. Pei Jichang, though puzzled by this request, nonetheless stood and swiftly exited the courtyard. Chapter 10. The bloodsucker on the heart in the courtyard. Several hens cautiously pecked at the dusty ground, occasionally flapping their wings in alarm, having just witnessed the slaughter of a rooster that morning. The weather changed abruptly. Dark clouds swiftly enveloping Pingtu village. Surely, some ominous being was approaching, and the farmers ought to return home early. This is absurd. Old Pei, it appears you are truly enjoying life too much. Su Songxing jogged over to assist Minjong, his gaze filled with disdain directed at the Pei family. Having been beaten that morning, he felt a simmering anger within. Jicheng stood quietly, allowing the village secretary to glare at him fully. Secretary, it appears rain is imminent. I kindly ask you to arrange a tricycle to escort my father-in-law and wife out of the village. Himai must report to the university. Let us not allow this important matter to be delayed. Pei Jichang spoke in a measured tone. It was unnecessary to further entangle with the He family at this moment. It was best to allow the father and daughter to depart, but Pei Jichang, like a vampire, had burrowed into their hearts, leaving them perpetually aching. Your mind is muddled. You cannot think straight. Su Songxing cursed, merely posturing before the leadership. Having offended the villagers, he felt compelled to protect his own interests. Minjong wore a sullen expression, while he might continue to sob. With Su Songxing's support, the group slowly made their way out of the courtyard. Secretary, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you these past few days. Once I finish my family matters, I will make a special trip to see you. Additionally, could you please issue a letter of introduction for me? I need to visit the provincial capital to see my wife at the university. Pei Jichang warmly escorted me to the door. Mu, Unable to contain her tears, let them flow like large beads down her fair cheeks, evoking my sympathy. Why are you so emotional? Go forth with peace of mind. Your man's future depends on you. Pei Jichang hastily consoled her, placing a gentle hand on Himai's back in an attempt to offer comfort. Don't touch me, Himai shouted in distress. Forget about this person, let's leave quickly. He Minzhong urged, pulling Himai along as if fleeing, fearing that another glance at Pei Jichang's gloomy visage might provoke further issues. Pei Jichang then shut the door and, upon turning to face his family, returned to his genuine, pragmatic self. Father, mother, please don't worry about me. I am not mad. I simply cannot swallow this humiliation. Kindness invites bullying, and Himai married me precisely because she recognized this trait in the Pei family. She has long calculated her moves. Only by appearing unhinged will they be compelled to reason with me. Pei Jichang analyzed the situation calmly. Sitting on a small stool while serving chicken to his parents, his words flowing continuously, I act with discretion, so rest assured. Even when I meet Himai in the provincial capital, I will not create chaos. Our lives are improving, and I intend to ensure you both enjoy a good life. Pei Jichang suddenly felt that in this treacherous world, having 3 individuals who genuinely cared for him was exceedingly precious. You are what matters most. The consequences of my actions are always for your sake. Overcome with emotion, he raised his gaze tenderly, only to be startled the next moment as his family stared at him in wide-eyed astonishment, as if they had seen a ghost. What is the matter? Pei Jichang felt a twinge of guilt. Brother, why are you suddenly so talkative? You couldn't even muster a word earlier, Jihong exclaimed, not out of disrespect, but rather reflecting a lack of decorum. I've had an epiphany. Perhaps we'll all rise to greater heights. This is a blessing in disguise. Now let us eat. Pei Jichang quickly lowered his head to his meal. The 3 family members exchanged glances, no longer speaking. Not for lack of questions, but rather out of a sense of awkwardness. In the end, the chicken was passed back and forth, with the elderly couple stubbornly refusing to eat, giving it all to their children. On the muddy path, a rickety tricycle wobbled along, carrying a person in a nylon bag in the back. Before they could exit the village, rain poured down. Dad, what should I do? If Pei Jichang comes to the school looking for me, my reputation will be ruined. How can I find a partner then? I would rather die than live like a pauper, and he has already gone mad. Himai clung tightly to her father's arm, crying out in despair. It's all right. Don't be afraid. If Pei Jichang arrives in the provincial capital, I will handle him and ensure he doesn't act recklessly. It's not a matter of life and death. In time, it will all fade away, He Minzhong reassured his daughter, though he himself felt immense psychological pressure. As a calamity had entered their home. Father, regardless of the circumstances, I must divorce Pei Jichang. How I wish that wretched peasant would meet his end against a wall. Himai cried, cursed, and broke down. The situation had unraveled to this extent, leaving the He family's carefully laid plans in shambles, and they found themselves entangled in a mess. The rickshaw jolted violently, causing their bones to ache. Both father and daughter from the He family felt particularly distressed. The rain poured increasingly, showing no signs of relenting until 3 in the afternoon. The village maintained an early schedule, typically resting by 8 in the evening and rising at 4 or 5 in the morning to work the fields. With little to occupy him at home, Pei Jichang braved the rain to visit the village secretary, Su Songshan. What brings you here? Su furrowed his brow, reluctant to let Pei enter. Secretary, please allow me inside. I wish to discuss matters concerning our land management. Pei Jichang, with a playful grin, slipped past Su and into the courtyard. His demeanor mirrored that of a sycophant from a previous life, adept at navigating the nuances of authority. Oh dear, why haven't the farming tools been moved inside yet? As he spoke, Pei bent down to assist, not out of necessity, but to convey his willingness to help. Despite Su's stern expression, he lifted the curtain to permit Pei to continue his task. Once the chores were completed, Pei lingered inside, casually strolling about. The home was considerably more affluent than that of a peasant, adorned with porcelain bowls, a flashlight, and even a sewing machine. Now, let us address any remaining issues regarding the land, Su stated as he settled into a chair, tapping his pipe and filling it with tobacco. Allow me. Pei eagerly leaned in. I never realized you possessed such insight. Su reclined, squinting, already weary from the day's toils. The decision regarding land management is exceptional. It's evident that only designated officials from the county have the capacity to execute such tasks, possessing not only education but also vision. When working in the team, my family's honesty led to unfair labor allocations, and it dampened our spirits. But look at us now. Since we began managing our own affairs, we rise earlier and work with renewed vigor, and our yields have multiplied. This morning, the village youth struck you, and I truly felt disheartened. You are the one genuinely dedicated to the betterment of Pingtu village. Pei Jichang's voice intensified, his emotional delivery striking a chord. Indeed, Su's eyes widened. Given the morning's events, he was in desperate need of support, and unexpectedly, it came from Pei. I never anticipated you would understand me. I am wholeheartedly committed to the development of Pingtu village. Su declared emphatically, a hint of excitement in his tone. You are truly a commendable official who accomplishes tangible work for the farmers. Pei's expression was exaggerated as he gave a thumbs up, lighting his tobacco with a match and indulging in a puff. He had long craved the smoke. The village secretary was taken aback, realizing Pei was indulging in his own tobacco. Chapter 11. Choosing the right path in relationships, Su reached for the pipe, but Pei naturally waved him off. Turning to continue enjoying his smoke, and then enthusiastically added, I believe the future lies in every household independently managing their land. This is the new path for rural development. The matter of tobacco, you see, is not merely a casual gesture, but rather a spark of lively conversation. I shall later announce in the village. Articulating your family's affairs with great care. Shaojiang village has achieved remarkable success. We must learn from excellence. The specialization of land management can most effectively mobilize the enthusiasm of the villagers, serving as the most efficient method to enhance agricultural yield. Su Songsheng, with a spirited demeanor, continued his discourse. Pei Jichang was adept at fostering camaraderie, skillfully steering the conversation towards topics that piqued Su Songsheng's interest, all the while with a purposeful intent. After all, the Pei family was the first in Pingtu village to specialize in land management, yielding bountiful harvests of corn. Gradually, in a jesting tone, Pei Jichang broached the subject of commerce, under the pretext of improving the villagers' livelihoods. However, Su Songsheng erupted with fervor, vehemently opposing the notion. Such thinking must not prevail. Selling surplus grain to the city is nothing but speculation. The collective must manage grain sales, which will then be handled by the Grain Bureau. Seizing the pipe, Su Songsheng vigorously wiped the mouthpiece with his sleeve before taking deep puffs of the dry tobacco. Indeed, the secretary is correct. I was merely jesting, and I shall certainly contribute the surplus grain to the collective. Pei Jichang quickly nodded in agreement. Recognizing that Su Songsheng's intense reaction aligned perfectly with his stereotypes of this era. With the market economy just having been relaxed, everyone was cautiously navigating uncharted waters. Fearful of making mistakes, policies oscillated between support and suppression, existing within an extremely contradictory system. Many goods were directly priced by the state, laying the groundwork for the subsequent introduction of a dual price system, which, while severely undermining the development of a commodity economy, aimed to curb the incessantly rising prices. People's understanding of collective and personal wealth remained blurred. The singular nature of goods led to heightened demand. For instance, there was not even a vendor selling roasted corn on the streets, while sweetened water had become a favored beverage among children, and Coca-Cola was regarded as a luxury product. Pei Jichang gradually came to comprehend this unfamiliar yet legendary era, gaining new insights into Su Songsheng as an individual. Flattery is inherent to human nature, and one should not hastily label Su Songsheng as a villain simply because he seeks to curry favor with provincial leaders in the face of opportunity. Anyone can reveal their less savory side. Yet, one thing is clear. Su Songsheng genuinely desires to improve the villagers' lives, thus it may be worthwhile to engage with him, as his intentions are not solely driven by self-interest. Secretary, you must provide me with a letter of introduction. I intend to visit the provincial capital to see my wife. Suddenly, Pei Jichang's demeanor turned grave, and the atmosphere in the room became instantly tense. The collective cannot provide that. You must go to the commune. Su Songsheng's voice was dismissive, his gaze evasive. I know that you must take me to the commune, and it requires your endorsement as village secretary, Pei Jichang promptly replied. Oh, can't you refrain from causing a stir? Can't you just live your life peacefully? The corn in the fields is ready for harvest. Su Songsheng furrowed his brow, clenching his fists tightly, appearing earnest in his concern. As he saw off He Minzhong and his daughter, He Minzhong imparted some crucial words to him. If you do not assist me in getting an introduction, I will report you to the town for obstructing our reunion, especially since we are not yet divorced. Pei Jichang's expression changed instantly. Su Songsheng took a drag from his pipe, pondering the situation concerning the He family, which had ignited public outrage. Who among them did not curse? Moreover, his actions had already stirred discontent among the villagers. Should he persist in his obstinacy, the community could easily ostracize him. Yet, He Minzhong continued to implore him, seeking to confine Pei Jichang within the village, which made Su Songsheng waver. Perhaps it was best to wait a couple of days. After all, they had only just parted ways. Su Songsheng reluctantly acquiesced. By the way, secretary, What exactly is my father-in-law's position in the provincial capital? Pei Jichang casually broached the topic, wishing to avoid enmity with the village secretary, as they would need to collaborate in the future. He is the second in command at the Municipal Bureau of Education and Culture, a genuine state official, far superior to anyone in the town or county. Take my advice, settle for some compensation. One cannot force a reluctant fruit to be sweet. As Su Songxing spoke, the door creaked open, and a young man entered, about the same age as his younger sister. Pei Jichang's faint memories surged. This lad must be Su Songxing's eldest son, who casually settled onto the back kong and retrieved a compact radio from a rolled-up blanket. Their family was still quite prosperous. Secretary, allow me to utter some unpalatable truths. When it comes to connections, one must not only consider official titles, but also the willingness of the other party to contribute. Reflect on how fiercely He Minzhong harbors resentment towards the Pei family. It is improbable that he would introduce your son or facilitate his admission to university. Pei Jichang lowered his voice, his expression abruptly turning grave. Su Songxing was taken aback, bewildered by how Pei Jichang knew of the request he had made to He Minzhong regarding his son's academic pursuits, a matter he had only mentioned during their midday farewell. Before the comprehensive relaxation of the college entrance examination policies, the only pathway to university was through recommendations made by local officials, who would endorse a select few promising youths for educational opportunities, predominantly the offspring of the elite, leaving genuine impoverished farmers with little hope. After 1978, policies effectively severed this route. There may have been a few slots last year, but this year, such practices were entirely prohibited. Naturally, there would still be those seeking shortcuts. Yet the village secretary no longer possessed the authority to facilitate such matters, connections at least needed to reach the city level. Upon learning of He Minzhong's position, Pei Jichang comprehended why the village secretary had been so obsequious. That is not the case. Su Songxing quickly waved his hands in denial. Consider this carefully. He my desires to utterly sever ties with Pingtu village. It is not merely about me. Every household here holds leverage, making it implausible for him to exert effort to send your son to the city. Furthermore, this endeavor is fraught with difficulty. He Minzhong would bear significant responsibility. Recall the tribulations he has endured. He cherishes his reputation more than anyone else. Otherwise, he would not fear the prospect of disturbances arising from my actions in the provincial capital. The He family is merely exploiting you. Pei Jichang continued to analyze meticulously. Well-versed in the intricacies of the system, having aided many in resolving similar issues in his previous life, Su Songxing fell silent, carefully contemplating these words, and suddenly found them quite reasonable. The room fell into silence, the rain outside dwindling. Pei Jichang casually picked up a newspaper from the table to read. In this era, information could only be disseminated through newspapers, and the majority of people remained illiterate. With a significant portion of the population unable to read, one could only imagine the severity of the national situation. Earlier, on his way to the village chief's house, Pei Jichang took a detour around Pingtu village, which is undeniably impoverished, lacking even basic electricity. He brushed past those returning from the fields, yet each face radiated joy, and friendly inquiries such as "Have you eaten?" reflected not only a yearning for a better life, but also a demonstration of kindness. However, a heaviness settled in Pei Jichang's chest. After recognizing the vast chasm between his life and the world, could he still muster the courage to pursue his dreams? Pei Jichang found it hard to believe, and profound doubts crept in about the authenticity of China's future prosperity. The newspapers were filled with reports about a vendor selling sunflower seeds whose business was unexpectedly thriving, even launching a new brand called Full Seeds. The social response was so significant that a research team from Beijing had to be dispatched, underscoring the determination to liberalize the economy. Yet, it also hinted at the stringent measures against economic crimes, with reports of hundreds of thousands of such cases nationwide over the past couple of years. Here, no one could offer Pei Jichang any solace as he pondered this. As the rain lessened, Su Songxing snapped back to reality. "Aren't you leaving?" he asked. "I'll go after reading this newspaper," Pei Jichang replied, his gaze unwavering. "Oh, what is this? You can read?" Su Songxing's eyes widened as he leaned closer. "You can really read?" "Indeed." Pei Jichang and Su Songxing locked eyes. Chapter 12. Leaving a good impression. Come, read this passage aloud. Su Songxing, skeptical, leaned in to start from a character with many strokes. Pei Jichang cleared his throat and began reading clearly and accurately, leaving Su Songxing astounded that he read every word flawlessly. Has the quiet Pei family finally revealed their talents? Not only can you articulate, but you can also read. How astonishing. Su Songxing swallowed hard, a smirk creeping onto his face, though it didn't reach his eyes. I recall you never attended school. Surely, he might taught you this at home. Realizing he had misspoken, Su Songsheng quickly offered his pipe, attempting to change the subject. Have a puff. Pei Jichang took the pipe, wiping the mouthpiece vigorously before inhaling deeply, lowering his head as smoke rings danced around his forehead. My bond with my wife has always been profound. Himai was merely momentarily misguided. I believe one day she will return to her senses. In a few days, I intend to send some corn to my wife in the provincial capital. Perhaps she, too, will long for the grains of her hometown. Pei Jichang, demonstrating some resilience, noticed the village chief's eyes glisten with emotion. Of course, Pei Jichang's plan was merely to visit the provincial capital, to grasp the current situation while also vexing the He family. He knew that to address the thorn in his heart, he must occasionally exert pressure. It was not yet time to set conditions. He would wait until the meat was sufficiently fat before striking. Su Songsheng smacked his lips, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a wave of compassion as he understood why the village youth had retaliated against him, siding with the He family in their bullying of the old Pei family. Himai's treachery was truly inhumane. The village chief bore a sense of guilt. Pei Jichang, witnessing the emotional atmosphere reach its peak, stood up to take his leave. Secretary, I shall take my leave now. Once the corn is harvested, I will bring some to your home. Regardless of the circumstances, my family still holds you in high regard. With that, Pei Jichang parted the curtain and stepped into the courtyard. Su Songsheng abruptly lifted his head, engulfed in a wave of guilt, unsure of what to say. Thus, he casually inquired, why not stay for a meal? Certainly. Pei Jichang immediately turned back, donning that innocent smile, seemingly devoid of any ulterior motives. Su Songsheng offered an awkward chuckle, slightly regretting his invitation. As he had planned a special dinner that evening for his daughter's birthday, having an outsider present felt rather inappropriate. Su Songsheng became conflicted. Yet Pei Jichang had already returned to the springy sofa, puffing on his pipe with gusto. As dusk settled in, the family of four, accompanied by the robust outsider, gathered around an octagonal table to share a meal. Pei Jichang, perhaps adhering to local customs, was genuinely hungry and eager for a hearty meal, while also wishing to cultivate a good rapport with the village secretary, which could prove invaluable. The intricacies of human relationships are inherently paradoxical. The interactions along the way can often mend initial grievances. It is crucial to engage and collaborate more. In the village, while simplicity and kindness are genuine, narrow-mindedness also prevails. Often, after conflicts arise, individuals may never communicate again. Pei Jichang's open-hearted nature, however, earned him a measure of admiration from Su Songsheng. Your sister-in-law is a teacher in the township? Oh, how impressive, he exclaimed, as he savored a small cake for the first time, finding it excessively sweet. In that era, cakes were indeed a rare delicacy, crafted from eggs, flour, and sugar, with a short shelf life. Long queues often formed outside the cake factory. You must call her auntie, Su Songsheng insisted emphatically. His wife, Lu Ermei, chuckled pleasantly, not minding the extra pair of chopsticks, feeling a pang of sympathy for the earnest man, and detesting Himai's actions. Pei Jichang's affection for his wife was well known in the village. It was quite rare to find someone who did not toil in the fields during these times. Meanwhile, Su Songsheng's daughter, Su Qing, appeared somewhat displeased, pouting slightly, while her elder brother, Su Liang, focused on his bread in silence. The siblings were merely a year apart, one 18, the other 17. Oh dear. There were hardly any small buns to begin with, Su Qing murmured, earning a disapproving glance from Lu Ermei. Pei Jichang pretended not to hear, but nonetheless took an additional bun, intending to save it for the younger sister, who had never tasted one. Observing Su Qing, who was already in high school, he thought securing a job in the county would surely not pose a problem for her. And what of his own younger sister? She toiled daily, her skin darkened by the sun, and all the eggs had gone to Himai. Pei Jichang dared not dwell on such thoughts, burdened by guilt. The simple meal left a positive impression of Pei Jichang on the family. He refrained from mentioning the introduction letter again, instead emphasizing the importance of being a role model and expressing his intent to follow the village secretary's lead, encouraging the villagers to manage their land independently. After dinner, under the silvery moonlight, Pei Jichang strode forward, while Su Qing shot him a fierce glare, muttering under her breath, how shameless, taking both food and gifts. In the front room, Su Liang and Su Qing were engrossed in their studies, while in the back room, a couple whispered to each other. The people in the brigade were already dissatisfied with me. Alas, I am at a loss as to how to proceed with my work. If I could achieve results in Pingtu village, I might be able to transfer back to the county. The old Pei family has been doing quite well, setting a leading example, and Jichang, with his eloquence, should be able to handle matters adeptly. Lu Ermei hesitated to speak, refraining from asking, as her initial impression of Pei Jichang diverged from the village's gossip portraying him as a dullard. I wonder if my assistance to Minzhong could pave the way for our son to enter university. Relying solely on his own efforts seems an insurmountable challenge. Su Songsheng lay wearily on the Kong, exclaiming, "It is indeed difficult to traverse a narrow bridge amidst 1,000 troops." Lu Ermei sighed heavily. When Pei Jichang returned to the earthen courtyard, the cold room still glimmered with light, and Bai Xinxiao called out, "Son, I'm back." Pei Jichang promptly responded. Shortly after, the farmer extinguished the kerosene lamp, plunging the courtyard into an extraordinary silence and darkness. The family had reserved the main room for Pei Jichang, considering the elder's views. It was not ideal for him to marry again. As long as the girl was willing to marry in, she could occupy the inner room. Knocking on the door, Pei Jichang was soon met by his younger sister, who opened the door halfway, her voice stiff. "Brother, what is it? I brought you a cake. Do try it." Pei Jichang offered the cake to Jihong. Her eyes sparkled instantly, and with a hearty gulp, she stuffed the cake into her mouth, primarily obeying her brother's wishes. When it came to tasting for their parents, Pei Jichang forcibly swallowed back the morsel. "Father, Mother, you and Jihong should sleep in the inner room. I will stay in the cold room. It's getting chillier." "No need. We are not cold. You go to sleep." Jihong, close the door, Bai Xinxiao said, sitting up in bed and waving her hand emphatically. "You must listen to me." Pei Jichang stepped forward, attempting to enter the room. But Jihong abruptly slammed the door shut with a loud bang, nearly striking his nose. "See, my sister listens not only to me, but also to our parents." Pei Jichang shook his head in resignation, deciding to wait until tomorrow to address the matter and return to his room to sleep. Yet it was only 8 in the evening, and the village had descended into a serene quietude. Chapter 13. This blood-soaked money. The paper window was smeared with paste, affixed with hemp cloth, and coated with several layers of oil for waterproofing, which rendered the sunlight that seeped through dappled and spotty as it fell upon the back con. Pei Jichang gradually felt a sense of heat. After tossing and turning several times, he was startled awake, sitting up abruptly. He gasped for breath, feeling a heavy oppression in his chest. Hastily, he got off the Kong and, dragging his cloth shoes, walked out into the courtyard. The morning sun was blinding, causing Pei Jichang to squint, and suddenly he felt disoriented, bending over for quite some time before regaining his senses. "This marks the 3rd day of my arrival in this antiquated era, on the 4th of September, 1979. It should be around 7 o'clock in the morning. Yet the courtyard remains eerily silent, as the 3 members of the household have gone out to the fields, leaving only a few hens flapping their wings and clucking softly. In the corner, atop the stove, several small bowls are covered by a pot lid. Pei Jichang approaches and lifts the lid, revealing the meal left for him, 4 boiled sweet potatoes, 4 corn buns, and a bowl of lukewarm porridge. A smile involuntarily graces Pei Jichang's lips as he recalls the commotion with the He family, during which he had given He Minzhong a shoulder pull, leading to his father's furious reprimand, while his mother's love for him was unwavering, even to the point of risking her life. His younger sister, possessing a capable demeanor, is both obedient and selfless, embodying the essence of a good child. Such familial bonds are exceedingly precious, ensnaring Pei Jichang in their warmth. After hastily consuming his meal, he departs, noting how the people of this era possess truly hearty appetites. Even the corn buns, larger than fists, are devoured with ease. The village path, a dirt road, is refreshed by a particularly cool breeze. Pingtu village predominantly consists of earthen houses, with only a few brick and tile homes, making it the poorest village in the township, which consequently complicates the prospects for the village's youth in seeking brides, as many deem the poverty unappealing. This hints at the early signs of a bachelor village. Pei Jichang encounters few individuals on his way, as most have gone to work the fields. Upon reaching a crossroads, he spots several elderly folks seated on stones, engaging in conversation, who cannot help but smile at him. "Jichang, why are you so late to the fields today? Have you eaten?" Yes, Pei Jichang replies with a smile, quickening his pace, wanting to avoid any further inquiries from the elderly women. From the opera stage opposite the brigade, the sounds of children's laughter can be heard, as it is home to the village's supply cooperative, a bustling hub. To dine out, one must venture to the county, as even the town lacks a state-run restaurant. Life here is rather barren. The land managed by the old Pei family is situated on the back mountain, requiring a trek of 3 to 4 kilometers along narrow paths to reach it, totaling 10 acres, divided among 5 family members. The primary sustenance in the village consists of cornmeal, and during collection, the price per pound can yield a few extra cents. Thus, the old Pei family cultivates solely corn, eschewing sweet potatoes and pumpkins due to the perceived hassle. This year's yield appears promising, with ample rainfall allowing for over 3,000 corn seedlings per acre, much to the delight of old Pei, who often muses about exchanging the harvest for money at the brigade. Standing atop the mountain, Pei Jichang surveys the verdant expanse before him. His keen eyes discern movement among the distant corn stalks, prompting him to rush over. The plants are thriving, resembling plump infants, though the thick stalks raise concerns about the ease of harvesting. With a smile lingering on his lips, Pei Jichang, having developed muscle memory, adeptly navigates the field, avoiding the sharp blades of leaves. Before long, he reunites with the three members of his household. Bai Xinxiao's face is tightly wrinkled with laughter as she hands Pei Jichang a military green water bottle. Pei Yingshi wipes the beads of sweat from his brow with his sleeve before returning to the task of shucking corn. Meanwhile, his younger sister, wearing a serious expression, inquires, "Brother, when I woke up this morning, my mouth was sweet. What exactly is cake made of?" "Cream and sugar are readily available in town, so brother will fetch some to let our parents have a taste." Pei Jichang gently ruffled his younger sister's hair, observing her sun-kissed complexion, despite her tender demeanor. Her expression bore an uncharacteristic scowl, as if he owed her a debt. He then slung the water bottle around his neck, refraining from drinking from it, as it was their only one at home and needed to be conserved. With the planting season in June and the harvest in October, the warm and humid climate this year had accelerated the growth of some crops, which were now ready for early harvesting. This was not merely to earn labor points, but to benefit themselves. "Don't spend recklessly. Mother says we need to save money for your future wife." Jihong continued her work, her voice carrying an unusual maturity. The crops on their 10 acres should yield over 30 yuan, and while the prospect of marrying a town girl seemed far-fetched, surely there were those in the neighboring village who would be willing. Bai Xinxiao cheerfully filled a velvet bag with corn, her laughter ringing out. Pei Jichang glanced back, noticing that after their mother's words, all three were smiling, but he swallowed his own words, feeling utterly inadequate in the moment. Their father, mother, and little sister only wished for Pei Jichang to grow up, marry, and start a family, without a thought for themselves. Faced with such simple yet profound love, Pei Jichang felt lost. He turned slightly, noticing fresh scratches on his sister's sturdy arms, blood visible. This reminded him of the village chief's daughter, Su Qing, who was the same age as his sister but attended school in town, riding a bicycle and enjoying treats like cake, never having known a day of hardship. What future awaited his sister? Marrying into the neighboring village would still leave her to toil in the fields, raising children, laboring her entire life without enjoyment, living first for her elder brother and later for her offspring. Sister, brother. Pei Jichang suddenly choked up, quickly lowering his head, but tears slipped down his nose. Who would have thought he could become so sentimental? His sister looked up, noticing her brother's mumbling. Seeing him silent, she returned to her work. The family of four lapsed into silence, reminiscent of days past, all appearing taciturn. After a while, Pei Jichang managed to stabilize his emotions and offered the water bottle to Jihong. "Sister, have a drink." "No, I still taste the cream. I'm afraid it will dilute it," Jihong replied with a serious face. Suddenly, Pei Jichang lost his composure and began to cry, lamenting. "Why must my sister speak with such sharpness when her face is so sour?" The others exchanged glances, understanding that his tears were likely tied to the distress over their struggles, yet no one spoke up, returning to their silent labor. What was there to say? The real support for him lay in working hard, selling grain to the collective, and earning more money for his marriage. In the ensuing scene, a burly man wept while laboring, while the other three continued their work with stern expressions, unyielding in their toil. After laboring tirelessly in the fields for several months, they could only earn a meager sum of over 30 yuan, most of which was spent on matchmaking services. The money felt tainted, and Pei Jichang's heart was too tender to withstand even the slightest disturbance. They worked diligently until noon before the family of four finally paused. Jihong approached her elder brother, extending her hand. "Brother, where's my steamed corn bun?" "What steamed corn bun?" Pei Jichang's voice trembled with a hint of sorrow. "The one under the pot lid. You were late to the fields, and our parents wanted you to rest a bit longer, so they didn't call you. Didn't you bring it when you came?" Pei Jihong's eyes widened in disbelief, while their parents cast terrified glances at Pei Jichang. All three pressed their lips together, truly hungry. "For steamed corn buns. For sweet potatoes. Was that all we had for the family meal? Oh, woe is me." Pei Jichang wept uncontrollably, feeling utterly desolate. Sighing deeply, Pei Yingshi remained silent. As did the others. What could they say? They decided to rest in the shade for a while before resuming their labor. Chapter 14. The gaze that lingers while it was still dark, around 4 or 5 in the morning, they began their work, laboring until after 6 in the afternoon before heading home. The four of them pushed a small wheelbarrow laden with nylon bags full of corn. Wobbling along the narrow path back, Pei Jichang followed closely behind his sister, constantly worried she might stumble on the hillside. Yet, Jihong walked steadily, her expression fierce as she climbed, seeming as if she might shatter her back teeth in the effort. Reflecting on their hardships, which were even more burdensome, Pei Jichang felt a rising resentment towards the honest and straightforward individuals in his life, particularly as the family's eggs were to be given to Himai. Alongside the need to tend to that woman, he believed one must first be selfish and care for one's family before discussing generosity. Upon exiting the back mountain, they encountered villagers who were also returning from the fields, laughing and chatting, fanning themselves with straw hats. Their clothes were clean, and they appeared quite content. A striking contrast to Pei's family. Jihong's face glistened with sweat, her clothes soaked in dirt and perspiration. These villagers worked for the collective, earning grain through labor, while the Pei family toiled solely for themselves. Jichang, your harvest looks impressive. Ban Xiaoqing approached Pei Jichang's wheelbarrow, pulling back a nylon bag to glimpse the golden corn cobs within, unable to suppress her envy. The Pei family is truly fortunate. Having just begun to cultivate their land independently, they are blessed with a good year. Indeed, the corn is splendid. You will surely reap a substantial profit from the collective. Other villagers gathered around, chattering excitedly, their envy palpable. Old Pei smiled tightly, saying nothing, while Jihong and Bai Xinxiao kept their heads down, silent. Pei Jichang, however, exclaimed loudly, our Pei family has set a fine example. If one wishes to live well, one must engage in independent farming. After all, we are already working the fields. We might as well work for ourselves. Securing land contracts early is the key. Once spoken, his words prompted reflection among the listeners, yet the villagers hesitated. Primarily out of fear, what if the harvest failed? Pei Jichang gazed towards the direction of the brigade, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, before turning to Ban Xiaoqing and saying, wait for me at home tonight. I will come find you. What is it? Ban Xiaoqing inquired in a low voice. He was a few years younger than Pei Jichang, of a similar age to his younger sister, yet had never referred to him as brother, believing himself to be more capable than the taciturn Pei. There has been an incident at my home. I would appreciate your assistance in bringing some items over as a gesture of gratitude. Pei Jichang chuckled lightly. That sounds wonderful. Ban Xiaoqing replied with a playful grin, throwing an arm around Pei Jichang's shoulders. As the crowd approached the theater, they began to disperse towards their homes. The footsteps of the old Pei family slowed, as there remained a steep incline ahead that required some exertion. It smells so good. Suddenly lifting her head, the younger sister, who had been looking down, noticed a bicycle ringing past her. She watched the occupants of the bicycle, while Pei Jichang's gaze lingered on her. The bicycle carried the children of the village secretary. Su Liang was riding, with Su Qing seated behind him, cradling a plastic bag filled to the brim with small cakes. There was no comparison. The village secretary's spouse was a teacher in town, a salaried individual. The younger sister quickly redirected her gaze, pursed her lips, and continued to push her unicycle forward, yet Pei Jichang's eyes remained fixed on her for an extended moment. Gradually, the sky darkened. Jinlin City, Jinlin University. On the somewhat antiquated campus path, the streetlights cast a dim glow, flanked by lush, old locust trees. Occasionally, leaves fluttered down with the wind, embodying the lingering essence of autumn. A banner hung overhead, exuberantly welcoming new students, radiating a golden aura that imparted an inexplicable strength, prompting the students' strides to grow resolute. It was around 7 or 8 in the evening, yet the campus buzzed with life. Students meandered about, discussing future plans, sharing past experiences, and immersing themselves in the vitality of youth, genuinely sensing the call of the times. Classmate, allow me to assist you. A man in a white shirt, clutching a book under his arm, quickened his pace to shoulder a female classmate's luggage. Thank you so much, Himai murmured gratefully, hurrying to keep pace with the man as they navigated through the crowd. It's nothing, no need to be polite, he replied, glancing at the girl and noting her refreshing beauty, which influenced his decision to help. Are you here for registration? Yes. Himai nodded vigorously. Why did you arrive so late? I am also a newcomer, but I moved into the dormitory this morning. The man conversed while walking. I had some family matters to attend to, Himai replied softly. I truly appreciate your help. I have never encountered so many people before. I felt a bit dizzy and didn't know where to go. No worries. The girls' dormitory is to the east, he said with a gentle smile, sensing her fatigue, and slowed his pace. Gradually, they began to walk side by side. Where are you from? Did you ever jump the queue? He casually inquired. I never jumped ahead. I stayed in Ping City the whole time. I was ill for 2 years in high school and spent that time recuperating at home. Then I managed to enter university through self-study. Himai furrowed her brows slightly. As she spoke, a subtle pain lingered in her heart. It's quite impressive. I studied for 2 years to pass. I even went to another province to take part in the queue. I'm a bit older, 25 this year, the man remarked. I'm 20, Himai quickly replied. At your age, you're still quite young. In my dormitory, there are brothers over 30, already married with children. By the way, you're not married, are you? The man smiled faintly, his tone seemingly playful, but with a strong underlying intention. No, I'm not married. Himai interjected. Neither am I. It's just that. The man continued, placing his luggage on a step and extending his hand. Classmate, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Dong Hongwei. I'm Himai, like the wheat in Xiaomai. I am also delighted to meet you, she replied, shyly placing her small hand in his. Feeling the warmth. Afterward, Dong Hongwei departed, and Himai watched his retreating figure, her gaze becoming increasingly dreamy. He wore a watch that appeared to be from a foreign brand, undoubtedly expensive. He must come from a prominent family. His white shirt looked truly splendid, and he carried a subtle scent of perfume rather than the unpleasant odor of sweat or feet. Pei Jichang, why won't you agree to our divorce? Can't you just die? And that Pei Jichang, always wearing a long face, who is she frowning for? What a wretched life, suffering endlessly. Suddenly, Himai's expression grew malicious. Chapter 15. Two-faced schemes. Pei Jichang, navigating in the dark, made his way toward the nearby village, which was home to affluent households residing in brick and tile houses. The earthen houses and cave dwellings were situated on the mountains, referred to as the back village. If Pingtu village prospered through self-sufficient agricultural practices, surrounding villages would inevitably follow suit. This would enhance the fertilizer trade, thus fostering the development of livestock farming, making the feed business flourish as well. The scientific approach to pig farming had gained significant momentum in recent years, particularly with the promotion of white-skinned pigs. These two agricultural support industries were essentially intertwined. Yet how could one persuade the village secretary to relent, becoming a pioneer in this endeavor? In a certain sense, Su Songsheng was quite principled. Otherwise, he would not have ventured to such a poor place as Pingtu village. As Pei Jichang pondered these matters, his expression grew increasingly serious. In the context of China's national conditions, only by adhering to policies could one earn money. However, the challenge lay in how to win over township leaders while avoiding speculation and opportunism. Upon arriving at the courtyard of Ban Xiaoqing's home, Pei Jichang could faintly hear voices within, discussing the affairs of the old Pei family. He discreetly hid a velvet bag in a pile of straw before knocking on the iron gate. Not far ahead was the village secretary's home, where he would need to visit shortly. Who is it? Ban Xiaoqing called out loudly, striding over to pull open the iron gate. Upon seeing Pei Jichang, a look of surprise crossed her face. She had not expected the reticent man to truly arrive. Were you just gossiping about my family behind my back? Pei Jichang smiled as he stepped into the courtyard, cradling over 10 ears of corn, their cobs tightly bundled, clearly of exceptional quality. What do you mean by that? Am I someone who would speak ill of you to your face? When have I ever backed down? Ban Xiaoqing forcefully patted Pei Jichang on the back, speaking with a brusque tone. However, Pei Jichang merely chuckled, seemingly unfazed. Originally, he had adopted the persona of one who endures hardship and suffering, the quiet type. Moreover, the fact that this towering figure dared to argue with the deputy director rendered the situation less alarming. Your head truly is. Pei Jichang raised his gaze slightly. Standing over 1.8 meters tall himself, he found Ban Xiaoqing towering above him by half a head. Such a robust individual, who could easily be mistaken for a simpleton, would surely provoke whispers from onlookers. Su Songsheng appeared quite timid in comparison. However, when dealing with such individuals, it was best to align with their intentions and then guide them, making communication much smoother. Ban Xiaoqing lifted the curtain as Pei Jichang entered the room. Clutching a bundle of corn, the kerosene lamp illuminated the room, and shadows flickered near the back column. Uncle, Auntie, a few days ago, something happened in my family. And Xiaoqing lent a tremendous hand. I just harvested the corn and rushed over to your home. Pei Jichang's voice resonated as he placed the corn on the cupboard. While the elderly couple approached the front room, the corn cobs glimmering like gold. Ah, look at how these corns have grown, Ban Kundai exclaimed, peeling back the husks to reveal plump, oversized kernels, reminiscent of chubby children, their eyes sparkling with delight. Jichang, Auntie tells you, you must learn to let go. And you can't jump into the well again. How would your parents survive? We can look for a wife for you later. Zhang Xiun pulled Pei Jichang to sit on the back kong, her maternal instincts evident as her expression turned anxious. Uncle, all this corn is for your family. Everyone who came to help us must be compensated, but this matter must not be spoken of. Pei Jichang initially called out loudly, then turned to grasp Zhang Ziyun's hand. Sighing deeply, Auntie, I've remembered your words well. You have always treated my family kindly. Just look at what Su Songsheng has done, aiding outsiders and bullying our village. If only my uncle could become the village secretary. It should be my father. Ban Xiaoqing's demeanor shifted dramatically as he stood firmly on the back column. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Su Songsheng is an elected official from the township, a bona fide high school graduate, tasked with helping Pingtu village alleviate poverty. How could a simpleton like me compare? Ban Kundai moved to the back column, taking a small stool beside the bellows and lighting his pipe. The dim light of the room cast a familiar atmosphere as villagers gathered to chat, often crammed together on the back column. But didn't the brigade make a public statement that Su Songsheng is unfit to be the village secretary? Furthermore, why can't we choose our own village secretary? Do we need an outsider? I will certainly recommend my uncle for the position. Pei Jichang wore a naive expression. Jichang, if anything arises in your family in the future, I will definitely support you. Ban Xiaoqing exclaimed excitedly, patting Pei Jichang's shoulder. After all, at just 18 or 19, though rural youth may take on responsibilities early, they often marry young and face hardships sooner, remaining considerably less mature compared to their urban counterparts. Pei Jichang quickly echoed, I feel the same way. A meeting should indeed be convened in the brigade to thoroughly discuss Su Songsheng's performance. Ban Kundai set down his pipe, visibly intrigued. After exchanging a few more words, Pei Jichang took his leave, not forgetting to remind them once more to avoid discussing the matter of corn, insisting that they should only take what was necessary for their family. Once the taciturn figure departed, the family of three continued their conversation. Mom, please boil some corn for me, Ban Xiaoqing exclaimed. Jichang's demeanor had transformed. He spoke without hesitation, as if he had suddenly gained insight. Zhang Ziyun busied herself with the firewood, all the while chattering, he has given us such a generous amount of corn. What a simple-hearted lad he is. The old Pei family is filled with earnest folks, devoid of any ill intentions. With the harvest improving, the surplus grain in the commune has increased, and this village leader has become quite prosperous. Ban Kunan took a deep drag on his pipe, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, Ban Xiaoqing retained the conversation's essence in her mind, pondering over it. A man, burdened with a sack of corn, entered the courtyard of the village leader's home. What on earth are you doing with so much corn? Hurry, take it back. I only need a couple of years, Su Songsheng insisted, waving his hands in refusal. This was also his first experience receiving a gift since becoming a township official. Leader, the villagers have taken advantage of my family's honesty, making us work the same amount of points while my family of four bears the brunt of the labor. Initially, my father was too afraid to manage the land independently, for we had no surplus grain to survive on. If it weren't for your guarantee, promising to allocate grain to us in case of failure, we wouldn't be living this good life now. Regardless of the wheat situation, no matter how the villagers treat us, I will forever remember your kindness. You are like a brother to me. Pei Jichang's voice rang out robustly, his posture straight as he spoke with utmost seriousness, akin to a solemn oath. At that moment, Su Songsheng was taken aback, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him, even grappling with the urge to slap himself for the nature of his actions. Lu Ermiai shot a disapproving glance at Su Songsheng, equally perturbed by her partner's excessive handling of the Pei family's affairs. Come, let me help you carry it inside. Pei Jichang hoisted the sack onto his shoulder once more, disregarding Su Songsheng's protests as he strode purposefully toward the inner room. Yet, in the dimly lit courtyard, no one could decipher Pei Jichang's expression. He was profoundly shrewd. Only by putting Su Songsheng in a difficult position would he find himself in urgent need of assistance. And if no challenges arose, he would contrive some. Chapter 16. They could not contain their anticipation, seeking advantage leader, when I returned from the fields today. The villagers were all gathered around our corn, marveling at the size of the ears. If every household engaged in land management, Pingtu village could thrive next year. Pei Jichang crouched down, fervently peeling back the husks, his excitement seemingly boundless. Oh my, look how plump these kernels are. This year's rainfall has been abundant, and the harvest is quite impressive. Moreover, with the emphasis on scientific cultivation, yields could increase even further. Su Songsheng also crouched down to inspect the corn. Lu Ermiai poured a glass of sugar water for Pei Jichang, and when she handed it to him, he accepted it without hesitation, tilting his head back to drink deeply. Su Qing and Su Liang were studying by candlelight at the desk, stealing glances in their direction. It seems we must indeed take the step toward independent land management. Su Songsheng mused. Pei Jichang gazed intently at the serious countenance of the village secretary. After a brief silence, he spoke in a low voice. since our family initiated this. Those who genuinely toil cannot remain idle. No one wishes to let others reap the rewards without effort. Listening to these words, Su Songxing's gaze turned distant, his cheeks twitching slightly. Pei Jichang noticed this. The secretary's inner thoughts must be quite complex. With a spouse teaching in town, making daily trips, he desperately needed to achieve results to facilitate a transfer back to the town or even the county. The bicycle parked at the entrance, caked with mud, suggested that as the weather turned colder, the roads would become increasingly treacherous. It appeared that Pei Jichang had little interaction with the village secretary. He had approached him only at the beginning of the year when contracting the land. The man's newfound loquacity was quickly accepted by Su Songxing, who harbored no suspicion. After all, the reputation of the Pei family was well regarded throughout the region, which could be interpreted as Pei Jichang redeeming his father's character. After engaging in conversation for over half an hour, Pei Jichang rose to take his leave. Noticing a small cake on the cabinet, he pursed his lips and, seemingly carefree, remarked, "This little cake smells delightful. I must take a few home." Lu Ermei promptly handed him a bag. Feeling a sense of obligation due to her guilt over the matter concerning Himai, as well as the fact that he had brought a sack of corn, necessitating a return gesture. "Thank you, sister-in-law. How could I accept this? My brother is truly fortunate to have married such a kind-hearted and beautiful woman with a stable job." Pei Jichang spoke rapidly, as if reciting a rhyme, his large hand swiftly snatching the bag like an eagle's claw, and he hurriedly exited, fearing it might be reclaimed. "Oh, by the way," Pei Jichang casually mentioned, "I'll take the flashlight too. I'll return it tomorrow." Su Songxing glanced at the bag and felt speechless. He only took 2? This man is so straightforward. I must be cautious not to be too polite with him in the future. Once Pei Jichang departed, the secretary's household began to grumble. That person is insufferable. How could he take so much? The little cake is worth far more than the corn. Dad, can we please not invite him over again? Su Qing stood up, expressing her dissatisfaction. While studying, she had been eagerly anticipating the cake, yet they had only left her with one. "I'm equally annoyed by that man. He never stops talking once he enters." Su Yang chimed in vehemently. "Both of you quiet down. Your pettiness is unbecoming. I'll buy you some more tomorrow," Lu Ermei admonished with a stern expression before turning back to converse softly with Su Songxing. "Songxing, since the market economy has been liberalized, various regions are tentatively navigating their own paths. The success of Shaojiang village has brought accolades to the related township officials. Everything is under scrutiny. As long as you achieve results, the higher-ups will take notice and promote you immediately." Lu Ermei's tone grew increasingly urgent. "Indeed, I must make my mark and achieve some results. Opportunities do not wait for anyone. Tomorrow, I will bring this matter up at the brigade," Su Songxing declared, his impatience palpable. On the narrow path ascending the mountain, Pei Jichang walked slowly, carefully clutching a small loaf of bread, his flashlight flickering incessantly. Su Songxing must be anxious, he thought, eager to achieve results. Otherwise, he would not have guaranteed for old Pei in the first place. However, now someone was coveting the position of village secretary. And regardless of right or wrong, they would inevitably take a contrary stance. As a result, old Pei's family became pivotal. Pei Jichang pondered these matters and recalled a past life when he had established a connection with a departmental official by first secretly creating problems and then resolving them. The root of the conflict lay in the potential for profit. At this very moment, Su Songxing was fixated on the scattered corn, yearning to achieve results. While Ban Kunai stared at the 10 or so ears of corn on the cabinet, hoping for surplus food, now that the brigade was thriving. Upon returning home, Pei Jichang found the 3 family members still asleep in the cold room. He pushed the door open and entered. His younger sister, curled up in the blanket, coldly inquired, "What are you doing here?" Her tone was devoid of any warmth, far too brusque. "Look what I brought you, little sister," Pei Jichang exclaimed, akin to soothing a child as he produced a small cake. "Where did you steal that from?" Jihong immediately sprang out of bed. "From the secretary's house." "No. What do you mean by that?" "The secretary gave it to me specifically. Let our parents have some too," Pei Jichang urged, fearing his sister was too obedient. "I don't want any." Bai Xinxiao laughed, waving her hand dismissively. "What is that? I definitely won't eat it." Pei Ying stubbornly maintained a straight face. "Come on. It's especially sweet, and there's plenty," Pei Jichang insisted, taking 2 small loaves from his sister's hands and forcefully placing them into their parents' mouths. Though the elderly protested, they chewed, and a smile spread across their wrinkled faces. "Sister, the cake won't last long. You must finish it all," Pei Jichang joked. "Brother, you eat too." Jihong nimbly shoved a small cake into Pei Jichang's mouth, and of course, Xiaohong indulged as well. "It's truly sweet." The 4 of them had their mouths stuffed, and suddenly they burst into laughter, their days growing ever sweeter, with several bags of corn piled in the corner. No longer worrying about food scarcity. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the dormitory building of Jinlin University had extinguished its lights, yet the new students were far from sleepy. Engaged in endless conversation, Himai earnestly inquired about each girl in the dormitory, asking where they hailed from. One named Qin Zhaodi, from the town of Pingtu, stirred discomfort within her. Himai, you're asking us questions, yet we still don't know where you're from. At 20, you must have participated in the work brigade, right? A head poked down from the upper bunk, belonging to a lively girl named Sui Qing, who was the youngest in the dormitory at 18. I never participated in the work brigade, Himai replied firmly. In this era, when it came to marriage, inquiries about each other's backgrounds were customary. If the other party learned of Pingtu village, what would she say? Thus, she endeavored to conceal that chapter of her past. My family resides in the city. I was ill for 2 years and studied at home due to my poor health, so I never went to the work brigade. Himai continued to explain, casting a glance at Qin Zhaodi. However, Qin Zhaodi remained engrossed in her book, lighting a candle, and did not engage in the conversation. Tomorrow, I shall treat everyone to a meal at the state-run restaurant, said Sui Qingqing with a cheerful smile. Himai glanced up with a smile, but continued the conversation, while a shadow had already cast over her heart. Chapter 17. Troublesome folk. Hearing the commotion outside, Pei Jichang hurriedly dressed and stepped out of the room, preparing to join his family in the fields. Good morning, everyone, he greeted with a smile. The warm memory of sharing small cakes in the cold room still vivid in his mind. It seemed that the dynamics within the family would soon change. However, Pei Ying, without lifting his head, continued to tie a sickle to the hand-pushed wheelbarrow. Bai Xinxiao was busy packing food into a bundle, merely glancing up at Pei Jichang with indifference. As for Ji Hong, she wore a stern expression, glaring at her brother with evident impatience. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and grab the hoe. Oh. The abruptness of his sister's tone left Pei Jichang feeling inexplicably awkward, as though he had erred in some way, prompting him to promptly hoist the hoe onto his shoulder. Soon, the four of them stepped outside, heads bowed and silence enveloping them, resembling strangers. The atmosphere within the family felt oppressively heavy, and Pei Jichang couldn't help but internally criticize it. After walking a few paces, he spotted villagers ahead. A sea of indistinct figures swayed before him. They exchanged fleeting glances. Even if they had greeted one another, their eyes remained lowered as they walked, facing the earth and turning their backs to the sky. These farmers toiled under the weight of their struggles, merely seeking a morsel to eat. The constraints of their region loomed large. The mountains not only obstructing paths, but also stifling dreams. Not to mention provincial cities. Even access to the district city required documentation. So where was the way forward? Perhaps it would take generations to secure a mere ticket, with the best outcome being a life as a small-town scholar. Having spent only a few days in Pingtu village, Pei Jichang felt an acute sense of crisis, not solely due to his societal standing, but also the chains that rural household registration imposed upon him. As he passed the theater, Pei Jichang slowed his pace, noticing Su Songxing's hurried figure racing toward the village courtyard. The key to breaking those chains might lie there. Fortunately, the newly appointed village secretary was a good man, willing to vouch for impoverished villagers and assist them in managing their lands independently to improve their lives. Soon, Pei Jichang made his way to the back mountain, where a three-wheeled vehicle, belching black smoke, drove toward the village exit, carrying the secretary and his family. Moving in the opposite direction of the laborers. Why the sudden notice to go to the town? Lu Ermei leaned closer to her husband, quietly inquiring. They said it was a call from the provincial capital, specifically for me, Su Songsheng replied, concern etched on his face, as he already suspected the identity of the caller. With a population spanning 10 miles and 8 villages, the town's head was a county-level official, a significant position. What if he could meet him? You should buy some things. Lu Ermei urged. I know, Su Songsheng nodded irritably. Guilt gnawed at him. He had only eaten 2 ears of corn that Pei Jichang had given him that morning, and they were quite delicious. That young man bore no grudges and continued to speak highly of him. If Pei Jichang had refrained from expressing such words of gratitude or presenting these gifts, perhaps Su Songxing's heart could have remained a touch firmer. The journey spanned over 10 kilometers, taking Su Songxing more than 2 hours to traverse. Upon reaching the modest office courtyard in the town just before 9 o'clock, he took the opportunity to purchase a bag of sugar and 2 packages of pastries. A young colleague welcomed Su Songxing and led him directly to the mayor's office. Tian Chunxiao appeared to have been waiting for quite some time, greeting him with a radiant smile. The mayor, a woman in her early 30s, evoked a sense of defeat in Su Songsheng, especially considering that his wife's salary surpassed his own significantly. Please, have a seat, Tian Chunxiao warmly invited, rising to pour a cup of tea for Su Songsheng. "You are too kind," he replied, feeling slightly ill at ease. He initially placed the items on the desk, but fearing they might be seen, he moved them to the chair instead. As he settled onto the spring sofa, it creaked under his weight, leaving him feeling restless. "What is your relationship with Deputy Director He of the Education Bureau?" Tian Chunxia inquired directly, taking a seat beside him. "We're friends," Su Songsheng responded, feeling a twinge of guilt. Could he truly consider He Minzhong a friend? Tian Chunxia chuckled lightly before her expression turned serious. "Secretary Su, Deputy Director, he mentioned that there is a troublesome individual in the village who has been harassing a young woman named He Mai, who has been accepted into university and is not being left in peace. Is this true?" Su Songsheng was taken aback, his face growing solemn. He found himself unable to articulate that the Pei family was indeed unreasonable. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded gently. "This troublesome individual must not be allowed to leave the village. You must contain him within Pingtu village to ensure the safety of the young woman. As they have dedicated their youth to fostering rural development," Tian Chunxia insisted emphatically, raising her chin and exuding a sense of righteous authority. "However, the situation with Pei Jichang is rather unique. He is married to that young woman and has no right to detain her," Su Songsheng murmured. "That is precisely the issue," Tian Chunxia exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table, her face contorting with disdain. "He Mai was coerced into marriage by Pei Jichang, who, along with his family, are indeed troublesome people. It is quite generous of Deputy Director He not to pursue accountability, and we must safeguard our comrades." Su Songsheng lowered his head, falling silent. "Secretary Su, if that family escalates the matter to the commune, come to the town to find me. It will be all right. I have already made the necessary arrangements. The village is only 2 miles from the town, and we can address any issues promptly. Additionally, please reach out to Deputy Director He." Tian Chunxia seemed displeased, finding Su Songsheng's response insufficiently proactive, and shot him a sideways glare. She then led him to the communication room, where she dialed a number in the provincial capital. In the entire township, there was only one landline. "Leader, it's me, Su Songsheng. Comrade Su, you have been under considerable strain lately. I can only imagine the challenges posed by the Pei family of troublesome individuals. Since the unruly citizens refuse to engage in rational discourse, we shall refrain from further communication with such individuals. You must devise a method to obtain the marriage certificate from Pei Jichang. Perhaps you can deceive him into issuing the document. In any event, the approach is yours to determine. As for the commune, I will ensure that they are forewarned. Once the items are discarded, it shall signify their non-existence. The certificate cannot be reissued, and thus the marriage will be rendered a mere fiction." He Minzhong's voice gradually transformed into a veiled threat, whether stemming from animosity towards Pei Jichang or a caution towards Su Songsheng remained unclear. "This matter appears rather complicated. Pei Jichang has become almost deranged and harbors suspicions towards me." Su Songsheng instinctively defended Pei Jichang, having developed a sense of allegiance through their recent interactions. "You, my comrade, lack the awareness of Tian Chunxia. Is it any wonder that someone so young can serve as the town mayor while you remain merely a village secretary? What, do you intend to linger in Pingtu village for a lifetime?" He Minzhong's final words were an unmistakable warning. Su Songsheng felt a lump in his throat. In an instant, he recalled numerous memories, predominantly those of his beloved, who, in her quest to be with him, pedaled for hours on a bicycle. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, I resolved to adopt a more positive demeanor. Su Songsheng responded loudly, though fear gripped him. An apprehension of the authority wielded by He Minzhong. "Excellent, Comrade Su. I truly appreciate your efforts and believe you will ascend to greater heights and distances." He Minzhong's tone shifted to one of delight. "Leader, regarding my son's university introduction," Su Songsheng hastily inquired, realizing that if conditions were favorable, this secretary could easily become lost to his own ambitions. "This matter is indeed challenging, as national policies no longer permit it. However, you need not fret about your child's employment prospects. A high school diploma remains valuable, and once he graduates, I shall make arrangements. Of course, should he wish to repeat a year, I will facilitate his admission to a provincial city school." He Minzhong spoke with confidence, as though he could resolve employment matters with a mere utterance. However, after just a few days apart, Su Songsheng's perception of He Minzhong had drastically altered, illustrating how swiftly power can transform an individual. "I understand," Su Songsheng replied. Yet an unsettling thought flickered in his mind. Pei Jichang had once stated that one must choose one's path carefully, and He Minzhong had been adamant about recommending his child for university. If this route proves unfeasible, would this vice director of the Education Bureau not have foreseen it? Perhaps he was merely speaking without thought from the very beginning. Subsequently, Su Songsheng ended the call. As he turned, he found Tian Xuanxia still smiling warmly. Though he recognized that her affections were not directed towards him, but rather to He Minzhong, a respect for authority. Chapter 18. The good intentions of the village secretary. In the afternoon, chaos erupted within the brigade. Every household engaging in land management. Have we truly grown weary of good days, deliberately heading down a path to ruin? What if the harvest is poor? What then? What then? Ban Kunai grimaced. Leaping from his chair, striking the iron water tank emblazoned with the slogan "Serve the people" in glaring red. Villagers work for the brigade and earn work points. Should they encounter a poor harvest, the county's grain bureau will allocate provisions to ensure that no one faces starvation. However, with the implementation of land monopoly, the fields yield no crops, and the collective fails to concern itself with the villagers' sustenance, leaving them to starve. Su Songsheng, your words lead the entire village into peril. Now that you have your assurances, what will happen when the county's grain bureau turns a blind eye, leaving the over 3,000 residents of Pingtu village to perish from hunger? Ban Kunai stood with one foot on the chair, pointing at Su Songsheng while continuing to berate him. The old Pei family has set a fine precedent. Just look at how splendidly the corn is growing in their fields. The commune uniformly collects at premium grain rates. This premium grain is meant to aid the collective prosperity of Pingtu village. Su Songsheng wiped the sweat from his brow. Taken aback by the fervent emotions of the cadre in the collective, it is said that Pei Jichang's boastfulness has made the villagers anxious upon seeing the corn from his family. It seems to me that for your personal advancement, you risk the well-being of over 3,000 people in Pingtu village. If the village prospers while you ascend, what happens if starvation strikes next year? You will simply walk away, leaving us to suffer. Why should all the good fortune be yours? Ban Kunai continued to shout, forcefully lifting the long table as if to overturn it. How dare you speak to me like that? The risks rest solely on my shoulders, and I will not abandon my commitments. Su Songsheng also slammed the table and stood up, his face flushed with indignation. The previous remarks had been unkind. The tension in the air suggested an impending altercation. Everyone, quiet down and allow me to speak. Jiang Guangzhao rose, forcefully tapping his cane. This elder held significant stature in the village, and every household sought his counsel during marriages. The situation in Pingtu village is intricate, though impoverished. It is populous with a multitude of surnames. Such a substantial matter should be resolved through voting, requiring careful deliberation before a decision is reached. Certainly, since the state permits us to proceed thus, we cannot impose restrictions against independent land management. Jiang Guangzhao's words showed no favoritism. This elder, despite his disdain for Su Songsheng's advocacy for Himai against the old Pei family, had previously uttered a statement that led to the secretary receiving a beating. However, in the matter of independent land management, Su Songsheng was correct. With over 3,000 households in the village, many young men are inclined to be lazy. And how many truly labor? The prevailing ethos has deteriorated and must be rectified at its roots. The elder's perspective on issues is quite astute. I believe not only should land management be independently conducted, but the village secretary should also be elected fairly by the villagers. In conclusion, Ban Kunai shouted once more. Is someone vying for the position of village secretary? Instantly, the expressions of those present turned grave. Ultimately, the gathering dispersed in discontent. Shortly after 6 in the evening, Pei Jichang and his family of 4 returned with the harvested grain. He first settled in at home, securing the cold room with a lock before stepping outside with a flashlight, this time accompanied by Jihong. Sister, aren't you tired? Pei Jichang asked softly, turning his head. You could be exhausted to death, and I would still be fine. Jihong replied sternly. Pei Jichang immediately turned away, lowering his head without a hint of hesitation, silently vowing that any further concern for his sister would make him a fool. Upon reaching the secretary's house, they found it empty, save for Su Songsheng, whose wife and child had stayed in town. The wind was strong today, so they did not return. Brother, what troubles you? Are you feeling down? Pei Jichang inquired, casually picking up a broom, ready to tidy up, clearly demonstrating a sense of purpose. However, Su Songsheng hurriedly rose, grasping the broom firmly, his smile awkward and strained. Allow me, he insisted, taking the broom and giving it a few cursory sweeps before placing it in a corner. He then pulled Pei Jichang onto a small stool, appearing eager to engage in conversation. Secretary, did you visit the town this morning? Pei Jichang casually asked. Indeed, I went to the town to assess the grain premium situation. The price set by the grain bureau is higher than in previous years. You can directly exchange the grain you collected with the brigade. There's no need to haul it back home. Just take the money, Su Songsheng replied, chuckling as he lightly patted Pei Jichang on the shoulder. Pei Jichang understood these subtle gestures. It was evident that Su Songsheng had something hidden beneath his composed exterior, likely due to He Minzhong utilizing certain connections, intending to confine him within the county and Pingtu village. That sounds splendid. By the way, Secretary, if I were to deliver the grain directly to the grain bureau in the county, could I not earn a bit more? Pei Jichang inquired eagerly, linking arms with Su Songsheng. The grain bureau typically does not accept direct deliveries. However, come to the brigade tomorrow morning, and I will provide you with a certificate. But how will you transport the grain to the county? Su Songsheng surprisingly acquiesced to Pei Jichang's request. Usually, the brigade collected grain in a unified manner, and he maintained a high standard of principles, but he felt a sense of obligation to compensate the Pei family. Ah, brother, you are truly kind to my family. You are our benefactor. With your 2/8 bicycle, I could haul a few bags of corn to the county's grain bureau and earn a bit more, Pei Jichang exclaimed. His expression filled with excitement as he gripped Su Songsheng's hand more tightly, leaning closer. With a sudden movement, Jihong stepped forward, standing resolutely before Su Songsheng. This startled Su Songsheng, as he momentarily feared that the girl intended to confront him. In truth, Jihong merely wished to express her gratitude. But the words caught in her throat, leaving her gazing intently at the secretary. Ahem, Su Songsheng coughed awkwardly twice, dismissing Jihong's presence and resuming his conversation with Pei Jichang. By the way, weren't you requesting the introduction letter? Tomorrow, please bring me your marriage certificate, and I will take the time to assist you at the commune. A flicker of resentment briefly crossed Pei Jichang's face, but when he raised his head, he wore the same innocent expression. Brother, that would be a great inconvenience for you. Rest assured, when I reach the provincial city, I will merely discuss compensation matters. I will certainly not cause any trouble, Pei Jichang promised with enthusiasm. That is settled then. The priority is for us to lead better lives. There is no need to waste energy on He Mai when you can find a suitable wife later, Su Songsheng reassured him with a smile, secretly comforting himself that he might be doing a good deed for the Pei family. Secretary, I shall take my leave now. I will bring the marriage certificate to you tomorrow, Pei Jichang said as he stood up, preparing to depart, with Su Songsheng following him to the door. All right. The secretary replied, his smile radiant. I have taken the lead on the bicycle, and tomorrow I shall journey to the county to deliver the corn to the grain bureau. Pei Jichang has left, not returning the flashlight, which he has tucked under his arm, and he has also taken the bicycle with him. Su Songsheng, in a daze, has found all the substantial belongings at home missing. Though he is a simple soul, his actions seem rather hasty, yet upon reflection, it's best to let it go, considering it a compensation to the Pei family. Secretary, why were you staring at my sister earlier? Pei Jichang called back, his voice echoing, while Su Songsheng stood at the doorway, still processing the gravity of the statement. What? Su Songsheng exclaimed, but Pei Jichang's figure had already vanished into the darkness. Chapter 19. Relying on Jihong, the sky darkened ominously, fierce winds stirred up clouds of dust, the sound of windows shattering echoed, causing a sense of unease. Pei Jichang shielded his younger sister with his body, grit and sand swirling into his mouth, rendering his eyes nearly shut. A storm is brewing. Jihong, are you foolish? Sitting on the beam, unafraid of the wind? Move to the back. I will protect you. Pei Jichang spoke tenderly to his sister despite the tempest. Then you should move forward a bit, Jihong urged, pushing her brother ahead. Pei Jichang stumbled a few steps, nearly collapsing, before she hopped onto the back seat. Stop dawdling. It might pour heavily soon. We must hurry back, Jihong urged once again. You, Pei Jichang frowned, thinking to himself, if I continue appeasing this stubborn girl, I must be a dog. The path ahead descended sharply, and Pei Jichang pedaled swiftly. Jihong embraced her brother's waist with one arm while the other held the flashlight, presenting an image of an inseparable sibling bond. Brother, if we save for a few more years, we can buy you a bicycle like this one. And you can take my new sister-in-law to the county for shopping. Jihong suddenly laughed, resting her chin on Pei Jichang's back. I need to gather the grain diligently. The secretary mentioned that the brigade is now collecting premium grain. We must earn more quickly. Pei Jichang glanced back. His sister's smile was radiant. Yet her seemingly sensible words lacked any consideration for his own well-being. Girl, your brother will surely ensure you live a good life. Pei Jichang's heart softened, and the bicycle's pace gradually slowed. What are you mumbling about? Pedal faster, Jihong urged impatiently, noticing the wind intensifying and wondering why her brother was so talkative. All right, you can do it, Pei Jichang replied emphatically, his expression resolute. Afterward, the siblings fell into silence, realizing that the environment dictated everything. Pei Jichang remained the same taciturn fellow. As they passed the brigade courtyard, they spotted torches in the distance accompanied by commotion. Jihong waved the flashlight, spotting a large group of young people. Is that Su Liang and Su Qing? Someone called out from the crowd. Damn it, where did Su Songxing's scoundrel of a dog come from? Sucking the blood of Pingtu village? Have you all lost your minds? Another voice echoed. You too, stand still. If I catch you running, I'll break your legs. This was followed by the furious shouts of Ban Xiaoqing, who bent down to pick up a stone and hurled it toward the bicycle. Jihong felt a surge of fear. But Pei Jichang immediately admonished, Sister, do not raise your voice. As Pei Jichang pedaled with increasing urgency, racing ahead, Jihong, anxious about being pursued, shone the flashlight behind her, inadvertently illuminating Ban Xiaoqing's face, causing her to squint. How dare you flash that light at me? Stop. Wait for me. Ban Xiaoqing exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Brother, you mustn't get involved with Ban Xiaoqing. She's a fool, Jihong cautioned, turning to him with concern. Yet, the flashlight beam fell upon an elderly man accompanied by a young woman. Ah, it must be Su Liang and Su Qing. Where could they be going at this hour? I hope they haven't been harmed. What have those rascals done to you two? Jiang Guangzhao shouted in distress. Brother, you need to stop. They misunderstood us. Jihong urged, pushing against her brother's back, but Pei Jichang pedaled even faster, akin to a thief fleeing towards the road. There's no misunderstanding. If Ban Xiaoqing learns that your brother is double-faced, it will be your brother who suffers. Look, haven't those youngsters caught up yet? Pei Jichang dared not pause for a moment, sweat pouring down his forehead. They haven't caught up, the little sister echoed, her anxiety growing as she shone the flashlight behind them, relieved not to see anyone. Pei Jichang rode to the foot of the mountain, then pushed the bicycle alongside his sister until they reached the entrance of their yard, finally stopping. Don't go in just yet. Let me tell you a few things. He panted slightly. Brother, what did you mean by what you said to the village secretary? What do you mean by always watching me? Jihong furrowed her brow, still pondering this matter, having longed to ask. What I discussed with you pertains to this very issue, Pei Jichang said, pulling his sister closer as they stepped aside. Sister, the village secretary's sudden kindness is not for your brother's sake, but to assist He Minzhong. Once that marriage certificate is in his hands, it will be lost. And after that, a word to the commune will render my marriage to He Mai non-existent, leaving our family vulnerable to abuse. Pei Jichang's expression turned grim. What shall we do? Jihong asked anxiously, gripping her brother's arm, trembling at the thought, still too young to remain composed in crises. We must instill fear in the village secretary. If he becomes timid, he will hesitate to bully our family. Pei Jichang declared, his face set in a fierce demeanor, radiating determination. You want to confront the village secretary? My life is precious. It's not worth the risk, he retorted. Then you wish for our father to confront the village secretary? Jihong's eyes brimmed with tears. What kind of talk is that? No one should confront anyone. We must dissect the problem analytically, Pei Jichang insisted, pulling his sister into a corner to crouch down. I don't understand, she admitted. Sister, think about it. Why would the village secretary want to assist He Minzhong? It must be advantageous for his career. If we sever that connection, Su Songsheng will have no prospects, Pei Jichang explained fiercely. How do we sever it? Jihong inquired earnestly. At that moment, the wind calmed slightly, and Pei Jichang scrutinized his sister. What are you looking at? Jihong asked, puzzled. Sister, regardless of the time, relationships between men and women are the most troublesome, as they require no evidence and are difficult to clarify. A single word can tarnish a person's reputation, especially in this era. Pei Jichang smiled wryly, attempting to lighten the mood. What do you mean? Brother, please be clear, Jihong urged, her expression serious. Do you mean to say you won't go to the fields? Is it to spare our parents from suffering? Jihong swiftly interrupted Pei Jichang's words. No, listen to what I have to say. Pei Jichang pressed his lips together and continued. Given our family's reputation and our parents' character, if you claim that you were bullied by Su Songsheng, the villagers would surely believe you. What? Jihong furrowed her brow, realization dawning upon her. She punched Pei Jichang in the chest. Is this how a brother should act? Coughing, Pei Jichang felt a sharp pang in his heart. Now, be gentle. I fear another punch might leave me breathless. Sister, save your strength for outsiders. I wouldn't dare touch outsiders. Jihong retorted angrily. Then why not strike? I would never tarnish your reputation. It's merely a scare tactic against Su Songsheng. Don't you know what I used to do? What do you do? Aren't you just a farmer? A soft breeze stirred through the girl's hair, and it seemed as though tears danced in her eyes as the siblings locked gazes for a moment. I'll heed your words. But if you're pushing me into the fire, I'll accept it, Jihong said, her voice tinged with sorrow. Rest assured, my dear sister. You are the jewel of my heart, my only sister. How could I ever forsake you? Pei Jichang whispered tenderly into her ear. He had engaged in such matters in his previous life, and though he desired to live differently in this one, circumstances had forced his hand. A little display of skill would surely protect his sister. The siblings conversed for quite some time at the doorway before stepping into the courtyard. Jihong, trusting her brother, would follow his lead without needing further persuasion. However, ouch, that hurts. Pei Jichang winced as Jihong delivered several punches. That night, the family slept in the warm inner room, far more comfortable than the cold, drafty one. Chapter 20. A catastrophe the next day, upon learning that their children would not be going to the fields. The elderly Pei couple exchanged no words, glaring at the hearth for several moments before silently shouldering their hose and pushing the single-wheeled cart out of the courtyard. Brother, my heart aches. Our parents have suffered too much. Jihong sat up, feeling a heavy weight in her chest. All right, let yourself feel that for now. I'll catch a few more winks, and by 8 o'clock, we shall head to the brigade. Pei Jichang turned over, snuggling deeper into his blanket, his eyes closing once more. I'll seize the chance to sleep a bit longer. Jihong quickly adjusted her mood and fell back asleep, her snores soon filling the room before her brother even began to snore. What is the point of your incessant noise? Pei Jichang murmured, his face clouded with worry. The siblings remained nestled in their warm bedding as the early morning brought a chill after a light rain the night before. Meanwhile, the brigade courtyard had erupted into chaos. Led by Ban Xiaoqing and a group of young men who had shattered the windows of the party secretary's home, leaving the yard in disarray, nearly toppling the outer walls. At nearly 80, Jiang Guangzhou had also toiled through the night, managing to corral the rowdy youths into the brigade courtyard. Jiang, why do you always side with that party secretary? Back at old Pei's place, he should have been dealt a fatal blow. Ban Xiaoqing was still shouting in the courtyard. You worthless scoundrel. Jiang Guangzhou's body trembled as he stepped forward, seizing Ban Xiaoqing by the collar. I should have your father break your legs. You have no idea the trouble you have caused. Grandfather, be careful. Jiang Tingting supported the elderly man, her anxiety palpable as she glared at Ban Xiaoqing and his group of young ruffians, her disdain evident. Yet, upon noticing Jiang Tingting's gaze, Ban Xiaoqing became even more emboldened, shaking his head defiantly and bellowing. Am I supposed to fear Su Songsheng? It's not like I haven't dealt with him before. Your father cannot bear the consequences of this mess. Jiang Guangzhou twisted Ban Xiaoqing's ear with force, nearly causing him to faint from anger. Previously, when trouble arose at old Pei's house, it was Su Songsheng's issue, and since Jiang Guangzhou had offered an apology, he had let it slide, as it would be unseemly to escalate matters to the commune. However, the situation was different now. Merely disagreeing over work issues had escalated to vandalizing the secretary's home. This was a grave offense that could lead to confinement. Moreover, the repeated bullying had tested the village secretary's dignity, and he would not allow a few young brats to trample over him. Let's see what you'll do. Come on, hit me with the pole. Suddenly, Su Songsheng stormed into the courtyard, his hair disheveled and collar askew, presenting a disheveled appearance. Come, hit me. Su Songsheng marched forward, pointing at Ban Xiaoqing and shouting. Ah, Ban Xiaoqing exclaimed, and in a flash, he raised the pole high. Jiang Guangzhou quickly pressed his body onto the pole, while Jiang Tingting hastily clung to Ban Xiaoqing's leg, making it difficult for him to advance. How brazen, how lawless. Su Songsheng even thrust his head forward defiantly. The village secretary was genuinely furious. His home had been vandalized, and he had been insulted by a group of unruly youths. They had crossed a line. Put the pole down. Another furious roar erupted, and Ban Kunai rushed over, hands open, without a word directly slapping his son's face. The sound was sharp and clear, instantly sending Ban Xiaoqing sprawling to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. Witnessing this, the other young men retreated, their bravado extinguished in an instant. Father! Ban Xiaoqing cried out in distress. Ban Kunai ignored his son, turning to Su Songsheng with an obsequious demeanor. Secretary, oh dear, I truly apologize. My son has been utterly foolish and deserves a good reprimanding. Rest assured, I will compensate for your windows and such. I will come to apologize in person. Are you forcing me to leave? Fine, I will report this to the commune and hand over the position of village secretary to you. I dare not remain. I must first ensure my own safety. Su Songsheng glared furiously at Ban Kunai, then strode toward the office to prepare a report. Secretary, wait. What do you mean by that? You think you can take the position of village secretary from me? Previously, when there were conflicts, I was merely offering suggestions. I had no ulterior motives. Let us resolve this within our team and absolutely do not escalate it to the commune. Ban Kunai hurriedly followed, his tone now submissive. Truly frightened, if this matter reached the commune, not only would he risk losing his position, but his son would also face dire consequences. With a resounding slam, Su Songsheng forcefully shut the office door, leaving Ban Kunai outside. Oh dear, as Ban Kunai turned, his face was a portrait of worry, etched with deep lines. He never anticipated that his son could be so thoughtless as to rally the young men of the village to openly assault the home of the village secretary, truly a display of thuggish behavior. How could you not scheme discreetly? Now, look at the mess you've created. Uncle Jiang, you must intercede on behalf of my family. Ban Kunan hastened forward, grasping Jiang Guangzhao's arm. Su Songsheng, dispatched by the town, Wu Ti, always heed my words. If this reaches the commune, your son could face serious consequences. Jiang Guangzhao shouted, agitated, jabbing his walking stick emphatically. What are we to do now? Ban Kunan, in a state of distress, stamped his foot. It was only upon hearing these words that Ban Shaoqing felt an inkling of fear, gaining a new perspective on the appointed cadre. Aye. Ban Shaoqing covered his face, hastily rising to his feet. Meanwhile, outside the crowd, Pei Jichang and his sister had been observing for some time. And Pei Jichang seemed to grasp the situation. Indeed, that group of youths had stirred up significant trouble. Sister, let us depart. Pei Jichang, with an earnest demeanor, led his younger sister forward. Uncle Ban, allow me to enter and speak with the village secretary on behalf of this lad Shaoqing. Pei Jichang's voice rang out, overpowering all others, his expression serious and reminiscent of their father, reflecting a genuine commitment to assist. What chaos are you adding? Ban Shaoqing shouted in dissatisfaction, feeling belittled, especially in the presence of Jiang Tingting. Uncle, regarding my divorce from Imai, the village secretary has acknowledged some debts to my family and has privately discussed this with me numerous times. You all stay here. I'll go in with Jihong first. Pei Jichang disregarded Ban Shaoqing's outburst and continued addressing Ban Kunan. That seems acceptable. Ban Kunan contemplated the suggestion, recognizing the merit in Pei Jichang's words. This individual bore no ulterior motives. After all, Ban Shaoqing had assisted in the skirmish, and the following day had delivered a substantial amount of corn. Jichang, do go in and advocate for your uncle. You know Shaoqing is not a bad person, merely earnest and impulsive. Ban Kunan patted Pei Jichang's shoulder, his tone earnest. I understand, uncle. Pei Jichang grasped his sister's arm and strode confidently toward the office. The onlookers kept their distance, with Jiang Tingting's gaze fixed upon Pei Jichang. Having heard of Himai's situation and feeling a sense of pity for this man. Tap, tap, tap. Pei Jichang gently rapped on the window, quietly calling out, Brother, it's me, Jichang. I've come to get your signature regarding the premium grain and the introduction letter to the provincial city. You promised me yesterday. Let us not have any empty words. Upon hearing this, Su Songsheng immediately set down his pen, rising to open the door. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the siblings entered the office, though none noticed that Jihong's face was flushed, redder than an apple, reaching her ears. Chapter 21. Are you not concerned about tarnishing the reputation of the Pei family? Jichang, where is your marriage certificate? Hand it over. Su Songsheng raised a hand. A shaft of dappled sunlight filtered through the window paper, casting a glow upon the face of the village secretary, prompting him to instinctively squint, revealing an unmistakable weariness in his eyes and a slight droop at the corners of his mouth. Pei Jichang maintained his endearing smile, while Jihong stood nervously in a corner, her head bowed. Pei Jichang refrained from any overt expression, and time seemed to suspend for a few seconds before he warmly clasped the secretary's hand. Secretary, some people in the village are truly reprehensible. You devote yourself to Pingtu village, guaranteeing loans for the impoverished, yet they dare to vandalize your home. It's infuriating, Pei Jichang exclaimed passionately, simultaneously pulling Su Songsheng along as they took a seat. I've had enough of this place. Some regions are destined to remain impoverished. Su Songsheng threw his head back in a wild outburst, veins bulging in his neck, his glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. At that moment, the secretary's desire to return to the town peaked. His wife and children would no longer have to traverse several kilometers, and they could finally be together as a family, free from the troublesome local populace, those so-called troublesome folk. If he could just secure the divorce certificate from Pei Jichang, his own work-related issues would be effortlessly resolved. Suddenly, a sheepish smile crept on his Su Songsheng's face. Jichang, you've lost your composure. Some individuals truly go too far. I still hold a deep affection for this land. I must achieve something significant. Su Songsheng recognized the impropriety of his previous remarks and hastily attempted to smooth over the situation. Secretary, regardless of your words or curses, you will always be a benefactor to our family. Besides, we are men after all. Who doesn't harbor a bit of anger? Pei Jichang readily agreed, emphasizing the weight of the term anger. This sentiment clearly resonated with Su Songsheng, who adjusted his glasses and regarded the earnest young man with a hint of remorse. Jichang, let me assist you in sorting this matter out. Su Songsheng's tone softened, and his address shifted. Please, prepare the proof of the premium grain. Jihong, Stop dawdling and bring out your marriage certificate. Pei Jichang's lips curled upwards as he cast a hurried glance at his younger sister. Brother, Ji Hong elongated her plea, her tear-filled eyes meeting his. Don't cause a scene in the provincial capital. What if something goes awry? Let us just get the divorce and live our lives peacefully. The girl seemed on the verge of tears, her anxiety stemming from the impending embarrassment they would face. Su Songsheng exhaled deeply, feeling a slight alleviation of his guilt. How could a poor peasant family contend with the leaders of the provincial capital? Just as the young lady suggested. It was better not to stir trouble and to focus on living harmoniously. Undertaking this action might indeed benefit the Pei family. However, the secretary had misconstrued the situation and was led astray. Secretary, please assist me in obtaining the certificate. Ji Hong and I require our documents. Pei Jichang immediately rose, vigorously tugging at his sister's arm while admonishing her. Su Songsheng, not idle, proceeded to secure the proof of the premium grain. Soon enough, Su Songsheng affixed the village seal to the document, and Pei Jichang's expression darkened upon glancing at it. Releasing his sister's arm, he swiftly dashed forward, leaning over to seize the proof of the premium grain. Hearty laughter escaped Pei Jichang as he tucked the proof into his pocket. Ji Hong, hand me the marriage certificate, he instructed. Su Songsheng extended his hand towards his younger sister, reassuring her, trust the secretary, everything will be fine. I will ensure your brother's safety. Secretary, please. Have a seat. Let us engage in a discussion. Suddenly, Pei Jichang seized Su Songsheng by the shoulder and pulled him aside. What are you doing? Su Songsheng's expression shifted, sensing something amiss. Pei Jichang's grip felt unnaturally strong. Are you willing to eat dung just because he Minzhong tells you to? Pei Jichang's voice turned venomous, his eyes bulging as if he were ready to devour his opponent whole. Su Songsheng felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead, his gaze darting away. After pushing Pei Jichang's hand away, he defensively replied, what do you mean by that? I have no connection with He Minzhong. I saw through that person long ago. The university introduction is utterly unattainable. Am I a fool? He Minzhong has already made arrangements with the commune. As long as he deceives me into relinquishing the marriage certificate, my union with He Mi will cease to exist. Is that your plan? Pei Jichang coldly interrogated, the muscles in his cheeks twitching as if he were about to strike. Su Songsheng froze, acutely aware of his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Yet he maintained a facade of composure. The secretary is merely putting on a brave front. There is no such thing, he protested, his voice rising. Pei Jichang grasped Su Songsheng's chin forcefully, shaking him. Su Songsheng instinctively recoiled, awkwardly leaning against the wall, his glasses falling to the ground. What nonsense are you spouting? I told you there is nothing to discuss. Su Songsheng screamed in desperation. I warn you, if you do not procure the introduction letter to the provincial capital, I will ruin you. Damn it, no one will have peace. Pei Jichang stepped forward. What do you intend to do? Su Songsheng hastily grabbed a chair, placing it defensively in front of himself, fearful of Pei Jichang's next move. Do you not fear tarnishing your father's reputation? Pei Jichang enunciated each word deliberately. Indeed, do not act recklessly. Do you not fear damaging your father's name? Su Songsheng emphasized loudly, still not fully grasping the implications of his words. Sister, do not be afraid. I will stand by you. How has this beast mistreated you? Pei Jichang turned to Ji Hong, roaring in rage. Yet, Ji Hong remained rooted, trembling in silence. Sister, quickly abandon your dignity. If we do not want to burden our parents, we must go to the provincial capital and extort money. Pei Jichang shouted in desperation. In the next moment, Ji Hong burst into tears, yet her hands moved swiftly as she unbuttoned her collar, revealing the delicate strings of her red undershirt. You think you can get away with just compensating for the bullying of my sister with a mere bicycle? Dream on. You must marry her. Pei Jichang glared fiercely, pausing momentarily before adding, and what of the flashlight and pipe? That is hardly sufficient compensation. What are you all doing? Su Songsheng attempted to flee, but Pei Jichang seized his collar, forcefully pinning him against the wall. With my father's reputation and standing, a mere shout from me would undoubtedly tarnish your name, and the villagers might even resort to violence against you. Do you think Ban Shaoqing acted against your family because of his father? Wrong. It is because you have bullied my sister. Pei Jichang warned Su Songsheng in a grave tone. The terrifying part is that this person possesses a meticulous mind, capable of linking the troubles caused by Ban Shaoqing and others together. This slander, given the character of the impoverished farmers and the Pei family, is something Su Songsheng could never wash away, even by jumping into the Yellow River. How can you be such a scoundrel? Su Songsheng cried out in despair, his legs trembling beneath him. I ask nothing else of you but to marry my sister. Pei Jichang articulated each word with deliberate weight. Su Songsheng shook his head, a dull thud echoing as he collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down his face. The village secretary was truly frightened. Chapter 22. A fated connection. The lies of an honest man can be deadly. At this moment, daylight broke completely, the office basking in warm sunlight. Yet for the secretary, the world had darkened as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his hands and feet icy cold. Pei Jichang, that is your sister, your own flesh and blood. How can you jest with her purity? Are you even human? Su Songsheng grasped Pei Jichang's arm tightly, shaking his head and howling in distress. You have bullied my sister. If I cower like a turtle and fail to stand up for her, that would truly be a disservice to her. And it is you who should feel ashamed, not my sister. Pei Jichang's expression hardened, resolute as he stood to leave, intending to expose the secretary's misdeeds. The village secretary hastily clung to his leg, a quivering voice escaping him. You dare not act recklessly. Do you wish to extort my family's property? I shall give you what you want, just don't cause any more trouble. Su Songsheng capitulated, astonished that the most honest family in the village could be so unscrupulous. Truly a cunning lot. Pei Jichang glared at Su Songsheng with resentment, yet at that moment, he felt a sense of relief. His judgment about the secretary was correct. He valued family and reputation, and his character bore a hint of integrity. Such individuals are most terrified of being sullied. It is like being caught in a scandal, should you demand a hefty sum. They would readily pay if it were within their means, willingly accepting blame. Especially in this era, where reputation holds paramount importance, and scandals regarding relationships between men and women are most feared. If Su Songsheng indeed bullied Ji Hong, to speak harshly, even if he were beaten to death by the villagers of Pingtu, no one would investigate further. But outside, a tumultuous scene unfolded. A crowd of young men wielding their carrying poles. Thus, those who enjoy harmonious families and live happily, yet harbor guilt towards their loved ones, appear even more cowardly. Ji Hong. Pei Jichang's words were urgent, prompting his little sister to immediately approach, pulling out a piece of paper from her pocket, along with the seal Su Songsheng had just stamped. What are you doing? Su Songsheng shrieked in fright, instinctively retreating. Ji Hong, with great strength, pulled the secretary closer, while Pei Jichang, exerting more force, freed the secretary's hand, pressing his finger into the ink and then onto the paper. What is this? Su Songsheng cried, his voice trembling. Secretary, this is a compensation certificate, and you have left your fingerprint on it. I shall take the bicycle for now. I did not intend to cause you harm. It was you who sought to assist He Minzhong, deliberately undermining my family. Pei Jichang carefully tucked that paper away, sitting heavily on the ground beside Su Songsheng, exhaling a long breath. Brother, as long as you help me secure an introductory letter to the provincial city, I shall immediately burn this compensation certificate. I have already devised a plan. Pei Jichang's tone gradually softened. He Minzhong has established good relations with the commune, which could facilitate matters for us. There is no need for my presence. The certificate can be issued in my absence. Just say that I am being stubborn, willing to accept the marriage certificate only upon seeing the introductory letter. In any case, He Minzhong trusts you, and everything will fall into place. Pei Jichang assisted Su Songsheng to his feet. Pei Jichang, I never expected you to be such a person. You truly disgrace your father's name. Su Songsheng lamented. Come, Ji Hong, quickly help our esteemed secretary to rise. Pei Jichang half squatted down, urgently beckoning his younger sister. However, Ji Hong was forcefully pushed aside by Su Songsheng. Do not touch me. Su Songsheng shouted vehemently, his cheeks quivering with emotion. Ji Hong retreated to the corner like a child who had erred, while Pei Jichang supported the secretary into a seated position. Brother, He Minzhong is certainly not the kind to elevate someone who holds a weakness against him. If I am confined to Pingtu village, you too shall remain here. There is no way for you to be transferred to the town. Do you not possess even a shred of political acumen? Pei Jichang's expression turned serious. Not every leadership group operates in such a manner, yet it is highly likely that He Minzhong would. Primarily, Su Songsheng is not one of their own, a fact he is well aware of, thus fostering suspicion. What Pei Jichang needed to convey had nothing to do with the logicality of the events. It was sufficient to instill fear in Su Songsheng. Su Songsheng remained silent, fixated on Pei Jichang, his heart tumultuous. Was the formerly simple lad merely feigning innocence? Not illiterate, yet capable of grasping political nuances and presenting such a challenge to me. Last night, he rode off on the bicycle, already plotting this compensation tactic, perhaps? When did he become privy to my dealings with He Minzhong? Such a perceptive farmer. Moreover, the handwriting on that paper was remarkably elegant. This individual is certainly no ordinary troublemaker. He possesses cunning, intellect, and education. Su Songsheng began to reevaluate Pei Jichang, seriously contemplating the advice given. as his commitment to Jichang began to waver, especially since he had already broken his word once. Brother, regarding the matter with Ban Xiaoqing, I advise you not to escalate it to the commune. Jichang will surely want to discuss it, and you must have encountered the town leaders by now. At this juncture, if you were to lodge a complaint, it would only serve to ensnare you in a predicament, regardless of right or wrong. You would be better off seizing leverage over Ban Kunan, solidifying your position as secretary. Implementing land specialization is an excellent opportunity for political achievement, and the old Pei family will assist you. The villagers supported my family that day. They have yet to deliver corn, and in due time, they will rally in support. After all, I can tarnish my father's reputation. Whatever I say will be believed. Once the results are achieved, who else could possibly ascend if not you? Pei Jichang meticulously analyzed the situation for Su Songsheng, laying before him a path illuminated by the brilliant sun. This had indeed been Su Songsheng's original intention, but it only served to fortify his resolve. In his previous life, Pei Jichang had supported numerous clerks, yet he could not utter such words. They were utterly absurd. Although the times were different, the fundamental rules of office remained largely unchanged. Su Songsheng remained silent, yet he absorbed every word, inexplicably finding Pei Jichang to be a profoundly complex individual, far beyond ordinary complexity. Once he arrived in the provincial capital, he would certainly be a force to be reckoned with among the populace. Brother, look, you've forced me to the brink. What else are you capable of? For the sake of your family's happiness, you must heed my counsel. Moreover, there was another crucial matter. Pei Jichang locked eyes with Su Songsheng, his words abruptly ceasing. What matter? Su Songsheng asked, his expression stern and urgency evident in his inquiry. Secretary, it is as follows. Pei Jichang leaned forward, closely aligning himself with Su Songsheng. My father's name is firm, and yours is soft. One hard and one soft. This is fate, destined for us to collaborate on official matters. Su Songsheng was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining his composure, he playfully punched Pei Jichang before bursting into laughter. The atmosphere brightened, as the best working relationships flourish in a spirit of goodwill. Damn it! Su Songsheng finally exclaimed in frustration as he exited the office alongside the Pei siblings. Chapter 23. Fulfillment. Upon seeing Su Songsheng leave the office, Ban Kunai hurriedly approached, his neck retracted and the creases on his face deeper than the furrows in the fields. Jiang Tingting supported Jiang Guangzhao, both hastily drawing near. As for Ban Xiaoqing, he remained motionless under the sun, incapable of uttering soft words, resembling a simpleton. While the other raucous youths had already slipped away toward the main road, ready to flee at any moment. Xiao Su, we're all from the same village. It's only natural to support one another. The child lacks understanding and deserves another chance at life, Jiang Guangzhao urged, his breaths becoming labored as if a thick phlegm lodged in his throat. Su Songsheng maintained a stern expression, glaring fiercely at Ban Kunai. Yet he refrained from reiterating harsh words. Uncle, let me speak honestly. The secretary is genuinely good, diligently aiding impoverished farmers to improve their lives. How bitter our family's existence was. We had to mix cornmeal into a soup, but now we can have a full meal at every sitting. Pei Jichang interjected immediately. Though seemingly earnest, his words subtly bolstered Su Songsheng's position. While they were merely a farming household, Pei Jichang's methods were devious, first creating discord for the secretary, then leveraging that to gain influence, ultimately offering support, mirroring certain dynamics within the political arena. The only difference was the lower stakes, confined to a densely populated impoverished village. The secretary indeed aspired to do good for Pingtu village. Ban Kunai nodded in agreement, compelled to affirm Su Songsheng's efforts. When the seedlings were initially planted, the village secretary meticulously guided my father on the principles of scientific farming, which enabled us to cultivate over 3,000 corn plants per acre. The efforts made behind the scenes are seldom acknowledged. Soon after, Pei Jichang continued his animated discourse, at which point others from the collective had arrived. Jiang Guangzhao cast a peculiar glance at Su Songsheng, astonished by the depth of the secretary's commitment. Ban Kundai and others shared a similar sentiment, their perceptions of Su Songsheng subtly shifting. Secretary, regarding Himai's situation, truly, my family bears no resentment towards you. We understand your difficulties. He Minzhong's threats against your loved one's employment left you with no choice, and all we feel is gratitude. Without warning, Pei Jichang grew sentimental, turning to Su Songsheng, and in a moment of emotional profundity, instinctively clasped his hand. Su Songsheng gazed into Pei Jichang's tear-filled eyes, momentarily believing in the authenticity of his words. Despite the absence of any real assistance offered, little Su is indeed a good comrade. He has faced his own challenges. Jiang Guangzhao placed a hand on Su Songsheng's shoulder. visibly moved, suddenly feeling remorseful for his earlier hostility in old Pei's courtyard. In that instant, the townsfolk's regard for Su Songsheng transformed into respect. Pei Jichang's words held a guiding influence. To support the secretary, one must first resolve his issues. Now, all conflicts had dissipated. In astonishment, Su Songsheng shot Pei Jichang a bewildered glance before resolutely declaring, "The hardships of Pingtu village are behind us. With the market economy unshackled, we must adapt. I aim to ensure prosperity for over 3,000 households." "Well said," Pei Jichang exclaimed, clapping vigorously, prompting a momentary pause among the villagers led by Jiang Guangzhao and Ban Kundai, before they too joined in the applause. The atmosphere grew vibrant. Amidst the cheers, Su Songsheng felt somewhat dazed. Perhaps, as Pei Jichang suggested, softness and rigidity should indeed collaborate in their endeavors. As an elder of the village, Jiang Guangzhao first reprimanded the younger generation, including Ban Shaoqing, before ultimately affirming and praising the secretary's efforts, resulting in a flawless conclusion. Afterward, the crowd dispersed. Just as Pei Jichang stepped out of the collective's courtyard, Ban Kundai pulled him aside onto a dirt slope, his brow furrowed with concern. "Nephew, what on earth were you saying? Elevating Su Songsheng to such heights leaves me no chance to contend for the secretary position." Ban Kundai gritted his teeth. "Uncle, I merely spoke the truth. The old Pei family does not entertain falsehoods. Initially, I believed the secretary to be unscrupulous. But after his visit to my home and our candid conversation, I realized as long as Shaoqing is unharmed, that is what matters." Pei Jichang wore a worried expression, glancing at Ban Shaoqing, who offered a grateful smile. Alas, perhaps Su Songsheng's claims are mere fabrications. He seems intent on currying favor with the provincial leaders. You are too naive, trusting everyone's words, which has led you to be deceived by your wife. Ban Kundai observed his honest face, sighed deeply, and then strode away, contemplating what could be said to the straightforward members of the old Pei family. Their honesty was so profound that they could not navigate the subtleties of conversation. "Jichang, you are truly commendable." Ban Shaoqing took a step forward, and suddenly, Ban Kundai dashed back, kicking his son squarely in the back, causing him to collapse to the ground. "You little rascal, you'll definitely get it when you return," Ban Kundai exclaimed harshly before turning away. "Aren't you going to work in the fields today?" Pei Jichang inquired casually, helping Ban Shaoqing to his feet. Ji Hong stood nearby. The people of the old Pei family were always taciturn, never initiating conversation. "What is the point of going to the fields now? Jichang, just speak up if you need anything in the future. I'll remember your kindness," Ban Shaoqing stated earnestly. "All right, come with me to the county," Pei Jichang suddenly declared, sprinting off. "What?" Ban Shaoqing turned around, caught off guard, but Ji Hong had already followed her brother. "You just spoke up, now come with me," Pei Jichang called out, jogging alongside Jiang Guangzhao, instinctively assisting the elder. Jiang Tingting supported him from the other side. Ji Hong trailed behind, remaining silent as Ban Shaoqing arrived, her lips curling into a smile as she surreptitiously admired Jiang Tingting's silhouette. The Jiang family was considered one of the finest in the region, with parents holding formal positions in the county, reportedly even in leadership roles. The only oil-burning machine in the village belonged to them, specifically that three-wheeled vehicle. Not to mention, Jiang Tingting was strikingly beautiful and composed, unlike the other boisterous women. In her early 20s, she was of an age suitable for courtship, possessed a high school diploma, and was said to have a job lined up soon. The young men in the village were envious of Jiang Tingting, but she was different, having grown up in the county. She only occasionally returned to Pingtu village, where she was acquainted with the villagers yet remained somewhat distant. "Grandpa, the secretary just approved my premium grain certification. I'm planning to transport the corn to the grain bureau in the county to earn a bit more money," Pei Jichang said with a grin. Note: only with a premium grain certification can farmers ensure their grain is independently managed and not pilfered from the collective, or it will be confiscated entirely. "Is that so? But it's a 30-kilometer journey. How will you get there?" "You might as well give it to the collective," Jiang Guangzhao responded jovially, appreciating the honesty of the old Pei family. Previously, when their house was built, Pei Ingshi had endured the most hardship. "That's why I'm borrowing your three-wheeler," Pei Jichang quickly replied. Jiang Guangzhao widened his eyes upon realizing that the three-wheeler was typically reserved for special circumstances. "Thank you, Grandpa," Pei Jichang expressed his gratitude first. "But what if the driver is out working in the fields? Can you drive?" "The road to the county is quite long," Jiang Guangzhao asked hastily. "I can drive." "Thank you, Grandpa," Pei Jichang nodded vigorously. Jiang Guangzhao hesitated. Though he was reluctant, he found it hard to refuse. The old Pei family had assisted him immensely, and it was rare for their son to ask for anything. Pei Jichang could sense the elder's thoughts, silently acknowledging that his father's reputation was indeed formidable. Chapter 24. All are people who endure hardship. Jiang Guangzhao's courtyard was impeccably tidy, with farming tools neatly arranged, demonstrating the propriety of this household. Pei Jichang caught sight of the tricycle and promptly took the driver's seat, while Jihong eagerly hopped into the back. The elder brother extended his hand towards Jiang Guangzhao, who was met with the unwavering gaze of his granddaughter. "Grandfather, give me the keys," Pei Jichang inquired in a low voice. Jiang Guangzhao, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, glanced at his granddaughter beside him and reluctantly stated, "Ting, help me out. If it gets too late tonight, we'll stay in the county and not rush back." The young man, not knowing how to refuse this first request, replied, "All right, I understand. I'll just grab some things from home." Jiang Ting wasted no time, swiftly entering the house to retrieve the keys, while Ban Xiaoqing playfully lounged in the back. "Jichang, be cautious on the road. It's not very safe these days," Jiang Guangzhao leaned in to advise. "The security situation in society has deteriorated, with multiple reports of women being assaulted in the county." This concern was precisely why Pei Jichang had invited Ban Xiaoqing along. At the very least, he would appear imposing, considering it was his first venture into the county, a place filled with unfamiliarity. The stringent enforcement was a response to the rampant chaos that seemed impossible to control. "Grandfather, rest assured, with me around, no one dares to cause trouble. I'll smash their heads." Before Pei Jichang could respond, Ban Xiaoqing blustered with bravado. Casting a glance towards the interior of the house, Jiang Ting quietly approached the front of the tricycle, smiling. "I'll drive. The road out of the village is tricky." "All right, if you get tired, we can switch drivers along the way," Pei Jichang replied with a smile, shifting slightly to the side instead of moving to the back seat. Jiang Ting, unconcerned, took her place. The seat of the tricycle was spacious enough for both. She grasped the starter lever, pushed it into the slot, and after a few vigorous turns, the tricycle roared to life. Pei Jichang had forgotten the antiquated starting method and was pleasantly surprised by Jiang Ting's deftness in handling the machine, despite her seemingly delicate demeanor. The thick black smoke belched from the diesel engine was quite pronounced. The Pei family resided halfway up the hill, and the narrow path barely accommodated the tricycle. The village was filled with such small roads, impassable even for cars, which contributed to its impoverished state. To Pei Jichang's astonishment, Jiang Ting's driving skills were outstanding, maneuvering the vehicle skillfully into the yard. "Ting, you wait here, we'll go inside and grab what we need." He smiled at her before pulling Ban Xiaoqing into the courtyard, with Jihong closely following her brother. Having employed the vehicle, it was only proper that he did not burden anyone further, as Pei Jichang was considerate in all respects. "It's fine, I've worked in the fields before," Jiang Ting replied with a smile, following them into the yard. "You've worked in the fields?" Ban Xiaoqing interjected, realizing that although they had seen each other many times, they had scarcely exchanged words. "The women of Pingtu village all work in the fields," Jiang Ting replied, rolling up her sleeves. She proceeded to the storage room, bending down to lift a large sack of corn, moving with remarkable agility, clearly accustomed to hard labor. Ban Xiaoqing, invigorated, hoisted 2 bags of corn onto the tricycle without pausing, energized as if by an adrenaline rush. To be honest, Pei Jichang had never witnessed such vigor from someone of Ban Xiaoqing's stature during their days in the fields. He had always seen him dawdling. There were only a little over 20 bags of corn, all belonging to those who have endured hardships. The task at hand was truly insignificant. However, the back compartment of the tricycle could barely accommodate the load, stacked precariously like a small hill, with 3 bags still remaining. "Let us just manage with this," Jiang Ting suggested. "We can secure 3 bags upright and wedge them into the corners. Xiaoqing and I can stand at the front, supporting the back compartment while we take turns sitting. It won't be tiring at all." Pei Jichang picked up a velveteen bag from the ground and stuffed it onto the vehicle, knowing that it was rare to have a tricycle available. And every additional bag meant more earnings. Jihong joined in, and the siblings managed to cram the remaining bags of corn into the back, securing them tightly with several loops of rope before finally feeling at ease. Ha, impressive," Jiang Ting laughed, giving a thumbs up. "It is said that the Pei family can endure the most hardship for people doing the work of 5, and it seems to hold true." Subsequently, Ban Xiaoqing and Pei Jichang stood on either side at the front, turning to grasp the back compartment, thus maintaining balance, allowing Jiang Ting to drive with greater ease. On the rural path, a tricycle billowing black smoke wobbled out of the village. Suddenly, Jihong let out a childish giggle. Having only ever been to the town, she had never ventured to the county, and her anticipation grew. Pei Jichang glanced at Jihong, his gaze softening, and then gently said, "Little sister, once we reach the county and sell our corn for money, I'll buy you a pair of woolen pants. I won't let your trip be in vain. Just being able to buy a melon would be nice. You think we're hauling gold? I still need to save money to marry a new wife. Our family is the poorest around," Jichang shouted, worried her brother might not hear. Pei Jichang immediately turned his head away, refusing to look at his sister, silently vowing to himself that if he cared any more for her, he would be a fool. "Jichang, I have something to ask you." Suddenly, Ban Xiaoqing's expression turned serious. "Why is Su Songrong's tricycle at your family's cold room? Last night, Su Liang and Su Jing brought seeds to our house and mentioned that they encountered a group of young men who intended to beat them. They were too afraid to ride back, fearing they might be recognized," Pei Jichang replied, casting a reproachful glance at Ban Xiaoqing. He chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to elaborate further, as he knew he was in the wrong. As far as the members of the Pei family were concerned, their words could always be trusted, and Ban Xiaoqing had faith in them. Jichang looked up at her brother with a puzzled expression, feeling strange about how easily he lied. Coincidentally, as the tricycle reached the path out of the village, Su Liang rode back on a 2/8 bike, carrying Su Qing. Ban Xiaoqing looked at Pei Jichang with confusion. "What do you mean, Their family has 2/8 bikes," Pei Jichang reprimanded in a low voice, then waved at the siblings. "You're back," he called out loudly. After all, one shouldn't strike those who come with a friendly face. Su Qing and Su Liang exchanged awkward smiles and waved back. However, after that brief interaction, the group fell into silence, with only the vibrations of the tricycle breaking the stillness. Jiang Tingting bit her lip, hesitating to ask anything further. After all, as a woman, she enjoyed hearing the gossip of familial matters. What has become of that young woman who gained admission to university? Himai, while conversing with her father over the phone, suddenly erupted in joyful laughter. "Father, is what you say truly accurate? Can we really confine that troublesome individual to Pingtu village?" Her hands trembled with excitement. "I've already made arrangements with the commune. As long as Su Songsheng can procure that certificate, your issues with him will cease to exist. If the letter of introduction cannot be issued, where does that troublesome individual think he can escape?" He Minzhong silently vowed. "Can we truly rely on that village secretary?" Himai remained anxious, glancing back at her classmates waiting at the telephone office, including a man clad in a white shirt. University life is indeed splendid. Chapter 25. All villains. When Su Songsheng arrived in town, it was nearing noon. In a flurry, he sought out Tian Chuanxia to contact He Minzhong. "Has the matter been resolved?" The director beamed with delight, promptly leading the village secretary towards the telephone office. "There has been a slight hiccup. Pei Jichang is now severely unhinged," Su Songsheng replied solemnly. "Isn't it merely a matter of obtaining a marriage certificate? How can this be so difficult?" Tian Chuanxia's expression darkened, her tone laced with reproach. "Alas," Su Songsheng sighed deeply, refraining from further comment as he hastened to follow the mayor, inwardly grumbling about the difficulty of appeasing such individuals, who could change their demeanor in an instant. After dialing, he waited for over half an hour for He Minzhong to return his call, having just concluded a conversation with Himai. "It's Secretary Su. What good news do you bring me today?" He Minzhong's tone was filled with joy. "Leader, Pei Jichang is a madman. Communication is impossible. He will only provide the marriage certificate upon seeing the letter of introduction," Su Songsheng exclaimed anxiously. However, He Minzhong fell silent immediately, the sound of his increasingly labored breathing filling the air. Moments later, a voice tinged with dissatisfaction and fury erupted. "You cannot even manage such a simple task? How can you be trusted? With such incompetence, you are unworthy of your position in town. Pei Jichang already harbors resentment towards me. I suffered for you before, and now, when difficulties arise, you turn against me at the slightest inconvenience." Su Songsheng, too, became enraged. His voice raised, veins throbbing in his neck. Tian Chuanxia was taken aback. She had always perceived Su Songsheng as a reserved individual, bespectacled and refined, yet here he was, shouting at the leadership of the provincial capital. Has he lost his mind as well? He Minzhong fell silent again. This time Su Songsheng's breathing grew ever heavier, as if he bore an immense injustice. The exchange transpired within the sunlit office of the brigade yard, where Pei Jichang and Su Songsheng sat closely together, deliberating for an extended period. Emotional expression is most genuine in moments of rage. It is in the face of grievance that one reveals their true self. Su Songsheng embodied this authenticity at that moment. "Indeed, I was beaten in the courtyard of the old Pei family, falsely accused by Pei Jichang of having an inappropriate relationship. And then my courtyard was vandalized by the village youth. After all these tribulations, how much suffering have I endured?" Su Songsheng lamented, his despair reaching a fever pitch. "Comrade Xiao Su, I am aware that you have endured considerable grievances. I too, in a moment of impatience, spoke thoughtlessly. To my surprise, He Minjong voluntarily softened his stance, smiling amiably to ease the tension. However, such words instilled fear in Su Songsheng. When a leader speaks kindly to a subordinate, does it not diminish the prospect of advancement? Everything seems to align with what Pei Jichang said. He too will be ensnared in Pingtu village. Leader, considering the situation, could we first have the commune prepare the introduction letter before persuading Pei Jichang to submit the documents? That individual is rather obstinate, insisting on seeing the credentials first. Su Songxing's mood began to stabilize, yet the procedures were flawed. The commune's personnel could only process related matters upon citing the marriage certificate, He Minjong stated calmly. Damn it. You have already made arrangements with the commune. They could erase the marriage record, and now they cannot? It seems that matters beneficial to you proceed smoothly, while those adverse are met with countless obstacles. Su Songxing muttered inwardly in frustration. Leader, we must first present the documents. I will then discuss the need for Pei Jichang to reissue the paperwork. Surely, old Pei would not create difficulties for me, and if any issues arise, we can communicate further. We could even impede him once more at the county level. Su Songxing's tone was serious. He Minjong pondered for a moment, realizing the validity of this approach, especially considering Pei Jichang's erratic behavior. He was indeed quite deranged, and crucially, Su Songxing had no reason to deceive himself. Comrade Xiao Su, I regret placing you in such a predicament. We shall proceed as you suggest. I have heard from Comrade Tian Chuanxiao that your spouse is also within the education system. I will devise a way to facilitate her advancement. He Minjong's voice was warm. I am profoundly grateful, leader. Su Songxing smiled earnestly, glancing up at Tian Chuanxiao. Yet, a pang of alarm struck him. The thoroughness of their investigation was disconcerting. What were their intentions? Were they seeking vulnerabilities to manipulate? What did He Minjong truly desire? The man's heart was undeniably ruthless, leaving Su Songsheng with an overwhelming sense of dread, causing the hair on his neck to stand on end. Suddenly, a ringing in his ears overwhelmed him, and his legs felt weak. Pei Jichang still clutched his guarantee, threatening to ruin him utterly, while He Minjong issued blatant warnings. The father-in-law and son-in-law were both unyielding. Comrade Xiao Su, you must now proceed to the commune and await the preparation of your introduction letter. Should any situation arise, you are to communicate with me at any time, He Minjong reiterated with careful insistence. Understood. Su Songxing nodded absently, and after a brief exchange, ended the call. Comrade Su, how is the progress in Pingtu village? The state is currently rewarding proactive cadres. You must maintain a proper attitude. If all goes well, you could be reassigned to work in the town by the end of the year, Tian Chuanxiao remarked cheerfully from the side. Director. I shall head to the commune now, lest I delay the leader's affairs. Su Songsheng appeared dazed, eager to leave this place. Otherwise, even breathing would become a challenge. Tian Chuanxiao, however, was enthusiastic, accompanying Su Songsheng to the gate of the courtyard. Yet, once he turned the corner, an inexplicable fatigue washed over him, and he slumped onto a nearby stone, staring blankly at the bustling crossroads. The complexities of the populace are far from the simplicity he had envisioned. He is a diligent and compliant official. How could the connections in the township be established so swiftly? Such means are indeed formidable. Yet, Pei Jichang is even more intricate. He is not merely a simple, honest country lad. With such nefarious characters converging, how shall this play unfold? After a considerable time, Su Songsheng, his legs numb, finally rose unsteadily from the stone upon which he had been perched, and proceeded to the commune. At this juncture, the management of the commune was convoluted, encompassing agriculture, industry, education, and health, all piled together. Yet there were only a handful of individuals to address these matters. A trivial issue often took days to yield any response. To speak euphemistically, everything was to be conducted according to plan. In reality, however, farmers faced considerable obstacles, left merely to stare helplessly. The most pressing task was acquiring letters of introduction, as people fervently sought to reach the provincial capital. As a delegated official, Su Songxing too had to wait. However, on this occasion, he arrived to find Pei Jichang's letter of introduction placed in his hands within a mere 10 minutes, without even needing to meet anyone. Was it truly this simple? Su Songsheng departed with his hands clasped behind his back, his emotions a tumultuous blend on this day. Note, at this time, a letter of introduction was akin to an identification card, essential for farmers when conducting business, lodging, taking trains, or trucks, serving as proof of identity. Meanwhile, Pei Jichang and his companions set forth, a grand procession towards the county seat. Chapter 26. In the city, the most vibrant locale in the county seat was undoubtedly the cinema, where state-run hotels and supply cooperatives thronged together. Many young comrades queued to purchase tickets for the fashionable film The White-Haired Girl. The streets were narrow, flanked by low earthen houses and single-story dwellings, with the occasional three-story brick building, which constituted the finest of residences. The road was remarkably smooth, devoid of any bumps. Ban Xiaoqing mused quietly, glancing down at her coarse cloth attire, and discreetly pulled out her top tucked into her trousers. Although the prevailing colors were shades of gray and blue, the urban youth donned Zhongshan suits and polished leather shoes, with some sporting trendy denim jeans. The farmers' clothing was exceedingly plain, particularly their shoes, which were crafted at home, their surfaces stained with mud. For instance, Jihang's attire was entirely unisex, suitable for field work. The main thoroughfare was paved with concrete, a sight unseen in the rural town, while black wooden poles stood every few meters, entangled in a web of overhead wires. The scene before Pei Jichang felt utterly foreign, as if he were immersed in a period film, evoking an uncanny sensation. Yet, he could palpably sense that the era was unfolding beneath his feet, rich with legendary hues. Jihang's gaze was insatiable, as she craned her neck, youthful and enamored with beauty, inadvertently lowering her eyes to her soiled shoes, releasing a gentle sigh. Pei Jichang, perceptive and astute, noted his younger sister's actions, but restrained himself from voicing any remarks. "Have you all never been to the city?" Jiang Tingting inquired with a smile, gently easing off the throttle as the three-wheeled vehicle slowed its pace. Note: the villagers refer to going to the county town as going up to the city, a customary expression. This was their first visit. Pei Jichang chuckled, his excitement gradually building, while Jihang nodded vigorously, her gaze unwavering. "I had accompanied my father once before, but I was quite young then and scarcely recall the details. I even watched a movie back then." Ban Xiaoqing boasted, though in truth, he had only ventured to the town. In this day and age, unless one is gravely ill, there is little reason to go to the city. He was particularly eager to impress Jiang Tingting. The grain bureau lay just ahead. "Jichang, don't just exchange money. If you wish to buy trousers for Jihang, you must first obtain cloth coupons, and also grain and meat coupons, which will allow you to exchange for more flour, before finally trading at the supply and marketing cooperative for some daily necessities." Jiang Tingting explained in detail. "Look over there. That small box contains instant noodles, and a single packet costs 50 cents. At that time, instant noodles were considered a luxury, and few families could afford them. Subsequently, Jiang Tingting halted the tricycle at a small stall selling sweet water. "You must be parched. Have some sweet water, it's on me." She alighted from the vehicle, carefully retrieving a cloth pouch from her inner pocket, from which she gingerly produced a 20-cent note. "Thank you. I'll bring some fresh corn from Jiang Ye's family in return." Pei Jichang hopped off the tricycle, indeed feeling quite thirsty, yet he had no money to offer. Jihang shyly smiled at Jiang Tingting, somewhat embarrassed to borrow the tricycle and accept the sweet water. Ban Xiaoqing hung his head, appearing extremely awkward, despite his tall stature. He too could not produce a single cent. What is the point of being polite among villagers? Jiang Tingting handed the money to the vendor, adding, "I'd like the 5-cent sweet water, not the 2-cent. "All right then," the vendor replied, pouring sweet water into 4 large bowls from a thermos. They settled onto small stools and began to drink. Pei Jichang gently blew away the steam, taking a sip that rendered his throat delightfully sweet, the weariness gradually dissipating. It seemed he had truly adapted to the local customs. During this period of rebirth, he had lived in such poverty that even a simple bowl of sweet water had become a rare indulgence. "Are these small vendors all family-run businesses? They don't belong to the commune, do they?" Pei Jichang inquired, holding his bowl and looking toward Jiang Tingting. "Indeed, they are not public enterprises. They are our own family businesses. The current policies are favorable, providing opportunities for those of us without jobs," the vendor eagerly responded. "Yes, the lives of us common folk are improving," Pei Jichang remarked with a smile, scanning the small vendors around him. Observing that their wares had no relation to the grain from the fields due to the agricultural cooperative's regulations enforcing unified sales. "I'll take a stroll for a bit. Please wait a moment." After taking a large gulp of sweet water, Pei Jichang placed the bowl in front of Jihang. Noticing she drank too quickly and might not have enough, he then stood and made his way toward the nearby supply and marketing cooperative store. "Look at Jichang. Since coming to the city, he's learned to speak like me, no longer needing us," Ban Xiaoqing scoffed, a hint of mockery in his voice. However, Jiang Tingting paid little mind to the tall fellow, choosing instead to cast an appreciative glance at Pei Jichang, recognizing how genuinely considerate he was towards his family. The supply and marketing cooperative is a veritable treasure trove, replete with an array of items: fabrics, hair oil, bulk white liquor, laundry detergent, and sewing supplies. Almost anything one might need in daily life can be found here. Among the most striking of the offerings is a black and white television, cushioned at the bottom with thick coarse cloth to prevent any damage. Indeed, Pei Jichang inhaled deeply. Having only indulged in a few puffs from the village party secretary's pipe over the past few days, he was close to quelling his smoking habit. However, the issue at hand was the absence of grain sales. Pei Jichang's expression grew increasingly somber. For the crux of the dilemma lay in whether customers would even dare to accept the grain. Farmers relied on the collective for grain distribution, while the agricultural households consumed fine grains, purchasing their necessities from the Grain Bureau. Only this group constituted Pei Jichang's marketing clientele. If corn could not be sold in the town, it had to be taken to the county. After taking a stroll, Pei Jichang exited the cooperative just as Jiang Tingting and her companions finished their sugary drinks. Let us head to the Grain Bureau. It is just a turn away. Jiang Tingting skillfully ignited the tricycle, but at that moment, a man wearing a hat stood before them, placing his foot atop the tire. Where did you obtain this grain? His tone was accusatory, as he pointed an accusing finger at Pei Jichang and the others, treating them as if they were criminals. It's the premium grain from Pingtu village. Here is the proof. Pei Jichang swiftly interjected, retrieving the documentation from his pocket and presenting it to the man. The man scrutinized it with a scowl, then growled discontentedly. Why was the grain transported to the county? Why not allow the commune in town to collect it? Isn't it better to sell for a higher price? We have only just begun to operate the land independently. It is exceedingly challenging. Pei Jichang offered an apologetic smile. In these times, anyone with a job inevitably wielded some degree of power. A few extra coins 1T even cover the cost of diesel. I wonder what they were thinking. The man slapped the proof against Pei Jichang's chest and circled the tricycle with a stern countenance before departing. Without that document, the grain would surely have been confiscated, and he might have even been labeled a grain thief. Tingting, I apologize for the trouble. It seems I keep running into difficulties. Pei Jichang felt it was his responsibility for the disputes arising from his actions. It's nothing. Jiang Tingting quickly shook her head, slowly realizing that Pei Jichang was somewhat exceptional, handling matters with grace, contrary to the rumors circulating in the village. Damn it. It's just because he's got a position. He thinks he's above everyone else, Ban Xiaoqing grumbled. Let us go, Pei Jichang replied nonchalantly. The group continued on, and after turning a corner, they arrived at the Grain Bureau. The office building before them stood 3 stories tall, constructed of brick and cement, its appearance modest yet dignified, prominently adorned with the red inscription proclaiming, Serve the People. Chapter 27. Turning away in the yard of the Grain Bureau, a donkey suddenly became startled, braying loudly and leaping about erratically. A farmer hurriedly grasped the reins, delivering a few firm whips before soothing its head, gradually calming the beast. Pei Jichang surveyed the chaotic scene, noting that apart from some non-farmers in line to purchase fine grains, the rest were farmers selling their grain. The donkey carts, tricycles, and human-pushed flatbeds were all huddled together. However, they were primarily comprised of villagers or members of local agricultural teams, with few independent operators like Pei Jichang. In such bustling circumstances, who could have anticipated that the Grain Bureau would eventually face closure? At just past 3 in the afternoon, having set out from Pingtu village around 10 o'clock in the morning, they had traversed the rough terrain for a full 5 hours, covering a distance of approximately 20 to 30 li. The road was so arduous that they couldn't even connect to the national highway, let alone the rural roads. It seemed that the grain collection would take some time. Tingting, why don't you head home first? We can meet back here shortly, Pei Jichang suggested with a smile. That works. I'll drive the tricycle in first so you can load the corn more easily, Jiang Tingting replied enthusiastically, revving the engine. Yet, Pei Jichang suddenly stepped in front of the tricycle. Oh, no need for that. What if we block someone's path? If we need to reverse, that would be troublesome. Just park the tricycle over here, he said, and he immediately ran backwards, directing her to stop at a corner, maintaining a distance of over 10 meters from the Grain Bureau's courtyard. Why stop so far away? Jiang Tingting asked in surprise, hesitating to move the tricycle closer. It's not about blocking anyone's way. The donkey carts inside will be coming out soon. Besides, we just encountered those people from the Grain Bureau for verification. What if we run into them again? We'll surely face reprimand. Pei Jichang chuckled awkwardly, waving his hands dismissively and adopting a humble demeanor. Jiang Tingting paused, biting her lip as a pang of sympathy struck her heart. She felt for the farmers who faced constant scolding. It appeared that Pei Jichang was intimidated by the earlier encounter. With these thoughts in mind, she maneuvered the tricycle forward. Weren't you boasting about being able to drive a tricycle? Why are you so worried about moving it? Ban Xiaoqing chimed in, always eager to show off in front of Jiang Tingting. Pei Jichang smiled sheepishly, embodying the image of a bashful man. He feared running into the earlier individual, who clearly had a penchant for nitpicking and would likely abuse their authority further after gaining a bit of power. "I'll head home first, and I'll be back shortly," Jiang Tingting declared, extinguishing the engine and striding away. The sunlight streamed down at an angle, dazzling to the eyes, causing Ban Xiaoqing to flop down onto the tricycle seat. "Jichang, let us take a break before we continue. I'm feeling a bit worn out," he lamented, tilting his head back with a long face, reminiscent of a laborer slacking off. "Still the same old story," Jichang muttered in mild irritation as he approached to untie the ropes, but Pei Jichang caught her arm firmly. "Sister, you don't need to work just yet. Sit and rest a while. I'll go inside to inquire about the grain prices." With a serious expression, Pei Jichang bolted towards the courtyard. Listening to her brother, the sister promptly settled back onto the tricycle seat, but she caught Ban Xiaoqing mumbling. "What is there to ask about the prices? They're all the same. Once you're in the city, let us see how capable you really are." Jichang raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling that night when her brother advised her to save her strength for outsiders instead of squabbling with him. She pondered that she might one day find herself in a confrontation with this towering figure. Inside the courtyard, Pei Jichang navigated through the crowd, grasping the arm of a staff member in uniform and inquiring loudly, "Comrade, how do you collect the corn? The grains appear particularly plump, a true premium harvest." "Let go. Stop grabbing indiscriminately and form a line at the back," the man said irritably, casting a fierce glare at Pei Jichang. "My apologies," Pei Jichang replied, promptly releasing his grip while maintaining a calm demeanor. "Comrade, what is the price?" he inquired. "The grains from my field are exceptionally good. Generally, it's 1.5 dimes per bag, regardless of how the corn looks. It's all the same price. Now, please wait in line at the back." The man waved his hand dismissively in annoyance. Upon hearing this price, Pei Jichang immediately turned and left, not heading to the back of the line, but rather exiting the courtyard altogether. 1 acre can yield approximately 27 to 28 bags of corn. From the 10+ acres his family operates, they might earn just over 40 yuan. This amount represents the entirety of their family's labor, from tilling the soil and planting seeds to harvesting the stalks, a span of 3 to 4 months. With a glaring disparity between income and expenditure, and they still have to sell it. When Ban Xiaoqing saw Pei Jichang stride out, he remained languidly reclined on the chair. "You really don't mind making trouble, do you? What is the matter? Asking a few questions will surely increase your selling price?" Ban Xiaoqing taunted. Pei Jichang remained silent, extracting a stick to insert into the engine slot, twisting it with force. The tricycle soon roared to life. "What are you doing?" Ban Xiaoqing shouted, his eyes wide with alarm. "Sis, help lift the tall one. We're leaving." As soon as Pei Jichang's words fell, Jihong effortlessly picked up Ban Xiaoqing and set him down on the seat. With a twist of the throttle, the tricycle wobbled forward, nearly sending Ban Xiaoqing tumbling beneath the tires. "Where are we going? What about Tingting?" Ban Xiaoqing bellowed in faux bravado. "Shut up, or I'll knock you out." Pei Jichang gritted his teeth, his face contorted with fury, resembling a local bully, while Jihong immediately raised her fist. It appeared a confrontation was imminent. If Ban Xiaoqing continued his foolish shouting, the two siblings would surely deal with him. "Do you have any conscience?" "I'm here to help," Ban Xiaoqing stammered, frightened into submission. The two siblings, with arms as thick as tree trunks, were not to be trifled with. A single punch would be unbearable. They had merely taken advantage of the honest and affable old Pei family. However, Pei Jichang was far too reckless now. "Where exactly are we headed?" Ban Xiaoqing pressed again, gripping his back pocket tightly, fearful of falling off. Pei Jichang drove aggressively, pushing the throttle to the limit, not uttering a word. Jihong's expression reflected concern. She too was unaware of Pei Jichang's intentions, but chose to follow her brother's lead. Before long, Pei Jichang parked the tricycle near a residential area consisting of a cluster of single-story houses, home to those with stable jobs. He dared not approach the 3-story red brick dormitories, fearing the presence of a departmental leader might complicate matters. "Tall one, hold the stick and pretend to fix the vehicle here," Pei Jichang instructed, swiftly loosening the binding rope. Without hesitation, Jihong stepped in to assist, as if she were aware of the task at hand. "Huh." Ban Xiaoqing gulped nervously, moving a few steps forward. "Pei Jichang, what exactly do you plan to do? Is the tricycle broken?" Pei Jichang spoke little, shouldering the felt bag before retrieving a document from his pocket and slapping it against Ban Xiaoqing's chest. "If you encounter any nitpickers, show them this proof. Remember, feign vehicle repairs." After uttering these words, Pei Jichang promptly turned and made his way toward the residential area, while Jihong followed closely behind, carrying a sack of corn. "Don't leave me behind," Ban Xiaoqing called out, her voice lost in the wind. After a brief moment of hesitation, The tall figure quickly crouched down, wielding a makeshift torch to tap rhythmically. Chapter 28. The siblings display brother. Jihong timidly raised her voice. It's all right, trust me, Pei Jichang replied. His gaze fixed on the path ahead, becoming profoundly contemplative. In this era, the bold thrive while the timid perish. A conventional approach will inevitably prevent one from riding the crest of the wave. To speak bluntly, if one wishes to amass wealth, one cannot afford to keep one's hands clean. In the county, a paper mill, a state-owned enterprise, boasted a remarkably upscale employee residence. A trendy cylindrical building consisting of 2 stories. The corridors within connected multiple independent rooms, with entire families squeezed into a single space. Each floor shared a kitchen, a washroom, and a toilet, and mealtime filled the corridors with the rich aroma of cooking, exuding a lively domestic atmosphere. Over 100 employees from the paper mill, ranging from management to assembly line workers, resided in this compound. Pei Jichang had discussed this information with Jiang Tingting on his way here, and after bypassing a cluster of single-story houses, he indeed spotted the distinctive cylindrical building. Sister, we're heading there, Pei Jichang said, quickening his pace as he naturally entered the cylindrical building, making his way directly to the 2nd floor, with Jihong closely trailing him. The corridor was bustling with people who sat on small stools, engaged in casual conversation. Pei Jichang strode purposefully towards the easternmost unit, inevitably attracting curious glances. However, the presence of unfamiliar faces did not seem odd. After all, in such a populated area, who didn't he have a few relatives in the village? Soon, Pei Jichang arrived at the easternmost unit. After placing the corn on the ground, several women, standing a couple of meters away, abruptly ceased their chatter, fixating their gazes upon the siblings. Jihong felt a pang of nervousness, lowering her head like a child who had committed a misdeed, while Pei Jichang remained remarkably composed. Knocking firmly on the door. Who are you looking for? One of the women rose, a look of confusion on her face, appearing to be around 35. Clad in the paper mill's work uniform. Is this your home, sister? Pei Jichang inquired with an affable demeanor. Yes, what is the matter? The woman scrutinized the pair. Sister, I wish to discuss something with you, Pei Jichang said, offering a hearty smile as he motioned for the woman to lean closer, lowering his voice. I'm a poor farmer from Pingtu village, and this year we've just contracted some land. This corn is freshly harvested. Look, the kernels are particularly well formed. I can let you have this bag for just 50 cents, an excellent bargain, equivalent to the price of a small packet of instant noodles. As he spoke, Pei Jichang opened the felt bag and drew out an ear of corn, forcefully shucking it. Ah, it does look impressive, better than much of what the Grain Bureau offers. The rain has been plentiful this year. However, this venture seems rather speculative, and I dare not accept it. The woman pursed her lips and dismissed the corn. Sister, it's not as serious as you say. It's just a few ears of corn. Besides, even if it's discovered, they won't trace it back to you. If it weren't for the unbearable hardships at home, I wouldn't dare take this risk. I am truly left with no other choice. Pei Jichang's eyes turned red, and such a grown man was on the verge of tears. The woman froze, her heart softening. The young man before her appeared sincere. A glance at the little sister beside him, shoes caked in dirt, clothes disheveled. How pitiful they were. 2 bags, is that right? The woman asked in a low voice. Sister, you're taking them all? Pei Jichang's face lit up with joy. Help me carry them inside. The woman swung the door open. Soon, she informed the neighbors that the pair were distant relatives from her husband's side, bringing over some homegrown produce. The classification of speculative trading was merely a means to control prices, a concept so vague that it granted law enforcers considerable power. The county's industrial and commercial bureau had eyes everywhere. The staff Pei Jichang and the others encountered previously worked there. Sister, there are still more than 20 bags of corn on the tricycle outside. Could you kindly ask the neighbors to buy them? I can bring you 5 pounds of sweet potatoes in return, and my sister can even make you a pair of shoes. Pei Jichang suddenly bowed his head, pleading, having sensed that this woman was kind-hearted and generous, which explained her willingness to help. He excelled at understanding human nature. How could he make it impossible for her to refuse? He needed to convey the farmer's sincerity without resorting to haggling, which would be overly profit-driven and miss the essence of the matter. The woman's decision to purchase the 2 bags of rice stemmed from her desire to assist the unfortunate rural siblings. Thus, his request must resonate with her, allowing her to genuinely perceive their sincerity. As expected, the woman froze, glancing down at Jihong's hands, which bore the grime of hard work. You don't need to make me shoes. The woman grasped Jihong's hand, her brow furrowing at the sight of such small hands weathered by hardship, calloused from toil. Let me think, the woman began, and after a moment, she addressed Pei Jichang again. How many bags of corn do you have in total? 27 bags. That amounts to $13.50. That is quite a sum, she murmured softly. After a pause, she pushed the door open, leaning halfway out, calling to the women she had been conversing with. Come here, everyone. Soon, 7 or 8 women crowded into the room, filling it to capacity, casting puzzled glances at the siblings. These are my husband's distant relatives, who manage independent farming in the village. They are facing difficulties at home. Let us gather some money to do a good deed. Of course, we want to ask for help without giving something in return. We'll provide corn of this quality. The woman handed over the corn, her eloquence suggesting that she must hold a significant position at the paper mill. We certainly have to help. Indeed, they are our relatives. This corn looks splendid. The other women chimed in, showing no intent to refuse, yet they were all acutely aware of the nature of their endeavor. However, they felt no concern, for their leader had assumed responsibility. A total of 13 yuan and 50 cents was required, and my family could contribute 5. The woman added, urging others to pitch in. Soon, the other women, all of whom received salaries, began to chime in, noting that they could spare some funds, which would certainly be more economical than purchasing from the grain bureau. In the blink of an eye, they had distributed more than 20 bags of corn. We will assist you in transporting the corn. Otherwise, your repeated trips would be quite cumbersome and may invite gossip, one woman said, smiling at Pei Jichang. If they were to carry the corn themselves, they could easily claim it was purchased from the grain bureau, and no one would question them. Thank you, sister. Pei Jichang expressed his heartfelt gratitude, finding the situation far smoother than he had anticipated. Jihong lowered her head and suddenly crouched down, measuring the woman's foot with her fingers. Oh dear, please don't. The woman quickly helped Jihong to her feet and beckoned to the others. Let us move quickly. In the hallway, the woman tightly grasped Jihong's arm, her demeanor unusually affectionate. The younger sister's earlier gesture had perfectly struck a chord with her. Is the younger sister so astute? Pei Jichang mused in surprise. Such behavior, if witnessed in official circles, would surely earn her leader's admiration. She was a person of gratitude and would certainly be valued. In truth, the younger sister was merely following her brother's advice. She had just been speaking of making shoes for others. Was it not necessary to take measurements? Chapter 29. A fleeting emotion. When Pei Jichang and the others arrived at the tricycle, Ban Xiaoqing was still bent over, fiddling with the ignition stick, resembling a forsaken young bride, her face marred by resentment. Sister, I owe you all a great debt after the incident at home. The villagers have been borrowing people and vehicles, Pei Jichang whispered to the woman, seizing the opportunity. He then called out to the tall figure, Xiaoqing, is the tricycle fixed yet? Not yet, Ban Xiaoqing replied, lifting her head. Upon spotting the group in uniforms, she quickly lowered her gaze, for he was illiterate and could not discern the small letters on their chests. Come, let us carry it. Pei Jichang hoisted 2 bags of corn, striding ahead. His remarks were aimed at preventing Ban Xiaoqing from getting involved and potentially exposing their secret. Jihong similarly carried 2 bags, closely following her brother. While the other women each took a bag, their spirits high and determined. After 2 trips, they had successfully transported all 20 bags of corn, the siblings having broken no sweat. In the end, the woman collected the money, handing 13 yuan and 50 cents to Pei Jichang. The eldest sister, being meticulous, even exchanged for exact change, making it convenient to hold, which included a 10 yuan note of the largest denomination. Pei Jichang carefully stowed the money in his inner pocket, as this represented a ticket to the provincial city, where transportation costs were exorbitant at that time. Although he did not know her name, he and the eldest sister had indelibly etched each other's faces in their memories, for the future was long. When the siblings exited once more, Ban Xiaoqing was still crouched on the ground, fiddling away. All right, enough of that. Let us go, Pei Jichang said, patting Ban Xiaoqing's back. He took the ignition stick from his hands and, with practiced ease, inserted it into the slot and began to turn it vigorously. Ban Xiaoqing glanced back and, seeing no one around, hurriedly approached Pei Jichang, lowering her voice. Did you sell the entire truckload of corn? At what price per pound? Thud, thud, thud. The 3-wheeler roared to life, and Pei Jichang leaped onto the seat. Why are you ignoring me? Ban Xiaoqing jumped up, showing some awareness, and voluntarily made way for Jihong. Come, I need to discuss something with you. Pei Jichang suddenly raised his head, glaring fiercely at Ban Xiaoqing, while Jihong wore a similarly menacing expression. We worked together in the team, and you slyly shirked the heavy labor onto me. I want to hold that against you since you do call me brother, but regarding the grain matter, do not say anything foolish when you see Jiang Tingting. You 2 siblings. Ban Xiaoqing was taken aback, filled with suspicion. How had this simple-minded pair transformed into such individuals? This is something the 3 of us did together. Pei Jichang articulated each word deliberately. I did not. Ban Xiaoqing shouted loudly, waving her hands, her eyes nearly popping out. You didn't help keep watch? And don't forget one thing. Pei Jichang's expression was fierce. What? Ban Xiaoqing leaned closer. Could I tarnish my father's reputation? Would the old Pei family speak falsely? Do you think the villagers would believe it? Pei Jichang warned in a low voice. Damn it. Ban Xiaoqing gaped, speechless, staring blankly at Pei Jichang, thinking he was indeed a cunning rogue and a bully. Originally, keeping watch should have been compensated, but you've taken too much advantage of me. I'll treat you to a cup of sweet water later to settle the score. Pei Jichang chuckled, then drove the three-wheeler in the direction of the cinema. Ban Xiaoqing remained rooted in place. After a moment, she bent down and whispered in Pei Jichang's ear, Brother, could you buy me a pack of instant noodles? Consider it a reward for the watch duty. This marked the first time Ban Xiaoqing had addressed Pei Jichang as brother. What are you thinking? My little sister won't even spare a bite, and you have the audacity to ask? Pei Jichang rolled his eyes at Ban Xiaoqing. Well, how about I buy you some milk candies instead? Haha, that would be fine. Ban Xiaoqing beamed. For her, a free excursion into the city, coupled with sweet water and minimal labor, felt like a significant gain. At the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, there were many ticket scalpers, selling high-priced tickets for scarce items like televisions, while fabric and grain coupons, being basic, did not fetch much. Pei Jichang found a scalper to exchange for basic tickets, then took his sister to the cooperative. Ban Xiaoqing sneakily followed inside, glancing around furtively. Sister, I'll buy you a pair of pants, Pei Jichang said gently. No need to buy for me. Jihong replied firmly. Listen to your brother and don't push back. You two come here, let us measure my sister's size. Pei Jichang emphasized, carefully selecting pants for Jihong, and even bought her a new top. Though Jihong frowned, she couldn't help but smile at the corners of her mouth. Pei Jichang noticed this. After all, it was the age of cherishing beauty. How could she not like it? Brother, I also want a pair of pants. Ban Xiaoqing chimed in cheerfully. Get lost. Pei Jichang's expression changed instantly. The household still required flour and sewing supplies. Pei Jichang meticulously calculated their expenses. After purchasing a substantial array of items, only 5 yuan remained. He felt reluctant to spend more, especially as he needed to prepare for a trip to the provincial capital and could not part with his pipe. They would have to wait for the next opportunity. After approximately half an hour, Jiang Tingting returned near the grain bureau, bringing several steamed buns made of pure white flour. The corn has all been harvested, she smiled. These are freshly steamed at home. Please, eat quickly. She handed over a military canteen, concerned they might choke, demonstrating her thoughtful nature. In Pingtu village, the locals would never indulge in such extravagance without mixing in cornmeal. Enjoy your meal, Ban Xiaoqing exclaimed, her smile wide enough to split her face. We also visited the supply and marketing cooperative and brought you some candies. Pei Jichang chuckled as he offered the sweets to Jiang Tingting, who was craving something sweet to balance the lightness in her mouth. As Jiang Tingting glanced back at her empty rear pocket, she noticed a pair of women's trousers and a blouse meant for Ji Hong, and an inexplicable feeling surged within her. Yet, such emotions were fleeting, her thoughts quickly faded. A second marriage, a poor peasant background, illiteracy, none of these would be beneficial to her, and her family would surely disapprove. In the distance, a delicate golden light fell from the horizon as twilight approached, and they could still make it back in time. Let us head back, Jiang Tingting joyfully called out, the breeze refreshing and the candy sweet in her mouth, bringing their youthful bond closer. However, unbeknownst to Pei Jichang, on this seemingly ordinary afternoon, a significant event was unfolding. Just how far could power indulge itself? In the town's high school, muffled cries echoed from an office, where Lu Ermei curled up in distress. Chapter 30. The He family's thoughts of good fortune in the provincial capital, Jinlin City. During the afternoon, Himai invited several classmates over for a visit. The He family warmly welcomed them, hosting a total of 9 guests with a spread of 10 dishes, aptly named Perfect Harmony. Among the offerings were 3 meat dishes, braised chicken, red braised pork, and stewed lamb, showcasing a commendable level of hospitality. This occasion had nearly exhausted their remaining supplies, along with half a bottle of Jian Nanshan liquor, originally reserved for the New Year celebrations, which now seemed impossible to keep hidden. He Minzhong, beaming with joy, reluctantly produced the alcohol and poured a glass for the gentleman beside him wearing a white shirt. Thank you, uncle. It seems I am in for a treat today, enjoying both exquisite food and drink. Dong Hongwei raised his glass, the watch on his wrist gleaming, a luxury brand, clearly a high-end item. That is not quite accurate. It is your good fortune that allows me to enjoy this half bottle of wine. Otherwise, I would never have dared to part with it, He Minzhong replied. Clinking glasses with Dong Hongwei before downing the entire contents, and savoring the lingering taste, a clear sign of someone accustomed to frugality. Uncle, if you enjoy Jin Nanshan, I will bring you a few bottles next time. We have plenty of Moutai at home, Dong Hongwei offered politely. Ha ha ha, young Dong, you are too courteous. I actually do not have particular preferences when it comes to liquor. I usually drink Zhonggong wine, which is reasonably priced and quite palatable. Next time, you must not be choosy about the wine we share. He Minzhong smiled and then picked up his chopsticks, calling out to the others, children, hurry and eat. We mustn't waste anything. You must fill your bellies. The young guests laughed, finding He Fu's demeanor both charming and humorous, practical and frugal, undoubtedly a commendable comrade. However, when others weren't paying attention, He Minzhong's gaze would often drift to a girl named Sui Qingqing. Accompanying them was another young woman, Qin Zhaodi. But He Minzhong merely glanced at her. With a name like that, it was clear she would have to rely solely on herself, as her family was a burden. The roasted meat is absolutely delicious, even more fragrant than that of state-run restaurants. Auntie, is this your skill? Sui Qingqing exclaimed, her vivacity evident, unperturbed by the attention. In contrast, Qin Zhaodi sat quietly, cautious. Whenever someone looked her way, she would quickly offer a smile, though she was clearly hungry and unfamiliar with the dishes. Daring only to take a small bite. I don't have such skills. It's your uncle who made it, replied a cheerful woman named Jiang Yufeng, who was He Mai's mother. Your uncle, when he was sent to the countryside, cooked for the commune and has quite a few signature dishes. Little girl, if you wish to eat more, you must visit us often. Our friendship is akin to family. He Minzhong's tone suddenly turned sentimental as he stood up and placed an entire chicken leg into Sui Qingqing's bowl. Try your uncle's stewed chicken. It should suit your palate. All right. Just afraid He Mai might find me bothersome, Sui Qingqing replied without hesitation, taking a hearty bite of the chicken leg. Oh, you can still recognize that. You're the most talkative in our dorm. Sometimes, even when I am asleep, I feel as if you're buzzing in my ear, He Mai teased. Prompting laughter from the young men at the table. Sui Qingqing remained unaffected, grinning widely. Yet, a shadow crossed He Minzhong's face, his smile turning insincere as he shot a glare at his daughter before shifting his gaze to his eldest son, feeling a sudden sense of frustration. This He Di was solely focused on his meal, as if he had been starving for a lifetime, completely indifferent to Sui Qingqing. By the way, uncle, He Mai mentioned she had been ill for 2 years. Does she need to go to the hospital for a checkup? I can ask my dad to help find a specialist, Sui Qingqing casually inquired. He Mai's expression instantly became awkward, but He Minzhong's smile remained warm as he looked at Sui Qingqing and slowly explained, Little girl, thank you for your kindness. He Mai merely suffers from insufficient blood, feeling dizzy after standing for long periods, but she has already been treated with traditional Chinese medicine. He then addressed He Mai, you must value the friendship between you two. Look how much our little girl cares for you. He Mai scoffed, casting an eye at Sui Qingqing, who playfully stuck out her tongue and nestled into Qin Zhaodi's embrace. At first glance, it seemed Sui Qingqing and Qin Zhaodi shared a closer bond, while He Mai's thoughts were entirely occupied with Dong Hongwei. Such subtle gestures, however, filled He Minzhong with immense disdain for Qin Zhaodi. After dinner, Dong Hongwei, Sui Qingqing, and a few others returned to school, while He Mai remained at home. As for the eldest brother He Di and the third brother He Wang, they lounged on the sofa, engrossed in television, completely at ease. The wheat in the field was flourishing, and the names of these 3 siblings were derived from this abundance. Everyone come here. Suddenly, He Minzhong's furious roar transformed the atmosphere in the house into one of palpable tension. Dad, what's wrong? He Mai was the first to approach. That quirky girl. Sui Qingqing, right? He Minzhong's expression was exceptionally grave. Yes, Dad, what about her? He Mai quickly inquired, her brothers sitting attentively beside her, the television now off. Then it's confirmed, He Minzhong nodded vigorously. After a brief pause, he continued in a somber tone. The person who welcomed me back to my position was a leader with the surname Sui. They bear a striking resemblance. As if sculpted from the same mold, there must be a father-daughter relationship. Dad, are you implying that Sui Qingqing has a powerful background? He Mai stepped forward, her expression turning to one of alarm. Indeed, among your classmates, Sui Qingqing possesses the most formidable connections, He Minzhong asserted. Have you ever considered that a conventional family could nurture a child capable of entering university by the age of 18? Therefore, you must cultivate a good relationship with Sui Qingqing, not only for your sake, but it would greatly benefit me as well. He Minzhong stood, firmly patting He Mai on the shoulder. Dad, I understand. He Mai nodded earnestly, her demeanor profoundly serious. And you, He Di, all you do is eat. Didn't you see me giving you signals? Such a golden opportunity. And you didn't think to build a rapport with Sui Qingqing. Girls of this age often have pure hearts. He Minzhong continued with earnestness. Dad, I'll keep that in mind next time, He chuckled, turning to glance at himself in the mirror, smoothing his hair. Himai, you must create chances for your brother. If he truly manages to win over Sui Qingqing and they become close, our family will soar to new heights, He Minzhong added, a grin spreading across his face as he contemplated the possibilities. Moreover, Sui Qingqing was quite attractive, and He harbored intentions in that regard. A 4-year age difference was quite suitable. He became animated. Sui Qingqing is single, remaining very low-key. No one in the class knows about her background. I'll find ways to create opportunities for my brother to get close to her, Himai said, her face lighting up with excitement. After discussing this matter, Himai turned serious once more. Dad, I'm still worried that lunatic Pei Jichang will come to the provincial city. Himai's expression was one of concern. Her relationship with Dong Hongwei was blossoming, and he had excellent prospects, even riding a 3-wheeled motorcycle. Xiaomai, you don't need to worry too much. Su Songsheng will handle this matter. His partner is also in the education system, and during our conversation today, I hinted at this issue. He Minzhong replied in a low voice. Dad, just a hint. You need to issue a warning. I think it would be better to directly suspend his partner's job. That would ensure he behaves properly, Himai said anxiously. The furrowed brow of He Minzhong softened momentarily as he murmured, Indeed. It is only when one is afraid that they become honest. With the resumption of the college entrance examinations, the need for a swiftly assembled teaching team was palpable, and the power wielded by the vice director of the Education Bureau seemed rather excessive. Thus, a call arrived from the provincial capital. Chapter 31. Encountering issues as dusk settled. Lu Ermei remained in the school office, reluctant to depart, pleading desperately. What have I done wrong? What grave mistake have I committed to warrant my dismissal? Can you provide me with a reasonable explanation? Her throat was hoarse, and traces of tears marked her face. Your teaching methods are problematic and deemed unsatisfactory. Enough, it's late. Do not prolong my departure, the director urged sternly. I was promoted from the village due to the quality of my lessons. How can you now accuse me of flawed teaching methods? Does that even make sense? I refuse to accept this. Lu Ermei could not contain her emotions, shouting hysterically at the director. You cannot even recognize your own shortcomings and still claim your teaching is flawless? How dare you question this? You are truly obstinate. Just leave. The director roughly pushed her, his actions exceedingly crude. Director, I beg you, allow me to continue teaching. I cannot bear to part with my students. Lu Ermei clung desperately to the doorframe, her heart heavy with reluctance. Get out. The director forcefully shoved Lu Ermei to the ground and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. The corridor fell into a haunting silence, devoid of any sound, illuminated only by a solitary light that cast a cold, desolate glow, enveloping Lu Ermei in an icy chill. A single phone call had severed the path of a person's career. On the dimly lit path back to the village, darkness enveloped the surroundings, cloaked in silence as if shrouded by shadows. The flickering light from the tricycle resembled a feeble kerosene lamp within a home, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. Fortunately, they had arrived at the town, not far from the village. Jiang Tingting slowed her pace, planning to wait at the intersection in hopes of offering a ride to anyone returning to the village. Indeed, someone stood at the crossroads. Oh, Pei Jichang squinted and, to his surprise, recognized a familiar face, Xie Jishu's spouse. Sister-in-law, hasn't school already dismissed? Why are you still here? It's quite late. You should stay in the dormitory for the night. It's too dangerous to be alone. Pei Jichang extended his hand. It's Jichang. Jiang Guangzhao's granddaughter is here too. I have a few matters to attend to at home. Lu Ermei managed a strained smile, though she had been evicted from the dormitory. Pei Jichang then helped Lu Ermei into the tricycle's rear seat, while Ban Xiaoqing kept her head low, feeling extremely guilty after having damaged the secretary's yard. After exchanging a silent smile, they sat quietly together, enveloped in the tranquil darkness, the only sound being the tricycle's engine. The wind suddenly picked up, causing Pei Jichang to squint. He was a man of few words, yet his face betrayed a sinister countenance. Lu Ermei, burdened with numerous packages, exhibited a dismal demeanor, undoubtedly suffering from He Minzhong's retaliatory actions. Such tactics were all too familiar to Pei Jichang. Once, at a public institution, a beautiful young female university graduate joined the ranks. Captivated by her charm, the director sought to win her affection. However, given her affluent background, mere monetary gifts would not suffice. Thus, the director resorted to incessant pressure, subjecting her to relentless criticism at work. After enduring this torment for 6 months, the corpulent director, indeed, managed to seduce the young woman. It is only when one's circumstances shift that they may transgress their moral boundaries, such as human nature. Pei Jichang, succumbing to his smoking cravings, raised his hand as if to light a cigarette, but soon lowered it in disappointment at the absence of one. It appeared that He Minzhong was gradually adapting to the exercise of power. Pei Jichang wore a peculiar smile, unnoticed by those around him. Jiang Tingting waited a while longer, and upon seeing no one approach, she drove her tricycle along the bumpy path back to her village. Though familiar with the route, she sat upright, steering with utmost caution. Suddenly, 2 beams of flashlight illuminated her face, prompting her to instinctively hit the brakes. It must be someone from the village, Ban Xiaoqing muttered, still seated in the back. Yet, Pei Jichang reacted with alarming intensity, leaping to the front and crouching beside Jiang Tingting. Accelerate, don't slow down. Those don't seem like good people. Who would block the road at night? Oh dear, Ban Xiaoqing sat up, feeling an unsettling tightness in her chest at the sight of Pei Jichang, so close to Jiang Tingting. Is there really something to fear around Pingtu village? You're being overly dramatic. Perhaps they couldn't wait for a ride, and are just heading back on foot. Ban Xiaoqing shouted, attempting to assuage the tension. Brake, or we'll collide. Jiang Tingting, disregarding Pei Jichang's warning, reduced her speed. It was already difficult to find a ride, and most villagers would walk back after reaching town. Pei Jichang chose not to speak further, silently retrieving a lighter, realizing that excessive conversation might only create chaos, and he shielded himself behind the windscreen. The tricycle came to a gradual halt, and the person holding the flashlight waved his hand, obscured in shadow, only to utter a muffled, "Hey, fellow villager, may I hitch a ride?" His accent did not belong to Pingtu village, but rather seemed to originate from Shaanxi, igniting Pei Jichang's alertness as he clenched his jaw. We're headed to Pingtu village. If it's on your way, you may join us, Jiang Tingting replied nonchalantly, perceiving no threat in the lone figure, especially with 2 robust men in the back. Miss, if it's not on your way, can't you make an exception just for me? Let me drive the tricycle. Suddenly, the man reached out, grasping Jiang Tingting's hand and pulling her towards him. Hey! Ban Xiaoqing erupted with fury, 1 foot planted on the side of the tricycle, pointing an accusatory finger at the stranger. Let go of her hand. Are you seeking death? The man's throat tightened in shock, staring at Ban Xiaoqing. And in a split second, 5 or 6 figures emerged from the shadows. Do you wish to die? A fierce and violent voice erupted from one side as a man swung a metal rod without warning, striking Ban Xiaoqing's calf directly. Ah! Ban Xiaoqing cried out in agony, crashing to the ground, her body convulsing in pain. The unsettling sound sent chills down Lu Ermiai's spine, causing her legs to weaken and her face to pale, while Ji Hong trembled uncontrollably. The events unfolded too swiftly for the girls to react, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of terror that made them shudder, their hearts racing to their throats. Suddenly, Pei Jichang emerged, letting out a low groan as he swung a metal rod, striking the man in front of him with a resounding thud. Blood splattered as the man fell to the ground without uttering a sound. Without hesitation, Pei Jichang twisted the throttle of the tricycle, propelling it forward. Nigellin, is there someone hiding ahead? Quickly, stop them. Several shadowy figures immediately pursued, one of them leaping onto the other side of the tricycle, dangerously close to Ji Hong. In the next moment, a gleaming knife was drawn. Pei Jichang's face turned fierce. The metal rod raised above his head, causing the assailant to tumble from the tricycle, blood spraying everywhere. The situation had turned deadly. At that moment, Ji Hong was already paralyzed by fear, her eyes wide in terror, her face smeared with blood, rendered immobile by fright. Pei Jichang straightened up, continuing to accelerate the tricycle, noticing someone still pursuing from the side, and he swung the metal rod backward. The deafening clang of metal echoed, and the figure dared not follow, gradually fading into the shadows. Panting heavily, Pei Jichang grasped the handlebars tightly, steering while glancing back and forth, his breath deep and labored. Check if anyone's clinging to the back, he shouted. Oh, Lu Ermiai swallowed hard, crawling over to check, quickly stating, I can't see anything. They shouldn't have caught up. Pei Jichang gasped. Suddenly, Ji Hong's voice broke, crying out in distress, now fully aware of her surroundings, but her voice was swallowed by the wind, the chilling breeze cutting against her face like a knife. Chapter 32. The pungent smell of blood sweat dripped from Pei Jichang's forehead into his eyes, causing a sharp sting. Instinctively, he squinted and hastily wiped it away, causing the tricycle to sway dangerously. Brother! Ji Hong suddenly screamed, her voice echoing in the vast darkness. Is that a soprano? Pei Jichang's mind raced with chaotic thoughts, quickly asking, Little sister, what's wrong? I'm scared. Ji Hong replied timidly, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, her heart racing violently, for she was still quite young. It's all right. Brother is scared too, Pei Jichang reassured her, glancing back once more into the pitch black behind them, where nothing was visible. The bandits had surely not followed. "Little sister, it's safe now. We are secure," he whispered softly, still half-crouched as he drove the tricycle. While Jihong trembled, already rendered speechless by fear. Pei Jichang inhaled deeply, the pungent scent of blood permeating his nostrils. In that moment, he acutely sensed the savagery of this era, and the impending crackdown seemed inevitable. Yet, the true terror lay not within the society under strict enforcement, but in the preceding turmoil, saturated with the stench of blood. Had he not been adequately prepared, had he not acted decisively, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Those women were not only subjected to violation and theft, but could have lost their lives in the desolate wilderness. Frankly speaking, who would have known? With outdated methods, solving cases was exceedingly difficult. Are we truly in the clear? Jiang Tingting timidly lifted her gaze, instinctively clutching Pei Jichang's arm, perhaps believing that this small act could offer her some solace. Since the incident, they had traveled at least 3 miles. Surely, they could not be pursued. Moreover, 2 individuals were gravely injured, and without timely medical attention, survival seemed unlikely. Pei Jichang reasoned, having regained his composure. "You scared me to death, Jichang. How did you realize those people were suspicious?" Jiang Tingting asked, her voice quaking with fear. "Their chosen location was too peculiar, not far from the town's entrance," he replied, but was interrupted by Ban Xiaoqing's agonized cry. "Oh, please help me. It hurts so much. I think my bones are broken. If I end up disabled, how will I ever find a wife?" Ban Xiaoqing's pained outburst startled Pei Jichang, while Lu Ermiai bent down to support him, equally at a loss for what to do. "Just hold on. Once we reach the village, I will take a look at you," Pei Jichang called out. "We need to report this to the police in the county." Jiang Tingting added quickly, "Let's wait until tomorrow. It's too late now, and we might encounter that group of bandits again. They will not hesitate to use lethal force." Pei Jichang replied solemnly, "I agree. We should report it tomorrow." Jiang Tingting responded hastily, "If we report it tomorrow." Pei Jichang's voice trailed off, his expression turning serious as though contemplating something of great significance. Noticing his grave demeanor, Jiang Tingting inquired earnestly, "What about tomorrow?" "Tingting, we cannot let the journey be in vain, or else we waste diesel. If we go to the county to report the case in the morning, could you help me transport a load of corn? My parents are out in the fields today and surely have brought back quite a bit," Pei Jichang suggested, looking down at Jiang Tingting with a hearty smile. After all, the Pei family is not cunning. Jiang Tingting could not contain her laughter, the fear that had surged earlier gradually dissipating. "All right, I'll help your family. A few extra coins are still money," she agreed enthusiastically, suddenly finding Pei Jichang amusing and clever, contrary to the village gossip that labeled him as dull. Her memories of the Pei family were long-standing. Her grandfather had once needed help building a new house, and Pei Yingshi and Pei Jichang had worked tirelessly, their family contributing significantly. "Little sister, wipe your face," Pei Jichang said, producing a handkerchief to offer to Jihong. "I bought quite a few things at the supply and marketing cooperative today, and it's thick-skinned enough to have insisted on giving me a piece." Jihong, still breathless, had yet to regain her composure but heeded her brother's advice, taking the handkerchief to clean the blood from her face before handing it to Jiang Tingting. All right. Jiang Tingting clutched her handkerchief tightly and stole a glance at Pei Jichang. At the moment the man lowered his head, she hastily averted her gaze. For reasons unknown, Jiang Tingting found Pei Jichang to be more considerate than the men in the county, possessing a remarkable ability to empathize. As they traversed the remaining distance, the only sound was the rhythmic thumping of the tricycle's engine. Upon entering Pingtu village, a sense of relief washed over the people. Pei Jichang stopped the vehicle and swiftly climbed to the back. "Let me take a look," he said, crouching beside Ban Xiaoqing and carefully rolling up his pant leg. "It didn't hit the bone. The blow landed squarely on your calf. You can still wiggle your toes, right?" Pei Jichang put away the flashlight, fearful of being seen, or rather, concerned about wasting the battery. Lu Ermiai furrowed her brow, feeling that the flashlight resembled one from her own home, yet she refrained from asking. "My toes can move. But why does it hurt so much if no bones are broken?" Ban Xiaoqing lamented, his face a mask of distress, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. "You say that, but a slap to your face would hurt just as much," Pei Jichang retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Ban Xiaoqing before pulling his pant leg back down. However, he suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity, as such a bold and unyielding man could easily become the target of attention. He could then retreat and, like a scorpion, strike at the crucial moment. "Come, let me help you sit up and have some water." Pei Jichang's tone softened unexpectedly. "Ah," Ban Xiaoqing cried out again. All right. Your wailing is so dramatic, I thought you were expressing longing for distant relatives." Pei Jichang teased. Jiang Tingting could not help but laugh, though she quickly covered her mouth upon seeing Ban Xiaoqing's pitiful expression. It's really nothing. No need to see a doctor. It'll all be fine in a few days. Pei Jichang reassured him, as he had considerable experience with such injuries. Tingting, this is all for you, Ban Xiaoqing exclaimed, startling Jiang Tingting, who promptly leaped to the front of the tricycle. Seeing that he was unharmed, they continued into the village. Jiang Tingting drove the tricycle to the mountain pass, while Pei Jichang instructed his younger sister to head back first. Let me see off my sister-in-law. You're carrying too many bags, he said with a light laugh, as Jihong, holding the items, dashed away without looking back. Leave the door open for me. Tomorrow, I still need to send my parents to the fields, Pei Jichang exclaimed, flustered and loudly reminding her. Why was his sister-in-law in such a hurry? Did she not want to wait for him to finish speaking? Jiang Tingting grinned widely. After ensuring Ban Xiaoqing returned safely, she felt a pang of sympathy, knowing his father probably thought he had gotten into trouble again, having given him a couple of punches. Jiang Tingting drove the tricycle back and called out as she left, Jichang, I'll come to fetch you and Jihong tomorrow. In the end, Pei Jichang helped Lu Ermiai carry a large bundle, filled with bedding, and he slowed his pace, following behind her, his expression turning fiercely serious. The village secretary is a good person, a commendable comrade, yet he finds himself ensnared by malevolent individuals, forced to descend into a realm of wickedness merely to survive. Chapter 33. A path into darkness. The secretary's yard remains in disarray, bricks strewn haphazardly across the ground, and the water faucet in the well has been bent, creating a scene of utter chaos. Why are you back so late? You could have stayed at the dormitory. Su Songsheng took the small bag from Lu Ermiai's hands and noticed a tall man standing behind his partner, a sudden heaviness enveloping his heart. What brings you here? Su Songsheng inquired coldly. Come inside. I still have your sister-in-law's belongings, Pei Jichang replied with a frigid demeanor, his face marred by hostility. Inside, the flickering kerosene lamp cast shadows on the walls, and as Lu Ermiai beheld the devastation in the yard, her emotions spiraled out of control. How did our home end up like this? Oh no, our family is doomed. The school suddenly halted my classes, and I've lost my job. What am I to do? Lu Ermiai collapsed onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, her body trembling with despair. Mom. Su Qing rushed out from the house, crouched down, and embraced Lu Ermiai tightly. Su Liang stood at the door, frozen in place, utterly at a loss. The school stopped your classes. On what grounds? I will go to the town tomorrow and demand an explanation. Su Songsheng bellowed in fury, stamping his foot with force. In such dire straits, the family's plight reached an unbearable low. Brother, I need to speak with you. Come here for a moment. Pei Jichang grasped Su Songsheng's arm, leading him toward the cold room, sensing the weight of the secretary's steps and his heightened agitation. Upon entering the cold room, Su Songsheng, in a fit of anger, violently shook off Pei Jichang's grip. What do you wish to say? Su Songsheng demanded indignantly. He Minzhong, the deputy director of the Education Bureau, intends to eliminate your sister-in-law's job with a mere word, Pei Jichang stated calmly. Su Songsheng exhaled sharply, refraining from responding to this assertion. To have He Minzhong wield such influence implies that my introduction letter has already been dispatched. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to exert his authority. Pei Jichang leaned against the cabinet, enunciating each word deliberately. This is to make you recognize the reality of the situation. Su Songsheng paused for a few seconds before shaking his head vigorously. Jichang, I have not received the introduction letter. He Minzhong is exceedingly cunning. He will require to see your marriage certificate first. Suddenly, Pei Jichang erupted into laughter, tilting his head back in mirth. Yet when he turned to Su Songsheng again, his gaze was piercing, as though he were scrutinizing a criminal, ready to devour him whole. Su Songsheng's words revealed his trepidation, indicating a desire to appease He Minzhong in hopes of re-establishing his standing. Pei Jichang, naturally, would turn against him. Only by being harsher than He Minzhong could he instill greater fear in Su Songsheng, ensuring the consequences would be graver, thus solidifying his allegiance. What is so amusing? Su Songsheng asked uneasily. Secretary, do you truly understand the meaning of utter ruin? You have only just begun to grasp it. The compensation letter you thumbprinted this morning is still with me. If you do not provide the introduction letter, your family will not find peace tonight. Pei Jichang glared fiercely, his face mere inches from Su Songsheng's. With a hiss, Su Songsheng staggered back a few steps, his teeth bared, and upon glancing at Pei Jichang, an involuntary fear welled up within him. Brother, Pei Jichang's tone softened as he stepped forward, placing an arm around Su Songsheng's shoulder. I have risked everything. What could possibly deter me now? Have you not considered why the common folk tremble at my presence? Su Songsheng swallowed hard, gradually succumbing to a sense of panic. If I were to go to the provincial capital, I would undoubtedly take a significant bite out of Jichang. As for my sister-in-law's job, once I speak to her, let alone reinstatement, she ought to be the director. Pei Jichang wore a wicked smile, embodying the very essence of a cunning rogue. Su Songsheng remained silent, but it was evident that he was regaining his composure, analyzing the current predicament. As long as I do not present the marriage certificate, this ticking time bomb will remain. Thus, ponder this. Can Jichang let you off? He will surely make things exceedingly difficult for Ermiai, bullying her mercilessly. He wants you to be afraid. Only by relying on me can we lead a comfortable life. Brother, in the face of such a villain, we must be even more cunning. Pei Jichang's words finally sparked a realization in Su Songsheng. Indeed, he needed to choose his allegiance wisely, lest he be crushed between opposing forces. And with the marriage certificate in Pei Jichang's hands, there was no way to deceive anyone further. It was a path that led only to darkness. Did you just refer to me as your beloved? Ermiai? Is that what you should call me? Su Songsheng fumed. Brother, my apologies, I meant sister-in-law. I was a bit anxious just now, Pei Jichang replied with a grin. I must return to the town. What should I say then? Su Songsheng seized Pei Jichang's hand, producing a letter of introduction, which he slapped into Pei Jichang's palm. Pei Jichang clutched the letter tightly, and their subsequent conversation softened to hushed tones. The following day, at the old Pei residence, the elderly couple rose early as usual, nudging their children awake with minimal words. There was no need for excessive dialogue. As it was time to head to the fields, however, Pei Jichang merely turned over and continued sleeping, not even bothering to open his eyes. Jihong, still somewhat shy, murmured to her parents that they needed to go to the county, hoping to sell their corn for a better price. Bai Xinxiao finally spoke up, and old Pei turned his head, internally chastising his children for their sudden laziness. Brother, I feel for our parents, Jihong whispered after hearing the door close. But that sympathy would not last long. Soon they would need to labor in the fields, hastily harvesting the corn. Pei Jichang suddenly sat up from the calm. By the way, Jihong, what size shoe does that elder sister wear? We should borrow some from the village. When we go to the city, we need to give her the cloth shoes and rely on her to promote our corn. Pei Jichang perked up. The same size as our mother's shoes, Jihong replied. Perfect. We can lend Mother-S shoes to her, saying they were made overnight, Pei Jichang declared. But what about our mother? Those thick-soled shoes are still her festive ones. Moreover, how could one possibly craft a pair of shoes in a single night? Jihong frowned. This matter should not be for us to explain. The soles were prepared earlier, and you stayed up all night crafting the uppers. The emphasis should be on the sentiment, not the details. Then we can sell all the grain from the fields to the elder sister. This is what it means to accept help, Pei Jichang chuckled lightly. The fields abound with grain, but can the elder sister afford it? The younger sister inquired. How could the paper mill, with over 100 employees, possibly lack the means? The elder sister's working style suggests she holds a significant leadership position. Only our prices are lower than those of the grain bureau. Everything is negotiable. Pei Jichang exuded confidence. This maneuver is akin to distributing benefits to employees of a state-owned enterprise. Current policies are stringent, resulting in profits flowing solely to the grain bureau, yet for consumers, grain remains costly. It is precisely due to these strict policies that market orientation is ambiguous. With a mere change of phrasing, the risk of violation dissipates. Of course, risks remain, contingent upon how negotiations unfold. Chapter 34. Relentless pressure as dawn broke. The village chief hurried to the Pei household, intent on taking his bicycle. Jihong assisted in opening the cold room, and to be frank, both felt quite awkward during their interaction. Pei Jichang stood in the courtyard, seemingly lost in thought. Still not fully awake. I've given you the introduction letter. Hurry up and tear up that compensation agreement, Su Songsheng urged, brushing dust off the bicycle seat and casting a glare at Pei Jichang. It's burning, rest assured, Pei Jichang replied with a grin. My spouse mentioned encountering a thug last night. Su Songsheng leaned closer. Were there 2 blood splatters everywhere? It seems quite severe. I fear he might have perished in the wild. Pei Jichang remarked nonchalantly, half squatting on the steps. Such brutality? Su Songsheng lowered his voice, a strange tightness forming in his chest, eliciting goosebumps merely from hearing it. In this chaotic society, if I don't strike hard, it would be my sister-in-law and Tingting who suffer. Is there any hope for survival? Pei Jichang spoke gravely. All right, brother, I owe you a meal. Su Songsheng patted Pei Jichang's shoulder, then dragged the bicycle away, just as Jiang Guangzhao and others entered. Village chief, you're here too, Jiang Guangzhao remarked, quickly turning to Pei Jichang. Young man, were you injured last night? I'm fine, but Xiaoqing took a hit. How is he now? His bones should be intact. Pei Jichang responded promptly. Jiang Tingting beamed at Pei Jichang, her hair styled in two large braids, delicately resting on her chest. Having made a conscious effort to present herself well, appearing quite sprightly. That lad is lying in the back of the tricycle, his leg is quite swollen. I'm taking him to the county hospital to ensure he doesn't suffer any lasting effects, Jiang Guangzhou said. That's good to hear. By the way, the corn supply is limited today, only 20 bags in total. Suddenly, Pei Jichang darted into the cold room, still preoccupied with this matter, and then called out softly. Village chief, could you assist in moving a few bags? Jihong, your brother isn't treating you well, knock him down. Su Songxing muttered before pedaling out. Not even glancing back. Village chief, Ban Xiaoqing called out cheerily from outside, but Su Songxing ignored her, pedaling harder. I'll help you. Jiang Tingting rolled up her sleeves and strode into the cold room. Before long, they had loaded the corn into the back of the tricycle, tying it down. This time they carried less, allowing someone to lie on top. Jiang Guangzhou and his grandson sat at the front. The tricycle swaying gently as it made its way toward the town. Last night, a gentle rain fell, and the morning dew carried a slight chill, hinting at an imperceptible coldness. Along the way, people spoke little, and as we approached the town, the tricycle came to a slow halt. There was blood here. A haunting crimson echoed in a low growl. The earth was stained with blood, forming pools and patches that were heart-wrenching to behold. Let us hurry to the county. Jiang Guangzhou's voice trembled, and he could not help but glance back, feeling a tightness in his chest. He had expected Ban Xiaoqing to handle the situation, but unexpectedly. That lad from the Pei family was truly ruthless, the kind who bears fangs in his heart. In the town, Su Songxing encountered Lu Chuanxia with an unpleasant demeanor. They were merely two of a kind, and when it came to turning against someone, neither the director nor the town mayor would be spared. I demand the contact information for He Minzhong. He shouted. I helped him, did things for him, and this is how he treats my wife. He should not expect to have it easy. Su Songxing pounded on Lu Chuanxia's desk, roaring with fury, his face flushed crimson. Can't you speak properly? Lu Chuanxia glared fiercely at Su Songxing before leading him to the communication room. She dialed numerous numbers, yet still could not reach He Minzhong. Meanwhile, in Jinlin City, the weather was clear and warm. He acted swiftly. After his family had devised a plan to pursue Sui Qingqing, he immediately discarded his current partner, fearing any entanglement. Even visiting her workplace. In truth, his former partner had a decent job as a salesperson at a friendship store, which, in this era, was akin to a high-end luxury boutique, where one could find international brands like Coca-Cola, Swiss watches, and Nike, only available there. Do not seek me out again. We are not suited for each other. He declared resolutely, his gaze towards Miao Hezhu filled with disdain and aversion, even hostility. It mirrored the contempt he once felt for the old Pei family, a bitter enemy, eager to sever ties. On what grounds do you dismiss me? Miao Hezhu questioned, tears brimming in her eyes. Our personalities do not align, nor do our families. Enough with the pointless chatter. Consider the money I spent on you as wasted. He waved his hand in irritation and hopped onto his tricycle, a heartless betrayer still blaming the other. Don't go. What have I spent on you? Was it just that meal at the state-run restaurant? I even returned the watch you lent me. Miao Hezhu cried out with all her might, hastily pursuing him, her hands gripping his arm tightly. Get lost. He forcefully shook her off, causing Miao Hezhu to fall to her knees, and with a twist of the throttle, he sped away. Sobbing, Miao Hezhu sat on the ground, cradling her head in anguish. She had already informed her family about her relationship with He, making it common knowledge, and now faced a humiliating end, unable to show her face to anyone. At Jinlin University, Himai returned to the dormitory and affectionately embraced Sui Qingqing, casually chatting. Yet beneath this seemingly ordinary exchange lay a calculated approach. My father said next time he'll show you something amazing. You'll be sure to savor every bite. Himai smiled brightly. Is that true? As I drooled at the thought of yesterday's delectable braised pork and succulent chicken legs, I must inform my companion that next time, I shall bring wine for my uncle. And I trust my intentions will not be disregarded. Sui Qingqing squinted her eyes, her lips smacking in delight. It is merely an ordinary camaraderie among classmates. Let us not misinterpret. Himai feigned annoyance, casting Sui Qingqing a sidelong glance, yet she continued to embrace her gently. Oh, if this is what you deem a mere platonic relationship, then our male classmates must be quite fortunate indeed, Sui Qingqing teased, her voice playfully elongated. Truly, you are incorrigible. Himai responded, playfully tickling her, and the two young women tumbled onto the bed, engaging in spirited frolic until they finally settled, breathless, at the edge of the bed. I shall refrain from attending next time. I must focus on my studies, Qin Zhaodi murmured softly. In truth, she felt embarrassed to attend, as she could not afford such fine wine. Mai, upon hearing this, chose to remain silent, realizing that Sui Qingqing and Qin Zhaodi shared the closest bond, and thus it would only be her in the future. By the way, Qingqing, please assist me in selecting a gift at the store this afternoon. Dong Hongwei's birthday is approaching, Mai stated earnestly. No problem, this is my forte, Sui Qingqing readily agreed. Mai smiled knowingly. For this afternoon, an opportunity for Sui Qingqing to interact with Di would soon arise. At 10 o'clock in the morning, in the office of the Deputy Director of the Education Bureau, the telephone on the desk rang once more. However, He Minzhong remained unperturbed in his chair, leisurely extinguishing his cigarette before answering the call. Meanwhile, Su Songsheng was already in a state of agitation, struggling to breathe. This is He Minzhong. What on earth is happening with my spouse's employment? Su Songsheng bellowed, interrupting the other person mid-sentence. Ah, it is Comrade Su. You inquire about your spouse's employment? He Minzhong feigned concern. What pretense is this? Are you truly unaware? Why has her position been suddenly halted? I have been tirelessly aiding your family, and yet this is how you repay me. Su Songsheng's emotions surged, wishing to tear He Minzhong apart. Perhaps at that moment, he truly grasped the torment and anguish felt by the Pei family in their disgrace. Comrade Su, if you continue to speak this way, I shall hang up. Do not squander state resources. I am entirely uninformed regarding your spouse's employment. I can only inquire on your behalf. I shall provide you with details once I have investigated, and then Comrade Chunxia will relay the information to you. As for the assistance you mentioned, it is by no means obligatory. Do remember, it is entirely voluntary. However, a new educational resource team is soon to be established in the county, which is a formal state position, and your spouse must act swiftly to seize this excellent opportunity. Having said that, He Minzhong abruptly hung up the phone. He then lit a cigarette, leaned back in his chair, and leisurely began perusing the newspaper, suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, the exhilaration that power brings to He Minzhong is utterly intoxicating. Su Songsheng remained at the phone, bewildered and lost in thought, standing there in a stupor. What did that mean? It is not mandatory for you to assist, yet your spouse's employment is at risk. Should you wish to retain her position, you must swiftly procure Pei Jichang's marriage certificate. Delay, and you will miss the county's promising opportunity. Should you refuse to assist, I shall ensure you face dire consequences. Just as noon approached, Jiang Guangzhou, Pei Jichang, and others arrived in the county. Neglecting even a meal, they hurried straight to the police station. Upon briefly explaining the situation to a police officer, they inadvertently attracted the attention of the deputy director, who summoned Meng Shouwen to personally attend to them. Are these the individuals? Meng Shouwen inquired, producing several photographs and handing them to Jiang Tingting. It was too dark. I couldn't see clearly, she replied. Jiang Tingting then turned to Pei Jichang, passing the photographs to him. Is it you? Meng Shouwen finally recognized Pei Jichang, having a favorable impression of this rural youth. Pei Jichang scrutinized the photographs meticulously, focusing on certain features of the individuals, and slowly articulated. No one could discern the exact appearance of the bandits, but they spoke in a Shaanxi dialect. That aligns perfectly, Meng Shouwen exclaimed. Wait, can you still identify it as Shaanxi dialect? Pei Jichang nodded vaguely. These bandits committed serious crimes in Shaanxi before fleeing to our county, Meng Shouwen elaborated, choosing not to delve deeper into that matter. Let us finalize the case. Pei Jichang placed the photographs on the table and calmly stated, we have individuals here who sustained minor injuries. You should inspect the crime scene from last night. It's likely that two of the bandits won't last long, and their bodies should be nearby. Meng Shouwen gazed at Pei Jichang, feeling incredulous. This rural lad was quite remarkable, displaying such meticulous logical reasoning. Simultaneously, Jiang Guangzhou appeared astonished as well, wondering if the usually silent Pei Jichang had finally found his voice. While Ban Xiaoqing could easily bluff during informal conversations, in serious settings, he often faltered. Only Ji Hong remained silent. As for Jiang Tingting, she frequently stole glances at Pei Jichang. Chapter 35. When relationships are established, discuss interests after leaving the police station. Jiang Guangzhou, concerned that the children might be hungry, invited them to his son's home. Ban Xiaoqing grinned widely, nodding vigorously, eager not to be left behind, momentarily forgetting his leg pain. We want to join. We need to deliver the corn to the grain bureau first. It wouldn't do to leave so much grain unattended, Pei Jichang stated emphatically. That makes sense. Let's attend to the essential matters first, Jiang Guangzhou agreed. At this hour, the personnel at the grain bureau had also gone home for lunch, leaving the tricycle at the entrance, safe from theft. We should head there early to secure a good spot. Otherwise, we'll waste time like yesterday, Jiang Tingting suggested. It's all right. Jihong and I had breakfast at home early, so we're not too hungry, Pei Jichang replied, shaking his head in refusal. However, Jiang Tingting hesitated, wanting to say more but ultimately refraining, fearing she might appear too forward and invite ridicule. Brother, take it slow, Ban Xiaoqing called out to Pei Jichang, winking, hoping to gain some advantage. Pei Jichang nodded lightly and drove off on the tricycle. The sight of the grandfather and grandson duo supporting the tall figure was rather comical. Jiang Tingting's home was located in the northern residential area, where they resided in a bungalow. They reached it in just a few steps, situated a short distance from the paper mill's apartment buildings, allowing Pei Jichang to run this errand without concern of encountering anyone. The county of Xinping is undeniably impoverished, lacking even a single township enterprise. At the beginning of the year, only a handful of individual proprietors emerged, primarily engaged in skilled trades, earning meager incomes. The authorities have called for state-owned enterprise reform, yet the most vulnerable aspect lies in the overwhelming number of factory workers, where employment is often hereditary, sons following in their father's footsteps. Such a prevailing ethos leads the already weak enterprises toward inevitable stagnation. As these thoughts occupied Pei Jichang's mind, his pace unconsciously slowed, and his expression turned solemn. In his previous life, he had articulated certain sentiments to a leader at the departmental level, recollecting that this leader had lived through the era in question. To liberate the market economy, the foremost priority must be addressing the survival of state-owned enterprises. The current situation can be succinctly encapsulated. Unity leads to demise, demise brings outcry. Outcry results in release. Release incites chaos, and chaos fosters unity. How does one comprehend this? To put it plainly, there are those who demand sustenance without regard for its absence, resorting to reckless behavior when it runs dry, only to be reprimanded later, perpetually seeking subsidies. Thus trapped in a vicious cycle of stagnation. Various regions are actively pursuing reform, with policies permitting the closure of state-owned enterprises on the horizon. The paper mill in Xinping County has been imbued with high expectations, bearing a significant social responsibility. However, after implementing reforms, the results remain minimal, merely a struggle for survival. Yet, gaining entry into such a factory requires a formal job, a challenge many strive to overcome. Unbeknownst to him, Pei Jichang arrived near the tenement building, glancing at Jihong, whose nose glistened with a fine sheen of sweat. Was she feeling anxious? Pei Jichang inquired gently, producing a handkerchief to delicately wipe Jihong's nose. Initially, she instinctively recoiled, but soon complied and sat still. I don't want to go, Jihong declared resolutely. Her words left Pei Jichang momentarily speechless. He had anticipated her yielding or showing trepidation, but she instead retreated outright. Brother, I'll watch the tricycle. You go, Jihong insisted, her gaze fixed intently on him, revealing a hint of fiery spirit. Why the urgency? Relax. Is this how one behaves toward family? Is your conscience clear? You act as though you would strike your brother. Would you truly do that? Pei Jichang felt a pang of guilt as he grasped Jihong's fist. After a deep sigh, he spoke earnestly. Jihong, I can see that the older sister from yesterday favored you. Otherwise, she would not have held your hand for so long. So, your presence would be more impactful than mine. You need not say much, just remember the essence I taught you. Sincerity is paramount. Suddenly, Pei Jichang pulled Jihong down from the tricycle and took a few steps forward, his tone softening. How could I ever push you away in a moment of need? It was mere coincidence. Jihong remained silent, turning away to walk directly into the building, ultimately heeding her brother's advice as she hurried up the stairs. It was mealtime, and the hallway was sparsely populated. On the second floor, at the last household on the east side, Jihong panted slightly as she knocked on the door. Who is it? Came the warm voice of the older sister. Upon opening the door and seeing Jihong, she displayed a look of surprise. Sister, what is your name? Jihong blurted out, overwhelmed by her nervousness. Me? Come in, Qianlan. Let's have a meal together, she called, warmly ushering Jihong into the room. Inside, a square table was occupied by two teenage boys, who cast curious glances at Jihong. Sister Qian, these are the shoes I made for you overnight. They have a suitable sole with a warm lining. You can wear them in a few days. Jihong's cheeks flushed. It was her first instance of deceit. Oh my, you young lady are truly something. Qianlan sighed deeply, her hands trembling slightly as she accepted the shoes. Such simple gestures of gratitude moved her profoundly. You needn't have brought me shoes. The corn you sold was not expensive, and I feel I have taken advantage of your family. Did you not sleep at all last night? You must be hungry. Please sit down and have something to eat. Qianlan appeared somewhat flustered, carefully placing the shoes on the cabinet. Sister, I'm not hungry. You go ahead and eat. Don't mind me. My brother is outside and wants to speak with you. Jihong replied truthfully. What? Your brother is outside? Why didn't you invite him in? Come on, let us go meet your brother, Qianlan said, quickly removing her apron and taking Jihong by the hand as they hurried down the hallway. Meanwhile, Pei Jichang stood beside a tricycle. His face clouded with worry as he pondered certain matters. The elder sister's behavior seemed peculiar. Her gaze towards Jihong displayed a clear sense of empathy. Such emotional discernment could be confirmed through subtle details. Could it be that there were relatives at home, young girls like Jihong, suffering greatly, prompting that elder sister to associate her with them and evoke such empathy? In his previous life, Pei Jichang had honed the skill of gift-giving tailored to his superior's preferences, mastering the art of detail management. Brother, Jihong's call interrupted Pei Jichang's thoughts. Sister, Pei Jichang responded with greater affection, swiftly approaching and grasping Qianlan's hand tightly. What is the matter? Qianlan inquired anxiously. Sister, you see, I can offer you a better price for the corn. Could you accept this entire load? Pei Jichang spoke in a low, serious tone. Discussing prices at this moment was timely. Once relationships were established, it was appropriate to address matters of profit. Qianlan glanced at the grain in the tricycle's compartment, hesitating. Sister, how is the corn? Is it better than what the grain bureau offers? Pei Jichang raised a hand to wipe his forehead, looking at Qianlan with eager anticipation. It is quite delicious. I cooked about 10 ears last night, Qianlan said, taking a step closer and eyeing the pile of soft bags, her brow furrowing. But my family cannot consume that much. Sister, there are a total of 20 bags in this load, fewer than yesterday's. To speak candidly, I truly feel embarrassed to trouble you with my sister. But we have no other choice. Could we move the grain to your home for now and discuss the details later? Pei Jichang pleaded, leaning close to Qianlan. Jihong remained silent, lowering her head as she stood under Qianlan's gaze. Nowadays, people's appetites are large. With 4 mouths to feed at home and impoverished relatives unable to eat, assistance is essential. The 20 bags of corn are certainly edible. Yet even at the low price of 50 cents per bag, that amounts to 10 yuan. Qianlan earns merely 27 yuan a month, while her husband makes 25 yuan. In the county town, this constitutes a relatively high-income household, but they cannot afford to spend all their money on corn. It is simply too much. Qianlan purses her lips and, after a moment of contemplation, resolves that she cannot take all of it. She can manage with less. Thank you, sister. I will take 3 bags to make it an even 1 yuan. Pei Jichang expresses profound gratitude, quickly loosening the rope and beginning to move the corn outside, with Jihong assisting as well. When seeking favors, it is essential to recognize when the other party exhibits reluctance. Persistent demands will only breed annoyance, causing any goodwill to dissipate. It is crucial to maintain a sense of moderation. 1 yuan for 3 bags? Just 2 bags will suffice, at yesterday's price. Qianlan quickly interjects. Sister, I initially came here to offer you a discounted price, which allows me to earn a bit more, as the grain bureau is pressing prices down too much. Pei Jichang replies with a hearty smile, shouldering 2 bags of corn. He cannot afford to give away 2 bags now, otherwise it would be the last deal. My little sister must stay to watch the cart. If you do not wish to take them, I can make another trip later, Pei Jichang adds. What does it matter? We have all endured hardships, Qianlan responds succinctly, hoisting a bag of corn as she walks alongside Pei Jichang towards the apartment building. The steps are quite high, and Pei Jichang, bowing his head, occasionally turns to Qianlan with an endearing smile. If she is unwilling to accept, he can simply sell the grain to the commune at a lower price. Pei Jichang readily accepts whatever outcome may arise, having no expectations of how smoothly or swiftly he might encounter a benefactor. Nevertheless, he must exert his utmost effort. As Qianlan helps push open the door, Pei Jichang swiftly stacks the corn in one corner upon entering the room, then carefully places the other bag neatly. Sister, let me give you the exact change, Qianlan says with a bright smile, turning to enter the inner room, typically reserved for leaders as it features 2 compartments. Pei Jichang remains at the door, pulling open his coat and slowly retrieving a small bag from within. Noticing Qianlan emerging from the inner room, he quickly places it on the coffee table. What is this? Qianlan inquires eagerly. Sweet potatoes for your family. I mentioned them last time, Pei Jichang replies, taking a yuan and carefully tucking it into his pocket before preparing to leave. Please wait a moment, Qianlan calls him back. At that moment, Pei Jichang's cheeks twitch, and as he turns around, his expression transforms into one of mild grievance. How many bags of corn are left in the cart? Qianlan asks. 17 bags remain. Bring them all to my house. I will ask the neighbors to help you sell them, but I will pay you up front, Qianlan assures him. The sweet potatoes lie on the coffee table, and cloth shoes are arranged on the cabinet. Ultimately, the woman's heart softens. All right then, sister. Pei Jichang replies with renewed enthusiasm, refusing to let Qin Lan assist, and energetically making multiple trips on his own. He does not find it tiring at all. It is far easier than working in the fields. In no time, Pei Jichang and his little sister carry the last few bags of corn into Qin Lan's home. Sister, let me make it clear. The price will remain as it is now. Just give me $5 more. At that moment, Pei Jichang's attitude was resolute. He intended to relinquish some profit, ensuring that Qin Lan could at least benefit from yesterday's price difference, regardless of how high others might sell it, which was of no concern to Pei Jichang. This transaction had transcended market dynamics. It was rooted in personal relationships and the significance of social connections. Qin Lan paused, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she nodded, choosing not to dwell on the price, and calmly accepted Pei Jichang's proposal. After all, she had to bear a certain risk. What if she were held accountable? Thus, there had to be some ulterior motive. Kindness was one aspect, but one must never conflate it with self-interest. To expect others' goodwill while allowing them to suffer loss would ultimately sever that relationship. Sister, consider this. Pei Jichang swallowed hard, then took the proof of the premium grain into his hands and spoke confidently. My family operates land independently, and all the necessary documentation is available. There is certainly no issue with the grain. Acquiring it from my family is significantly cheaper than from the grain bureau. Sister, you might want to inquire with the neighbors or the factory workers. They would surely appreciate the lower prices and the delicious corn, which could be seen as a benefit for them. By the end of his speech, Pei Jichang raised an eyebrow, becoming increasingly animated. But isn't this a form of speculation? Qin Lan shook her head slightly. Selling 20 bags of corn might be manageable, but if it were more, it would undoubtedly become common knowledge. Sister, what exactly is the definition of speculation? It is about protecting the market and combating malicious price hikes. But is my family as corn overpriced? It is, in fact, cheaper. This is a proactive response to reform, seeking benefits for the workers. We could approach this transaction differently. You could register the number of employees at your unit who wish to purchase corn. There's no need to pay me up front. Once the workers receive the corn, the cost can be deducted from their wages. Thus, it would not be classified as a market transaction, but rather a form of employee welfare. Even if the Bureau of Industry and Commerce were to investigate, there would be no precedent for such a case. How could they arbitrarily accuse you? Of course, if the demand for corn increases, I can certainly lower the price further, but the 50 cents per bag as a benefit would earn you the workers' admiration, who would regard you as a commendable leader for providing them with such assistance. Pei Jichang spoke at length, smiling endearingly, while Zhihong looked at Qin Lan with gratitude. Qin Lan remained silent for a considerable time. It must be said that the proposal from the rural youth before her was quite enticing. Having served as the workshop director for many years, her salary was akin to that of a secondary worker, and she had never received greater bonuses due to her position. With over 60 workers in the workshop, if each contributed 20 cents, that would amount to at least $12. What if the benefits were even more substantial? It could easily translate to an entire month's salary. As the young man emphasized, this would not be deemed as disrupting the market or engaging in speculation. There was no fear of scrutiny from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. I will inquire on your behalf. Qin Lan agreed, casting a curious glance at Pei Jichang. Her expression had shifted. If her previous sentiments had been rooted in sympathy, they now transformed into admiration, recognizing the eloquence he had just displayed. Sister, look. In the past few days, please first consolidate the number of people. I'll return quickly to gather the grain, and in 2 or 3 days, I will come to your home again. At that time, I will hire a tractor to transport everything at once. Pei Jichang exclaimed with excitement. Firmly convinced that in this world, regardless of the era, the economy is the singular core of competitive strength. All relationships revolve around interests. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. We can communicate at any time, and we can transport the grain in the evening, Qin Lan resolved, determined to earn this money. For who does not require grain? The autumn harvest season is imminent, and we must act swiftly. Pei Jichang smiled foolishly, feeling that the comrades in leadership were gradually aligning with him. Every position of authority, no matter how significant, begins with small matters. Chapter 37. Truly awful. The tenement buildings soon became crowded and chaotic. The old wooden doors creaked, and people moved hurriedly, as if everything had become bustling. Pei Jichang walked ahead, with Zhihong closely following him. As the older brother glanced back, he discovered his younger sister grinning widely. Zhihong could not help but think of the good fortune. Sister Qin had managed to sell all the grain from the fields. 10 acres could yield nearly 200 bags of corn, potentially earning around 70 yuan, which was more than double what could be earned by selling to the commune. Upon exiting the tenement, Pei Jichang slowed his pace, draping an arm over Zhihong's shoulder, his voice softly floating through the air. Sister, What do you think? I did not deceive you, and there is no need for you to worry about our parents. Starting tomorrow, we shall endure hardship. This year's rainfall has been ample, and the grain in the fields is almost ready for harvest, especially the corn, which can yield 2 crops in a year. I do not feel hardship. I will head to the fields early tomorrow, as I cannot delay Sister Chin's matters. Brother, if our family earns money in the future, I will find you a wife from the town. Jihong beamed radiantly. Sister, do not always think of me, and do not feel guilty for spending some money. I hope for your happiness. Suddenly, Pei Jichang's expression changed dramatically as he dashed forward. A few uniformed individuals were pushing a tricycle, and it looked as though they were about to take it onto the street. That's my vehicle, Pei Jichang snarled, rushing forward to grasp the rear of the tricycle. Jihong quickly followed suit, holding on tightly, her teeth clenched in anger. Is this your vehicle? One of the uniformed men asked mockingly, scrutinizing Pei Jichang with disdain. Leader, it is my vehicle. Pei Jichang nodded vigorously, suddenly recognizing the person before him as the inspector he had encountered the previous day, whose clothing bore the insignia of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Fortunately, the tricycle was parked at the roadside. Leader, we met yesterday, do you not remember? It was near the cinema. Pei Jichang forced a smile, instinctively patting his pockets only to find he had no cigarettes. Heh, the man sneered coldly, then waved his work identification in front of Pei Jichang. Peng Hao, captain of the inspection team, a figure of considerable authority. I am here to inquire about this tricycle. Peng Hao shouted. Upon hearing this, Pei Jichang felt a wave of unease wash over him. Had this man inquired at the grain bureau? Captain, what is wrong with my vehicle? Pei Jichang asked with a smile. Where did the grain you transported yesterday go? Peng Hao glared fiercely, pressing Pei Jichang for answers. Upon arriving at the grain bureau yesterday, the granary was overflowing, and even after the harvest, it remained uncertain when the grain would be distributed. He inquired about the prices, which were only marginally higher than those set by the commune, and subsequently decided to take the grain back. Pei Jichang hurried to explain himself. Then why are you back in the city today? Peng Hao demanded, seizing Pei Jichang's arm and twisting it as though he were already a criminal. What are you doing? Let go of my brother. Jihong rushed forward anxiously. Get up. Peng Hao forcefully shoved her, sending her crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Damn you. Pei Jichang retaliated, gripping Peng Hao's neck and flinging him forward, causing him to collide with the ground. What are you doing? Restrain this man. Others rushed in to pull Pei Jichang away, yet he clung tightly to Peng Hao, his voice erupting like an explosion. The Public Security Bureau is right ahead. Let's go to the station. My father will tell you why I came to the city today. Everyone stop. Release him first, an older individual intervened, pushing the crowd back before grasping Pei Jichang's arms, allowing him to gradually loosen his grip. Coughing violently, Peng Hao leaned against the cart, his face contorted in pain. I came to the city to file a report at the station. Last night, I encountered several bandits and killed a few. If you don't believe me, come with me to the station. Deputy Director Meng Shouwen is personally investigating this case. Pei Jichang's voice thundered, and the crowd gathered, quickly surrounding them. Without reason, you dare to strike my sister. I will fight you to the death, he shouted, seizing the back of Peng Hao's neck, his nails digging in and drawing blood. To the station. Let's see if my father speaks the truth. Pei Jichang's eyes blazed with fury, as if he were ready to devour his adversary. At that moment, Peng Hao seemed to shrink back, lowering his head and struggling desperately, too afraid to meet Pei Jichang's gaze. Young man, don't act this way. We have our difficulties too. Just let go, and I assure you, if this is a misunderstanding, I will provide an explanation. The older man, who was the deputy team leader, quickly stepped in to separate them, standing in the middle. Just then, a tricycle from the station emerged, with Meng Shouwen seated in the cart, ready to head into town for an investigation. Spotting the commotion, he rushed over. What is going on here? Meng Shouwen shouted, leaping from the vehicle. Upon closer inspection, he recognized many familiar faces. He bullies the poor farmers. He hit my sister, Pei Jichang exclaimed, adding, I came to the station to file a report, and he tried to seize my tricycle. This is not a good person. Peng Hao regained his confidence, pointing an accusing finger at Pei Jichang. You bastard. I will kill you. Pei Jichang bared his teeth, lunging toward Peng Hao, prompting several officers to rush in and restrain him. What is the situation? Meng Shouwen inquired, turning his attention to Peng Hao. Yesterday, this tricycle was loaded with grain, yet the grain bureau did not receive the personal surplus. Where did the grain go? Now that I see this vehicle again, I intended to seize it first, and these two troublemakers are obstructing my duties, Peng Hao retorted fiercely. You are spouting nonsense. Laozi clearly stated his grievances. The grain bureau had excessively sold grain, prompting him to return to the commune to collect supplies. Today, He was at the station to file a report, hence the presence of his three-wheeled cart. Do you not understand human language? Why must you confiscate my cart? I am prepared to confront you. Pei Jichang bellowed. Captain Peng, he indeed came to the city to report an incident. He was robbed yesterday, and some may have been seriously harmed. He speaks nothing but the truth. This cart is vital to him, by obstructing his means of livelihood. Are you not inviting unnecessary trouble? Meng Shouwen interjected kindly. Upon hearing this, Peng Hao fell silent, taking a step back to distance himself from Pei Jichang. Noticing this subtle movement, Pei Jichang lost his composure once more and lunged towards Peng Hao, exclaiming, Why strike my sister? I am ready to confront you. Come here. His imposing figure trembled violently, instilling fear in those who witnessed the scene. It's all a misunderstanding. The deputy captain approached Pei Jichang, offering him a cigarette. Captain Peng's actions were unintentional, and since you have expressed your frustrations, let us put an end to this matter and each take a step back. With a reassuring smile, the deputy continued, Jichang, calm down. They have their duties as well. Let us show mutual understanding. Now, take your sister home. It's unwise to travel at night. Meng Shouwen added his counsel. I will heed your advice. Pei Jichang, his face flushed with anger, snatched the entire pack of cigarettes from the deputy's hand and took a deep breath. Enough, enough, everyone disperse. Meng Shouwen signaled for the crowd to disperse. There were more pressing matters at hand. Subsequently, the officials from the bureau departed, followed by Pei Jichang and his sister, bringing the farce to a close. At the street corner, Peng Hao halted, gritting his teeth. I will uncover the truth, no matter what. Chapter 38. The incident. The earlier confrontation lingered in Jihang's mind, causing her to sigh frequently, her brows continuously furrowed. The three-wheeled cart rested in the shade when a woman carrying a basket approached, inquiring if Pei Jichang wanted some sunflower seeds. He took a generous handful, placing it into Jihang's pocket, and paid the woman 2 cents. Yet, the woman, smiling, pressed another handful into his hands. Local vendors in the county operated such small stalls, often without a storefront. As Pei Jichang cracked open the seeds, he pondered grave issues. The youth unemployment rate is a significant indicator of societal turmoil. The previous years had been relatively stable due to the allocation of a large number of youths to rural areas, providing them with work. But what of now? With a large population and few job opportunities, numerous young people remained idle at home. This posed a formidable challenge. Various factors had become potential hazards for future crackdowns. Pei Jichang spat out a sunflower seed shell, inadvertently hitting Jihang on the forehead, accompanied by a spray of saliva. Little sister, do not worry about what transpired earlier. I act with restraint. I merely intimidated those individuals. I must live for you and our parents, and I will not act recklessly, Pei Jichang asserted with utmost seriousness. But I am afraid. I cannot strangle anyone in the future. Jihang wiped her forehead, gazing anxiously at her brother. At that moment, Jiang Guang approached them, and Pei Jichang chose not to elaborate further. Have you collected everything? Jiang Tingting exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the empty back pocket. Ban Xiaoqing gazed at Pei Jichang with a look of suspicion, clearly holding back laughter. Once the others settled in, she leaned eagerly towards Pei's ear. Have all the goods been sold at the cylindrical building? Indeed, they have all been sold. People are clamoring for them, Pei Jichang replied with a beaming smile. His gaze towards Ban Xiaoqing distinctly different. Business is thriving. Ban Xiaoqing's eyes widened, and she smacked her lips, evidently envious. Which family possesses surplus grain? It's being sold at such a much lower price than the Grain Bureau. How could it not be in high demand? Pei Jichang boasted. Why did he say such things? Ban Xiuan was the type who felt envious whenever others prospered, especially when the most honest peasant family in the village struck it rich. Wouldn't that incite urgency? If his family also ventured into independent land management, then Su Songxing's work would become much easier. In an undeveloped market, one must first establish supply and demand relationships. As more households contracted land, it would soon lead to a surge in livestock farming, an essential path for the development of farmers. Consequently, those selling feed and fertilizers would become prosperous. The renowned Sitong Group also made its first fortune during this period by selling feed. However, Pei Jichang's primary concern at this moment was the limitations of the region. The county was excessively barren. Ban Xiaoqing fell silent, her brows furrowed in deep thought, while Pei Jichang chuckled lightly. Was his business with Qinlan merely a stroke of luck? Perhaps not. The east unit on the second floor, basked in sunlight, was also relatively quiet. How could such a prime unit be allocated to ordinary employees? Thus, they chose that establishment first. From her words and working style, it was evident that Qinlan was a minor leader. Acumen often reveals itself in such details. The subsequent events were indeed fortunate. By the way, father, In a couple of days, we will harvest all the grain from our fields and will need to borrow the tractor from the brigade, Pei Jichang suddenly exclaimed. All right. Jiang Guangzhou responded with a smile. What for? To sell all the grain at the cylindrical building? Ban Xiaoqing gasped. Xiaoqing, keep this under wraps, when asked. Just say the grain is a donation to the commune. Later, you'll accompany me, and I'll give you 5 yuan. Upon hearing this, Ban Xiaoqing's face quivered with disbelief. 5 yuan was substantial. This tall fellow could sell his father for that. Brother, you must keep your word. Ban Xiaoqing grasped Pei Jichang's wrist tightly. Rest assured, the Lao Pei family only speaks the truth. You don't doubt my father, do you? Besides, we are all individuals of great ambition, Pei Jichang chuckled. Brother, Ban Xiaoqing shouted again, grinning widely and brimming with excitement. Look how resounding that call is. To interact with someone like Ban Xiaoqing, one must engage with a childlike approach, offering guidance and rewards while also bestowing adult-like respect. Then everything becomes effortlessly manageable. Afterward, upon arriving at the county hospital and completing her examination, the doctor conveyed the same message as Pei Jichang. No bones were affected, and a course of anti-inflammatory medication would suffice. Instantly, Ban Xiaoqing's legs became nimble, enabling her to walk independently. Thus, the group returned to the village without needing to traverse the night roads. As for the paper factory, when Qin Lan discussed the procurement of corn with her partner, Zhou Bakong expressed vehement opposition. This is unacceptable. I cannot agree. The grains cultivated in the fields must be sold to the commune, as stipulated by policy. How can you act so recklessly? Zhou Bakong was filled with righteous indignation. Your rigidity is precisely why you cannot ascend to the position of deputy factory director. You remain confined to this office. Qin Lan, unwavering in her stance, stepped forward and continued, what is policy? Are the sunflower seeds purchased on the street not grown in the fields? Ambiguity is not policy. On what grounds do the workers owe you their votes? Through their diligent daily labor? If their efforts go unnoticed, you cannot expect to raise their salaries, can you? The factory's performance is stagnant. You must provide tangible benefits to the employees. And what are those benefits? A cloth bag of corn costs merely 50 cents. And with such a generous supply at such a low price, the workers will appreciate us, thereby increasing your chances for promotion at the year-end election. Moreover, not only will we gain a good reputation, but we can also earn a substantial profit. My niece, Zhao Di, whom I have supported, is now an excellent student at Jinlin University. Once she succeeds, she will undoubtedly assist our children. I intend to save money to support my brother's daughters as well. I need to earn this money. At last, Qin Lan, out of breath, spoke fervently, while Zhou Bakong remained silent, deep in thought. After a long contemplation, he finally nodded in agreement. Zhao Di has achieved success. She need not settle for just anyone, having escaped the mountains to forge her own life. The remaining girls in the family should also venture out into the world. Nearby the town, a discovery was made. The body is here, came the urgent calls. Meng Shouwen hurried over, and upon examining the wounds inflicted by the bandits, a chill ran down his spine. The young man from the village had struck with brutal ferocity. Even if he had been rushed to the hospital, survival was impossible. His skull was crushed, revealing a murderous intent. A female corpse has been found, another officer exclaimed. Meng Shouwen rushed over, and upon a mere glance, his heart sank. The woman had been violated, and her death was exceedingly tragic. Investigate quickly. Find out which family's daughter is missing. Damn it, these scoundrels are inhumane. We must apprehend them. Those bandits are far too dangerous. Meng Shouwen gritted his teeth in fury. Meanwhile, personnel from the county's Industrial and Commercial Bureau arrived in the township. Following an investigation by Peng Hao, it was revealed that no individual premium grain had been received in recent days. All the grain had been delivered from various villages and teams. Where had the truckload of grain gone? It was evident that it had been sold to individuals. Remember that person, let him wait for me. Peng Hao muttered through clenched teeth. As incidents continued to unfold, Chapter 39, Literacy. In the evening, the village held a film screening, a rare source of entertainment. And nearly everyone from the village gathered at the stage. People brought small stools and chairs, squeezing closely together amidst the laughter and chatter. They screened Taking Tiger Mountain by Strategy. Old Pei sat at the back, surprised to see his son mingling with the village leaders, sitting next to the secretary. Before going to the provincial capital, I will send some corn to the key households in the village to stoke the flames of unrest. You need not say much. And Ban Siyuan and I will surely be anxious to secure a good piece of land, Pei Jichang whispered. The matter primarily concerns your sister-in-law's employment. If he Minzhong fails to provide arrangements, their household shall not find peace. How can one be subjected to such bullying? Su Songsheng spoke with a shake of his head, gritting his teeth, and took a deep drag from his cigarette. Where did this fine smoke come from? A friend from the city gifted it. He is quite generous. Pei Jichang casually remarked, his attention fixated on the film equipment, which operated on a diesel generator, an antiquated contraption. The ticket to the provincial capital alone costs 8 yuan. Can the family possibly gather that sum? They would also need to stay in a guest house and cover meal expenses. Every aspect demands money. Su Songsheng wore a worried expression. Yet his hands moved swiftly as he extracted another cigarette from the pack, tucking it behind his ear. There is enough money. Brother, keep your family matters to yourself. I shall resolve everything on my trip to the provincial capital, ensuring the He family weeps through their days. By the way, once I finish collecting the grain, please assist me by delivering it to the city. Pei Jichang glanced towards Ban Xiaoqing, who was playfully shaking his father's knee. In a certain sense, the three of them could be considered like-minded friends. If only we could arrange for your sister-in-law to be transferred to the county, that would be a splendid opportunity. Su Songxing chuckled heartily, not pondering Pei Jichang's words any further. Meanwhile, on the other side of the stage, Ban Xiaoqing anxiously exclaimed, Father, the townsfolk are clamoring for grain. If we secretly sell a few bags of corn, we could earn a decent sum. Should more individuals acquire exclusive farming rights, our brigade will soon find itself devoid of resources. While the villagers remain unaware, we must swiftly seize a few acres of fertile land. His brows were tightly knitted in distress. Ban Xiu and I also felt a gnawing anxiety, observing the old Pei family's fortunes rise, once impoverished farmers now thriving. In the days that followed, the 4 members of the old Pei family rose early and toiled late, harvesting grain from the fields, bags of corn piling into small mountains within their cold abode. Pei Jichang finally comprehended why those who labor in the fields are often taciturn. They are simply too fatigued to engage in conversation, their smiles appearing stiff and forced. Yet, amidst their exhaustion, their eyes sparkled with a profound yearning for a better life. As for Ban Xiaoqing, he spent his days idling in the team, his mind preoccupied with the 5 yuan Pei Jichang had promised him, losing interest in earning meager work points. On the final morning, Pei Jichang abstained from fieldwork, as only half an acre of grain remained. The other 3 could finish the harvest in a morning's time. He borrowed a 2/8 bicycle and headed to the city. Departing before dawn, he arrived at the apartment building by afternoon. Pei Jichang's legs felt numb, contemplating the future of people's lives, thinking of cycling and losing weight, which would soon lead to a more settled existence. Unfortunately, Qinlan was not home, and Pei Jichang could only wait until the end of the workday to finally see her. However, Qinlan's spouse, Zhou Boken, was also present. Hello, brother-in-law. Pei Jichang greeted with a sincere smile, hastening to assist the gentleman with his bag. You are my sister's husband, I presume? You're too polite, young man. Zhou Boken felt a bit uncomfortable, tugging at the briefcase, only to find that Pei Jichang held it tightly. Let us go inside and talk, Qinlan cheerfully suggested, swiftly opening the door. Upon entering the room, Pei Jichang and Zhou Boken found themselves seated on a wooden sofa, which felt rather cramped. Qinlan, after washing several fruits, settled on a small stool to one side. As the sky gradually darkened, the atmosphere grew increasingly formal. Have all the corn been harvested? How many bags do we have in total? Zhou Boken inquired. I have 200 bags here, and I can assure you of the weight and quality. As for the price, it's set at 3 yuan 50 cents per bag, totaling 70 yuan. Can you manage to take all of it? Pei Jichang replied gravely. 200 bags? Qinlan glanced at Zhou Boken. Based on the quantity and price provided by Pei Jichang, their batch would yield a profit of 30 yuan. After conducting some assessments, it appeared that the workers were quite keen on inexpensive corn. They could indeed manage to consume 200 bags, although the main concern was transportation. Can you ensure delivery to the factory? She asked. I can allocate a storage room specifically for you, as long as you can safely deliver the grain. The paper factory will not fear inspection, Zhou Boken stated earnestly. This statement was sufficiently explicit. The factory's matters had been settled, contingent upon the assurance that the business bureau would remain unaware. Pei Jichang quickly responded, Brother, this is a welfare delivery, so the workers must collect it from the factory. I have borrowed several tractors from the brigade, all equipped with cargo nets, ensuring everything can be delivered in one trip. How about tomorrow night? That works. Wait until after midnight. It will be relatively safe to enter the city then. I will be waiting for you at the paper factory, Zhou Boken cautioned solemnly. All right, brother. Don't worry. I have it all noted. Pei Jichang nodded emphatically, his demeanor particularly serious. At that moment, the 3 exchanged glances, and smiles crept onto their lips. This transaction had progressed smoothly, devoid of any hesitations. Qinlan, as the workshop director, and Zhou Boken, the office director overseeing finances, advocated for providing benefits to the workers without costing the factory any money. The employees were elated, and the factory had undoubtedly supported the initiative. Other matters could be discussed later. The real challenge lay with the migrant workers responsible for the delivery. Unlike those who held office jobs, they had purchased the grain. But who could ascertain whether the sellers were from the Grain Bureau? How did they conduct inspections? Who would be held accountable for any negligence? Once the corn was consumed, could it be regurgitated? Zhou Bakong was willing to bear this risk. It was inconsequential. However, he had done a good deed for the workers, providing them corn at 50 cents a bag. Where else could one find such a deal? This would undoubtedly provide significant support during the upcoming elections. Thus, the crux of the matter rested on Pei Jichang ensuring the safe delivery of 200 bags of corn to the paper factory. Sister, I shall not disturb you any longer. I am heading back to the village. Pei Jichang stood up, having concluded their discussions. Jichang, this is our first interaction, but you certainly possess a way with words. Your educational background must be quite commendable, I presume? Zhou Bakong extended his hand warmly, making up for the lack of greetings during their initial meeting. The office director held a deep appreciation for the rural youth before him. At least I can read and write, Pei Jichang replied with a faint smile, shaking Zhou Bakong's hand firmly. As Pei Jichang emerged from the corridor, the old bicycle stood waiting at the entrance. Fearing the possibility of losing it, he pushed it through the noisy passageway, his back held straight. Chapter 40. Friendship. Upon descending from the tenement, Pei Jichang observed families dining on small tables in the hallway, the aroma of cooking oil permeating the air, mingling with the joyous laughter of children. A scene that was simple yet warm, brimming with the essence of life and human connection. As he walked along the narrow path, a refreshing sensation swelled in his heart. Although the light was dim, he hesitated to switch on his flashlight, managing just enough visibility to see the way ahead. Upon nearing the cinema, a sense of liveliness enveloped him. Vendors with baskets wandered about, and the streetlights illuminated the pavement. Suddenly, the streets erupted with urgent honks, as adults swiftly grabbed hold of their frantically running children, while several three-wheeled motorcycles zipped past in a rush. It was the police car from the precinct. What calamity had occurred? A wave of trepidation washed over him. Pei Jichang involuntarily halted, gazing at the motorcycles as they faded into the distance, an unusual heaviness settling in his chest. Walking alone at night, he pondered the potential encounter with those roving Shaanxi men. The prospect seemed dire. Whether those ruffians recognized his face was uncertain, yet truly malevolent individuals are inherently brutal. It was a matter of genetics. The seeds were sown in malice. Lost in these thoughts, Pei Jichang turned slowly, deciding against retracing his steps and preparing instead to find a place to rest for the night in the city. The county hotel was exorbitantly priced, with a single room costing 3 yuan, while even the ordinary inns charged around 1 yuan and 50 cents. In these times, the steepest expenses revolved around food, lodging, and transportation. The tractor from the brigade, thanks to connections with the village secretary and Uncle Jiang, could be borrowed for just the cost of fuel, though it could not carry much. He would need to borrow another with a basket. Ban Xiaoqing's brother-in-law was the secretary of the neighboring village, and the tall fellow had promised he could procure a tractor without delay. The 5 yuan would cover both the person and the vehicle, a fair price indeed. If all else failed, he would resort to taking it without permission. Those were Ban Xiaoqing's exact words. For that 5 yuan, the tall one was determined to make it happen. His parents and younger sister needed to survive this winter well, so every penny had to be spent wisely. Pei Jichang turned away from seeking accommodation, planning to find a place to endure the night in the cinema. Jichang, a melodious voice broke through his troubled thoughts, instantly brightening his expression. It was Tingting. Pei Jichang smiled. Why are you still in the city at this late hour? Jiang Tingting hurried to his side, accompanied by another young woman, both appearing to be in their early 20s. I came to help the secretary deliver a message. The grain harvest is complete, and since I have nothing else to do, I decided to lend a hand. Pei Jichang pressed his lips together, looking particularly earnest. Humph. Have you forgotten how the secretary has aided the He family in bullying you? You're too kind-hearted. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't maintain any dealings with Su Songxing, much less deliver messages to him. Not a chance. Jiang Tingting pouted. Ha ha, we're all from the same village. If your family were in trouble, I would certainly exert myself to assist. Pei Jichang nodded, turning to leave. However, this male green tea, speaking in such a manner and adopting a pitiful demeanor, is merely seeking sympathy. Jichang, stop. Are you returning to the village at such a late hour? Jiang Tingting exclaimed as she firmly grasped Pei Jichang's arm, her braids swaying with her fervor. I must go back, or I shall have nowhere to stay. Pei Jichang replied with apparent sincerity. Having encountered someone from the same village, can you truly be left without shelter? Come, stay at my home for the night. Jiang Tingting's tone was warm and inviting. That might not be appropriate. Pei Jichang feigned reluctance. Oh, what's the harm? Let's go? Jiang Tingting insisted resolutely, pulling him northward. Thus, the trio set off, their silhouettes elongated by the streetlights as they engaged in light conversation. The young woman, Du Tsueqiu, worked at the commune in town and was a colleague of Jiang Tingting's father. She had come to the city on business and, having been delayed, decided to spend the night at their home. However, Du Tsueqiu's attention was primarily fixed on Pei Jichang's bicycle. Hey, Tingting, didn't I hear that Jiang uncle works in the county? Pei Jichang inquired, his memories of the Jiang family hazy and fragmented, recalling only that they had moved to the county some years prior. My father is a driver for the county's fleet, Jiang Tingting replied, her lips curling into a proud smile. In this era, being a driver in a fleet was quite prestigious, not only due to the generous benefits, but also the high social standing it conferred. Essentially, every leader recognized drivers, and positions within the fleet were akin to formal government roles. Whenever there was a need for personnel, they would borrow from the fleet. For instance, the county's tobacco company, in its early days, would request drivers from the fleet, leading to formal employment. Impressive, Pei Jichang remarked, realizing why Jiang Guangzhou held such a respected position in the village. It turned out his family was indeed remarkable. Yet, there were always a few exceptional individuals in the village. Since Du Tsueqiu worked at the commune, it was likely that Jiang Tingting's father was responsible for her transportation, perhaps having indulged in drink, rendering him unable to drive, thus necessitating her stay for the night. Pei Jichang's mind wandered with such conjectures, a habit of overthinking. Naturally, Jiang's father could speak so freely in front of a comrade at the commune, suggesting that Du Tsueqiu and Jiang Tingting were classmates. The county was small, and there were only a couple of classes where everyone knew each other. Comrade, how much did you pay for that bicycle? By the way, where do you work? Du Tsueqiu suddenly posed her question bluntly, her tone resembling that of a matchmaking inquiry. Jiang Tingting immediately furrowed her brow, yet Pei Jichang maintained his composure, replying, I am a farmer. I have no job to speak of. This bicycle belongs to the village secretary. I am unsure of its price. Oh, Du Tsueqiu elongated her response, her expression becoming stern as she exchanged a glance with Jiang Tingting. The young woman perceived her friend's excessive enthusiasm towards this farmer as inappropriate. One must not get too close in matters of gender. You should say less. Jiang Tingting shot Du Tsueqiu a fierce glare, thereby silencing the outspoken comrade, who was known for her sharp tongue at the commune. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Anyone could discern the implication of Du Tsueqiu's words, yet Pei Jichang remained entirely unfazed. Fortunately, not long after, the three arrived at the residential area on the north side. Jiang Tingting's home consisted of 2 bungalows, both built on a foundation of red bricks, a testament to the family's affluence. Mom, we have guests. Upon entering, Jiang Tingting exclaimed. Soon after, a woman emerged from the inner room, dressed in a deep blue work uniform. Initially frowning, her expression softened into a smile as she recognized the man's face. Isn't this the young lad from the Lao Pei family? It's been several years since we last met. The last time was during your wedding. My husband made a special trip back for that, Lu Zhixiang said warmly. Mom, he is already divorced. Why bring that up? Jiang Tingting shot Lu Zhixiang a glare. Oh, I see. Lu Zhixiang suddenly recalled the village gossip about the female university student who had left, which pertained to the Lao Pei family. You've been divorced? Du Tsueqiu exclaimed, her voice raised in surprise as she looked at Pei Jichang. Yes, indeed, Pei Jichang nodded with a smile, appearing quite proud. Lao Pei and Bai Xinxiao, feeling embarrassed, were eager to arrange a marriage for their son, claiming to outsiders that he was already divorced. Pei Jichang had no desire to elaborate further. Faintly, he heard snoring from the inner room, indicating that Zhang's father was indeed quite inebriated. Jichang, please sit. Park the car beside the cabinet. I'll prepare something for you to eat, Jiang Tingting said, moving to the stove to start a fire. The dishes had yet to be washed, as the family had just finished their meal. Tingting, there's no need to trouble yourself. I've already eaten, Pei Jichang quickly replied. What trouble? Just warming up some porridge and steaming a couple of white buns. Everyone in Pingtu village can enjoy it. I know you well. Now, please, make yourself comfortable. You can sleep on the sofa tonight, Jiang Tingting said, her movements efficient. I truly feel I'm imposing, Pei Jichang said, rubbing his hands together, casting an embarrassed glance at Lu Zhixiang. The idea of staying for dinner and spending the night sent a jolt of apprehension through Lu Zhixiang. Yet she managed to force a smile and politely said, Jichang, it's no trouble at all. We're all from the same village, so don't stand on ceremony. Lu Zhixiang then poured a glass of water for Pei Jichang. The village lad held the cup and sat on the sofa, only able to smile awkwardly, feeling it inappropriate to speak much. Being dependent on others, the best approach was silence. Yet, this demeanor appeared to Lu Jixiang and Du Zuiqiu as shabby, impoverished, and inept. However, when Jiang Tingting glanced back, her eyes brimmed with compassion. Jichang treated people so well, yet he had faced betrayal. In truth, Lu Jixiang harbored a deep-seated disdain for those associated with Jiang's father. There were too many in the village seeking favors, which was why she usually refrained from attending weddings in the area. However, Lu Jixiang was a bona fide city dweller, with several formidable relatives on her side. The county job is about to come through. With the recent social unrest, you shouldn't be running back to the village so often, Lu Jixiang said as she moved to the stove to assist her daughter with the meal. That night, if it weren't for Jichang stepping up, the bandits would have had me in dire straits, Jiang Tingting joyfully remarked, turning to exchange glances with Pei Jichang. In truth, her delight stemmed from a desire for her family to treat Pei Jichang better, hoping to ease his reservations. With a forced laugh, Lu Jixiang felt a pang of discomfort within her. When had her daughter ever shown such warmth towards a man? She could not fathom allowing her affections to gravitate towards a divorced man who was still unemployed. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Tingting prepared some congee, skillfully spearing 2 white steamed buns with her chopsticks. She personally placed the bowl on the tea table before Pei Jichang. "Please, eat up," Jiang Tingting urged. "Thank you," Pei Jichang replied with a nod, taking a sip of the warm congee, feeling a wave of gratitude for the friendship he shared with Jiang Tingting. Lu Jixiang stood to the side, watching the scene unfold, her face paling with frustration. "You must finish everything. Not a morsel should be left behind." "Those white buns are not inexpensive," Du Zuiqiu interjected, her voice laced with hostility. "Indeed, I appreciate Aunt Lu's hospitality," Pei Jichang acknowledged, turning his gratitude towards Lu Jixiang. "Please, enjoy your meal." Lu Jixiang swiftly pulled Jiang Tingting away, hastily retreating to the inner room, with Du Zuiqiu following closely behind, leaving the man alone. The night had grown dark. Chapter 41. True emotional intelligence. Around 3 in the morning, Pei Jichang awoke, tiptoeing out of Jiang Tingting's home and riding towards the town on his bicycle. During his stay, he had overheard the woman muttering some unflattering remarks, clearly intended to dissuade him from getting too close to a divorced man, emphasizing the importance of maintaining decorum. Some individuals may appear sincere but possess ulterior motives, and so forth. However, Pei Jichang felt nothing but gratitude towards the Jiang family. Otherwise, he would have spent the night worrying about the safety of his bicycle. At least he had managed to enjoy a restful slumber. A true person of emotional intelligence is not merely one who can charm and flatter. That is but a superficial cleverness. Rather, it is about leaving others with the impression that you are worthy of assistance and possess a sense of gratitude. Pei Jichang understood this principle and adeptly applied it, much like his dealings with Qin Lan, where he did not merely exploit her plight or engage in moral coercion, but sought to create value and offer concessions. As dawn began to break, Pei Jichang arrived in the town after a 3 to 4 hour ride, parched and weary. The commune courtyard had a water pump, and Pei Jichang made his way there to quench his thirst. By this time, people were gradually beginning their daily routines. The villagers were bustling in and out along the narrow paths, as the autumn harvest season was fast approaching, marking the busiest time of the year. In the surrounding areas, the only place to refuel was a small gas station adjacent to the commune courtyard, staffed by employees from a county-owned enterprise rather than the commune itself. This station primarily provided fuel for the tractors and agricultural vehicles of the various brigades, adequately meeting their basic needs. After inquiring about the services, Pei Jichang departed. The gas station operated at night, not to increase profits, but to prevent theft. In the city, Jiang Tingting had refrained from speaking loudly the previous evening, fearing that Pei Jichang might feel uncomfortable upon hearing her words. Discovering he had left that morning, she immediately unleashed her pent-up frustration. "Mom, what were you saying yesterday? Can you even hear yourself?" When Grandpa built the house, the Lao Pei family contributed the most. Not long ago, Jichang even saved me. Why can't we treat him a little better? Dear daughter, our family has treated the people of Pingtu village with enough kindness. There is no need for your incessant chatter. Besides, if that person had not borrowed the tricycle, would such distress have befallen them? I must be frank. Do not seek a partner on your own. Wait for us to introduce someone suitable. Lu Jixiang, feeling a surge of anger, flushed with indignation. Her words were quite harsh. "We are merely friends," protested Jiang Tingting, who regarded Pei Jichang as a good person without any ulterior motives. However, the feelings that blossom in youth are often unrecognized. As the saying goes, the observer is oblivious. "Mother, you are too anxious. How could Tingting possibly be interested in a farmer?" From the inner room emerged a young man, grinning widely, his hair slicked back with gel. embodying the very essence of modernity. His name was Jiang Che, a twin to Jiang Tingting, though he had never once called her sister. Having grown up in the city, he had only visited Pingtu village twice, lacking the accent of our father. Hurry off to your work, Lu Zhixiang urged, giving Jiang Che a firm pat on the back. After exchanging a smirk with Jiang Tingting, he swiftly exited the house. Tingting, your job will be arranged soon. Do not rush into seeking a partner. Once you secure a stable position, your standing will change, and we will introduce you properly, Lu Zhixiang continued. Jiang Tingting nodded in agreement, refraining from further argument. Her understanding of love was vague and rather naive. She believed that marriage should prioritize the character of the partner, someone kind-hearted and considerate. Nevertheless, she trusted her parents' judgment, confident they would not steer her wrong. Suachio, let us depart. Jiang father finally emerged from the inner room, still reeking of alcohol. As he pulled back the curtain to exit, he mumbled, the young men of Pingtu village are quite fine. You have followed me, after all. I must have been blind. Lu Zhixiang retorted, though she could not suppress a smile. By 10 that morning, Pei Jichang returned to the village, first seeking out Ban Xiaoqing, who had not gone to work in the fields and was still asleep on the kong. We must borrow the tractor with the cargo basket, otherwise, we cannot transport the goods. After dark, we will meet at the back hill. As soon as I see the vehicle, I will hand you the 5 yuan. Pei Jichang stated firmly. If 200 bags of corn cannot be moved in one trip, we will need to rearrange our schedule. Sure, I can definitely get the tractor. Just say it's for the autumn harvest, and my father needs it. My brother-in-law will undoubtedly hand over the keys. Ban Xiaoqing laughed heartily, his demeanor suggesting an unreliable nature. The village secretary will accompany you. I worry you may struggle to operate the tractor, especially with the cargo basket. The secretary is skilled, Pei Jichang advised. Ban Xiaoqing's carefree attitude made Pei Jichang uneasy about the possibility of not being able to borrow the vehicle, but with the secretary present, it was certain they would lend it for the day's harvest. Pei Jichang was always meticulous in his arrangements. In his previous life, he had mastered the intricacies of funeral arrangements for provincial leaders, knowing precisely who to invite and who to avoid, a significant art in itself, which he managed with aplomb. All right, I'll follow your lead, Ban Xiaoqing nodded, grinning, his mind solely focused on the 5 yuan. Let us go, hurry out, to find the secretary. Pei Jichang hurried along. I wish to sit upon the beam, where the breeze is delightful. Ban Xiaoqing followed him into the courtyard, calling out with a loud voice. You want to sit on the beam, where the breeze is delightful. Pei Jichang could hardly believe his ears. Thus he echoed the words of the tall figure. Yes, indeed. Ban Xiaoqing nodded vigorously. Pei Jichang felt a sense of bewilderment. What did this tall fellow mean by his somewhat naive enthusiasm? Don't you see how large you are? How dare you say such things? We still have to climb uphill. Pei Jichang silently cursed within. I rode back from the city, and I still wish to sit there. Furrowing his brow, Pei Jichang wasted no time and promptly took his place on the beam. Consequently, Ban Xiaoqing rode his bicycle while Pei Jichang perched atop the beam, the tall fellow riding with gritted teeth. It's quite laborious to pedal with someone sitting in front, Ban Xiaoqing murmured. I wish to sit on the beam, where the breeze is delightful. Pei Jichang reiterated the same sentiment. Indeed, in life and work, one must ponder for oneself and consider others as well. This shall impart a lesson to the tall fellow. Next time, I shall sit. Ban Xiaoqing grinned broadly, leaving Pei Jichang utterly speechless. In the courtyard of the brigade, Su Songsheng had just concluded a meeting. Upon seeing Pei Jichang arrive, he handed him the keys. The tractor is parked in the brigade courtyard. It can barely carry 70 bags of corn at once. Keep the keys safe, and do assist with refueling, Su Songsheng instructed. Secretary, you must accompany Xiaoqing to the neighboring village to borrow the tractor with cargo nets from his brother-in-law. This way, I can transport all the corn to the county in one go, and earn a good amount to take to the provincial city. Pei Jichang added. Secretary, he. Ban Xiaoqing chuckled with a silly grin. All right then, Su Songsheng did not ponder further and readily agreed, unaware that he had harbored no doubts about Pei Jichang until this moment. Chapter 42. The silent gourd vroom, vroom, vroom. The tractor crept along the dirt road, and the villagers could not help but gossip. Old Pei has earned quite a bit this year. It seems he can find a suitable match for Jichang. Jichang, how many bags of corn have you harvested in total? Why so silent? Are you afraid of envy? Idle chatter buzzed around like flies on rotten meat. A retort would grant only a brief moment of peace before the flies returned in droves. I fear you may starve, but fear more that you thrive. Pei Jichang smiled foolishly, remaining silent, his head bowed low, like a mute gourd. And what prowess does such a mute gourd possess? Isn't it just to let his wife ride atop him? Tonight, he would receive the money, then head to the provincial city to seek Himai. Pei Jichang paid no heed to the taunts. His expression suddenly turned cold as the tractor ascended the mountain road, coming to a steady stop at the doorstep. In the dirt courtyard, old Pei sat in a corner with a furrowed brow, casting a glance at his son before letting out a long sigh. Jichang, do not stir trouble in the provincial city. How can a poor farmer contend with officials? Life at home is much better now. Just earn some work points in the brigade and prepare for the new year. Bai Xinxiao stepped forward, grasping Pei Jichang's arm, earnestly persuading him. Mother, it's fine. I want to make a fuss. I just want to reclaim the grain that Hima has taken from our family over the years. Do not worry. Once we arrive at our destination, I will promptly send a message back to the team. Pei Jichang gently patted Bai Xinxiao's back, explaining in a soft voice. How will you write a letter when you cannot read? Bai Xinxiao furrowed her brows. I will draw little figures on the letter, and you and my father will understand. After a brief smile, Pei Jichang proceeded towards the cold room. Subsequently, the four family members immersed themselves in their labor, all resilient individuals. Neatly placing the corn into the cart, Jihong whispered to her brother, Brother, I want to go out with you tonight. Pei Jichang turned to see Jihong clenched her fist, determined to go. Do not cause trouble. Stay home and behave, he said sternly, marking the first time since his rebirth that he spoke harshly to his younger sister. At the commune in the town, grain had already been submitted, and the members began the inspection, with the production team requiring further classification. The courtyard bustled with activity, teeming with diligent individuals. The county's Bureau of Industry and Commerce had come to investigate, and it was said to be a significant matter. Even the leader of the inspection team had arrived. At the commune, Du Tsuichio, holding a high school diploma, was responsible for the handover tasks. Independent householders were not registered at the commune, as the policy had not yet been established, and management was unified under the village's brigade, whether it was individual surplus grain or that produced by the brigade. All was accounted for as grain reserves. Du Tsuichio was in communication, but the attitude of the officials from the bureau was exceedingly poor, causing her patience to dwindle. And her expression darkened. With so many tricycles, how can I keep an eye on you? Is the commune staff so negligent in their duties now? Peng Hao slammed the table, instantly silencing the noisy office. Tsuichio, the secretary of the commune, called with a furrowed brow. Du Tsuichio, feeling anxious, stood up, realizing her sharp tongue had caused trouble. Which village has how many independent landholders? You must provide me with the statistics today, or you can forget about this job. I will personally report you. Peng Hao shouted, pointing at her. The young woman was frightened into silence, her head bowed low, her body trembling slightly. I await your statistical report, Peng Hao called once more before leaving with his entourage, slamming the door behind him. Instantly, the office erupted into a flurry of whispers, all eyes turning towards Du Tsuichio. The secretary approached, sighed deeply, and solemnly instructed, such work should have been meticulously prepared in advance. One cannot neglect it due to its complexity. The market is now open, and speculation is rampant. We must cooperate with the comrades from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Du Tsuichio nodded vigorously, then took a seat. All right, quickly compile the statistics today. Do not provoke those from the Bureau, the secretary added before turning to leave. His words were light, yet in the surrounding villages, there were thousands of households, and the task of gathering statistics was overwhelmingly complex. With no certainty of when it would be completed, Peng Hao and his group did not leave the town. They mounted their tricycles and headed to the fuel station. Having already spent 2 days there, a leopard cannot change its spots. I do not believe that individual does not sell grain illegally, and they must need fuel, right? Remember, when you catch someone, start by giving them 2 electric shocks. Peng Hao sat in the passenger seat, gritting his teeth and growling softly. Let us 3 handle the duty. The others can return first. Someone needs to stay in the city to investigate. Deputy team leader Lu Shengshu interjected. This business trip had been rushed, and several young men hadn't even had the chance to inform their families, all due to Peng Hao's display of authority and personal grudges. Peng Hao furrowed his brows and nodded gently. You all may head back. Lu Shengshu quickly replied. The other young men on a separate 3-wheeled motorcycle laughed, exchanged a few words with the captain, and then returned to the city. Only 1 law enforcement motorcycle remained, but with their electric batons in hand, the 3 felt capable of managing any encounters with the farmers. After refueling the motorcycle, Peng Hao and the others went to the commune, eager to obtain the list of landowners engaged in independent operations for their investigation. Additionally, they awaited the farmer to refuel. As darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings, a tractor rattled its way into Pingtu village, laden with goods. After spending half a day together, Su Songxing suddenly found that Ban Xiaoqing was not so bad after all. He seemed straightforward, lacking cunning, and had even treated him to a meal of white flour at his brother-in-law's home. Other villages were significantly wealthier than Pingtu, which, with over 3,000 households, still had fewer reported grain contributions than some villages with under 2,000 households, a fact that was rather embarrassing. However, the more impoverished Pingtu village appeared, the greater its potential for development, igniting Su Songxing's enthusiasm. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Ban Xiaoqing was intentionally stalling for time, as Pei Jichang had instructed him to return to the village after dark. By this time, Pei Jichang was already waiting at the village entrance, and upon hearing the tractor's roar, he shone his flashlight towards it. "Secretary, it's me, Jichang. Please slow down," Pei Jichang beckoned, signaling for the tractor to reduce its speed before he hopped onto the front step. "Jichang, can you handle it? Be careful when turning," Su Songsheng inquired with concern. "Secretary, just help me drive it to my yard," Pei Jichang replied with a smile. "All right, once the grain is sold, I will head straight to the provincial capital." Agreed. Su Songsheng couldn't help but grin. The past few days had felt quite stifling. "Secretary, I'm worried I can't manage this tractor with the rear cargo. I wouldn't dare to take risks with the grain. Any mishap would be troublesome." "You'd better drive," Pei Jichang assured him. "This is a trivial matter." Without hesitation, Su Songsheng agreed, but then frowned slightly. "Jichang, it might be better to park the tractor at the brigade first. Tomorrow at dawn, I can take it to your place for loading." "No, let us go now. I wake up early at home, and I can load the grain as soon as I open my eyes." "It saves time," Pei Jichang insisted, draping an arm around Su Songxing's shoulder in a gradually more intimate manner. "All right," the secretary acquiesced, gripping the steering wheel firmly as they ascended the mountain, not hesitating for a moment. Chapter 43. Into the water. The secretary's driving skills were commendable. He parked the tractor steadily at the entrance of the old Pei family's courtyard, surrounded by silence, devoid of any light, with the clock barely past 8. "It's too dark today," Su Songsheng murmured, taking the flashlight from Pei Jichang's hand and retrieving an iron bar from his back pocket, preparing to return. "Indeed. Borrowing items from this rascal Jichang has returned to me." "Secretary." Pei Jichang's tender call halted Su Songsheng in his tracks as he grasped his arm. "What is going on?" The village chief turned back. "Please help us load the corn," Pei Jichang spoke softly. "What?" Su Songsheng was momentarily taken aback. But the commotion at the courtyard entrance grew louder. As he shone his flashlight, he spotted Ji Hong and the others from the Pei family beginning to move the grain. "Why are we busy at this late hour?" Su Songsheng exclaimed in surprise. "Chief, what are we loading? This grain is meant for sale in the city. We must work under the cover of darkness. If we're seen, we risk being reported." Pei Jichang's voice suddenly dropped in intensity. "What do you mean?" Su Songsheng's pupils widened in shock. "Pei Jichang, where do you intend to sell the grain?" "Chief, lower your voice. Don't you know where I'm selling it? There are no outsiders around, and you were the one who helped drive back the tractor with the hidden compartment." Pei Jichang gazed at Su Songsheng with an unwavering expression. "Brother, what about my $5? Ban Xiaoqing cheekily approached. "Here you go." Pei Jichang promptly produced the 5 yuan, handing it to Ban Xiaoqing, who clutched it tightly with a grin that could split his face. In this era, many families in the village could scarcely gather even a single yuan. All their labor went to the state, leaving no avenues for profit. Ban Xiaoqing had never encountered such a large denomination before. "Pei Jichang, you rascal." Su Songsheng seized Pei Jichang's arm, his eyes wide with fury. "Chief, calm down," Pei Jichang chuckled, clearly dragging the officials into his schemes. "Be serious. What exactly are you planning to do?" Su Songsheng landed a heavy punch on Pei Jichang. "You've crossed the line," Ban Xiaoqing shouted, reaching to grab Su Songsheng by the collar, but Pei Jichang quickly intervened. "Xiaoqing, step aside." Pei Jichang shot a fierce glare at Ban Xiaoqing before turning back to the village chief with a conciliatory smile. "Chief, this grain is destined for the paper mill as employee welfare. It will not enter the market. Thus it is unrelated to speculation and profiteering. The grain grown in the fields can only be given to the commune or the grain bureau." Su Songsheng protested vigorously. "Does the regulation include independent farming?" "It does not. Since last year, Shaojing village has had contracted households. They tacitly sell their grain to the brigade, but there are no explicit rules preventing sales to individuals or other collectives. I merely found a loophole. The policies regarding market liberalization will surely become increasingly lenient. In a few years, when we look back, my actions will be deemed reasonable. My family needs to eat. Do you think I can go to the provincial capital without money and starve on the way? So, can you lend me some money now? If you could lend me 50 yuan, I could immediately store all this grain in the brigade yard. Besides, you are involved too. You should consider my father's reputation in the village. I cannot afford to fail." Pei Jichang articulated each word clearly, his tone measured, and the last sentence rang with audacity. Finally, The village chief fell silent. A gentle breeze stirred, and the sound of old Pei's efforts echoed in the courtyard. With Lu Ermei having lost her job and both children in high school, the household expenses were significant, leaving no funds available to lend to Pei Jichang. However, a mere ticket to the provincial capital costs 8 yuan. The old Pei family is now independent, no longer relying on the collective. After selling their corn, they must exchange money for grain, and every aspect of life demands funds. Pei Jichang found himself compelled to take risks. He resolved to fill the grain. Su Songsheng, determined, strode towards the earthen courtyard, unwittingly dragged into the mire by Pei Jichang, oblivious to his plight. Yet, perhaps it was not mire but rather a lake, teeming with fish and shrimp, a land of abundance. Additionally, Ban Xiaoqing had concealed 5 yuan beneath her shoe sole, fearing loss regardless of where she placed it. Half an hour later, 2 tractors departed the village. Su Songsheng drove the tractor laden with goods, while Pei Jichang followed closely behind, with Ban Xiaoqing seated beside him. The tall figure was reluctant to sit with the village secretary, as they had nearly come to blows moments prior. Thus, their enmity deepened. The stretch of road leading to the town was particularly arduous, necessitating a slow pace, with everyone standing to drive. Upon reaching the town, the rural path to the city was much more navigable, allowing Ban Xiaoqing to take the wheel of the tractor. Pei Jichang and the secretary sat together, engaged in conversation. "Aren't we stopping at the commune for fuel?" the secretary inquired. "No, let us hurry. We mustn't keep them waiting. We can discuss it upon our return," Pei Jichang replied, cautious of encountering personnel from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, having prudently stocked an extra half-barrel of diesel. "How did you get involved with the leadership of the paper mill?" Su Songsheng asked, perplexed. "It's a long story. When I first arrived in the city, I intended to try my luck and see if I could sell for a better price. Unexpectedly, I met a kind-hearted individual who, as fate would have it, turned out to be a leader. We discussed it and realized there was a business opportunity, and thus we proceeded," Pei Jichang recounted with an air of ease. Su Songsheng's expression grew grave as he fixed his gaze on Pei Jichang, increasingly bewildered by this seemingly simple-minded individual. "Watch the road, you fool," Pei Jichang bellowed, his voice cracking in urgency as he saw the tractor veering towards the ditch. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Su Songsheng exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat. Ban Xiaoqing straightened her back, thinking Pei Jichang's shout was directed at her, as she checked to ensure those 5 yuan were still intact beneath her shoe sole. Upon entering the city, the streets were eerily silent, devoid of any sound. The three had no wristwatch between them. "Let south avoid the main road by the cinema. Take the small lane on the 2nd street to bypass the precinct. There are cases being handled right now. We wouldn't want to encounter trouble," Pei Jichang urged promptly. "You lead the way," Su Songsheng replied, swiftly adjusting the steering. This principled and earnest secretary could never have anticipated that he would descend into such madness. "Drive faster," Pei Jichang incessantly urged. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the paper mill, Qin Lan and Zhou Bakong had been waiting for an extended period. Perhaps they wouldn't come at all. After all, how could a single farmer manage such a substantial amount of grain? Zhou Bakong felt a twinge of despondency. The lack of welfare provisions would dishearten the workers, and now, they found themselves in a state of anxiety. "There's light," Qin Lan exclaimed, promptly directing her flashlight toward the source. "Jichang," she called out, waving her hand excitedly. "Sister, it's me, Pei Jichang." A figure rose from the tractor. Qin Lan and Zhou Bakong exchanged a glance, their lips curving upwards involuntarily as they hastened towards each other. Chapter 44, Deliveries. Su Songsheng inhaled cautiously, as if even breathing had become a meticulous endeavor. He surveyed his surroundings in the dim light, the factory enveloped in a faint mist hovering above. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of machinery shattered the silence that cloaked the narrow path, causing Su Songsheng's heart to tremble and his grip on the tractor to falter, making it sway precariously. "Jichang, have we been discovered? There are night workers. Perhaps we should retreat." Su Songsheng's voice broke momentarily, his eyes betraying a profound fear. If apprehended, he would surely face charges of speculation, jeopardizing his position in the collective, leaving his children without sustenance, and casting doubt on their educational prospects. Squeaks echoed unexpectedly, and in a state of panic, Su Songsheng turned his head, only to see the large black door of the paper mill creaking open, and intense brightness spilling forth. "What do we do if we are discovered?" Su Songsheng bellowed. Pei Jichang disregarded the secretary's concerns, leaping from the tractor's footboard, enthusiastically calling out, "Sister-in-law." They had finally met. "How many bags of corn do we have?" Qin Lan inquired, her expression tense. 200 bags, all brought in one go." Pei Jichang's voice boomed with fervor. "Excellent. Zhou Bokong clapped Pei Jichang on the shoulder, his joy evident, increasingly impressed by the efficiency of this rural lad. "Let us hurry into the factory," Qianlong urged. Pei Jichang nodded earnestly, and the three of them climbed onto the tractor's footboard, pressing closely against Su Songsheng. "Greetings, leaders," the secretary murmured, but the wind was too strong for Qianlong and Zhou Bokong to hear, and they paid him no mind. They drove straight into the courtyard and then towards the eastern warehouse. "Everything is fine. The connections have been established, and no one will inquire," Zhou Bokong stated confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Jichang seized the steering wheel, driving straight towards the black iron gate. The guardhouse remained dark and unstaffed, allowing the two tractors to pass through the factory grounds without scrutiny. Soon, the air was thick with the pungent scent of pulp. "Jichang, was the journey smooth?" Qianlong asked. "If we reach the paper mill, it signifies all went well, sister. As long as we place the grain in the factory, you bear no responsibility." "I forged documents from the grain bureau. It was merely misplaced," Pei Jichang remarked. "There's no need for such talk, Jichang," Zhou Bokong interrupted, his demeanor serious. "As long as the Industrial and Commercial Bureau doesn't catch us in the act, it's not an issue." Pei Jichang nodded, refraining from further comment, casting a grateful glance at Zhou Bokong. The implication was clear. The leader hinted that there would be no inquiries from him, as long as they returned safely tonight. With an outsider present, it was pointless to elaborate. The secretary occasionally glanced up, awkwardly smiling, feeling like a mere subordinate in this scenario. The two tractors made their way to the factory, and the group began to unload the cargo in haste. They all pitched in, and within just over half an hour, the 200 bags of corn were neatly stacked. "Jichang, come here for a moment," Qianlong called. Qianlong was already drenched in sweat as she pulled Pei Jichang to a corner. "Sister, what's wrong?" Pei Jichang inquired with a sincere expression. "Here's 70 yuan. Take it. Don't push your sister around. I can earn it back in no time," Qianlong insisted, forcefully placing the money into Pei Jichang's hands. "Sister, I will obey you. Thank you. It is you and brother-in-law who have given my family a lifeline." Pei Jichang spoke earnestly, tightly clutching the 7 bills. He had never felt the weight of 70 yuan so profoundly, causing his hands to tremble and his heart to race, as if it were unsafe to place it anywhere. "Jichang, don't exaggerate. We are merely cooperating," Qianlong replied. "All right, we cannot linger. We must head back before it gets dark," Zhou Bokong urged. "Understood." Pei Jichang did not delay, first removing his cloth shoes, then tearing off his socks, placing the 7 bills within them before putting his shoes back on. "Oh dear." Ban Xiaoqing noticed this and, eager to imitate Pei Jichang, quickly removed her own shoes to hide her money similarly. Subsequently, Pei Jichang and the others drove away on the tractor, while Qianlong and Zhou Bokong refrained from seeing them off. With the lack of grain, the tractor sped up considerably. During the journey through the city, Pei Jichang felt a twinge of anxiety. What if they were stopped by the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and could not explain themselves, especially after offending a fool? Fortunately, the surroundings were serene, devoid of any disturbances. And once the tractor reached the rural path, he finally felt a wave of relief. "He might wait for your husband to come find you in the provincial capital," Pei Jichang shouted from his seat, his face taking on a particularly eerie expression. The torment he endured was indeed a specialty of his. "Remember your sister-in-law's job." The village secretary chimed in, grinning broadly, as his heart settled comfortably. "What did you say?" Ban Xiaoqing, unable to catch the words, called out anxiously from behind. But Pei Jichang ignored her. "Jichang, how did you come to know those two leaders? Your relationship seems remarkably strong. This is quite impressive," Su Songsheng exclaimed, astonished as he regarded Pei Jichang. The old Pei family was notoriously poor, lacking relatives even in town, let alone in the city. Pei Jichang had only visited the city a few times, yet he managed to strike such a significant deal, a fact that was rather intimidating. Even if the village secretary shouted it from the rooftops, few in Pingtu village would believe it. This was the reputation of the old Pei family. "Secretary, didn't Ti mention? I'm just fortunate to have encountered kind-hearted individuals willing to assist us poor farmers," Pei Jichang replied cheerfully. "Jichang, given our strong bond, aren't you going to share the whole truth with me? I'm feeling a bit left out." "Quickly, tell me more," Su Songsheng urged eagerly. "Give me a cigarette," he added. Pei Jichang produced a cigarette, lighting one for the secretary before taking a puff himself, realizing he only had half a pack left and needed to conserve it. To sell such a large quantity of goods, the clientele could only be state-owned enterprises in the county, specifically the paper factory, Pei Jichang whispered. Su Songsheng listened intently, occasionally exhaling smoke, finding solace in their shared journey. "This wind is biting," Ban Xiaoqing grimaced, her face contorted in discomfort. In the town, a light still shone from one of the offices in the commune courtyard. Du Tsuetio finally compiled a list of landholders who independently managed their plots in each village and submitted it to Peng Hao. This diligent comrade has worked hard. Starting tomorrow, we shall investigate each household. I refuse to believe we cannot unearth that individual, Peng Hao exclaimed with fierce intensity. The deputy team leader, Lu Shangshu, hesitated to speak. In truth, it would be easy to inquire about Meng Shouwen and discover who that youth was, yet he refrained from voicing it. As his relationship with Peng Hao was neutral, and the deputy director was reluctant to involve himself in this matter. Where do you reside? Allow me to escort you part of the way. It is perilous to travel alone in the dark, Peng Hao said with a smile, his previous frustration towards Du Tsuetio dissipating. Thank you, Captain. Du Tsuetio nodded in gratitude. The darkness was too foreboding for her to venture alone. That night, the wind howled ominously, instilling a sense of unease. Chapter 45. A glance shared the dirt road leading to Pingtu village was surrounded by dense underbrush. The wind stirring the foliage, producing a rustling sound reminiscent of whispered conversation, which sent shivers down one's spine. Beneath a patch of weeds, a glimmer of light flickered as four men squatted, a flashlight turned upside down on the ground, conversing in a dialect from Shaanxi. It's truly a trigger. The wanted notice has already been posted on the city's telephone poles. They can't possibly escape now. What's the matter? The land is vast. Surely there's a way for us to survive? Old Lu and third brother had already become desperate, as the public security personnel were relentlessly pursuing them. It was unwise to stir trouble. Hiding here is relatively safe. They shouldn't return for further investigation, right? Unfortunately, we can't travel at night anymore. And there's nothing to steal. Hunger gnaws at us. Let us wait a while and then head to the town. Suddenly, their conversation ceased, and they extinguished the flashlight. Leaning together and staring intently at the narrow path, Peng Hao forcibly pulled Du Tsuetio into the sidecar, squeezing himself in beside her, pressing closely against the female comrade. This fierce wind, he mused playfully. Lu Shangshu remained silent, aware of the captain's disposition, having been involved improperly with several women. The young motorcyclist, named Xiao Shan, had just joined the patrol team and possessed a high school education, untouched by the harshness of society, and harbored a sense of righteousness. Harboring deep disdain for Peng Hao's actions, the current endeavor to apprehend a farmer seemed utterly unnecessary. The policies were unclear, and one could easily turn a blind eye. Peng Hao, however, sought to assert his authority. He had never suffered a setback. Previously, a farmer had grabbed him by the throat and struck him, an affront he could not tolerate. Thus he was determined to exact retribution. Why not let the female comrade sit behind me? The deputy can squeeze into the rear, Xiao Shan suggested, smiling apologetically. Indeed, Lu Shangshu quickly jumped off the motorcycle. Hurry up, damn it! Peng Hao shouted, pointing angrily at Xiao Shan. The young man stood frozen, momentarily at a loss, until Lu Shangshu grasped Xiao Shan's arm and urged him back onto the motorcycle. Let us go, let us go! Lu Shangshu insisted repeatedly. Head towards the gas station. We shall inquire if any tricycles are still fueling after dark. Peng Hao furrowed his brow, for he had intentionally taken a convoluted route. Employing cunning tactics, Du Tsuetio furrowed her brows tightly. Usually sharp-tongued, she refrained from losing her temper today, as she had already been frightened this afternoon, apprehensive that the captain might make an example of her. In truth, from the very beginning, Peng Hao had deliberately targeted Du Tsuetio, keeping her until nightfall because he found her appearance appealing and sought to create an opportunity. As they approached the gas station, where there were private booths, Xiao Shan drove slowly, his brow furrowed, but he couldn't resist stealing a glance at Peng Hao. This man, in his 30s, with a wife and children, was engaging in such despicable behavior. Damn him. Step on it. Peng Hao suddenly stood up and slapped the back of Xiao Shan's head forcefully, producing a sharp, muffled sound. Xiao Shan recoiled, momentarily stunned. Kid, hurry up, Lu Shangshu urged, giving Xiao Shan a firm push. In the patrol team, if one offended Peng Hao, it would be hard to stay. He was too petty. The young must learn to control their emotions. The road ahead was long. Thud, thud, thud. Xiao Shan pressed the accelerator, and the three-wheeled motorcycle sped towards the gas station. Oh, could you just get off me for a moment? Du Tsuetio pushed Peng Hao forcefully, but he continued to lean against her, his hands wandering, even squeezing the inner thigh of her leg. The motorcycle soon halted at the gas station, and Peng Hao hurriedly jumped off, firmly gripping Du Tsuetio's arm. It's windy. Let us go inside to rest for a while and have something warm, he said, tugging at her with a grin that stretched from ear to ear. I won't go. I'm staying outside. We'll be back in a moment. Why are we stopping here? Let go of me. Du Tsuetio screamed desperately, yet her protests did not deter Peng Hao. Instead, he pulled harder, ultimately grabbing her hair and viciously dragging her towards a secluded booth. Such incidents had been rampant before the crackdown, even brazenly so. Deputy. Xiao Shan's pupils dilated as he called out to Lu Xingshu. Peng Hao had a different background. We couldn't afford to provoke him. Alas, that girl was unfortunate to be targeted by such a beast. Lu Xingshu turned his back, his heart twisting in pain. The young woman had to be about the same age as his daughter. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, we need to refuel at the commune. Otherwise, we won't make it back to the village. Pei Jichang looked pained as he counted the cigarettes in his pack. Only 4 left. The secretary's smoking habit was excessive. Is it safe to go there? The secretary inquired anxiously. What could possibly happen in the dead of night in the town? Pei Jichang laughed heartily, completely unconcerned. True. I may have upset a fool from the Industry and Commerce Bureau, but would anyone go so far as to guard against me? Can one really be that petty? Besides, at this hour, even the guard dogs are asleep. With your assurance, I feel relieved. The secretary changed direction, glancing down at Pei Jichang's cigarette pack and noticing he had tucked it away. The gas station flickered with dim lights, and Xiao Shan and Lu Xingshu stood in a corner, hard to be seen. Suddenly, the two heard a commotion ahead and quickly looked over. To their astonishment, 2 tractors approached, one laden with cargo. Who would come for gas at such an hour? Something feels off. Lu Xingshu bent down to grasp the electric baton behind him. And in that instant, Xiao Shan's hair stood on end, goosebumps rising on his arms. The tractor halted before the two, and Pei Jichang swiftly descended, wearily stretching his arms. Come and refuel, Pei Jichang shouted, turning around to meet the gazes of Lu Xingshu and Xiao Shan. In that fleeting moment, both parties stood frozen, recognizing one another from their recent altercations in the city. Why are you just standing there? The village secretary also exited the vehicle, flashlight in hand, illuminating the scene. In an instant, his pupils dilated, and he collapsed to the ground. These are officials from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Su Songxing stammered, finally reading the words on their uniforms. What are you shouting about? Ban Xiaoqing bellowed, striding over confidently. Upon seeing the 2 men, he showed no fear and yelled, Why are you 2 just standing there? Hurry up and refuel us. Ignorant fools. The secretary was suffering from the consequences of being educated. At this moment, Lu Xingshu and Xiao Shan found themselves bewildered by the brazen behavior of these individuals. Do they not fear the consequences? Pei Jichang glared intensely at Lu Xingshu, his face twisted with malice, as if he were truly contemplating violence. Help! Suddenly, a commotion arose from the partition, drawing the attention of Pei Jichang and the others. They turned to see a disheveled woman rushing out, followed closely by a man who, gritting his teeth, shouted, Lu Xingshu, seize that woman. Du Tsuetio suddenly collapsed to the ground. As Peng Hao turned to look, he met Pei Jichang's gaze. Tomorrow will be explosive, if possible. I hope everyone can support the new book. It's been incredibly challenging, and I thank you all in advance. Chapter 46. You must return to the village with me. The woman sitting on the ground raised her head in panic, noticing several farmers nearby, and crawled desperately towards Pei Jichang. Good people, help me. Du Tsuetio clutched Pei Jichang's trousers tightly as she struggled to stand. Su, the village secretary, who had also been paralyzed by fear, grasped the other side of Pei Jichang's trousers, laboriously rising to his feet. Pei Jichang remained silent, hastily tightening his belt. That scoundrel has dirty hands, she exclaimed. I'll report him to the authorities. Clutching the farmer's sturdy arm, Du Tsuetio finally found her voice and pointed at Peng Hao, screaming in hysteria. Inside the partition, Peng Hao had already closed in, his hands roaming. Fortunately, Du Tsuetio managed to escape, having only been molested, not violated. What have I done to you? Don't just talk nonsense. I was merely offering you shelter from the storm. I was going to refuel and send you back. Yet you dare to malign my character, as if I were after money. Peng Hao snarled, advancing menacingly towards Du Tsuetio, his eyes bulging as if he were a predator. In dealing with such matters, Peng Hao was far too seasoned, having bullied numerous women before. Moreover, with no actual transgression having occurred, he felt emboldened, confident that even if she reported him, it would amount to nothing. Everyone had their connections. Ultimately, it would likely end without resolution. Stay away from me. Du Tsuetio timidly concealed herself behind Pei Jichang, even pushing the man forward, her body trembling uncontrollably, already terrified. She gasped, her breath quickening as she clutched Pei Jichang's back, fearfully glancing up. She was anxious about the farmers before her, worrying that they might disregard her plight. Is it you? Du Tsuetio exclaimed, a flicker of joy illuminating her face. How wonderful. This man has been bullying me. Please help me take him to the station. Huh, just him? Peng Hao scoffed, his laughter dripping with sarcasm as he scrutinized Pei Jichang from head to toe, then bellowed, I'll apprehend you first. Hand me the electric baton. His eyes widened as he reached out to Lu Xingshu. We need to ascertain the situation first. Lu Xingshu growled in a low voice. Yet upon observing Peng Hao's deepening frown, he reluctantly handed over the baton. Ziz. Peng Hao activated the electric baton, sparks crackling fiercely as he aimed it at Pei Jichang. Is this how unreasonable you can be? Su Songsheng hurriedly stepped forward. However, since seeing Peng Hao, Pei Jichang remained silent, his face betraying no emotion, exhibiting an unsettling calmness. Hey! Ban Xiaoqing's forehead was etched with veins as he quickly dashed to the roadside to pick up a stone, then rushed back, glaring intently at Peng Hao. What's wrong? I'll smash your head with this stone. You filthy oil seller, what are you shouting about? One hand raised high with the stone, his face flushed crimson. Su Songsheng was utterly terrified and hurriedly placed himself between them. If a law enforcement officer were struck, matters would escalate dramatically. Oil seller? Are you blind? I'm the captain of the Urban Industrial and Commercial Bureau's enforcement team. Go ahead, hit me, and you'll find yourself behind bars. Peng Hao fixed his gaze on Ban Xiaoqing, deliberately stepping closer in provocation. Come on, throw the stone at me. Aim here. He pointed to his head and leaned forward, yet caught sight of the tall figure swallowing hard, his arrogance swelling as he forcefully shoved. What the hell do you want? Peng Hao retaliated with a heavy punch. Ban Xiaoqing stumbled back, startled. After all, he was still under 20, naive and unaware of the true stature of his opponent. It's all just a misunderstanding. Su Songsheng explained with a forced smile, edging closer to Peng Hao. Misunderstanding? Peng Hao shook his head, taking a large step forward, forcefully kicking the front of the tractor. What are you doing driving an empty vehicle for fuel at this hour? Don't kick my car. Ban Xiaoqing shouted in anger. Your car? Well, consider yourself caught red-handed. Peng Hao seized Ban Xiaoqing by the collar, pulling him down hard, forcing the tall youth's head to his chest. An expression of sheer agony on his face. Ban Xiaoqing was intimidated, too frightened to retaliate. Leaders, you ought to exercise reason in your actions. What do you mean by caught red-handed? The vehicle is empty of goods. What rule states that farmers cannot borrow vehicles? Pei Jichang finally spoke. Yet he wore a smile that sought to ingratiate himself with Peng Hao. Have you lost your nerve? Lu Xingshu observed the simple smile on Pei Jichang's face. Anxiety creeping into his heart. Just moments ago, Pei Jichang's shout had been a blatant warning, a stark reminder to refrain from meddling. How could his demeanor shift so swiftly? Be honest with me. What on earth are you doing out here in the dead of night with the tractor? Where are you secretly selling the grain? One load is not enough. You need to haul two. Damn it. How much grain have you been trafficking? Peng Hao's voice boomed as he directed his fury at Pei Jichang. There is no trafficking of grain. I'm merely out here to refuel. Tomorrow the brigade is collecting grain. And without fuel, how can we manage? Pei Jichang feigned innocence. Indeed, this year's harvest is plentiful, and the autumn tasks are demanding. Su Songsheng interjected hastily. Don't try to fool me. Who in their right mind refuels in the dead of night? Last time you claimed to have taken the grain back to the commune. Yet the commune has not received any personal surplus grain. You think you can escape tonight? Peng Hao brandished his electric baton, poised to strike. I'm not running away. Pei Jichang maintained a calm demeanor, patiently explaining, when I arrived in town the other day, the crowd was overwhelming, so I brought the grain back to the village. In the heat of the moment, people say all sorts of things. The grain is with the brigade, not the commune. Are you trying to deceive me? Peng Hao glared furiously. Leader, let me clarify. All my grain is in the brigade's yard in the village. 10 acres, and over 200 bags of corn. You can come with me to count. See if anything is missing, Pei Jichang offered amiably. Peng Hao was momentarily taken aback, staring intently at Pei Jichang's honest face. Realizing this man was not resisting as he had before, rendering his electric baton useless. I can take a few liters back to the village right now, but you must let me refuel first. Rest assured, I won't run away. Besides, the tractor can't outrun a 3-wheeled motorcycle. And I'm not afraid of the electric baton. Moreover, my friend Wun Ti dare ride in your vehicle. I need to take her home. Pei Jichang continued. What matters is catching you in the act. The person is irrelevant. It's the vehicle that counts. When the time comes, we can easily identify which brigade it belongs to. Thus, we must fill the tank and let the vehicle go. As for Du Tsuechio, we can drop her off first. She has a bold personality and won't take things lying down. She will definitely report this tomorrow, but I could speak on her behalf. Pei Jichang turned, gazing down the path to the village, noting the treacherous road. He observed Peng Hao, who appeared like a specter of misfortune. Just take her back first. Going to the station now won't yield any results. It's better to wait until tomorrow to report. Don't worry, We will all stand as witnesses. Pei Jichang then turned to Du Tsuachio, earnestly advising her. All right, I will follow your advice. Thank you all. Du Tsuachio expressed her gratitude, still shaken. Peng Hao contemplated the situation. With so many witnesses present, it was inappropriate to keep Du Tsuachio. This assertive woman would undoubtedly report the incident tomorrow. Did these 3 farmers truly intend to act as witnesses? He must find an opportunity to apprehend them. In a secluded spot, a malicious glint flashed across Peng Hao's face as he envisioned incapacitating Pei Jichang with a few strikes of the electric baton. Take me to the brigade right now. Peng Hao pointed accusingly at Pei Jichang, his arrogance palpable, determined to uncover something incriminating. The village party secretary was drenched in sweat, while Ban Xiaoqing leaned against a wall, visibly anxious, revealing the naivety of youth. Chapter 47. Run on that winding dirt road. It seemed as though a heavy velvet cloth had been draped over everything, rendering the surroundings invisible. The sputtering sound of the tractor's engine echoed in the stillness, as if it were gasping for breath, on the verge of stalling at any moment. Su Songsheng drove cautiously, his arms trembling slightly as he frequently glanced back. Behind him, Xiao Shan rode a 3-wheeled motorcycle, while Peng Hao sat in the rear compartment. Up ahead, the tractor, now driven by Lu Shangshu, led the way, with Ban Xiaoqing seated obediently to one side. Thoughtfully, they had placed Pei Jichang in the middle. Jichang, returning to the village could spell disaster. Not only would they apprehend you, but my position as village secretary would also be jeopardized. Your sister-in-law just lost her job, and there are mouths to feed at home. How will we survive? Su Songsheng felt tears welling in his eyes. Do you think I would allow them to reach Pingtu village? Just a little further, and when we reach the fork in the road, I'll take over the driving. Pei Jichang replied with a fierce expression. What do you intend to do? You mustn't act recklessly. Su Songsheng's voice trembled. Fear not, I will not act foolishly. The fork in the road is treacherous and often leads to accidents. We must ensure the vehicle moves ahead, otherwise, the grain from the paper mill will trace back to us, and we cannot afford that accountability. Pei Jichang's gaze was sharp. If the vehicle couldn't be apprehended, then everything could be negotiated, the very basis of judgment. Much like the days of the millennium when drunk driving was not yet heavily monitored. As long as the person fled and the vehicle remained unclaimed, there were no repercussions. Pei Jichang was not one to jeopardize himself over trivial matters. It would be unwise. Yet, in this era, many things were left ambiguous. All that was needed was for that motorcycle to topple. Su Songsheng exhaled heavily, saying nothing further, understanding Pei Jichang's intentions. If they were identified, it would implicate the paper mill employees as well. If they managed to escape this evening, they could simply claim that the grain had been lost in the collective yard, and any fabrication would suffice, as there would be no evidence. Moreover, there were no stringent policies regarding individual grain quotas. The road grew increasingly bumpy, and before long, the tractor ahead suddenly came to a halt. What is going on? Peng Hao shouted loudly. There are stones blocking the road. Who is the fool responsible for this? Lu Shangshu bellowed, jumping down from the front of the vehicle to clear the obstruction. This is bad. Pei Jichang felt a sinking sensation in his chest, tightly gripping Su Songsheng's arm. What's wrong? Su Songsheng turned around sharply. Something feels off. I fear we might encounter those Shangxi men. Pei Jichang instinctively concealed himself beneath the handlebars. What? Su Songsheng quickly crouched down beside him. Damn it. Why is there always so much trouble every day? Peng Hao cursed as he jumped down from the side compartment and strode forward. Xiaoqing, don't move. Pei Jichang shouted. Just then a figure leapt from the bushes, striking Lu Xingshu's leg with an iron rod. Everything transpired too swiftly. Lu fell to the ground, emitting a blood-curdling scream that sent chills down the spine. Peng Hao's pupils dilated in shock, and without hesitation, he turned and sprinted back. Xiaoqing, run! Pei Jichang shouted loudly, prompting Ban Xiaoqing to finally react. Tumbling from her seat to the ground, scrambling backward. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures charged forth, wielding iron rods, their intent unmistakably lethal. Peng Hao leapt onto the motorcycle, urgently shoving Xiao Shan, his tone laced with desperation. Hurry, change direction, and go. What has happened? What's wrong with the deputy team leader? Xiao Shan, standing upright on the motorcycle, strained to see ahead. Move, for heaven's sake. Peng Hao roared, his eyes wide with fury. Suddenly, the bushes rustled again, and a figure emerged, swinging at Peng Hao's head. The sound of metal striking was deafening, but Peng Hao reacted swiftly, leaping into another thicket. Only then did Xiao Shan realize the danger. He hastily jumped off the motorcycle. But the second iron rod came crashing down. Instinctively, he raised his arm, and the rod struck his forearm with a sickening crack, followed by Xiao Shan's agonizing scream. His entire face contorted in pain as he collapsed to the ground, driven by sheer instinct to flee towards the thicket. Xiaoqing, jump into the grass. They won't find us. Pei Jichang shouted, pulling the dazed secretary along, brandishing a makeshift torch, and plunged into the underbrush. Without hesitation, Ban Xiaoqing took off running. How could you let them escape? You fool. Don't those on motorcycles have money? Go after them. Came the urgent cries from ahead, followed by 3 figures brandishing flashlights, racing towards the thicket. Meanwhile, one individual remained fixated on Lu Shangshu, pressing the iron rod against his forehead, cold and unyielding. He sensed the looming specter of death. Memories of his family flooding his mind, waiting for him to return home for dinner, tears streaming down his cheeks. Please, no? Help. Someone save me. Lu Shangshu sobbed, desperately calling for aid, his feeble voice echoing through the mountains. Pei Jichang, Su Songsheng, Peng Hao, and the others heard his cries distinctly, only fueling their own will to survive. One singular thought dominating their minds. Run. Xiaoqing, lie low, Pei Jichang commanded, illuminating the area with his flashlight. Noticing the tall figure's face twisted in agony, his leg injury still unhealed. Hide quickly, he urged, as the commotion behind them intensified, the pursuers closing in. Ban Xiaoqing gritted her teeth and fell to the ground. Pei Jichang then raised his hand in a signal, sprinting eastward, where there was movement, shouting loudly, Leader, where are you? Is the bag with you? We can't lose the public funds. He was searching for Peng Hao, determined not to let him escape. The flashlight in Pei Jichang's hand flickered wildly, and upon hearing the noise, the 3 bandits immediately pursued, narrowly avoiding the spot where Ban Xiaoqing lay. One of the bandits, inadvertently flinging his iron rod, struck Ban Xiaoqing's left shoulder, but she remained silent, fearing for her life. Captain, wait for me. We must return to rescue the vice-captain, or he will perish. Xiao Shan, already on the brink of collapse, felt a fierce pain in his arm that left him dizzy. Yet, he mustered all his strength to approach and grasp the breathless Peng Hao. The two halted. Let go of me. Peng Hao struggled fiercely, but Xiao Shan clung on resolutely. Damn you. Peng Hao kicked Xiao Shan's injured arm, causing him to fall flat on the ground, his body writhing in agony as spasms overtook him. Leader. At that moment, a cordial call echoed, and Pei Jichang appeared, a broad smile adorning his face. Chapter 48. A life at stake. The howling wind raged like a pack of wolves, engulfing the surroundings in an indescribable aura of terror that sent chills down everyone's spine, thrusting them into a state of heightened anxiety. Pei Jichang truly understood the meaning of a moonlit night cloaked in darkness. All his actions would be buried beneath the veil of night. Thus, the simple, honest face that had just called for the leader morphed into something profoundly sinister and terrifying. The farmer raised his torch high. What do you want to do? Peng Hao tensed, tripped by the underbrush, and fell heavily to the ground, hastily lifting his arm to shield himself. Ugh! Xiao Shan emitted a timid whimper, akin to a fledgling bird confronting a snake intruding into its nest, rendered powerless, unable even to rise. Kill them? Who could possibly know? It could all be pinned on the bandits. They did it. Pei Jichang gritted his teeth, his flashlight aimed upwards from his pocket, his face contorted with effort. To smash someone's skull? But must life continue like this? Once one treads this dark path, there is no turning back. Why not become a true leader? One who genuinely wields control over the unfolding events? Jichang, what are you doing? Su Songsheng shouted, utterly oblivious to the peril surrounding him. In the next moment, Pei Jichang slammed the torch onto the ground, turning to Peng Hao and roaring in anger. You call yourself a man? This young man has a broken left arm. And you specifically target that arm? Is he not under your command? You leave him lying there, as if you seek to take his life. Echoes reverberated through the mountains as several flashlights illuminated the distance, and 3 bandits charged forward. Damn it! Peng Hao hastily pulled out an electric baton, swinging it wildly, fearing that Pei Jichang might strike him, struggling to rise from the ground. Xiao Shan, momentarily dazed, looked up at Pei Jichang with bewilderment, realizing this farmer had come to save him, filling his heart with immense gratitude. In that instant, Pei Jichang restructured the team, excluding Peng Hao, and certainly would not allow the one on the ground to die. He was a crucial witness. When faced with danger, one instinctively develops a sense of submission. Xiao Shan's current mindset towards Pei Jichang was a manifestation of this, a primal instinct for survival. Hold the flashlight and shine it on him. If we get hit by that baton, we will perish. Pei Jichang thrust the flashlight into Xiao Shan's hands, who remained curled on the ground, and then pulled Su Songsheng, diving into the thicket. Shine it on him. In the darkness, the voice of Pei Jichang echoed, and Xiao Shan caught sight of his hidden figure just 2 or 3 meters away. In a panic, he raised his flashlight and aimed it at Peng Hao's face. "Don't shine that on me. Xiaoshan, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Peng Hao bellowed, his anger palpable. He attempted to flee, but Xiaoshan kept the flashlight trained on him, rendering him exposed in the night. "I'll electrocute you," Peng Hao shouted, turning to charge at Xiaoshan, striking him in the chest with the electric baton. The crackling electricity caused the flashlight to drop to the ground, and Xiaoshan collapsed in a heap. A strange sound emerged from Peng Hao's throat, as if he had perceived something terrifying. In a state of panic, he turned to flee, the electric baton still sparking ominously. Suddenly, a shadow darted forward, delivering a blow to the back of Peng Hao's skull, and he fell lifelessly to the ground without uttering a sound. Xiaoshan trembled, tears streaming down his face as he wept in fear. The flashlight, now on the ground, illuminated Peng Hao's head, from which blood flowed like a mountain spring. The scent of blood filled the air, and the proximity of death instilled a profound terror in the young man, causing him to lose control of his bodily functions. "Search him." Another figure emerged, moving to the side. A bunch of cowards, fleeing when trouble arises, never a brave soul in sight. The man crouched beside Peng Hao, flipping him over to examine his pockets, exclaiming, "This one is still breathing." Peng Hao's pupils dilated as he struggled to speak, gasping, "Spare my life, please." The assailant disregarded him, treating him like mere livestock, devoid of any empathy. He swiftly removed Peng Hao's shoes and even his underwear, searching meticulously until he finally extracted a wallet. "There's probably over $100 here. Looks like we've struck gold." He laughed. "Who is this?" Another figure appeared, pointing at Xiaoshan, with 3 shadows now flickering in the darkness. "Search for money." The man with the wallet squatted beside Xiaoshan, rummaging through his pockets, suddenly cursing. "Trigger. Coward. This one has wet himself. I only have $3. I just got assigned work and haven't been paid yet. Please, I beg you. Spare my life." Xiaoshan stammered, trembling as he dug out a few bills from his underpants pocket and handed them over. Overwhelmed with fear, he momentarily forgot the pain coursing through his chest. The bandit snatched the money, glanced at it, and raised his iron rod, casually declaring, "Just kill him. Otherwise, it'll be a hassle. Be careful not to get blood on yourself," another bandit shouted as he moved forward. "Please, no. My father is dead, my siblings are gone, and my mother is counting on me to survive." Xiaoshan pleaded, struggling to kneel on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, desperately searching for the hidden farmers in the shadows who might save him. Enough with the chatter. The bandit chuckled, shaking his head as he gripped the iron pipe tightly. In that fleeting moment, a figure sprang forth from the thicket, and Pei Jichang struck the bandit's head with an iron rod. A dull thud resonated as the man was flung 2 meters backward, collapsing onto the ground without a sound. Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Jichang advanced swiftly, aiming the iron rod at another bandit. The man had just turned around, still unprepared, when the rod struck him atop his head, causing his skull to explode instantaneously. The trigger. On the other side, a bandit raised his iron rod, swinging it toward Pei Jichang's head. Pei Jichang retaliated by swinging his own rod, and with a resounding clash, the 2 rods collided, sparks flying. Gritting his teeth, Pei Jichang felt his forearm tingle, yet he dared not pause for a moment. Raising the rod once more to strike, the bandit, with a ferocious countenance, hastily swung his rod. Bang! The rods crashed together again. Pei Jichang gripped his rod tightly, delivering blow after blow, while the bandit retaliated fiercely. Both were reckless lunatics fighting for their lives. Crouched in fear on the ground, Xiaoshan was already in a state of shock, while Su Songxing anxiously stood nearby, clutching a stone, too afraid to assist. The blows continued relentlessly, more than 10 strikes resounding in succession, until finally, the bandit faltered. Just as he raised his rod, Pei Jichang struck him fiercely on the back. "Ah!" The bandit collapsed to his knees, emitting a pained howl, struggling to rise. "Die, you bastard!" Pei Jichang delivered another blow, this time directly to the back of the bandit's head, causing him to crash heavily onto the ground. "Die, die, die!" Pei Jichang struck thrice more, blood spilling profusely, and the man lay motionless thereafter. A gust of wind swept by. Chapter 49. All must be saved. Pei Jichang squinted, crouching low as he surveyed his surroundings, while Su Songsheng raised the stone high, his expression fraught with tension. Yet, after the wind passed, the area fell eerily silent. No sounds remained, only faint groans. They must all be dead. Pei Jichang picked up a flashlight from the ground, illuminating the bandits' bodies, inspecting their wounds to ensure they were indeed lifeless. "Are they all dead?" The stone slipped from Su Songsheng's grasp, and he stared blankly at Pei Jichang, his heart turbulent. If it had been him, he certainly would not have been able to strike. even knowing that failing to do so could mean his own demise. It was a matter of taking a life. When Ermi had once mentioned Pei Jichang's ferocity, Su Songxing had been skeptical, dismissing her as a mere woman prone to exaggeration. However, witnessing the scene before him, blood splattering, 3 corpses lying on the ground, was undeniably brutal. Pei Jichang was truly fierce. Su Songxing swallowed hard. Xiaoshan gazed at the farmer before him, his demeanor shifting to one of profound respect, his eyes betraying fear. If they were to return to the gas station and Pei Jichang were to utter that phrase, "Do you wish to die?" Xiaoshan would not take it lightly. His very soul would be terrified. "Leader," Pei Jichang called again, quickly crouching in front of Peng Hao, who was still clinging to life, weakly gasping for breath. "Help me. Take me to the city hospital on a motorcycle." Peng Hao struggled to speak, and Pei Jichang grasped his hand tightly, yet his expression remained cold and unyielding. It seemed he would not survive. He had lost too much blood. Su Songxing cast a glance at Peng Hao before turning to assist Xiaoshan to his feet. "Is there no hope?" Pei Jichang pondered. If that were the case, then they must endeavor to save the man. "Leader, I will take you to the city hospital right away. You must hold on." His expression was frantic as he hurriedly lifted Peng Hao onto his back, displaying the earnest and kind-hearted demeanor of a humble farmer. "What should we do about the deputy team still lying on the dirt road?" Xiao Shan's voice trembled as he looked helplessly at Pei Jichang. "We must save them all. They are our leaders." Pei Jichang's last statement was the crux. During their first altercation with Peng Hao in the city, he had noticed the deputy team's commendable nature. Thank you for saving me, deputy." Xiao Shan shook his head vigorously, ready to kneel, but Su Songxing pulled him back. "We don't know how many robbers are left. We must sneak closer. We have to get to the path and ride the motorcycle, otherwise your captain won't be able to endure." Pei Jichang urged with urgency. Xiao Shan glanced at the bloodied Peng Hao, his silence indicating doubt. "Can this man still survive?" "Let's go," Pei Jichang insisted firmly, and the group, armed with flashlights, moved cautiously toward the narrow path. However, as the wind ceased, the bushes swayed violently after their passage. "You may call me Xiao Shan. I owe my life to you, and I will forever cherish this gratitude. Our deputy team is composed of good people. My family relies on him to live. He cannot die," Xiao Shan murmured incessantly. "Do you feel burdened?" Pei Jichang turned back to inquire. The younger man fell silent, contemplating before responding affirmatively. When one harbors concerns, words flow freely, and Pei Jichang could easily discern Xiao Shan's state of mind. "Legally speaking, Peng Hao is guilty of intentional injury. He initiated harm against you, intending for you to perish here to save himself, while he could still receive accolades. And you would be martyred in duty. When you shone the flashlight at him, it was merely an instinct for survival. Thus, there is no need for you to feel pressured. We will not speak recklessly about this." Pei Jichang's voice was somber, hinting at many underlying matters and offering Xiao Shan reassurance. "Brother, it was thanks to you that we were all saved," Xiao Shan admitted. Feeling a weight lifted from his heart, Pei Jichang fell silent again, and the group quickened their pace, gradually approaching the thicket by the narrow path. In his recollection, the tall figure of Pei Jichang crouched low, peering towards the path. The deputy team still lay before the tractor's front, intermittently convulsing, indicating he was still alive. But where had the robbers gone? Pei Jichang felt something underfoot, a sharp stone, and kicked at it, realizing it was not right. Was it his knee? A sense of dread washed over him. Had someone perished? He hastily shone the flashlight in that direction, only to find it was merely Ban Xiaoqing lying there, his head buried in the grass, silent as the grave. In a sense, that man was truly resilient. "Get up, it's me." Pei Jichang grasped him and pulled him up. "Brother." Ban Xiaoqing's eyes widened in surprise, and he sweetened his tongue at this critical moment. "What about the robbers? What is the situation over there?" Ban Xiaoqing inquired urgently. "They're all dead," Pei Jichang uttered softly, his gaze still fixed on the path ahead. "What?" Ban Xiaoqing gasped, her mouth agape, just in time to glance at Peng Hao. Her legs weakened, nearly causing her to cry out. "There's a hole in the back of his head. What happened to him?" Ban Xiaoqing exclaimed, turning her attention to Su Songxing and Xiao Shan. "They were attacked by bandits. We managed to eliminate 3 of them and circled back to rescue you," the village chief said in a somber tone, a hint of regret evident on his brow, as if he bore the weight of hidden accomplishments. "Is that really true?" Ban Xiaoqing found it hard to believe, while Xiao Shan beside her nodded vigorously. "Enough with the theatrics. There's someone lying on the road. We must go save him. Do you know how many bandits are left?" Pei Jichang raised his arm and nudged Ban Xiaoqing with his elbow. "I have no idea. I was hiding quite well earlier." Ban Xiaoqing replied with a hint of pride in her voice. "No more waiting. The 3 of us will head over with flashlights." I'm worried the deputy leader might collapse. Keep quiet, Pei Jichang instructed, pushing Peng Hao into Ban Xiaoqing's arms with a firm warning. If anything happens, rush out immediately. Understood, Ban Xiaoqing nodded earnestly. Then, Pei Jichang, Su Songsheng, and Xiao Shan illuminated their flashlights and swaggered down the path. Trigger, are they all dead? Still hiding? Pei Jichang called out in a thick Shanxi accent, recalling his coal business from a past life. Clang, clang. A noise erupted from the back of a tractor, and a figure stood up, shouting, "Are they all dead?" All dead, Pei Jichang yelled back, then exchanged glances with the two beside him, whispering, "Shine the light on his face." The bandit leapt down from the vehicle, raising his hand to shield his face, shouting, "Trigger, don't shine that light on me. What's wrong? Do you want to die?" Pei Jichang let out a low growl, swiftly advancing and bringing a metal rod crashing down on the bandit's leg. Ah! The bandit fell to his knees, caught completely off guard. Die? Without hesitation, Pei Jichang struck again, this time targeting the bandit's head. With a resounding thud, the bandit's head struck the ground, his body convulsing violently. Pei Jichang continued to rain blows down with the iron rod until the bandit lay motionless, his skull shattered. Su Songsheng illuminated the vehicle's interior while Xiao Shan shone his flashlight towards the opposing thicket, wary of any remaining bandits. But the night was eerily silent. Chapter 50. The more I listen, the more my scalp prickles. Lu Shangshu, who had been weakly lying on the ground, surprisingly propped himself up, laboriously shifting backwards. Before his eyes, a man wielding an iron rod mercilessly struck down the bandits, blood splattering onto Lu Shangshu's face. "Deputy!" Xiao Shan rushed over, grasping Lu Shangshu's arm to provide support, which offered him a semblance of stability. "How many bandits were guarding you?" Xiao Shan quickly inquired, directing the flashlight towards the thicket. "Just the one that's dead," Lu Shangshu replied, his voice trembling. "What happened to your arm, Xiao Shan? Where are the other bandits?" He gasped for breath, casting a fearful glance at Pei Jichang. If there were only one bandit here, then all would perish. Xiao Shan's tone suddenly grew somber as he glanced at Pei Jichang. Observing the man stride forward, he continued slowly, "It was Jichang who killed them. He saved me, and he saved you as well." Lu Shangshu gazed at the man's simple, honest face, his heart still gripped by profound trepidation. The recent events had been too terrifying. "Deputy, are you all right?" Pei Jichang inquired with concern, kneeling down beside him. I'm fine," Lu Shangshu stammered, shaking his head, unable to meet Pei Jichang's gaze. "We must head to the city now. Your captain is barely holding on, and my family's vehicle needs to return home first," Pei Jichang reiterated, locking eyes with Xiao Shan. "Jichang, just as you mentioned earlier, the deputy and I will not speak carelessly. Have the party secretary and that tall fellow drive the tractor back to the village. But you must accompany us to the city, otherwise it would be difficult to explain at the station." Tian Shan's tone was notably affectionate, seemingly eager to please Pei Jichang. "Where's the captain?" Lu Shangshu hurriedly looked around, and soon spotted a tall figure carrying Peng Hao along the dirt path. "Is he no longer alive?" Ban Xiaoqing called out. Lu Shangshu's face instantly turned ashen. "What is happening? Is he dead? This is terrible. We should go to the city. We can discuss it on the way. If we linger much longer, dawn will break." Pei Jichang rose, turning his attention to Su Songsheng. "Secretary, you and Ban Xiaoqing should return, but be sure to drive slowly. Remember to wash up when you get back. Don't think of anything else. Just get a good night's sleep. It will be all right." "Understood." Su Songsheng nodded vigorously, his gaze fixed on the bandit lying on the ground. "What shall we do with this person?" "Drag him into the bushes to avoid alarming anyone," Pei Jichang instructed, immediately grasping the bandit's legs. Su Songsheng joined him, assisting in pulling one leg. In former times, the secretary would never have had such courage. However, the events of the night had profoundly impacted him, causing him to hold Pei Jichang in high esteem and to cherish their bond. Before long, the bandit was concealed among the underbrush. Pei Jichang adjusted his hold on Peng Hao, checking his nose. There was no breath left. "Indeed, he is dead," the tall figure confirmed. Subsequently, Ban Xiaoqing and Su Songsheng drove the tractor back to the village, while Pei Jichang rode his motorcycle with Xiao Shan seated behind him. And Lu Shangshu cradled Peng Hao in the sidecar as they made their way to the city. However, the blood had already stained the dirt path, more chilling than before. Lu Shangshu touched the back of Peng Hao's head, feeling the gaping wound, but the blood had nearly drained away, his heart trembling. Along the journey, Xiao Shan recounted the events in painstaking detail to Lu Shangshu, how he had been struck by Peng Hao, how the bandit had smashed Peng Hao's skull, and how Pei Jichang had killed the bandit, covering every intricate detail. With each word, Lu Shangshu's fear deepened. Finally, His brows furrowed in anger as he forcefully shook Peng Hao. He knew deep down that this man was no good, having tormented women. Yet he had not anticipated such depths of depravity. Deputy, our lives were saved by Jichang. We must be grateful. I have clarified the matter regarding the grain. It was merely a misunderstanding. Xiaoshan hurriedly reminded him. There is no issue of inflated grain prices. Primarily, it is that scoundrel Peng Hao, who, to my utter dismay, seems intent on causing you irreparable harm. I cannot allow this to continue. Irrespective of who his father may be, I am resolute in my decision to report his transgressions, even at the risk of losing my employment. Lu Xingshu's face was taut with righteous indignation, his determination unwavering. In truth, regarding Du Tsuechio's situation, his conscience had already been burdened. Who is Peng Hao's father? Pei Jichang casually inquired. His father is the head of the county's Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Lu Xingshu replied in a low voice, revealing the source of his trepidation towards Peng Hao. What? Pei Jichang abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing the motorcycle to halt suddenly, nearly sending Lu Xingshu flying off. What's wrong? Tian Shan exclaimed in alarm, genuinely startled, fearing yet another calamity had occurred. Is this man confirmed dead? Pei Jichang again placed his hand on Peng Hao's chest. Lu Xingshu forcefully pried his hand away, admonishing, how could you jest at a time like this? The man is lifeless, and yet you would let him bear the disgrace? Have you lost your senses? You mustn't act recklessly or speak carelessly. I saved Peng Hao. His family deserves my gratitude. Pei Jichang fixed Lu Xingshu with a stern gaze. Huh, what do you mean? Lu Xingshu was bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend Pei Jichang's intentions. Jichang, please elaborate. We are all ears, Tian Shan quickly interjected, wary of inciting Pei Jichang's ire. You were at the commune checking grain and encountered suspicious individuals, and in your pursuit, you discovered they were bandits fleeing from Shangxi. In the ensuing chaos, Peng Hao perished in the line of duty. You will also be commended for your bravery. As for me, I fortuitously returned to the village, witnessed your altercation, and, in a display of valor, assisted in rescuing Peng Hao from the clutches of death, Pei Jichang stated gravely. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingshu's expression turned to one of shock. He was rendered speechless. This seemingly simple farmer was attempting to leverage this incident to curry favor with the head of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce? Was this truly a simpleton, so eager to seize every opportunity? Lu Xingshu felt a chill run down his spine. Jichang, we shall follow your lead. Tian Shan concurred emphatically. This way, everyone stands to benefit. Lu Xingshu, have you considered that the son has just died, and you wish to report this? Wouldn't that merely exacerbate the situation? There is no need to jeopardize your future, Pei Jichang remarked, restarting the motorcycle and continuing toward the city. The only uncertainty now lay with the woman whom Peng Hao had assaulted. She needed to be informed beforehand. I shall seek her out later, Pei Jichang continued, meticulously outlining the potential issues that could arise. By the conclusion of his analysis, both Lu Xingshu and Tian Shan were left utterly astounded, pondering the depth of this man's cunning. Upon their arrival in the city, the dawn began to break, revealing a blood-stained three-wheeled motorcycle slowly traversing the streets, heading directly for the precinct. Pei Jichang asked Lu Xingshu for cigarettes. He handed over a fresh pack, thinking he would take one. Yet the man simply stuffed the entire pack into his pocket, insisting on taking it all. Chapter 51. A great incident. The piercing, high-pitched, and chaotic sound of police sirens shattered the tranquility of the county town, instilling a sense of tension and unease among the populace, as if a monumental event had transpired. The sole cargo truck from the station was dispatched. What could have possibly caused such a commotion? It was indeed unsettling to witness. Qinlan happened to emerge from the apartment building and stumbled upon this scene in the street. Zhou Boken stepped forward, surveying the scene, and was immediately taken aback by the sight of numerous police officers riding bicycles and three-wheeled motorcycles, racing towards the town. How many individuals had been mobilized? Surely, something significant occurred last night. Zhou Boken turned to Qinlan, and upon uttering these words, the expressions on their faces shifted dramatically. Although a farmer transporting grain could hardly provoke such an uproar, human nature tends to gravitate towards the worst-case scenario. Could it be? Qinlan's voice trembled. Do not indulge in such thoughts. It cannot possibly be that, Zhou Boken asserted with conviction. Come now, let us proceed to work as usual. Qinlan nodded in agreement. Walking alongside Zhou Boken, their faces etched with fatigue. The sky remained overcast. Within the office, the leader, Hu Taixing, stared blankly at Tian Shan and Lu Xingshu, so astonished that words eluded him. Suddenly, he choked, coughing violently, and stumbled, crashing heavily into his chair. Chief, Meng Shouwen hurried over to assist, but Hu Taixing brusquely pushed him away, shouting at the two men, Are you implying that only Peng Hao has perished? Leader, your words suggest that you still hold us accountable? Have you not seen the severity of our injuries? We nearly lost our lives in the wilderness, Lu Xingshu retorted, his voice tinged with anger. What of Pei Jichang? Hu Taisheng continued to press, casting a cursory glance at the injuries sustained by Lu Xingshu and Tian Shan. Had it not been for Jichang, we would all be dead, Tian Shan murmured weakly, squinting as he spoke. He has gone to the hospital. Someone must stay with Peng Hao. It was Jichang who carried him out from the pile of corpses, Lu Xingshu replied slowly. With lives lost, discussing such trifles is futile. First, bring back Pei Jichang. Hu Taisheng slammed his hand against the chair, his agitation palpable. Your leadership leaves much to be desired. How can you speak so insensitively? We serve the people, and yet we have sustained grave injuries. Yet this is your demeanor? Lu Xingshu struggled to rise, leaning against the chair for support. Hu Taisheng remained silent, glaring at Lu Xingshu, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chief, you have been under considerable strain. You must take a moment to rest. Shall he come? Quickly escort the two comrades from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to the hospital, Meng Shouwen called out, attempting to diffuse the charged atmosphere. The director sat silently in his chair, while Lu Xingshu and Tian Shan were assisted to the hospital. Their initial statements had already been recorded. Soon, only the first and second in command remained in the office. Who exactly was this Peng Hao who has perished? Meng Shouwen inquired, crouching beside Hu Taisheng. His father is the head of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, and Peng Hao is his only son. This situation is troublesome, Hu Taisheng sighed heavily, finally revealing the gravity of the matter. Meng Shouwen lit a cigarette, only now realizing the intricate web of connections surrounding him. He was a cadre dispatched back from the military, not fully versed in the local relations of the county town. Hu Taisheng rose from his chair, aware that his relationship with Meng was particularly unique. Let us go notify them first. We also need to check on the situation at the hospital, he said. Meng nodded vigorously and opened the door. If those 4 Shangxi men are dead, this case will be resolved as desired. And we will have fulfilled our task for the city, he added. Hu Taisheng remained silent, preoccupied with thoughts of Peng Hao's demise, hastening his steps alongside Meng. In the northern part of the city, within the modest housing area, Pei Jichang rushed to Jiang Tingting's side. If Chui were to report the incident to the county, she might first seek out Jiang Tingting, given the strong connections of the convoy, or perhaps enlist her assistance in communicating with the woman involved. However, upon knocking, Pei discovered Du Tsuichio had already arrived at Jiang Tingting's home. Jichang, why are you covered in blood? What happened last night? Jiang Tingting's face drained of color. Du Tsuichio hurried to the door, and the Jiang family members quickly gathered around, alarmed by the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from the Pei family youth. Did that captain assault you? Du Tsuichio exclaimed in shock. No, Pei Jichang shook his head vigorously, his expression grave. After I took you home last night, we were ambushed by robbers, and we engaged them in a struggle. As a result, Peng Hao was killed by the bandits. Dead. Du Tsuichio's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice cracking. Wait, Jichang, who died? Peng Hao? Jiang Zikan inquired loudly, stunned to learn that the captain who had tormented Du Tsuichio was indeed Peng Hao. Yes, he was the captain of the inspection team, the one who bullied Chui. But now he is dead. Please do not seek trouble any further. Pei Jichang spoke in a low tone, his familiarity stemming from forgetting the woman's name. Even if he is dead, we must demand an explanation. Last night was too much. Du Tsuichio protested loudly, still youthful and naive, believing that Uncle Jiang from the convoy would surely protect her. Listen to Jichang. Since he is dead, there is no need to get involved any longer. Moreover, Peng Hao had a significant background. We must not stir up trouble at this juncture. Jiang Zikan's expression turned suddenly solemn, drawing the attention of those around. Chui, you must remember, consider last night as if it never happened. Do not cause a scene, or as Uncle Jiang said, the culprits will turn their ire towards you. Pei Jichang quickly agreed, preparing to leave. I must return to the station now. I will take my leave. Jichang. Jiang Tingting called out, but he did not look back, swiftly disappearing down the narrow path. Dad, what is Peng Hao's background? Jiang Tingting turned to Jiang Zikan, with Du Tsuichio also appearing flustered. After confiding in her family about the bullying, they had hurried to the city overnight. Peng Hao's father is just then. A honking sound interrupted Jiang Zikan's words. They all turned to see a delivery truck arriving, the driver shouting towards the Jiang family's dwelling. Old Jiang, hurry and come with me to the hospital. It's a serious matter. Director Peng's son may be lost. The driver exclaimed loudly. What? I'm on my way. Jiang Zikan feigned surprise, then whispered to Du Tsuichio, remember what Uncle said. Consider last night's events as if they never transpired. since your body has not sustained any harm. That is a blessing. Uncle Jiang, I will keep that in mind. Du Tsuachio responded hastily, her heart still trembling. This matter must not be spread around. I must leave now. Jiang Jikan waved his hand and hurried away. The people inside exchanged glances, puzzled. Chapter 52. Weeping at the grave at the county hospital. A faded plaque hung above the entrance, and one end suddenly fell, swaying. Pei Jichang sat with his head down on a long bench, staring at the worn-out tiles, some of which had eroded to reveal the cement beneath. The wooden door in front of him creaked as people entered and exited. Peng Hao's lifeless body lay on a hospital bed within. No one noticed the farmer sitting in the corner. A sliver of sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on Pei Jichang's face, which made him feel a bit weary. At that moment, the day fully brightened. Gradually, the corridor leading to the emergency room became increasingly crowded, and Pei Jichang was engulfed by the cacophony of voices. The news of Peng Hao's death was relayed by the head of the bureau, Hu Taixing. In old age, losing one's only son is a tragedy that shatters a family, a heart-wrenching calamity. Consequently, the friends of the head of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau had hastened to the hospital without needing to be informed, instinctively coming to offer their support. Where is Pei Jichang? Hu Taixing inquired anxiously at the corridor's entrance, waiting for the Peng family, while Meng Shouwen closely followed him. They say he is at the hospital, but we haven't located him yet. We are unaware of his whereabouts. However, we've received news from the town that the 4 deceased were indeed wanted criminals from Shaanxi. Lu Shunshi and his accomplices have done a great service, and so has Pei Jichang. Meng Shouwen replied. The loss of a son must surely be a sacrifice in the line of duty, Hu Taixing asserted forcefully, but when several individuals approached, he immediately fell silent, exchanging nods of acknowledgement. Anyone who could come was a notable figure in the county. The city was small enough that even if names were not known, everyone recognized one another. Jiang Jikan passed by Hu Taixing unperturbed, yet a sense of trepidation stirred within him. If he were to create a scene with Tsuachio, the Peng family would certainly retaliate, and it would be deemed a sacrifice in the line of duty. Such audacity. The old Pei family had a reputation for their simplicity, yet the young man had proven clever in this matter, providing significant assistance. Jiang Jikan mused silently. Then, with a furrowed brow, Jiang Jikan stood at the edge of the corridor, awaiting the arrival of the Peng family, as everyone else was. At this moment, one must make an appearance. Lu Shunshi and Tian Shan had sustained severe injuries, yet they had not undergone surgery, opting instead for simple bandaging before hastily arriving in the corridor. This was at Pei Jichang's insistence. They needed to perform the role of deeply bonded brothers, filled with reluctance and strong emotions. Where is Jichang? Tian Shan quietly inquired in Lu Shunshi's ear. I do not know either. Alas, what is he truly planning? Why must he be so solicitous? Lu Shunshi furrowed his brow, still unable to comprehend the true nature of Pei Jichang's scheme. The two exchanged a glance and fell silent, standing closely together. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail echoed from the corridor, drawing everyone's attention. Hu Taixing hurried forward to assist. The woman was Peng Hao's mother, utterly paralyzed by fear, unable to even walk. Behind her stood a man with a square face, his hair graying at the temples. Peng Jingming, the head of the local industrial and commercial bureau. Although he struggled to maintain his footing, his unsteady gait betrayed his poor mental state. Leader, Lu Shunshi called out, leaning on his cane, his expression marked by a blend of gravity and sorrow. Yet, Tian Shan lowered his head, refraining from outward displays of emotion, still harboring a deep-seated contempt for Peng Hao's malevolence. Peng Jingming paid no heed to the two men, consumed by his own grief. His son was dead. How could he harbor no resentment? He turned his glare towards Meng Shui. Has the investigation been resolved? How exactly did my son die? Peng Jingming's words dripped with bitterness. It has been clarified, Meng Shouwen interjected hastily, feeling an inexplicable weight of pressure, for men like Peng Jingming were deeply entrenched in the local fabric, not to be trifled with. Last night, Peng Hao had led a team to inspect the commune in town, and upon discovering suspicious characters, they pursued them. Those individuals were wanted criminals from Shaanxi, leading to a confrontation during which Peng Hao heroically sacrificed himself. Meng Shouwen delivered a brief account, the phrase heroically sacrificed particularly resonating with gravity. Peng Jingming inhaled sharply, his body leaning backward. Leader, Jiang Jikan, quick to react, rushed forward to steady him, followed by a throng of concerned onlookers. Meng Shouwen pressed his lips together, suppressing additional details he felt compelled to withhold. Whispers among the bystanders mentioned the patrol team's captain, who had previously harassed a female colleague before departing. Such matters were too delicate for Meng Shouwen to address. Because Peng Hao aspired to be a hero, the incidents at the patrol were to be concealed, ensuring that the farmer present would remain unmentioned, effectively obscuring the entire affair. This was the difficult choice Meng Shouwen faced amidst the challenging circumstances. As he absorbed these exchanges, Tian Shan and Lu Shunshu shared a glance, confirming Pei Jichang's assertion that the patrol's troubles would be managed, as long as the woman refrained from causing a scene. With too many voices involved, it was best to keep the matter confined. "Let me see my son." Peng Zhengming pushed past those in his way, striding towards the depths of the corridor. The woman trailing behind him, her cries piercing the air. "My son, oh my son." Her mournful lament reverberated through the hallway, casting a pall over the gathered crowd. Supported by Jiang Jikan and Hu Taixing, Peng Zhengming trembled visibly. The crowd parted, allowing the Peng family to approach the wooden door. Inside, on the narrow bed, Peng Hao lay quietly, his head covered, though his feet remained exposed. "This is taking my life." The moment the woman beheld her son's lifeless body, her emotions shattered completely. She ran frantically, collapsing at the bedside, clutching her son's body tightly. No matter how formidable Peng Zhengming may be, or how domineering his personality, at this moment, a feeble sound escapes from his throat. A living, breathing person, who just 2 days prior shared a meal at home, now lies lifeless. Faced with such a tragic scene, all heads bow in sorrow. "Brother, oh my dear brother." Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail pierces through the air, and in rushes a figure, Pei Jichang, who kneels fervently before the sickbed. Much like Peng Hao's mother, he is mourning profoundly. "Brother, do not leave me. Why must you be so brave? Brother, I cannot bear to lose you. Who gave you the right to be a hero?" Tears streaming down his face, Pei Jichang seems to lose his sanity in the depths of his grief, his head striking the bed with a resounding thud. "Let me join you." In the end, Pei Jichang curls up on the ground in agony. Lu Shunshu and Tian Shan stare wide-eyed, utterly astonished that Pei Jichang could abandon all restraint to such an extent, finally understanding how Peng Hao had tormented him. No. At such a crucial moment, to refrain from tears would be an affront, Lu Shunshu reflects, discarding his cane and limping into the room. "Haozi, I would rather die than bear this." Lu Shunshu, too, weeps, though seeking to maintain his dignity. He merely sits on the floor instead of kneeling. Soon after, Tian Shan, overwhelmed with sorrow, kneels and tears cascade down his cheeks. This youth has suddenly gained wisdom. In an instant, the room is filled with the sound of weeping. Chapter 53. The impromptu performance has just begun. The ward descends into chaos as a farmer continually strikes himself, his emotions spiraling out of control. "Brother, I would rather die." You are the true hero of Xingping County. Ultimately, it is the Peng family who helps Pei Jichang to his feet, his face awash with tears and snot. None weep as fiercely as he. This scene embodies profound brotherly affection. "Uncle," Pei Jichang suddenly breaks free from those supporting him and strides towards Peng Zhengming, clutching his arm tightly. "Uncle, my heart aches." With a choked voice, Pei Jichang collapses into Peng Zhengming's embrace. The grief of a parent losing a child is indeed a weight that feels as if the heavens themselves have fallen. The pain within is beyond words. Pei Jichang seeks to guide Peng Zhengming's emotions, and with a simple "my heart aches," he shatters the old man's composure. My son, my son." Peng Zhengming pushes Pei Jichang aside and throws himself upon Peng Hao's cold body, crying out in despair. This head of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, oblivious to the onlookers, resembles a child as he kneels and sobs fearfully on the ground. The atmosphere is thick with sorrow. Pei Jichang remains crouched on the floor, still wiping away tears, prompting Lu Shunshu and Tian Shan to feel as if he truly was a brother to Peng Hao. The reactions of Lu Shunshu and Tian Shan are completely overshadowed by Pei Jichang. Many weep, but they are merely two among the multitude. The two exchange a bewildered glance. Left speechless. Who is he? I've never seen a relative of the Peng family like this. Hu Taixing whispers in Meng Shouwen's ear. He is Pei Jichang. Meng Shouwen furrows his brow, struggling to believe that the man wailing before him is the simple farmer he met in Pingtu village. Moreover, just recently, Pei Jichang had quarreled with Peng Hao on the street. How could they reconcile so swiftly? And thus, a profound friendship was established. Yet, Meng Shouwen dared not utter such words, for even if he did, they would bear no significance. Would he really stand up to voice dissent? Suggesting that Pei Jichang might be feigning tears? That would be sheer folly. Speaking of the Peng family, for Meng Shouwen, his relationship with Hu Taixing had evolved gradually. As for Pei Jichang, how could he be so devastated? How had his testimony been recorded? Hu Taixing inquired. With a mere gesture from Peng Hao, Pei Jichang had rushed to assist in subduing the bandits, as he was inclined to aid the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Meng Shouwen recounted the testimony with utmost honesty. During the commendation ceremony, Pei Jichang must not be overlooked. Hu Taixing nodded slowly, recognizing the man's acute sensitivity. In this moment, Pei Jichang had nestled himself within Peng Zhengming's embrace and thus deserved equal treatment. With understanding dawning, Meng Shouwen turned his gaze towards Pei Jichang, only to be gripped by a shiver, suddenly realizing that the seemingly simple farmer was far from ordinary. Jiang Zhikan was equally taken aback, utterly bewildered. Just this morning, he had seen Pei Jichang informing Peng Hao of matters, and now he was in tears. So heartbroken, what could his true intentions be? Furthermore, he knew the Pei family well, characterized by their simplicity and honesty, yet they appeared to have transformed into someone unrecognizable. Ultimately, amidst the heart-rending sobs, Pei Jichang lay prostrate on the ground, his eyes tightly shut, as if he had fainted. The art of mourning transcends mere dramatization seen on television. It requires the ability to evoke emotions within the bereaved. Peng Zhengming's emotional collapse was indeed provoked by Pei Jichang's display. In a previous life, when a certain department official's father passed away, a man nearing 90, whose death was somewhat a celebration of life, his family bore little sorrow. Yet, Pei Jichang wept and lamented, reminiscing about the hardships faced in the leader's youth. In the end, the leader shed a few tears, not out of sorrow for the elder, but merely reflecting upon those days of struggle, perhaps for his late father or mother, who had never known a day of happiness. To put it simply, Peng Zhengming could not remain stoic. He must be allowed to grieve. The next step involved arranging Peng Hao's funeral, which in Xingping County entailed a traditional burial, necessitating that the men assist in transporting the body back to the Peng family home. Hu Taixing was tasked with overseeing these arrangements, while those deemed less significant were instructed to leave, including Jiang Zhikan, as the crowd at the hospital gradually dispersed. Who would carry Peng Hao's body? It had to be done by family. Pei Jichang, without uttering a word, stepped forward and grasped the edge of the stretcher, surrounded by relatives of the Peng family and a few from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Now, the people seemed to believe that the bloodied rural youth was precisely the one who should bear this burden. Originally, Pei Jichang was supposed to return to the station to provide his testimony, but Meng Shouwen could not insist on removing him from this solemn duty. Thus, he advised him to go to the station immediately after lending his assistance. Pei Jichang remained silent, nodding gently in acknowledgement, his somber expression reminiscent of autumn leaves, whispering tales of profound sorrow. In that moment, Meng Shouwen was left speechless, unable to restrain himself from softly murmuring, "May you find solace in your grief." He had already begun to regard Pei Jichang as one of the Peng family. As for Tian Shan and Lu Shengshu, after the Peng family departed from the hospital, they underwent surgery and became the heroes of the bureau, poised to receive commendation. The Peng residence, a self-built 3-story red brick house, stands in the finest area of the city, directly across from the cinema. Once the young men returned with the body, the relatives of the Peng family were reduced to tears, creating a chaotic scene within the home. Pei Jichang moved about with utmost ease in Peng Hao's abode, with others offering him water and cigarettes. Yet just the previous night, Peng Hao had intended to confine him, seeking any means to exert oppression. It was truly amusing. Peng Hao had a wife and children, including a pair of twins, while the remaining 3 family members knelt beside the corpse, wailing inconsolably, to which Pei Jichang merely cast a fleeting glance. Peng's mother, overwhelmed with grief, eventually fainted, prompting Pei Jichang to assist her to the inner room for rest. Upon emerging, he noticed Peng Zhengming struggling for breath and gently patted the elderly man's back. Did he feel any guilt? Not in the slightest. He had witnessed the character of individuals like the Peng family far too often. Only upon the death of their own kin did they recognize sorrow. Yet they harbored no compassion for the impoverished. What if it were Tian Shan who had perished? How many women had Peng Hao humiliated, leading some to take their own lives? Peng Zhengming could leverage his connections to brazenly oppress others, smoothing over matters for his son. So now, simply because they wept, should there be any compassion? Should there be guilt? It was all self-inflicted. True kindness is ever downward compatible, and it is inherently selfish. First, the individual must be worthy of pity for kindness to be bestowed. Otherwise, it is all self-inflicted. Given that Peng Hao left behind family, arrangements were necessary for the wake. In accordance with the county's customs and traditions, the body required cleansing, combing, and fresh attire before it could be placed in the coffin. Pei Jichang eagerly took on these tasks, recognizing that at this juncture, he ought to assist rather than lament. Thus, he carefully lifted Peng Hao's head. The face bore no pallor, and Pei Jichang softly murmured, "Will you still go to Pingtu village? Not to humiliate a Chui, but will you go? Your future wife may not know who will treat her well. As long as I am here, your family will not find peace." These words went unheard by anyone. But Pei Jichang's heart was indeed cruel, baring teeth within. As the man continued to cleanse the body, he turned to glance at Peng Zhengming. Perhaps this impromptu performance had only just begun. Chapter 54. One must savor these individuals slowly. It was not until nightfall that Pei Jichang exited the Peng residence and hurried to the station, where Meng Shouwen greeted him personally. "Leader, I have wasted your time," Pei Jichang said, retracting his neck, adopting the guise of a simple farmer once more. Meng Shouwen gazed at him intently, remaining silent for quite some time. Despite having interrogated countless individuals, he found Pei Jichang somewhat inscrutable. "Recount the events of last night. It is late. What were you doing in town?" After a moment, Meng Shouwen finally inquired. "Knowing that Peng Gu was on a business trip in the town, I went to find him. Later, I encountered some suspicious individuals, prompting Peng Gu to investigate, and I followed him. To my astonishment, the individuals turned out to be bandits who had migrated from Shaanxi, resulting in a confrontation." This testimony from Pei Jichang was somewhat disjointed, yet it did not convey deceit. Rather, it reflected his limited expressive ability. His account was entirely consistent with those of Tian Shan and Lu Shengshu. In truth, at this juncture, there was no further need for investigation. The identity of the bandits had been confirmed, and the station had already reported to the city bureau to close the case. However, I was quite curious about this farmer. "Meng Shouwen, I recall that just a few days ago, you had a conflict with Peng Hao." Meng Shouwen lowered his voice and rose to pour Pei Jichang a glass of water. These words had long since ceased to pertain to the case. "The conflict arose due to Peng Gu making a jest about my sister. He has a penchant for teasing women. Subsequently, he treated me to a meal and apologized. And that matter was laid to rest. He remains my brother." Pei Jichang, upon hearing this, still furrowed his brow. "How did you come to know Peng Hao, or rather, how did you cultivate a good relationship with him?" Meng Shouwen raised an eyebrow slightly. "One is the captain of the inspection team at the county's industrial and commercial bureau, while the other is a poor farmer from the village, two individuals with seemingly no connection. My family was the first in Pingtu village to engage in independent land management. And this year we have premium grain. Peng Gu can assist my family in selling it. As for the selling price, that is my brother's expertise. And that is how we became acquainted." Pei Jichang appeared to answer honestly, yet it was a blatant provocation, as if to challenge the authorities to investigate. The deceased takes precedence, no matter how many unsavory matters Peng Hao may have. This is where it ends. Meng Shouwen was not foolish enough to touch that nerve. The narrow office fell into an unusual silence as Meng Shouwen began to reflect. The farmer's previous remarks left him uncomfortable, yet he could not pinpoint the issue. It was akin to accusing Peng Hao of drunk driving in front of a traffic officer while the accuser appeared particularly earnest, an unsettling sensation. "Leader, if you have no further matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. I need to go help my brother." Pei Jichang stood up, looking quite anxious. "Very well. I shall see you off." Meng Shouwen exhibited unexpected warmth towards a farmer, rising to assist in opening the door. Pei Jichang remained silent, merely offering a silly grin to Deputy Director Meng as they strode towards the courtyard. "Jichang, wait a moment." Meng Shouwen extended a cigarette, seemingly concerned. Inquiring, "How is your divorce matter progressing?" "Leader, there is no need to dwell on sorrowful matters. I shall take my leave now. And there is no need for you to see me off," Pei Jichang replied, taking the cigarette and hastily departing. As for Meng Shouwen, Pei Jichang was gradually assessing this individual, including figures such as Hu Taixing and Peng Zhengming, all requiring careful consideration. The only official he could truly manage was Secretary Su. "Yesterday, our secretary was so frightened that he nearly lost control, and I wonder if he has regained his composure." Pei Jichang's lips curled into a faint smile. Meanwhile, in Pingtu village, two men were asleep on the Kong in the secretary's home. "Xiao Qing, my dear nephew, wake up and hurry back home to sleep," the secretary lamented. His brow furrowed as he forcefully roused Ban Xiao Qing. In the village, elders often refer to the younger generation as nephews, and Su Songsheng was truly troubled by this shameless individual. Upon returning to the village, Ban Xiaoqing promptly settled onto the heated bed of his home, snoring from dawn till dusk. The tall fellow expressed his reluctance to return, fearing his father's wrath. What was the matter? Was he planning to stay overnight? Ban Xiaoqing, still in a daze, sat up and mumbled, "Is it already night? Oh right, my money." He hurriedly rummaged through his smelly socks, and upon discovering the money still intact, broke into a wide grin. "All right, let us head back," Su Songxing urged, pulling the tall fellow off the bed. "Wait until I put on my shoes." "Easy there, secretary. We're bound by life and death from now on. I may have been foolish before, but if anyone dares to bully you, I will surely smash their head," Ban Xiaoqing declared with sudden fervor, a spark of anger igniting within him as if someone were currently at odds with the secretary. Is that what you say? Then you ought to return and give your father a thrashing, Su Songxing teased with a smile. Nonetheless, these words softened the secretary's heart, and after escorting Ban Xiaoqing out, he couldn't resist adding, Xiaoqing, would you like to stay for dinner? What are we having? I just caught a whiff of something delightful, perhaps stir-fried sesame? Ban Xiaoqing replied without a moment's hesitation, grinning as he turned to re-enter the house. Why do I keep encountering such characters? Su Songxing chastised himself. Realizing he still hadn't learned his lesson. In the city, Pei Jichang, weary and famished, ambled slowly down the street by the cinema, utterly drained of energy to spend another night at the Peng family's. If one were present, one had to keep vigil, and if one were to fall asleep, snoring would ensue. He still had 70 yuan in his socks, yet hesitated to part with any for lodging or a meal. If it weren't for the matter concerning Peng Hao, he might have already been en route to the provincial capital. He yearned to surprise his beloved. Himai was still oblivious to the essence of ritual. Suddenly, someone called his name. He turned to see Jiang Tingting rushing towards him, a bundle of clothes in her hands. I worried you might not have a change of clothes, she said hurriedly, shoving the garments into Pei Jichang's arms. Although he had taken the time to wash his face, his clothes were stained with blood, clinging to his skin and itching terribly. Pei Jichang felt immensely embarrassed. From Jiang Tingting, he sensed a pure friendship, a genuine concern that evoked memories of school days, a sincerity unique to this era. Come stay at my place tonight. My father will be back, and we can discuss village matters, Jiang Tingting suggested, noticing the man's discomfort. Otherwise, where will you go in the dead of night? I might as well manage at the guest house for a night. Pei Jichang glanced into the distance. Oh, why waste that money? Come on, let us go, Jiang Tingting insisted, grasping his arm and striding towards the northern row of cottages. Hey, Jiang Che had just exited the cinema and spotted his sister pulling along that farmer from Pingtu village. Shopping. Jiang Che, who did you see? You seem stunned, a colleague inquired. I didn't see anything. Jiang Che hastily shook his head, worrying that if his sister were to get involved with this twice-married man, he would be utterly humiliated without a job to boot. Chapter 55. Pei Jichang has arrived during his last visit to Jiang Tingting's home. Pei Jichang had not ventured into the inner room, but this time, the young lady insisted on ushering him inside. The wash basin was located within, and she promptly changed her clothes, as they were from the same village and should assist one another without hesitation. Jiang Tingting smiled, her braided pigtails swaying gently, exuding vitality. Before she softly closed the door behind them, Pei Jichang momentarily lost his focus, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he clutched his clothes more tightly. Then slowly turned around. The dangling light bulb swayed slightly, casting its glow upon the yellowed walls, which bore signs of peeling. The window was framed with wooden grills, with a plastic sheet affixed that curled inward slightly. In front of the earthen Kong lay a single bed, surrounded by furniture, an armoire, a table, and a wooden shelf, brought from the village, yet arranged in an orderly and pristine manner. The wash basin in the corner was entirely encased in cement, adjacent to the stove, presumably to prevent the pipes from freezing during winter and to ensure warmth while washing. It was evident that this household was quite particular about its living conditions. Subsequently, Pei Jichang crouched by the wash basin to cleanse himself. The bloodstains clung to his body like glue, and as he scrubbed them away, he felt an indescribable sense of relief. At that moment, Lu Jixiang returned home with a basket of vegetables. Mother, Jichang is here. Please do not frown. Be cordial with him, Jiang Tingting urged as she hurried to the door. Lu Jixiang's forehead furrowed deeply, her face displaying displeasure. Had Jiang Tingting not emphasized it, she might not have been so irked, but the mention alone stoked her anger. He came here himself? After one visit, he knows the way, does he? What a clever one, Lu Jixiang remarked sarcastically. Mother, Jiang Tingting anxiously glanced back. I'm going to find him. It's so late. How can he return to the village? You're going to find him? Lu Jixiang strode to the stove, placing the basket down to prepare dinner. Mother, I asked you to keep your voice down. Jiang Tingting hurried after her. Stop speaking in the dialect of Pingtu village, it's vexing. You're from the city. Lu Jixiang snapped, her brows furrowed. Stay away from that divorced man. Look at the families your sister's suitors come from. They are far more respectable. What nonsense are you spouting? Jichang and I are merely friends, and he saved Suichio last night. He must be feeling embarrassed to come here. He's in a difficult situation. What is wrong with me going to find him? Besides, I'm from Pingtu village, raised by my grandfather. This is my accent. Jiang Tingting retorted, her temper flaring as she shouted at Lu Jixiang. You're getting quite temperamental. Lu Jixiang placed her hands on her hips. Just then, with a soft creak, Pei Jichang stepped out, holding the clothes he had changed out of. Jichang has arrived. Lu Jixiang called out cheerfully, forcing a smile towards Pei Jichang. Aunt, I apologize for the trouble. I was delayed at the station giving my statement and couldn't return to our village, Pei Jichang admitted, feeling embarrassed. It's no trouble at all. It's just one more pair of chopsticks. Lu Jixiang shot a sharp glance at Jiang Tingting before resuming her cooking. Tingting, do you have any soap pods? Pei Jichang asked with a light laugh. I'll wash my clothes. Jiang Tingting cast a glance at Lu Jixiang's sullen face, approached him, and took the clothes from his hands. I'll wash them for you. The words rang out particularly loud, an intentional act by Jiang Tingting, who felt that her mother's previous remarks were excessive and looked down upon Pingtu village, which in turn disdained her grandfather. No need, I can wash them myself. Pei Jichang quickly declined, reaching for the clothes, only for Jiang Tingting to hide them in her embrace. I will wash them. I'll make sure they are clean. You just sit on the sofa. Jiang Tingting walked straight into the inner room, and soon, the sound of rushing water could be heard, followed by the rhythmic thumping of her beating the clothes with a pestle. Pei Jichang could certainly sense Lu Jixiang's contempt directed at him. Yet he felt unable to enter the inner room and could only sit on the sofa, engulfed in an awkward atmosphere. Not long after, Jiang Tingting emerged after finishing the laundry, preparing to hang the clothes outside, when Jiang Jikan entered through the door with a broad smile. Oh, it's my dear daughter again, washing clothes for her father, I see. Jiang Tingting lowered her head, striding into the courtyard, feeling too shy to speak. Haha. Du Tsuichio approached, energized, but she's not doing it for you. It's for Jichang. Jiang Jikan frowned, only then noticing that there was someone seated on the sofa. Uncle, you're back. Pei Jichang quickly stood up. Jichang. Jiang Jikan chuckled awkwardly, but before he could exchange more pleasantries, a loud shout came from outside the yard. Tingting, I saw you on the street, messing around with that divorced man from Pingtu village. Aren't you afraid of what the neighbors might say? Jiang Che's face hardened. What nonsense are you spouting? Keep your voice down. Jiang Tingting bit her lip, her face flushing red. I want to stop. Just wait and see how our parents will scold you. Jiang Che strode into the house, and, upon lifting his head, met Pei Jichang's gaze. Oh, Jichang is here. Jiang Che's expression instantly brightened, a radiant smile replacing his earlier demeanor. Sorry for the trouble, Pei Jichang spoke softly. Jixiang, is dinner ready? After a long day, I'm famished. Jiang Jikan approached the stove, practically trying to peek into the pot, feeling quite embarrassed. It seemed as though they were rehearsed, perfectly in sync, which was rather inconsiderate. However, Pei Jichang was nonchalant, not allowing any sense of pride to swell within him. That would be quite immature. These words were inconsequential, merely human nature. After nodding at Jiang Che, he settled back onto the sofa. The group soon organized the meal, consisting of white noodles and stewed vegetables, which was considered quite a feast, especially since even urban non-farming households seldom enjoyed white noodles at every meal. Du Tsuichio served Pei Jichang a generous bowl, the noodles packed tightly, knowing he was hungry and would not skimp. Pei Jichang took a large mouthful, feeling immediate comfort in his stomach after a day of hunger. Jichang, there's something I'd like to ask you, Jiang Jikan said, his face turning serious as he continued eating. Uncle, I know what you're going to say. It's about the crying incident at the hospital today, isn't it? Pei Jichang quickly set down his bowl and chopsticks, adopting a formal demeanor when questioned. He understood the importance of showing respect. Yes, Jiang Jikan nodded vigorously, while the other three family members looked on in confusion. It was the head of the office who brought me to tears, for Peng Hao and Lu Shengshu sought recognition, and as a peasant, my representation was distinctly different. You did not hear the words I cried out today. They were laden with purpose. Pei Jichang appeared quite simple-minded. It became clear to Jiang Jikan, who couldn't fathom how Pei Jichang could weep, given that Peng Hao had humiliated Cui Chiu just last night. Naturally, Pei Jichang's reputation in the village contributed to the trust placed in him. Uncle, this matter must not be spoken of. I have just come from the office, and I fear those inside. Pei Jichang suddenly grew tense, as those words carried implications. Jiang Jikan was well aware of Hu Tieshing's methods. Thus, when a farmer displayed timidity, everything seemed quite normal. Indeed, those individuals truly knew how to bully the farmers, forcing tears from them. Uncle understands. Please eat. Jiang Jikan nodded in indignation. Hearing this, Jiang Tingting looked at Pei Jichang with a twinge of pity, for this man endured much suffering and was bullied everywhere. How did Peng Hao meet his demise? Jiang Jikan inquired again after the meal. The others were seated in the outer room, with Jiang Che's eyes shining brightly, eager to hear such tales. I intended to send a Cui home first, to spare her from being bullied. Then, on the way back to the village, we were suddenly ambushed by robbers, and a scuffle ensued. Peng Hao ran the fastest, and he was the first to perish, Pei Jichang recounted. The misdeeds he committed were numerous. His death can be seen as a relief for the people. At this moment, Jiang Zhikan dared to voice a just opinion, then asked, "You all went to the commune to sell grain yesterday, correct?" "We went to the city and sold the grain to the grain bureau, borrowing 2 tractors before the harvest to secure a better price," came the reply. "I see." Jiang Zhikan nodded slowly, grasping the unfolding events surrounding Peng Hao. "By the way, Ting, your job situation is about to be resolved. Can you guess where you will be assigned?" Jiang Zhikan's tone turned joyful. "Where?" Jiang Ting squinted and smiled, her braided hair gently swaying. "At the paper mill." "Thank you, father." Jiang Ting trembled with laughter, lightly shaking her clenched fist. In these times, securing a formal job is quite a feat. It elevates one's status. Moreover, the paper mill is a reputable enterprise in the county, offering good employee benefits, bringing joy to the entire family. Pei Jichang also shared in the happiness, not pondering the intricate connections with the paper mill. Shortly after 8, people began to prepare for sleep. Pei Jichang, curled up on the sofa in the outer room, fell into a deep slumber. Having not rested for a day and a night, his snores resounding. The 4 individuals in the inner room were troubled, unable to sleep due to the noise. "How can we sleep?" Jiang Che lamented. Ting, now that you have a formal job, we must carefully consider any suitors introduced to you. You must have high standards, and the partner's occupation must be commendable. Lu Zhixiang remained concerned about her daughter's potential partner, disapproving of any divorced man, especially one without a job in the village. "It's not solely about employment. One must also consider the person," Jiang Ting replied earnestly. Jiang Zhikan, chuckling as he played peacemaker, refrained from commenting on the youth of Pingtu village, who that very afternoon had washed clothes for Pei Jichang's daughter, harboring a secret fear that the two might grow fond of one another. He felt apprehensive. His daughter must not choose a suitor of such humble means, he mused quietly. "Could someone please tend to that ruckus outside? It's impossible to sleep," Jiang Che grumbled. "Enough, they're merely making do for one night. It's not a regular occurrence," Jiang Zhikan admonished sternly. "The job at the paper mill is quite favorable," he reflected. Qin Lan is the workshop director, and her husband holds a significant leadership position, with the possibility of a promotion come year-end. I'll have your mother mention it later. You could also aspire to a minor leadership role. Lu Zhixiang felt particularly buoyant. That evening, the family of 4 engaged in lively conversation, filled with hopeful anticipation for the future. Chapter 56. Approaching the Peng family at the break of dawn, while the sky still bore the gentle light of early morning. Pei Jichang hurriedly departed, donning his old garments. Though he had not yet commenced his labor, it was of little consequence. He neatly folded his new attire. However, Jiang Ting's meticulous washing left her clothes spotless, even the bloodstains vanished. Reflecting on these matters, a smile lingered at the corners of Pei Jichang's lips. Having encountered numerous women, he had long ceased to be swayed by mere appearances. To speak candidly, he had grown indifferent through his numerous experiences. What held true value was the heart, the capacity for kindness. He found Jiang Ting exceptionally unique. Her simplicity and genuine warmth towards others seemed a rarity in this era. It would be disingenuous to claim such women were entirely absent from previous societies. It was merely that Pei Jichang had not been fortunate enough to cross paths with one. Before long, Pei Jichang arrived at the Peng residence, where a mourning hall had been erected in the courtyard. The space was deserted, the flames in the copper basin extinguished. Dawn, the hour of greatest fatigue, enveloped him. Upon entering, Pei Jichang ignited the paper within the basin, then collected several small stones from the surroundings before returning to kneel before the altar with a resounding thud. The atmosphere remained hushed as he threw a stone against the glass on the second floor. It struck the doorframe without shattering. Pei Jichang cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Seeing no immediate response, he aimed carefully and hurled a second stone. The glass shattered with a dull thud, and soon, sounds began to emanate from within the second-floor room. Pei Jichang squinted, his head drooped, appearing exceedingly weary, yet he persisted in prodding the papers in the copper basin with a stick, urging the flames to blaze more fiercely. Though the breaking of glass was not a grave matter, it was often the catalyst for emotional upheaval among the grieving. As anticipated, Peng Zhengming burst through the door, bellowing in anger, "Which fool threw that stone? Come here, and see if I don't make you regret it. You wretched scoundrel." The courtyard stirred with activity. Peng Hao was far too cunning. It was plausible that someone had orchestrated this disturbance with malicious intent. Pei Jichang then naturally rose, exiting the mourning shed and ascending the stairs to collect the shards of glass. No one would suspect that it was this farmer who had shattered the glass, especially after his loud lamentations at the grave the previous day. Navigating the complexities of appearances before authority, this was an art unto itself. The more one engages in an endeavor, the easier it becomes to surpass expectations, and intentions become all too apparent. The leaders in a small county are indeed astute individuals, surrounded by sycophants. How could Peng Jingming remain oblivious to the thoughts of others? Some individuals still wish to linger and offer assistance, yet the Peng family gently persuades them to return home. Thus, when the glass shattered, it was Pei Jichang who came to gather the pieces. This was a necessity. As Peng Jingming descended the stairs, he chose to disregard Pei Jichang, who had just emerged from the morning hall. At that very moment, the fire in the bronze basin blazed intensely. Who had kindled it? A heart-wrenching wail echoed from within the house. It was Peng's mother, Zhou Xianglan, who staggered down the stairs. Pei Jichang paid her no mind and continued to silently collect the shards of glass. Following her was Peng Hao's partner, Sun Ping, whose eyes glistened with tears. Yet her spirit appeared relatively unscathed. The courtyard gradually grew lively as others arrived to lend their aid. Once Pei Jichang completed his task, he left the premises without uttering a single word, even as he passed by the Peng family. It was imperative to suppress any desire for recognition. Pei Jichang was merely fulfilling his duties for Peng Hao, his elder brother, with no other motives. However, with the arrival of helpers in the courtyard, Pei Jichang happened to depart at that moment, prompting Peng Jingming to glance back, catching sight of the farmer's retreating figure. This young man was clearly there to work, devoid of ulterior motives. As mealtime approached, he prepared to leave. Such displays of humility do not stem from actions taken, but rather from the impression one leaves on their superiors. This young man appeared grateful, lacking in ulterior motives, and thus deserving of assistance. "Hey, you there!" Peng Jingming called out to him. At that moment, Pei Jichang felt a surge of joy. He feared that Peng Jingming might overlook him, missing this opportunity. For even in grief, approaching could be challenging. Those with malicious intent often view others as mere objects to exploit. "Uncle," Pei Jichang called out softly. His head bowed in sorrow. "What is your name?" "Jichang, Pei Jichang." "Ah, Jichang, we are about to have a meal. Please stay and join us in bidding farewell to Peng Hao." Peng Jingming sighed deeply. "Uncle, I understand." Pei Jichang nodded vigorously. After a brief pause for contemplation, Peng Jingming added, "You can take charge of the meal arrangements. Please inform the person in charge." With a wave of his hand, he ceased speaking, and Pei Jichang turned to leave to assist. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the farmer's expression darkened malevolently, his gaze fixed upon Peng Hao's partner, Sun Ping. What were his intentions? Managing the meal in such times is of utmost importance, typically handled by family members. Currently, Pei Jichang could oversee it, a fact that underscored his standing within the Peng family. During breakfast, Lu Shanshu and Tian Shan arrived, and Pei Jichang generously added extra eggs for them. "Jichang, does this mean you are overseeing the meal?" Lu Shanshu asked, astonished. The Peng family was among the most prominent in the county. "Lu Gu, what do you mean by overseeing the meal?" "Peng Hao is my elder brother. Should I not exert a little more effort? In the future, even if it is just us." "Do not mention such things," Pei Jichang replied with a fierce countenance. "Understood." Lu Xingshu nodded with a hint of unease, his mind drifting back to the haunting image of Pei Jichang striking down a bandit. The memory still cast a shadow over him. Yet, this person seemed unperturbed. As Lu Xingshu lowered his head to consume the noodles, he opted to start with an egg, mindful of appearances. Pei Jichang offered a reminder, assisting Tian Shan, whose arm was fractured. "Thank you, brother," Tian Shan replied, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. He had witnessed the murderous events alongside Pei Jichang, causing him to harbor a greater respect, even fear, for him. "Lu Gu, could you lend a hand?" Suddenly, Pei Jichang thrust the bowl into Lu Xingshu's hands and swiftly departed towards a woman. "Sister-in-law, would you like anything else?" Pei Jichang inquired in a low voice, consciously avoiding her gaze, though his eyes inadvertently flickered to her ample bosom. "Are there any chicken legs?" Sun Ping asked. "Yes, sister-in-law. Allow me." Pei Jichang quickly bent down, retrieving 2 steaming chicken legs from a metal bucket and placing them into Sun Ping's bowl, covering them with another bowl to shield them from prying eyes. Sun Ping said little, nodding in acknowledgement before departing. Pei Jichang lifted his gaze, feigning interest in the distance, but his attention remained fixated on the woman's silhouette, which struck him as peculiar and difficult to articulate. Chapter 57. When dogs bark in the county, if a young person passes away, their remains are typically interred within a week, a grim reality that the relatives of the Peng family were deliberating. Pei Jichang stood quietly in the corner, listening intently. 3 days until burial. We must expedite this process, Hu Taixing proposed. According to Hu, otherwise, the family cannot find peace, echoed Zhang Xiaoxi, the head of the paper mill, whose relationship with Peng Jingming was notably close, being war comrades. The others in the room nodded in agreement, while Pei Jichang observed them closely, noting their names, appearances, and positions, an essential skill within the system. As the conversation continued, commotion erupted downstairs. Pei Jichang was the first to exit the room, peering down to see Peng Jingming, eyes brimming with tears, gripping the hand of a middle-aged man. The man, appearing to be in his 50s and dressed distinctly, must have commanded respect, as evidenced by Peng Jingming's demeanor. Director Liao, my son sacrificed himself in the line of duty. He did so to protect the people, Peng Jingming stammered, visibly shaken. Soon, other members of the Peng family, including Zhou Xianglan and Sun Ping, gathered around Liao Zhitong, while Hu Taixing and Zhang Xiaoxi hurried downstairs. Peng Hao was a commendable comrade, Liao Zhitong intoned, his voice drawn out and laden with hesitation. The Peng family sought public recognition for Peng Hao's bravery. Yet the county's criteria for such accolades hinged upon sacrifice made in the protection of the populace, not merely a confrontation with bandits. In this era, such distinctions were of paramount importance. I suggest we first recognize him within the enterprise, Liao Zhitong added, his intentions becoming increasingly clear. My son, Peng Jingming, was flushed with embarrassment, as if a thorn were lodged in his throat. As for Hu Taixing, Zhang Xiaoxi, and the others, none dared to speak up. After all, County Chief Liao had made his stance clear, and no one wished to shoulder the blame. Pei Jichang, with an innocent demeanor, suddenly shouted, my life was saved by Peng Hao, along with several villagers from Pingtu village. He sacrificed himself heroically to protect the masses. How can we not publicly commend him? This outcry caught everyone off guard, redirecting their attention to the unassuming peasant, while Pei Jichang glared at the county chief, momentarily quieting the previously raucous courtyard. Was Pei Jichang acting impulsively? Not at all. If one wishes to rise in stature or gain favor, being a mere pleaser leads nowhere. One cannot hope to offend no one and ascend smoothly. That is but a foolish fantasy. The reason Hu Taixing, Zhang Xiaoxi, and their ilk remained silent was due to their subservience to Liao Jitao, their direct superior. Yet, for Pei Jichang, currying favor with county chief, Liao held no merit. He was a mere nobody in Liao's eyes, and such a position would never concern itself with a humble peasant. Pei Jichang sought to impress Peng Jingming. This is what it means to choose one's allegiance. Everyone despises a barking dog, yet if the owner is pleased, the dog shall be well fed. Given Liao Jitao's stature, everyone in the courtyard understood their place and maintained their silence. However, Pei Jichang's declaration was significant. His assessment of the situation was astute, and he tightened his fists. Back then, several from our village fled. Had it not been for Peng Hao, would they have survived? They would have perished in the wilderness long ago. Pei Jichang, filled with emotion, pointed towards the entrance, prompting everyone to look. A bespectacled village secretary, neck hunched, and a tall, stooped figure entered the courtyard side by side. Concerned for Pei Jichang, Su Songsheng and Ban Xiaoqing had ventured into the city, tracing Peng's residence, only to find themselves pointed out by Pei Jichang. In a low voice, I uttered, I've come to see the hero who saved my life. Instantly, the courtyard erupted in commotion. Pei Jichang shot a fierce glare at Lu Shengshu and Tian Shan, whom he had just treated to extra eggs that morning. The conflict with the bandits arose because several farmers were obstructed, and Peng Hao led the charge to rescue them, which resulted in a scuffle. Lu Shengshu then stepped forward, affirming his position as the deputy leader of the patrol team, lending weight to his words. This interplay was entirely reasonable. County Chief Liao, shall we retire indoors for a discussion? Only then did Hu Taixing dare to speak. Let us go inside to converse. Liao Jitao nodded gently, his demeanor softening, still holding Peng Jingming's hand as the group ascended to the second-floor room. Meanwhile, Pei Jichang remained in the courtyard, busily arranging lunch. The cadre comrades led by Liao Jitao, including Hu Taixing and Zhang Xiaoxi, numbered nearly 13, sufficient to fit 2 tables comfortably. Regarding the location, it is imperative to be in a particularly tranquil and comfortable setting. Thus, Pei Jichang had a temporary shelter erected. Although there were chaotic barks akin to that of a dog, the matter of sustenance necessitated that one attend to their responsibilities. Pei Jichang was acutely aware of such nuances. Su Songsheng and Ban Xiaoqing followed closely behind him, their hearts racing, for they were surrounded by high-ranking officials, and they were acutely aware of their own modest status. Jichang, I'm relieved you're well. We must return. Ji is anxious and has been searching for me since early morning, Su Songsheng murmured softly. No rush. We shall depart after our meal, Pei Jichang replied, producing 2 bowls and handing them to Su Songsheng and Ban Xiaoqing. This is inappropriate. We are hardly of significant standing, Su Songxing protested, pursing his lips. In the next moment, Pei Jichang scooped up a hearty portion of stew with a large spoon and placed it into Su Songxing's bowl, revealing generous chunks of pork. Staying for a meal wouldn't be amiss. Su Songxing swallowed hard. Brother, do serve me more pork, Ban Xiaoqing eagerly interjected, saliva already pooling. Come inside and dine. Pei Jichang beckoned, drawing back the curtain and allowing the two to squat by the wash basin. He then stepped outside to procure several white steamed buns with chopsticks for them. Jichang, what is truly happening on your end? It's quite remarkable that you are dining at the Peng residence, Su Songxing inquired between mouthfuls. I shall elaborate once I return to the village, Pei Jichang replied, his hands continuing their work as he retrieved several small bags to fill with stew. Finish your meal quickly and return. Remember to bring 2 bags for my family. Rest assured, I must wait until Peng Hao is buried before I can return to the village. Pei Jichang admonished, passing the bags to Ban Xiaoqing, who had already finished and was left with greasy lips. Very well, as long as you are fine here, Su Songxing affirmed with a vigorous nod. I shall leave you to your meal. Exit through the back once you are done, Pei Jichang instructed once more before turning to leave. He took his spoon, positioned himself beside the iron pot, and began serving the individuals assisting the Peng family. Chapter 58. Originally his position, Pei Jichang ladled rice in the courtyard. Gaining insight into the circumstances surrounding the Peng family, Peng Jingming's true connections resided primarily within the city, closely tied to immediate relatives. The county relatives were more distantly related but all held formal positions. Currently, these individuals were eager to contribute, competing to be of service. It was revealed that Peng Jingming had a son and a daughter, both of whom perished during a flood while participating in rural service, leaving only the youngest son. Peng Hao. Originally, he could have arranged matters in the city or even the provincial capital, but with only this sole offspring remaining, he was reluctant to part with him. At this juncture, there was talk of a replacement. Retaining Peng Hao in the county for development might not be inferior to opportunities elsewhere. With the sole son of Director Peng deceased, resources would undoubtedly become abundant, and the distant relatives in the county were acutely aware of this, calculating their prospects with shrewdness. Inevitably, these relatives and friends would engage in rivalry. Among them was a certain Peng Zhonghan, who had remained by Peng Zhongming's side. Having just ascended to the 2nd floor, eager to make an impression before the prominent leaders, including the county magistrate, which was understandably exhilarating. However, it wasn't long before Peng Zhonghan descended the stairs, his demeanor dark and dejected, striding purposefully toward Pei Jichang. Brother, let us eat. Pei Jichang promptly offered a bowl, generously adding several pieces of pork for Peng Zhonghan. Could you please fetch me a chair? Peng Zhonghan received the bowl of rice and cast an unfriendly glance at Pei Jichang. Sure thing, brother. Pei Jichang displayed great eagerness, quickly bringing a chair for Peng Zhonghan. Before returning to his tasks, as Peng Zhonghan settled into the chair, smacking his lips, he began to ramble. Keep your eyes sharp. Do not just fixate on the rice bucket. Pei Jichang nodded vigorously, refraining from further comment. Among the relatives of the Peng family in the county, Peng Zhonghan was known for his tendency to meddle and direct others. Sun Ping hurriedly passed through the courtyard, seemingly preoccupied with some urgent matter. Pei Jichang cast a seemingly casual glance her way. Although his gaze was easily drawn to the woman's form, a sense of unease stirred within him. Something about this woman felt amiss, and Pei Jichang furrowed his brow in concern. Meanwhile, within the upstairs room, Liao Zhitong finally spoke. Given the circumstances, Comrade Hu Taixing should reissue the certificate. Peng Hao acted to protect the citizens, and since it occurred during a business trip, we may publicly commend this comrade's honorable actions. Thank you. Thank you. Peng Zhongming rose and approached Liao Zhitong, firmly grasping his hand. His efforts were aimed at securing benefits for Peng Hao's descendants, including his grandson, instilling a sense of hope for the future, and finally eliciting a long-awaited smile from Director Peng. Once this matter was settled, the leaders descended the stairs, arriving just in time for mealtime. In this era, great importance was placed on dining, and the culture of banquets was gradually taking shape. Though Peng Jingming did not partake at the table, he felt compelled to make arrangements. He had not anticipated that Director Liao would remain for the meal, causing him some anxiety regarding the dining arrangements. In the county, customs dictated that people typically squatted while eating from bowls. It would be inappropriate to have Liao Zhitong do the same. With a serious expression, Peng Jingming led the group downstairs, surveying the surroundings. Peng Zhonghan hurriedly trotted over, neck craned, and bowed slightly, saying, "Uncle, allow me to escort the leaders." "Who is in charge of the meal?" Peng Jingming inquired sternly. Noticing the displeasure on Peng Jingming's face, Peng Zhonghan turned to the hardworking farmer and shouted, "Pei Jichang, come here at once." Pei Jichang, taken aback, quickly made his way over, appearing somewhat tense. "Oh, it's you, Jichang," yet Peng Zhongming's tone softened. "Please arrange 2 tables for the leaders to dine. Be quick about it." Peng Zhonghan urged Pei Jichang. "Uncle, the tables are already set. I was just worried you might take too long discussing matters and would need to save time for the meal." As he spoke, he took a few steps forward, pointing to a shed in the backyard where 2 tables were set up, ample for seating. "Good, well done." Peng Zhongming patted Pei Jichang's shoulder appreciatively, admiration evident in his features. This, however, infuriated Peng Zhonghan, who was eager to impress but continually met with obstacles. What right does a farmer have to do things so well? He thought, casting a sidelong glare at Pei Jichang. After Pei Jichang nodded, he returned to his work, aware that his position did not lend itself to accompanying the leaders. Hu Taixing, having overheard the exchange, led the group towards the backyard, while Peng Zhonghan continued to flatter and follow behind. "Zhonghan, go tidy up the 2nd floor," Peng Zhongming instructed, sending him on his way. Pei Jichang scoffed from a distance. If he truly wished to eliminate Peng Zhonghan, it would be an effortless endeavor. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the current circumstances, hastily seeking to showcase his intentions. A mere whisper in Peng Zhongming's ear about his desire for Peng Hao's demise would suffice, rendering any distant familial ties irrelevant. Should Pei Jichang seize such an opportunity, he would undoubtedly ensure the other's downfall. This was a legacy left to him by Peng Hao, one he would not relinquish. Shortly thereafter, Peng Zhonghan descended from the 2nd floor and approached Pei Jichang, reprimanding him for a few moments. "In the future, you must inform me of such matters in advance. Do not bow your head in silence." "Understood," Pei Jichang replied with a nod, appearing exceedingly guileless. Throughout the day, many notable figures from the county had made their presence known. Pei Jichang noticed Jiang Zhikan, but refrained from greeting him to avoid unnecessary complications. It seemed only Meng Shouwen had not attended, indicating a lack of camaraderie. By evening, Pei Jichang had the energy to keep vigil, engaging in various minor tasks, and could even take a brief nap in the chilly room downstairs. His primary concern was to eat well and satisfy his hunger. Though he lamented the absence of Ji Hong, he had not seen the girl for several days and found himself missing her. Xu Lanxiang's emotional state had utterly collapsed. She could scarcely eat, while Peng Zhongming managed to hold on, albeit in a wretched mental state. Sun Ping occasionally wailed, cursing Peng Hao for his heartlessness in abandoning them. Pei Jichang chose not to initiate conversation, dutifully attending to his responsibilities until the day of Peng Hao's burial, when Peng Zhongming finally sought him out, instructing him to carry the coffin. It appeared that Peng Zhongming had indeed remembered him, considering him one of their own, Pei Jichang silently affirmed. Around 11 in the morning, they laid Peng Hao to rest. This time, Pei Jichang felt compelled to shed genuine tears. "Rest assured, brother, I will take good care of sister-in-law," he whispered, his gaze inadvertently lingering on Sun Ping's figure. The affairs of the Peng family had finally concluded. As Pei Jichang departed from the graveyard, he refrained from greeting Peng Zhongming again, fearing it might appear overly eager. He intended to convey that he had merely come to bid Peng Hao farewell. Pei Jichang prepared to return to the village, with plans to head to the provincial city thereafter. The fare back to town was exorbitantly high, yet he hesitated to part with his money, only to discover Tian Shan waiting for him at the corner. "Jichang, I will give you a ride back to town," Tian Shan offered, one hand on his motorcycle, clearly eager to curry favor. "Is that appropriate?" Pei Jichang replied with a smile as he hopped onto the sidecar, propping up his legs, a position that rightfully belonged to Peng Hao. Chapter 59. Settling in before darkness fell, Pei Jichang returned to the village. Old Pei was taken aback to see his son carrying numerous bags of food, exclaiming, "Have you taken to cooking in the city? Bringing back so much? What will people say?" "I helped with the meals. These leftovers cannot be preserved. Do not hesitate to eat, lest they spoil," Pei Jichang responded, placing several bags on the stove while offering reminders. Just days prior, the village secretary had returned with 2 bags of stewed vegetables, and they had just finished them when yet another bounty arrived. Bai Xinxiao cheerfully remarked. Ji Hong, however, trailed closely behind her brother, her expression stern, clearly displeased at not being included. Pei Jichang glanced back, feeling a twinge of guilt, fearful that his younger sister might deliver a playful punch, her strength formidable. "Little sister, look what I've brought you," Pei Jichang exclaimed as he pulled out a bag containing 6 glistening chicken drumsticks. "Brother, let me have one." Ji Hong finally broke into a smile. "Well, make sure to save 2 for our parents and keep 2 for yourself. I've already had my share in the city." Pei Jichang handed the bag of drumsticks to Ji Hong, who eagerly took out 2 and began to devour them, saliva dripping down her chin. "Such a young lady should be more refined while eating. You must cultivate your grace." "But then again, I suppose you wouldn't understand, so take your time. Pei Jichang said, affectionately ruffling his sister's hair. Why are you putting grease on my head? Jihong retaliated with a playful punch. Cough, cough, cough. Move aside, will you? Don't stand in my way from now on. Pei Jichang coughed heartily, pushing his sister away. Father, mother, here are 20 yuan for you. Keep it for your needs. I'll be heading to the provincial capital in a day or two, so don't worry about me. I will write to the team at the first opportunity. Pei Jichang stated, pulling 2 large bills from his pocket and slipping them into Bai Xinqiao's hands. The family has enough provisions. With this 20, the 3 of us can live comfortably. Son, take this with you to the provincial capital. We have enough grain at home, and you've already sent money before. Bai Xinqiao replied hastily, her eyes filled with reluctance and concern, but she knew she couldn't dissuade her son. Be sure to buy some new clothes in the city. Your father needs a new outfit as well. Besides, everyone else has a smoking pipe. Hold on to the money. I still have 50 yuan here, which is more than sufficient. Pei Jichang produced 5 large bills, reassuring Bai Xinqiao, who then felt at ease enough to tuck the 20 into her pocket. I still need to visit the village secretary. Please leave the door open for me tonight, Pei Jichang said, grabbing 2 bags of stewed vegetables as he prepared to leave. Son, if the He family gives you trouble in the provincial capital, just tell them that I'm ready to confront them all, Pei Jichang called out, his tone serious. This old farmer was not joking when it came to his son's well-being. Pei Jichang said little more, casting a final glance at his family before hastily stepping out. Jihong did not follow her brother, as there was plenty to eat at home. Ban Xiaoqing was wandering around the theater, planning to sneakily buy a packet of instant noodles from the supply store to cook for herself when she suddenly looked up and spotted Pei Jichang. Pei Jichang noticed her too, but chose not to call out. He walked directly to the secretary's home, knowing she would catch up by the scent of the food. Brother, where are you going? Want some sweet soup? It's on me. Where are you headed? Just look back at me. Ban Xiaoqing playfully pursued him. Soon, the two arrived at the secretary's home, where the entire family was gathered. However, Pei Jichang had brought enough food for everyone. Jichang, you still have some of the meat from last time. Now you've brought even more. Lu Ermei greeted them with a smile, looking somewhat weary as she hadn't been to work for a while. Jichang, I just happen to have half a bottle of wine left. Su Songsheng quickly dashed into the inner room. Su Liang and Su Qing did not greet anyone. The siblings held a disdain for Pei Jichang and Ban Xiaoqing. Sister-in-law, you're too polite. My brother and I don't need to say such things. We enjoyed so much cake at your place last time, Pei Jichang chuckled. Indeed, indeed. Sister-in-law, you are too modest. Just a few days ago, I slept on your calm, Ban Xiaoqing shamelessly remarked. How old are you to address her like that? Su Qing retorted lightly. What a lack of respect, Su Liang admonished sharply. Ban Xiaoqing's face flushed with embarrassment, while Pei Jichang gave him a firm elbow, prompting him to behave. Pei Jichang chose not to engage further with the siblings and instead smiled at them, turning his attention to preparing the meal. The group gathered around a small table. After the 3 men raised their glasses in a toast, Ban Xiaoqing grimaced and spat out his drink, prompting Pei Jichang to punch him in disapproval of his wastefulness. Consequently, only Su Songsheng and Pei Jichang partook in the drinking. Jichang, you seem quite adept at drinking, Su Songsheng remarked in surprise, taken aback by Pei Jichang's proficiency. Brother, you flatter me, Pei Jichang replied, clinking glasses with Su Songsheng again. As the hearty dish of pork complemented the drinks splendidly, Su Liang and Su Qing had already indulged to the point of greasiness, while Lu Ermei was also unable to stop eating. Ban Xiaoqing, needless to say, was in no position to complain. In these times, it was rare for villagers to feast on such delicacies, surpassing even the celebrations of the New Year. By the way, is it true that Peng Hao's father is the head of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce? Su Songsheng inquired after setting down his glass. Indeed. My relationship with the Peng family is quite amicable now. If I were to ask for assistance, they would likely oblige, Pei Jichang replied, exchanging glances with Su Songsheng. This was merely a straightforward statement, easily discernible to anyone with experience. Even Ban Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback, momentarily forgetting about his meal. Both men were profoundly astonished at how Pei Jichang had managed to establish such connections. As for matters concerning the Peng family, I have already discussed them with Lu Shangshu and Tian Shan. There is no need to reiterate. The truth of the matter is as it stands, Pei Jichang emphasized earnestly. That is undoubtedly the case, Su Songsheng agreed, raising his glass with Pei Jichang, while Ban Xiaoqing swallowed his words, refraining from interjecting. Their interactions had led to a growing sense of respect rather than mere fear towards Pei Jichang. Secretary, we still have some corn at home. Let me ask my father to deliver it to the villagers and spread the word about the good harvest. The independent management of land will surely succeed. Pei Jichang redirected the conversation. Agreed. Currently, the only dissenting voice in the team is from Ban Kunai. The elders, including Jiang Guangzhao, are overwhelmingly supportive of my efforts. Su Songxing nodded affirmatively. Secretary, rest assured, I will hold my father accountable upon returning. Ban Xiaoqing exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and standing up. A burst of laughter escaped Su Qing, unable to contain herself, while Su Liang bowed his head, shaking with suppressed mirth. Lu Ermiai and Su Songxing also struggled to maintain their composure. Through their interactions, it became clear that Xiaoqing was quite a decent fellow, remarkably genuine. Well, Xiaoqing, I knew you were a man of substance. You will surely keep your father in check. Pei Jichang chuckled, encouraging him to sit down again. With that, Pei Jichang's demeanor shifted to seriousness. If these matters can be resolved, I shall set off for the provincial capital tomorrow. Su Songxing's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. The moonlight was particularly bright that night, and the air was gradually turning cool. Chapter 60, Departure. The following day, in a haze of confusion, Pei Jichang perceived some commotion outside the courtyard. The kerosene lamp at the head of the bed flickered with a feeble glow, yet the weight of drowsiness enveloped him. With great effort, he slowly opened his eyes, feeling fatigued and weary. Suddenly, he sat up with a start, causing the candlelight to waver. After a deep sigh, he gradually regained his composure and turned to gaze at his sister, Jihong, who stood at the head of the bed. Little sister, why are you hovering over me? He gasped, still catching his breath. I didn't know when you would return, so I just wanted to see you a little longer, Jihong replied. Her lips pressed together with a look of reluctance. Tears were nearly spilling from her eyes. She had never been apart from her brother for long, and his days in the city had felt like an eternity. There's no need to worry, dear sister. I won't be gone for long. I'll be back in just a few days, Pei Jichang said with a gentle smile, his earlier irritation dissipating. While other families may have obedient and charming younger sisters, his own was undeniably sincere in her affection. She gazed intently at him, truly wishing to absorb every moment of his presence. Once I reach the provincial city, I shall buy you a new outfit and bring back some delicious treats, he continued as he began to dress, now alone on the bed. You needn't buy me anything. The supply store in the city has everything. Just return safely, Jihong murmured, her head lowered, her voice soft. The girl was not adept with words, and expressing such sentiments to her brother felt particularly awkward, yet her heart would remain uneasy if she remained silent. I understand. Do not worry, Pei Jichang reassured her. He stepped off the bed and gently ruffled Jihong's hair. This time, she did not sulk. On the wardrobe lay a bundle, presumably prepared by their parents as a change of clothes. Grabbing the bundle, he pushed the door open, only to be greeted by a chilling gust of wind that sent shivers down his spine. Living halfway up the mountain, the cold wind was biting, especially before October had even arrived. Upon seeing Pei Jichang exit the house, Bai Xinxiao hurriedly brought out the cooked corn and sweet potatoes, placing them on a small table. To ensure Pei Jichang could enjoy a warm meal before his departure, the elderly couple had risen early, allowing the food to simmer in the pot. They refrained from cooking inside to let him sleep a little longer. Mother, Pei Jichang called out, sitting on a small stool. After a moment of contemplation, he bowed his head and began to eat heartily. This heavy affection made his heart swell with tenderness, akin to tranquil waters nourishing parched earth. He would endure a lifetime of hardship if it meant his children could live happily. Bai Xinxiao busily arranged the bundle, tucking in sweet potato cakes and placing a water flask amidst the clothing. Jihong stood quietly to the side, while old Pei squatted in the corner, watching Pei Jichang eat. Soon, the meal concluded, and the man prepared to leave home. There is no need for you to accompany me. The village secretary will take me to the city, Pei Jichang said with a smile, swiftly exiting the courtyard, followed closely by the other 3 family members. A ray of sunlight pierced through the thick clouds in the distance, casting a serene calm over the village. Sounds emerged from the small path, revealing Su Songxing approaching on a bicycle. Go back now. Pei Jichang waved to his family as he settled onto the back of the bicycle. Su Songxing did not linger, gliding down the long slope. Brother, Jihong called out, running swiftly down the mountain. Little sister, be obedient and return quickly, Pei Jichang urged. Pei Jichang raised his voice, while Jihong furrowed her brows tightly. Yet she obediently paused at the intersection, listening to her brother. The 3 members of the family gazed longingly towards the mountains until the vehicle disappeared from sight, before turning back in a daze. Leaving home marks the beginning of longing for it. Why didn't that lad Ban Xiaoqing come to see me off? Pei Jichang casually remarked. This morning, when I passed by his house, I heard shouting from within. Surely he hasn't had a spat with his father, has he? The village secretary turned back with a grin. They both erupted into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, at Ban Xiaoqing's home, The father and son were tugging at each other's collars, engaged in a tussle. "How dare you start bossing me around?" Ban Kunai gasped for breath. "Father, just listen to me. If we lead the way in cultivating the land, our family can secure a prime plot. Have you seen how much money Uncle Pei's family makes?" Jichang said we should learn from the exemplary. Ban Xiaoqing shouted. "Learn what nonsense? The Pei family is simply fortunate, blessed with good years, while we are mere simpletons. What is there to envy about them?" Ban Kunai replied angrily, his arms aching, feeling utterly exasperated by his son. "Father, watch your words. My brother is not just anyone. If you don't heed my advice today, you may as well stay out of this house." Ban Xiaoqing pressed forward, pinning his father against the bed. "What have we brought into this world?" Ban Kunai's face turned crimson, struggling to maintain his composure, though he felt a twinge of fear. Upon reaching the town, there happened to be a cargo truck heading to the city. After handing over 30 cents, Pei Jichang climbed onto the vehicle, gripping the rear panel tightly. There were so many people that they could hardly squeeze into the back, and thus, they journeyed towards the city. If Su Songsheng had to make the trip back and forth, it would be a challenge to return to the village before dark, having experienced the terror of bandits. No one dared to travel the roads at night. After watching Pei Jichang depart, Su Songsheng sought out Tian Chuanxiao in town, intending to place a call to the provincial capital. "Haven't you managed to get the marriage certificate yet? How long has it been? What is that farmer doing now? The teaching positions in the county will close by October. You must act swiftly." As they walked to the communication office, Tian Chuanxiao spoke animatedly, reprimanding him continually. Su Songsheng remained silent, and upon reaching the communication office, he waited for over an hour before he could speak to He Minzhong. "What has that farmer been up to recently?" He Minzhong expressed his concerns. "The autumn harvest just concluded, and he is still busy in the village looking for seeds. A couple of days ago, he was trying to arrange a match, but apparently, they weren't impressed with his family, deeming them poor." Su Songsheng recounted every detail meticulously, even mentioning how much extra grain the Pei family had earned, which served to lower He Minzhong's guard. "Make sure you get that marriage certificate sorted." He Minzhong shouted in frustration. "Leader, I'm beginning to suspect that Pei Jichang might have lost the marriage certificate. Otherwise, why would they still be seeking a match? Their whole family is straightforward and honest." Su Songsheng furrowed his brows, his tone turning harsh as he added, "In any case, the commune has discarded the registration book. So it's as if this marriage doesn't exist. When will my spouse's position be reinstated?" He Minzhong fell silent, his face suddenly turning cold, and then spoke slowly. "What about that letter of introduction? The importance of belief or disbelief has diminished, the leader. The matter is easily resolved now that the old Pei family has relented, requesting merely 50 yuan from your household. I have successfully mediated the issue between you. Yet I find myself bearing the brunt of the situation." Su Songsheng's emotions surged with intensity, having finally secured old Pei's agreement for a mere 50 yuan, ensuring there would be no further disturbances. "How do you intend to mediate?" He Minzhong inquired hastily, his brow furrowing with concern. At that moment, in the presence of Director Tian, simply tear up whatever proof exists and hand over the 50 yuan to his family. "How audacious," He Minzhong remarked quietly, though a smile of satisfaction spread across his face, indicating that he was genuinely relieved. "Please have Director Tian take the call," He Minzhong added. Su Songsheng promptly passed the phone to Tian Chuanxia, and he could distinctly hear the voice on the other end. "Comrade Chuanxia, I have just resumed work and find myself in a bit of difficulty. I cannot produce such a sum at the moment. I must borrow this money from you, and will repay you with interest in a couple of months." "Leader, your words carry too much weight. Why would there be any interest?" Tian Chuanxia laughed heartily. After leaving the town, Su Songsheng pocketed the 50 yuan and pedaled his bicycle home. Consequently, Pei Jichang would be able to surprise the He family as intended, while He Minzhong felt optimistic, relieved from the fear of being hindered in the provincial city. Most importantly, Lu Ermiai had lost her job, and this money was rightfully owed. Su, the village secretary, is becoming increasingly insincere. Chapter 61. Leaving the city remained small. As Pei Jichang made his way to the bus station with his bundle, he encountered Jiang Tingting across the street. "Jichang," her vibrant voice rang out, her ponytail swaying as she sprinted towards him. "What brings you back to the city?" Her smile radiated energy, like a flag billowing in the wind. "I need to make a trip to the provincial capital. My family has been wronged, and my parents cannot hold their heads high. The crucial matter is that He Mai has taken many belongings from our home, and I must confront the He family." Pei Jichang replied indifferently. Jiang Tingting's expression turned serious as she cautiously scrutinized him, feeling a wave of desolation wash over her. To treat someone so well, only to be met with such disdain, felt like a knife plunged into her heart. It was unbearable for anyone. "You are heading to the bus station, right?" Jiang Tingting's large eyes blinked gently, beginning to empathize with the man before her. Yes, I shall accompany you, she declared, placing her hands behind her back. Wishing to offer comfort to this man who had endured humiliation, Pei Jichang hesitated but nodded slightly, feeling a desire to linger with Jiang Tingting longer. Thus, they walked side by side towards the bus station, reminiscent of young lovers in a carefree romance. Outside the supply and marketing cooperative stood a young man, who suddenly turned away. Hey, Jiang Che, is that your sister? Where? I don't see her. Enough with the pointing. Hurry and buy the tickets. The movie is about to start. Jiang Che hurried away. The mere sound of his sister's rural accent was embarrassing enough. To be associated with a man of a second marriage was truly mortifying. The journey to the bus station required some distance. Yet Pei Jichang and Jiang Tingting fell into a silence, seemingly devoid of further conversation. As the man bowed his head, the young woman fortuitously lifted hers, their eyes meeting in a fleeting moment that heightened the tension in the air. Consequently, Jiang Tingting quickened her pace, while Pei Jichang could only stride behind her. In the realm of romantic pursuits, it was customary for the women to lead, with the men trailing closely behind. The county's bus station was notably rudimentary, comprising merely 3 modest rooms where staff idled away their time in conversation and respite, with scarcely any work to occupy them, not even a ticket window. The blue passenger buses featured wooden seats, and they would only depart once filled to capacity, with the aisles crammed. When Pei Jichang arrived, the bus held barely half its load. Tingting, you should head back. I'll secure a seat on the bus and catch some rest during the journey, Pei Jichang remarked with a smile. Wait a moment, Jiang Tingting replied, darting towards a nearby ice cream stall. After selecting a popsicle from a foam container, she hurried back to Pei Jichang's side. Your lips are chapped. Have a popsicle, she said softly, offering the treat. She believed he would hesitate to spend money on such luxuries, and hoped the sweetness would bring him some comfort. Thank you. Pei Jichang accepted the popsicle, sensing Jiang Tingting's sincere intentions. Tingting, do you have anything to send back to the provincial capital? He inquired, taking a hearty bite of the popsicle, feeling a refreshing chill. No. Jiang Tingting shook her head vigorously and then added with earnestness, have you secured your money? Be cautious, for there are many thieves on the road. Also, once you arrive in the provincial capital, be wary of the neighborhood defense team. They will check your introduction letters. Avoid them, or you might find yourself in confinement. Rumors had circulated in the village that Pei Jichang had been discarded by his city wife, and it was known that the elder Pei had been seeking a matchmaker, implying a divorce. Without employment, how could he possibly possess an introduction letter? If the defense team were to question him about his purpose in the city, an inadequate explanation could lead to dire consequences. Jiang Tingting had witnessed such confrontations. I understand. I will keep it in mind, Pei Jichang nodded earnestly, not wishing to divulge the truth about his marital status, hoping to maintain a semblance of closeness with Jiang Tingting. All right, Tingting, you should head back now. I'm boarding the bus, he declared, finishing the popsicle in large bites before waving goodbye and stepping onto the vehicle. Jiang Tingting returned as well. Yet Pei Jichang leaned out of the window, gazing down the road until the silhouette of the young woman vanished from view, before retreating back inside the bus. Gradually, the number of passengers increased until there was scarcely room to stand, at which point the bus finally set off, leaving the town behind. Himai, your man has arrived, Pei Jichang murmured softly, a sinister smile creeping across his face, his eyes glinting with a venomous intensity. The paper mill had an annual quota for market research, as state-owned enterprises sought new avenues for reform. Not only did internal changes require a fresh visage, but there was also a pressing need to actively respond to calls for embracing the market. Zhou Bakong and the department heads from the paper mill had just arrived in the provincial capital 2 days prior, and after settling into the guest house, he had taken a bag of corn to Jinlin University. Under the midday sun, Zhou Bakong arrived at the girls' dormitory, drenched in sweat, and requested Qin Zhaodi to meet him. Approximately 10 minutes later, Qin Zhaodi rushed over, breathless. This year's corn is exceptionally tender. Your aunt has been eager to send some to you, troubled by her inability to travel to the provincial capital. Fortunately, the factory has sent someone on a business trip, insisting that I deliver it to you. Zhou Bakong chuckled. Thank you, uncle, Qin Zhaodi said, biting her lip as she observed Zhou Bakong's weary appearance, her eyes instantly glistening with emotion. Zhaodi, how has university life been? Are you adjusting well? Your aunt also asked me to convey that you need not worry about matters at home. As for your younger sisters, as long as they are willing to learn, your aunt will support them, Zhou Bakong added. If my uncle can adapt, I can also manage and will send money back to my aunt, Qin Zhaodi replied, her voice choked with emotion. There's no need for that. Just take care of yourself. Focus on your studies, and do not worry about the family. All right, you should go now. I must head back. Zhou Bakong waved his hand, preparing to depart. Uncle, please wait a moment. I will take the corn upstairs first, and then I'll take you to the cafeteria for a meal. The food here is delightful and inexpensive. Qin Zhaodi hurriedly insisted. There's no need. It's not easy for you alone. This time, with the company's funds, you can enjoy a good meal. Don't worry about it, Zhou Bakong replied. After pushing Qin Zhaodi towards the dormitory building, he finally left. Qin Zhaodi was thrilled to have something to share with her roommates, who had been very kind to her, and she wanted to express her gratitude. She took a considerable amount of corn and hurried to the cafeteria to cook it. Having gathered more than 10 ears, she even husked them for her roommates, placing them in small bags before rushing back. I've brought you corn, Qin Zhaodi exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement, holding the bag high. Wow, Sister Qin, where did you get this corn? Sui Qingqing was the first to approach, grabbing an ear and taking a bite, not forgetting to mumble her praise. It's so tender. I brought it from my hometown, Qin Zhaodi replied joyfully. The other girls eagerly came to take the corn, except for Himai, who stood frozen in place. Her face twisted in malice. She thought of that troublesome farmer. How could he not be swept away by the mountain flood this year after planting corn? Chapter 62. Two faces. The optimistic and vibrant university student, even while sharing corn, filled the dormitory with liveliness. Leaning against the peeling wooden door, Qin Zhaodi smiled with delight as she witnessed her friends enjoying the corn, a profound sense of satisfaction blossoming within her. During her time at university, due to her impoverished background, she had been cared for by her roommates. Now, being able to reciprocate their kindness left her pleasantly surprised, even as she worried that her offerings might not be appreciated. Sui Qingqing, oblivious to her messy eating, had corn kernels stuck to her cheeks. As her gaze shifted, she squeezed over to the window. Himai, why aren't you eating? This corn is especially tender, far better than what the cafeteria serves, Sui Qingqing laughed. Qin Zhaodi finally noticed Himai, who had not come to take any corn, and she brought some over. Come, Xiaomai, let me give you some. Qin Zhaodi leaned forward, offering her the largest ear. No need for that. I don't want any corn. Just the sight of it annoys me. Himai frowned tightly, irritably waving her hand and turning her back on Qin Zhaodi. She recalled the impoverished farmer, the rows of corn in the field, and the unpleasant odor of the troublesome villagers. If you don't want it, I'll leave it on the shelf for you, whenever you feel like eating it. Oh, just take it. I've said I won't eat it, it's so annoying. Himai interrupted Qin Zhaodi's words, leaving her momentarily stunned, unsure of where to place the corn she was holding. It was quite an awkward situation. All right then. Qin Zhaodi pressed her lips together and managed to force a smile. She could deeply sense that since the last meal at Himai's home, she had been distanced from him, and his patience with her had waned, often leading to bursts of irritation. If you won't eat it, I will. Sui Qingqing snatched the corn from Qin Zhaodi's hand, biting into it with gusto, casting a sidelong glare at Himai. Upon noticing, Himai paused, momentarily taken aback, and hurriedly turned around, offering Qin Zhaodi an apologetic smile. Zhaodi, my father once suffered greatly over a few ears of corn. Thinking about the past has made me uneasy. I'm truly sorry, I really don't want to eat corn. Himai fabricated this story, for she was quite adept at weaving lies. So that's how it is, ha ha ha. In that moment, Sui Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. I had no idea it was like this, I'm sorry. Qin Zhaodi, still feeling embarrassed, habitually blamed herself for everything, sometimes resenting herself for not being a boy. It's all right. Himai shook her head and then strode out of the dormitory. I'll go check on her. By the way, save me a few ears of corn. Don't eat them all. Sui Qingqing winked at her other roommates and then followed suit. In truth, this privileged young lady had no particular fondness for such bland food. She merely wished to bring joy to Qin Zhaodi. I'll go take a look. Qin Zhaodi's expression became particularly serious as she stepped out briskly. Himai is becoming increasingly impatient with Zhaodi, and she only seems to play with Qingqing. Is she really that selective with her friends? Someone in the dorm muttered, and the other girls nodded vigorously in agreement. Himai strolled at the bottom of the stairs, while Sui Qingqing hurriedly caught up, with Qin Zhaodi walking on the other side. Zhaodi, I truly apologize. My father's circumstances are quite unique. With 3 children at home, we often went hungry, which is why I reacted so emotionally. Please don't take it to heart. Himai patiently explained to Qin Zhaodi, though her words were really meant for Sui Qingqing's ears. It's all right. Then let us not eat corn in the future. Qin Zhaodi quickly waved her hand in response, feeling sympathetic towards Himai's plight. Oh, I can still share a few more ears of corn from the dorm. Sui Qingqing smacked her lips, moving to the other side to wrap her arm around Qin Zhaodi's shoulders, grinning foolishly. I saw there's still half a bag left. Sis, you've worked hard. Cook it for me in the future. Of course. Qin Zhaodi squinted and smiled, playfully pinching Sui Qingqing's round little face. The two began to frolic and tease each other, leaving Himai somewhat sidelined. Sui Qingqing enjoyed spending time with Qin Zhaodi, feeling that she was kind-hearted and maternal, truly attentive to others. Conversely, Zhaodi also shared a fondness for befriending Qing, appreciating her attentiveness to her feelings. Himai fixated her gaze on the two, ultimately resting her eyes on Qin Zhaodi, a flicker of malice crossing her countenance. Sui Qingqing could only maintain a close relationship with me. What was Qin Zhaodi scheming? Was she attempting to ingratiate herself with those in power? How shameless, Himai inwardly seethed. Furthermore, Himai harbored a strong ulterior motive towards Sui Qingqing, desiring for her brother to monopolize Sui Qingqing, thus securing the resources and connections of the Sui family for her own. By the way, we have no classes tonight. A new film has just been released. How about we go watch it? Himai grasped Sui Qingqing's arm, halting her steps. That sounds great. Sui Qingqing immediately acquiesced, for she relished in leisure and the pursuit of trendy experiences. Qin Zhaodi remained silent. She had accompanied them to the cinema a few times before and found it to be a delightful novelty, unlike the screenings in their town. However, she had always let Sui Qingqing foot the bill, leaving her without a voice in the matter. Eventually, Qin Zhaodi began to decline the invitations, feeling too self-conscious to continuously accept such generosity, especially after dining at Himai's home. We'll go together. Sui Qingqing tilted her head, casting a pitiful glance at Zhaodi. Qin Zhaodi hesitated, yet eventually nodded in agreement. Wait here. I'll go buy some ice pops over there. Let us enjoy them while the weather is still warm. Sui Qingqing bounced toward the stall, her petite stature of only 158 centimeters making her the shortest in the dormitory. Zhaodi. Suddenly, Himai spoke, her gaze unfriendly. What is it? Tonight's outing is on me. I feel uncomfortable having Qingqing always treat, but I'm a bit tight on funds this month. So perhaps you ought to sit this one out. Himai's expression was frigid, even laced with disdain. How can you shamelessly continue to mooch off others? Do you even know how much a movie ticket costs? Those few corns of yours are hardly worth anything. I want to go then. I'm so sorry. Qin Zhaodi stammered, her surprise evident. Ice pops, came the cheerful voice of Sui Qingqing, abruptly cutting off their conversation. Himai maintained her composure, as if nothing had transpired, indulging in her ice pop, while Qin Zhaodi felt too embarrassed to enjoy hers. Himai was well aware of Qin Zhaodi's character. She would never utter such words lightly. Thus, seizing the opportunity while Sui Qingqing was distracted, she cast a resentful glance at her, as if to say, do you truly wish to continue living off others? Qingqing, I just thought it over, and I want to go tonight. My project isn't finished, and I need to apply for a scholarship. It wouldn't look good to be out all the time. Qin Zhaodi promptly declined the movie invitation. Not going. Sui Qingqing pouted, her face filled with disappointment, but given Zhaodi's stance, she felt it inappropriate to press further. All right then, next time together. Sui Qingqing wrapped her arm around Qin Zhaodi's, not giving it much thought since Zhaodi had always been a person prone to overthinking, and she held her in high regard. After all, the children of humble origins must strive harder than others. In the ensuing trio, Qin Zhaodi fell into a complete silence, while only Himai and Sui Qingqing chatted merrily, their laughter filling the air. Chapter 63. Truly siblings. In the staff dormitory of the Education Bureau, the He family resided on the 6th floor, occupying the spacious eastern unit, measuring a remarkable 80 square meters. This dwelling, devoid of shared space, comprised 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, providing ample room for comfort. He Minzhong reclined on the sofa, leisurely savoring tea and perusing the newspaper, while his wife, Jiang Yufeng, gazed at their eldest son, occasionally bursting into fits of laughter. After applying hair oil, his hair shone brightly, exuding vitality. Look at our son. He must have Sui Qingqing utterly captivated, Jiang Yufeng remarked joyfully. This trendy appearance is quite appealing to Qingqing. Matters of the heart must progress gradually, but she will inevitably become a member of our He family. He stood before the mirror, adjusting his attire. Gradual progress? He Minzhong set down his newspaper and stated solemnly, young women of that age tend to be quite naive. We should hasten to solidify our bond before my heart can find peace. Your father speaks wisely, my son. You are capable and charming. Qingqing will surely be drawn to you. You must take the initiative, Jiang Yufeng encouraged, her posture straightening and her eyes gleaming with excitement. All right, I must take my leave. Time is of the essence, he quipped, playfully striding to the door and slipping on a new pair of leather shoes. Brother, once you and Qingqing solidify your relationship, do introduce her to someone for me. They should be affluent and influential. His younger brother, He Wang, exclaimed with enthusiasm. I know, no need to rush. He waved dismissively before swiftly departing. Soon, the rumble of an engine reverberated from below as a motorcycle sped past. Even in the provincial capital, those who could ride motorcycles constituted a rare breed. As dusk settled, he parked his motorcycle conspicuously at the base of the female dormitory. Not long after, Su Qingqing looped her arm through He Mai's, descending the stairs, and upon noticing He, she furrowed her brow slightly. The last time she had accompanied He to the mall, she had felt his overly assertive demeanor was somewhat uncomfortable. "Why is your brother here?" Su Qingqing murmured softly. Glancing at He Mai, "Qingqing, you should sit behind my brother. I want to take the passenger seat," He Mai insisted, leaping into the sidecar and feigning ignorance of Su Qingqing's words, while urging, "Hurry up, get on." Su Qingqing hesitated, but since He was indeed He Mai's brother, she could only take small, hesitant steps and awkwardly settle behind him. "Hold on to my waist. Be careful not to fall," He gently advised. Su Qingqing cautiously grasped the rear crossbar. He glanced back disapprovingly, but said nothing as he revved the engine and sped away. It was the end of the workday, and the streets were inundated with a sea of bicycles, nearly overwhelming every intersection in a spectacular display. He drove swiftly, but as they approached a crossing, a bicycle suddenly veered into their path. He slammed the brakes, causing Su Qingqing to tumble onto his back. "Watch where you're going," He shouted, glaring furiously. The cyclist, intimidated by the motorcycle, silently retreated. "Qingqing, are you all right?" He turned with concern. "Drive more slowly. We still have time before the movie starts." "There's no need to rush," Su Qingqing replied, furrowing her brow as she clung tightly to the rear bar. After a brief moment, the pace of the gathering began to quicken, and it was evident to those present that there remained half an hour until the film commenced. The open space in front of the cinema was already thronged with people, bustling and abuzz with excitement. Numerous vendors wove through the crowd, peddling snacks such as sunflower seeds and popcorn, with the most popular stall being that of soda. In this era, the cinema had become the primary entertainment venue for the youth, while dance halls only began to flourish after a strict crackdown. "Let us go, Mai." Su Qingqing gently tugged at He Mai, navigating swiftly through the throng. Upon entering a crowded area, the girl's spirits soared, casting aside any earlier displeasure. In her view, socializing was essential, as everyone was a friend. "Let us gather at the ticket booth shortly. I've already purchased the tickets," He called out, hastening towards the soda stall. "3 bottles of soda, please." He tossed a coin to the vendor. A bottle of fizzy apple soda cost 25 cents, while a bag of apples was merely 80 cents. Suddenly, the vendor exclaimed in shock, rising abruptly. He turned around in a panic, his pupils dilating as he recognized the stall of the friendship store, and the vendor before him was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Miao Haju. "Who are you here with?" Miao Haju shouted excitedly. "What does it matter who I'm with? We've long since parted ways. Don't cling to me," He retorted, grabbing the soda and making to leave without waiting for change. "On what grounds do you accuse me of spending your money? Your luxurious watch was purchased by me. I was so good to you, and you suddenly discard me. Do you have no conscience?" Miao Haju rushed out, seizing He's arm, her frantic cries rapidly attracting attention. He glanced towards the ticket booth, noticing that He Mai and Su Qingqing had already entered, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Let go of me." He forcefully shook off Miao Haju's grip, glaring at her with clenched teeth. "You shameless woman, engaging in promiscuous affairs and then blaming me for ending things? How utterly disgraceful. Get away from me, or you will regret it." He shouted vehemently, shoving Miao Haju, who fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, He's outburst mirrored the earlier altercation, as if he and He Mai were indeed siblings. Instantly, onlookers began to point and murmur about Miao Haju, some even resorting to derogatory insults. "Don't bother me again, you worthless harlot." He spat at the woman seated on the ground, before disappearing into the crowd. Miao Haju sat there, despondently enveloped by a chorus of vitriol directed at her. The onlookers, indifferent to the specifics, found satisfaction in hurling the most disparaging remarks. Finally, overwhelmed with despair, she burst into tears and fled, concealing her face. Yet, unbeknownst to many, she was carrying He's child. Initially deceived into intimacy, she now faced abandonment. At the ticket booth, the throng was dense, forming a lengthy queue. He stood behind Su Qingqing, engaging in light conversation, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier incident. "It seems you have quite a few interests," Su Qingqing remarked with a smile. "Indeed," He replied. "The next time we play cards, I shall summon you. It promises to be most entertaining." He spoke with a cheerful candor. Su Qingqing nodded lightly, her interest in the game evident, unburdened by further thoughts. "By the way, after watching the film, it must be rather late, right?" A sudden wave of concern washed over Su Qingqing. Recent events had cast a shadow over the nights. Following the return of educated youths to the city, many young individuals found themselves without employment, resulting in significant social turmoil. No need for worry, for I am here, he declared with a sweeping gesture, exuding a sense of masculine assurance. His gaze drifting towards a distant group of unruly youths, locking eyes with them. Let us proceed. It is time for us to enter, he gently suggested. His hand briefly resting on Su Qingqing's back before retracting. Men often inadvertently touch women. Chapter 64. The villains arrived. The film was quite remarkable. As it screened, the audience erupted into applause. Su Qingqing, overwhelmed with emotion, found herself deeply immersed in the experience. He studied her profile, realizing that she possessed a unique charm. Particularly whimsical, she was certainly not inferior to the so-called beauties, a true treasure he had stumbled upon. Cough, 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 he might cleared his throat forcefully. Reclining to meet He's gaze. Have you truly taken a liking to her? He communicated in silent gestures. He nodded vigorously. And soon both siblings shared a mischievous smile. Qingqing, come, let us toast to our friendship. He raised his soda and cheer. Cheers. Su Qingqing joyfully lifted her bottle. He clinked his cup against theirs, laughter resonating among the trio as they took hearty sips of their sodas. He understood Su Qingqing's nature. She was not someone easily won over. It required more finesse, beginning with friendship. Merely introducing a romantic prospect would not suffice. As the film concluded, the clock struck 8:30. A relatively late hour, and the streets began to grow desolate. He rode his motorcycle to escort the two back to campus. With Himai comfortably seated in the sidecar, while Su Qingqing animatedly discussed the film's plot, her previous concerns forgotten as their camaraderie blossomed. They traveled at a leisurely pace. The gentle breeze making the evening feel particularly pleasant, punctuated by bursts of joyful laughter. Suddenly, as they passed a shadowy alley, a group of young men emerged, blocking their path. What a fine bike, little lady. How could such a beauty not be in my embrace? Care to join me inside for some fun? The leader approached Su Qingqing, his gaze lewd and unwelcome. In an instant, her face drained of color as she clutched He's waist tightly. Recent incidents of women being assaulted loomed in her mind, the fear of humiliation gripping her heart. A jolt of electricity surged from her feet to the top of her head, leaving her paralyzed with fright. Get lost. He retaliated, delivering a swift kick to the man's abdomen, sending him stumbling backward. With a determined twist of the throttle, the motorcycle surged forward, colliding forcefully with the thugs blocking their way. I'll make you regret this. He shouted angrily as he sped away. Yet, as the motorcycle's taillights vanished around the corner, the beaten youth erupted into laughter. This matter is not easy to handle. Tomorrow, I must demand more medical expenses from him. I really need to, as my elbow has been bruised. Damn it, finding a partner is such a hassle. And we have to play along with him. A group of people cursed and swore. As they drove down the brightly lit road, He finally eased off the accelerator. Glancing down, he saw Sui Qingqing tightly clinging to him, and a smirk of delight formed on his lips. He didn't want that group to act too convincingly. Scaring Sui Qingqing a little would suffice. After all, this woman had an extraordinary background, and he handled it quite well. At this moment, Sui Qingqing's face remained pale, her heart racing in fear. Having been protected since childhood, she had never encountered such an ordeal. Had they not followed? Sui Qingqing quickly looked back, finally releasing her grip on He's waist. Even if they had followed, it would be fine. I could run them over without letting you come to harm. He glared fiercely, then turned to look at Sui Qingqing with tenderness in his eyes, causing her heart to flutter. Thank you, brother. I owe you one, Sui Qingqing said, lowering her head, feeling a surge of complex emotions. I will investigate this matter further. He stated solemnly. Don't seek trouble. Just avoid those people. He might seem to worry. It's fine. Let them cling to me. What if it had been other women they cornered? I shudder to think of the consequences. He declared with righteous indignation. You are too righteous. You need to mind your own business, Himai said with a tense expression. The brother and sister played their parts in harmony to establish their personas. And Sui Qingqing looked up at He's figure with a hint of admiration. Upon arriving at the university dormitory, Himai first sent Sui Qingqing upstairs while she chatted with He on the way. Once you get to know her better, just ask Qingqing out yourself. Being your third wheel is unbearable. I'm anxious to find my own partner, Himai pouted. Have you already confirmed your relationship? Yes, we have. Well then, that's great. The Hongwei family is quite solid. I must seize the opportunity to ensure Qingqing is expecting this year. How shameless. He. They both laughed heartily under the streetlight. At the He household, He Minzhong and Zhang Yufeng sat on the sofa discussing matters in Pingtu village. That village chief took 50 yuan. He will likely resolve the divorce of Xiaomai tonight. That's quite a generous amount. Tomorrow, I'll remind Chuan Xiao that as long as she tears up the marriage certificate, this matter will be settled. He Minzhong smiled broadly, crossing his legs. What about Lu Ermi's job? Shouldn't we handle that? Jiang Yufeng inquired. He Minzhong's demeanor shifted immediately, his voice lowering. Asking such questions shows your confusion. Once the divorce is settled, there will be no need for Su Songsheng. The teaching positions are so competitive. If he is dismissed, we can arrange for someone else and still reap the benefits. On the contrary, if those troublemakers stir up more issues and Lu Ermi gets the deputy position, Su Songsheng 1TB as invested. In short, reinstatement is out of the question. He Minzhong's expression was malicious. The recent rise in his status had completely transformed him. Haha, you're right. I was thinking too simply. Jiang Yufeng burst into hearty laughter, for this woman was delighted. She had successfully arranged teaching positions and would profit handsomely. Well, Himai must have returned to her dormitory by now. I shall call her to share this joyous news. He Minzhong rose and dialed Himai's number. Upon receiving the news, Himai was filled with such exuberance that she danced with joy, thinking that if she were to engage in intimate relations with Dong Hongwei without any complications, she could simply claim it was a childhood injury from a fall that had caused it, thus providing an easy explanation. Meanwhile, at 9 o'clock in the evening, a passenger bus arrived slowly at the station, having journeyed over 200 kilometers from Xingping County. The arduous trip had taken more than 10 hours, leaving the passengers weary and sore from the bumpy ride. The moment Pei Jichang alighted, he felt as though he were losing all sensation in his posterior. Is this Jilin University? Pei Ji murmured softly, quickening his pace. Simultaneously, in Pingtu village, at the home of the village secretary, Su Songsheng clutched 5 large bills, counting them repeatedly with mounting excitement. We can finally celebrate a good year. Jichang was right. Sometimes one must set aside personal dignity to live comfortably. This will be my guiding principle from now on. Su Songsheng exclaimed with enthusiasm. Chapter 65. Reunion. A brief separation exceeds a new marriage. Pei Jichang followed the crowd, striding forward amidst the enveloping darkness. He could distinctly feel the palpable tension and excitement of those around him, who were murmuring in hushed tones. Jilin City was not unfamiliar to Pei Jichang, yet returning after more than 40 years rendered it quite foreign. He had no recollection of the European-style building at the bus station. Suddenly, several beams of light illuminated Pei Jichang and others, accompanied by shouts. Halt! Do not move. Joint Defense Team inspection. A dozen uniformed individuals approached briskly with flashlights, creating an atmosphere of intimidation. In an instant, several figures scattered in panic, prompting the team to pursue them while shouting commands, heightening the tension in the air. Pei Jichang stood among the crowd, appearing notably naive. Given the prevailing shortage of police forces in various cities, the Joint Defense Team bore the brunt of maintaining order, necessitating strict controls in the city due to the influx of returning youth, leading to social unrest that was difficult to manage. Consequently, an introduction letter had become crucial. The absence of a one-size-fits-all approach signified a significant reform effort. What brings you here? A member of the Joint Defense Team scrutinized Pei Jichang with a piercing gaze, as if assessing a criminal. My wife was originally an educated youth. She returned home, and I came to the city to visit her and bring her some items. Here is the introduction letter from the commune, along with our marriage certificate. Pei Jichang hurriedly presented the documents. After a brief comparison under the flashlight, the officer gestured for him to proceed. Pei Jichang quickly tucked away his papers and hastened on his way. Stop right there. A member of the Joint Defense Team swung a baton, striking a young man in the back, causing him to crumple to the ground, all unfolding right before Pei Jichang's eyes. The scene was alarming, echoing with the cries of children. Approximately a kilometer away from the bus station, there were 3 lodgings, which Pei Jichang explored thoroughly. The hotel prices were the same, suggesting that prior communication had taken place. Thus, I chose to stay at the establishment run by the voluptuous proprietress. At least it was a feast for the eyes. Alas, a single room demanded 4 coins. Likely pricier than in the city, and I inwardly cursed the situation, feeling the sting in my pocket. Just having arrived in the provincial capital, I had spent 12 coins already. There were truly no suitable places to spend the night nearby. The station did not permit overnight stays, and the area around the bus terminal was the most chaotic. I was reluctant to take any risks, as long as I could meet my esteemed father-in-law. I knew I would not have to worry about food and drink. The proprietress, with a smile, assured me that there was no need to run around. The prices were uniform, yet I remained skeptical. She playfully pursed her lips and, with keys in hand, made her way to the staircase. Indeed, beauty and kindness often go hand in hand. I flattered her a bit, casually snatching a handful of sunflower seeds. After all, with such a hefty sum paid, it felt unsatisfactory to leave empty-handed. When did the villagers become so eloquent? Your hands are truly generous. The proprietress rolled her eyes at the sight of the nearly empty bag of seeds and led me to the second floor, where my room was conveniently located at the top of the stairs. How long do you plan to stay? If you're taking your luggage tomorrow, I cannot guarantee the room will be reserved for you. You must check out before dark or renew your stay, she cautioned while opening the door to my room. I'll be leaving early tomorrow. Perhaps a discount? I jested. Discount? That would be akin to tossing the seeds into the mix, she shot back, glaring at me before descending the stairs. I, being a good soul, watched her leave, concerned for her safety as she swayed slightly. I then stepped into the cramped room, instantly feeling as though the walls were closing in. It contained nothing more than a single bed and lacked even a place for personal care, so rudimentary that it was beyond description, for it held nothing at all. Yet, had this been for Ban Xiaoqing, she would surely grin widely, exclaiming, "Ah, this bed is quite soft, more comfortable than a large Kong. Hey, where do I wash up in the morning?" I called out as I opened the door. "Keep your voice down, you'll wake the others. Go to the backyard. There's a faucet there," the proprietress replied tersely. I closed the door, lay down on the bed, exhausted from my travels, and soon drifted into slumber. The night in the provincial capital was somewhat more raucous, yet it mattered little, for a family reunion loomed ahead. The following day dawned bright and cloudless. I awoke early. Heading to the backyard to freshen up, I was about to meet my wife and needed to look presentable. I had no desire to converse with the other residents of the courtyard, and after gathering my belongings, I returned to settle my bill with the proprietress, inquiring about directions before hastily departing. 200 meters north of the guest house lay the bus stop. To reach Jinlin University, I needed to transfer 3 times and walk several kilometers. Each ticket cost a dime. Once on the bus, I found a window seat and observed this city, both strange and familiar. The roadside breakfast stalls were bustling with activity: soy milk, fried dough sticks, items not found in the county. Occasionally, I spotted workers in uniforms, pedaling bicycles in haste, their faces radiating satisfaction and joy. As Pei Jichang boarded his second bus, the city's clamor erupted. Upon halting at a bustling street, he looked up, his face awash with astonishment as a formidable procession of bicycles surged toward him. How to depict this scene? Akin to 1,000 horses galloping forth. But instead of the sounds of hooves, it was the vigorous pedaling that resonated. The emblem of an era vividly manifested before Pei Jichang, sending shivers down his spine. His heart racing with an indescribable excitement that rendered him momentarily speechless, forgetting even to spit out the sunflower seed shells in his mouth. Around 10 o'clock, Pei Jichang arrived at the entrance of Jinlin University, gazing at the grand characters inscribed above, and felt a swell of pride. His wife had truly achieved something remarkable, managing to gain admission to such a prestigious institution from their rural village. However, the face of a farmer bore a fiercely malevolent expression. Pei Jichang inquired about the girls' dormitory, questioning passers-by until he finally encountered someone who knew, and took his place beneath that building. Crouching in a corner, he stood in stark contrast to a man approaching him. Clad in a pristine white shirt, his hair slicked back with oil. At that moment, within the dormitory, urgency filled the air. "Are you ready? Hurry up," he Mei urged impatiently. "Oh, what's the rush? It's just Dong Hongwei. Let him wait a bit longer to test the patience of that comrade," Sui Qingqing teased. Yet she hastened her movements. Soon, dressed appropriately, she linked arms with Mei, and together they dashed downstairs. Upon catching sight of Dong Hongwei, Mei quickly took out her handkerchief to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead, expressing her concern. "Have you been waiting long? It's all Qingqing's fault. She takes too long." "It's all right. I would wait as long as needed for you," Dong Hongwei replied, his gaze towards Mei brimming with profound affection. "Alas," Sui Qingqing interjected, making a silly face. "My Z." Suddenly, a booming voice echoed, causing Mei to turn, her pupils dilating in terror as a shiver coursed through her. The fierce call of "My Z" from Pei Jichang emanated an intimidating aura. Reunion of couples. A brief separation felt like a new marriage. Chapter 66. Hold tight buzzing filled Mei's ears, her senses dulled. In her peripheral vision, she noticed Dong Hongwei's furrowed brows, his expression laden with confusion. "My Z, who is that person? Do you know him? Was he calling you? Why is he staring at you?" Such inquiries whispered urgently in her ear, yet ultimately, she could discern nothing. Meanwhile, Dong Hongwei, filled with fervor, shouted with great intensity, "My Z, come here." Pei Jichang grinned and waved. Mei could distinctly feel her heart constricting, waves of pain coursing through her, rendering her breathless, her mind blank, stripped of the ability to think. engulfed by a profound sense of powerlessness and despair. It was as if her entire body turned cold. Instinctively, the woman moved toward the farmer, anxious to appease him and prevent any outbursts, approaching Pei Jichang. Is he a relative of yours? Sui Qingqing squatted on the steps, resting her chin in her hands, gazing up in a daze. Meanwhile, Dong Hongwei glared at Pei Jichang, hostility radiating from him. Upon hearing Himai's sudden outburst, Pei Jichang exclaimed, "When did you arrive? You must be exhausted. Allow me to escort you home." Himai tightly embraced Pei Jichang's shoulder. Her face contorted in fright as she whispered in a low voice, "Please, do not speak recklessly. Whatever you desire, I will grant it to you. I will take you home shortly." Pei Jichang offered no response, merely gazing down at Himai. To torment an individual to the brink of mental collapse is not achieved by an immediate explosion. Such an approach would leave the He family with little to lose, leading to a reckless abandon. Instead, it must be akin to a ticking time bomb, gradually swelling while incessantly demanding, for that is the true essence of torment. "I will comply with anything you ask of me." Himai's voice trembled as she turned away, yet when she glanced at Dong Hongwei and Sui Qingqing, her countenance radiated with a brilliant smile. "This is my cousin," Yang introduced enthusiastically. "Hello, cousin." Sui Qingqing leaped off the steps playfully and approached. Dong Hongwei finally broke into a smile, feeling relieved, realizing it was merely her cousin. "You startled me. I thought I had mistaken someone." "Cousin, when did you arrive in the provincial city? Come, let me introduce you to my father." Himai explained with a smile, wrapping her arms around Pei Jichang's. Leaning into him, this woman was astute. She feared that Dong Hongwei might take her hand, which could provoke Pei Jichang's ire, so she avoided any intimate gestures, ensuring to placate this country bumpkin. "Are you in such a hurry? Allow me to take this cousin out for a meal at the state-run restaurant," Dong Hongwei suggested courteously. Reluctant to see Himai leave, as they had not met for quite some time. "He has come to the provincial city with pressing matters to discuss with my father. We can shop another day. I must return now," Himai insisted urgently. "I see. Then I shall escort you both home," Dong Hongwei nodded. "No need. We have matters to discuss on the way. We shall take our leave." Himai waved her hands dismissively, then hurriedly pulled Pei Jichang away. Left behind, Dong Hongwei felt quite helpless, looking down at the diminutive figure beside him, wondering why Himai was clinging so tightly. "How was I to know? You petty-minded fool. That was her cousin. What were you thinking?" Sui Qingqing glared at Dong Hongwei before entering the dormitory building. "Have I overthought this?" Dong Hongwei departed, discontented. On the narrow school path, Himai slightly loosened her grip on Pei Jichang's arm. "Who was that man just now? A new acquaintance? Damn it, are you two timing me?" Pei Jichang glared furiously, striding back. "Jichang, no. He is merely a friend. Please do not be upset. Come home with me. I will give you anything you want." Himai's voice quivered, tears welling in her eyes, her emotions already in disarray. "Jichang, I beg you. I will kneel and bow to you," she pleaded, pulling him back. In this era, a woman's virtue holds paramount significance. Pei Jichang has yet to divorce Himai, yet she has already found a new boyfriend at school. Such disgraceful behavior, not to mention the potential disruption of her classes, could drown her in a deluge of scorn. "Why did you let go just now? Hold my arm tighter." Pei Jichang glared fiercely. "Fine, I will embrace you. I shall hold you tightly." Himai clung even more fervently to Pei Jichang's arm, strolling along the campus path. The two appeared as a newly enamored couple, albeit the man in tattered attire and the woman resplendent in her beauty. "Damn it, leaving me to endure this life." Pei Jichang seethed, akin to a ruffian, seeking the good fortune of having children with you. Himai sobbed softly, not daring to retort, her head bowed low. Only after exiting the school did she muster the courage to glance at Pei Jichang. "Please let me go. Let us negotiate terms, and I assure you, if you let me go." Slap. Pei Jichang responded with a resounding slap, leaving 4 distinct red marks on her fair visage. "Kneel before me. Jichang, please. It would not bode well if others see this." Smack. Pei Jichang unleashed another slap, gritting his teeth. "Now you realize the consequences? Back when you sought a divorce, how did you malign my family, attempting to send me to prison? Kneel. Kneel before me." "All right, I shall kneel, Jichang. Please calm down, come here." Himai tugged Pei Jichang towards the shade of a tree, glancing around cautiously before suddenly dropping to her knees. "Jichang, it is all my fault. I not only bow to you, but also to your parents. I have wronged you all." Himai choked on her words, bowing 3 times before Pei Jichang. This woman truly knows how to bend and yield. Pei Jichang looked down at Himai, his gaze devoid of compassion. He detested those who, having previously humiliated you, suddenly express remorse, prompting empathy and forgiveness. Such individuals possess no moral limits and are utterly cowardly, one must keep their distance. Tonight, we shall conceive a child. Pei Jichang grinned lecherously. Himai trembled as she stood, gazing fearfully at his seemingly innocent face, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity in Pei Jichang at that moment. Let us head back first, she murmured softly. Come here and wrap your arm around mine, Pei Jichang commanded harshly. All right, I will cling to you, Himai replied. Resembling a frightened rabbit, bouncing alongside Pei Jichang, fearful of inciting his anger, and tightly grasping his arm. Let us pay a visit to my father-in-law. He holds a significant position in the provincial capital. Surely, my sister and I can secure our jobs, and our parents can come to the city to enjoy a comfortable life. Pei Jichang exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. Himai felt a wave of nausea. Those two old folks coming to the city for leisure, do they deserve it? Why not perish in the wilderness? Before long, the two found themselves on a bus. As Himai, the dutiful wife, handed money to her man, they sat closely together, exuding an air of affection. Chapter 67. The son-in-law arrives. Minjong now finds himself preparing 2 small dishes for every meal, and the only liquor worthy of his palate is Maotai. The half-bottle of Wulianya in the cabinet is reserved solely for guests. This afternoon's feast is delightful, featuring a pig's knuckle and a smoked chicken. Before picking up his chopsticks, Minjong savors a sip of wine, basking in the comfort of his life. What a splendid existence, he exclaims, smacking his lips with satisfaction. Is there still no news from Director Tian? That troublesome fellow wouldn't dare to abscond after taking 50 yuan, would he? Jiang Yufeng expresses her concern. Don't fret. The journey from Pingtu village to town takes at least half a day on foot, and Lu Ermiai's work is at stake. The village secretary is undoubtedly more anxious than we are, Minjong replies nonchalantly. Perhaps life has been so indulgent that he believes the troublemaker has no power left. After all, it's only a matter of time before they suffer the consequences. Mother, what are you afraid of? You keep fretting endlessly. Even if that rascal comes to the provincial capital, what do we have to fear? Wang bellows, a young man just over 18, full of youthful bravado. Jiang Yufeng nods in agreement with a smile. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. Jiang Yufeng, without a second thought, rises to answer it. Assuming it is her eldest son returning for dinner, the father and son at the dining table are comfortably enjoying their meal as sunlight bathes the entire living room in warmth. Who is this? You get out, Jiang Yufeng shrieks, gripping Himai's arm with one hand, while pushing Pei Jichang away with the other. Hearing the commotion, the father and son rush to the door, and upon seeing the honest face of Pei Jichang, Minjong breaks into a cold sweat. Why is Pei Jichang here? Mother, it's my son-in-law's first visit. And you're pushing him out? It's not good for the neighbors to see, Pei Jichang says with a smile. His movements assertive as he elbows Jiang Yufeng aside and strides into the house. Jiang Yufeng emits a pained groan. I'll kill you. Wang brandishes a stool, charging at Pei Jichang. With a swift motion, Pei Jichang shoves Jiang Yufeng into Wang and leaps forward, delivering a punch that breaks Wang's nose, causing blood to spatter. The young man collapses to the ground, wailing in agony. You dare strike your brother-in-law? You're nothing but a misbehaving pup that needs to be taught a lesson. Pei Jichang grits his teeth. Get out. This is my home. If you don't leave, I'll call the police and have you arrested. Minjong shouts vehemently, stepping forward. Wife, since your father does not welcome me, let us return to the school. I can stay in your dormitory, Pei Jichang states without hesitation, taking Himai by the hand and preparing to depart. Wait a moment, Jichang, please don't leave. Let us all calm down and avoid escalating this, Himai gasps, quickly shutting the door to prevent the situation from worsening. Father, negotiate with him about the divorce. Let us resolve this issue. I'm truly scared. He blocked me at the bottom of the dormitory building today, and Hongwei witnessed everything. Himai collapses onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. The journey home had been an immense torment, forcing her to cling to Pei Jichang. Did you think I couldn't make it to the provincial capital? Pei Jichang loosened his collar, resembling a famished wolf gazing intently at Minjong. Jichang, let us converse earnestly. When you left Pingtu village, there was no stipulation against your return. I reiterate my stance. Feel free to express any conditions you may have. Pei Jichang spoke with a veneer of cordiality. You truly indulge yourself, residing in a 3-bedroom apartment with heating, he said as he ambled into the living room, ultimately plopping down onto a chair. Father, what lofty position have you attained to indulge in Maodai? Surely, you are not feasting on lavish delicacies at every meal, he remarked. Pei Jichang downed a cup of liquor before seizing his chopsticks and devouring the dishes voraciously, driven by hunger. Curse you! Wang scrambled to his feet, supported closely by his mother, Jiang Yufeng. You insolent brat, your tongue is far too sharp. Pei Jichang, consumed by rage, lunged forward and clutched He Wang by the throat, rendering the young man defenseless, akin to a chick in the grip of a predator. Jichang, let us speak civilly. He Minzhong interjected, grasping Pei Jichang's robust arm. Release my son. Jiang Yufeng's high-pitched voice pierced the air. You disrespectful wretch. If this insolent boy dares to utter another word, I shall surely break his mouth. There is no need for discussion. Our fates are intertwined. After unleashing his fury upon He Wang, Pei Jichang relinquished his grip and resumed his meal. He Wang shrank back, his face flushed with humiliation, now subdued and hesitant to even glance at Pei Jichang. Jichang, He Minzhong approached with a conciliatory smile, settling beside Pei Jichang and pouring himself a cup of wine. Let me toast to you. He Minzhong attempted to clink glasses, yet Pei Jichang remained preoccupied with his food, leaving him to swallow alone. How shall we discuss the divorce? He Minzhong inquired once more. First, return the cost of the food He consumed in my home over the past 2 years, Pei Jichang declared, his countenance darkening with fury as he turned to Himai. When you shared my bed, I insisted on protection, fearing that pregnancy would jeopardize your university aspirations. Now you wish to bear a child for that pretty boy? No. He is merely a friend, Himai hastily clarified, eager to quell Pei Jichang's wrath, willing to endure further indignities to expedite the divorce process. How much is owed for 2 years of sustenance? Would 50 suffice? He Minzhong chuckled, mistakenly assuming that this was merely a ploy stemming from a misunderstanding regarding funds not reaching the Pei family. 50? Pei Jichang shot him a scornful glare. I consider myself a reasonable individual. Let us calculate this. What is your monthly salary? Roughly around 30, He Minzhong endeavored to minimize. Very well, let us proceed with 30. I have 4 family members attending to Himai, serving meals and pouring water. This labor is no less taxing than a job. Thus, at 30 per person, for 4 individuals, the annual sum amounts to 360. Over 2 years, that totals 2,880. Pei Jichang stated solemnly. So much. He Minzhong was taken aback, rising to his feet, struggling to swallow his saliva. For over a decade of compensation, that would barely exceed 2,000. A job placement yields merely over 1,000. How could I possibly have such funds to give you? He Minzhong retorted in a low growl. I shall address you as father, and let us settle the matter amicably. A sum of 3,000 will suffice. Please refrain from lamenting your financial woes in my presence. Setting aside the compensation owed to you, surely the county's allocation of teaching positions will yield you a considerable profit, will it not? Pei Jichang scrutinized He Minzhong with a shrewd smile. He Minzhong's heart sank. How could Pei Jichang possibly know of these matters? Could it be mere conjecture? The woman, Jiang Yufeng, was equally alarmed, her unease palpable. Why was her son-in-law so morose upon visiting? Chapter 68, The Demand for Money with a Crunch. Pei Jichang sank his teeth into the smoked chicken, the sound resonating sharply as he carelessly discarded the bones upon the ground, showing no regard for decorum. 3,000? Even if you were to flay me to the bone, I could not possibly command such a sum. He Minzhong sat glumly beside him. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, this must be my mother's culinary prowess. The meal is indeed delightful. Pei Jichang glanced at Jiang Yufeng with a playful grin. Jiang Yufeng, gritting her teeth in disgust, felt overwhelmed. Father, unless you compensate my family with 3,000, I shall not leave. I will remain here, and the 4 of us will toil endlessly for wheat. What of it? Is a university diploma not worth this modest sum? Pei Jichang shot He Minzhong a sidelong glance before returning to his feast, his mouth smeared with grease. Oh dear, Jichang, He Minzhong elongated his tone, turning back to Himai, both father and daughter displaying their worry. For a moment, the room was silent save for Pei Jichang's chewing, as the rest found themselves without sustenance. Yet, none noticed the peculiar expressions on the farmers' faces. Pei Jichang pondered various issues. The audacious demand of 3,000 was merely a test. He did not genuinely expect the He family to produce such a sum, but rather sought to establish a bargaining range. Yet He Minzhong gave Pei Jichang the impression that this family could indeed muster the funds, albeit hesitantly. Jichang, I am immensely grateful for your family's contributions, which have enabled Himai to successfully enroll in university. After a considerable pause, He Minzhong finally spoke. Father, your words resonate deeply with me. Ask Himai how we have treated her. Could she utter a single negative word about our family? Pei Jichang turned, casting a pitiful look at Himai. They have treated me exceptionally well, Himai quickly affirmed, as the father and daughter sought to placate the man. Father, perhaps we ought not to divorce. You, as a senior, should not encourage your daughter's second marriage. Instead, let us forego that 3,000, arrange for me a position, and I shall thrive with my in our little lives. Pei Jichang suddenly grew agitated, one foot resting upon the chair, startling Himai into a change of expression. "I cannot possibly be with you," Himai exclaimed sharply, pausing for a moment before managing a smile. "Jichang, we are simply not suited. A forced union bears no sweetness. Let us part amicably." Pei Jichang glared at Himai, his face darkening ominously. He was undoubtedly a capricious individual, unable to manage his emotions. "Jichang, let us return to the matter of compensation. 3,000 is indeed excessive. I shall offer you 500. I will provide you the funds immediately, and we can resolve this matter." He Minzhong beamed, raising a hand in gesture. Pei Jichang scoffed with disdain, lowering his head to savor the last chicken leg before rising, his body collapsing onto the sofa like a lump of clay. "Without 3,000 yuan, I certainly want leave. I'll just stay at my father-in-law's house," he declared. Pei Jichang closed his eyes, as if preparing for slumber. He Minzhong, hands on hips, glared at Pei Jichang, momentarily at a loss, unable to part with the 3,000 yuan. It was absurd. The average monthly wage in Jinlin City hovered around 40 yuan, laborers barely earned 30, and farmers could only make a few dozen yuan in an entire year. 3,000 yuan was a substantial sum, edging ever closer to becoming a household with 10,000. "Jichang, let us discuss this matter properly at home. Let Maizi go to school first. She has classes today," He Minzhong offered gently. Yet, in the next moment, Pei Jichang's eyes widened, more pronounced than a bull's, as he sprang upright and shouted in a frenzy. "Anyone can leave this house, except for Himai. After such a long absence, shouldn't my wife be here with her husband? If I can't see her, I'll head straight to the university to find her. And then don't blame me for causing a scene." The atmosphere in the house was tumultuous. Pei Jichang reclined once more on the sofa, shutting his eyes in repose. Tears as large as beans rolled down Himai's cheeks as she turned away, quietly sobbing. How could she dare to leave? The moment she spotted Pei Jichang at the dormitory building, she was so frightened her spirit nearly fled. Dong Hongwei came from a well-off family, possessed commendable character, and was quite handsome. Himai cherished their relationship immensely, which only intensified her fear of losing it, for Pei Jichang had a firm grip on her fate. Jiang Yufeng quickly waved her hand, beckoning the family of four to retreat into the room, leaving Pei Jichang alone in the living room. "Dad, what should we do? We can't let Pei Jichang go to school anymore." Hongwei looked at him with a strange expression. "If he finds out I'm in my second marriage." "No, I'm not divorced yet." He won't accepted, and his family won't agree either, Himai said, her voice trembling with agitation as she clutched He Minzhong's hand, her face already streaked with tears. "Let me think." He Minzhong sighed deeply, his brow furrowed. "Look at what he has done to my son." Jiang Yufeng tenderly wiped the bloodstains from He Wang's cheek. The elderly couple refrained from mentioning the 3,000 yuan. Life had been too arduous, and having finally acquired some money, the thought of exhausting it all felt akin to a death sentence. "Stay at home. I need to go to work first. There's much to handle, and we must not provoke that man. He's gone mad," He Minzhong said, glancing at his watch before imparting a serious warning to everyone. "Dad, you must resolve this quickly. If not, just give him the money," Himai urged anxiously. "My daughter, it cannot be done this way. That sort of person is insatiable. We mustn't let him dictate terms. I'll help you take a leave from school. I need to go to work first," He Minzhong reassured her, gently patting her shoulder in an attempt to comfort her. Afterward, He Minzhong hurriedly left the house, bidding farewell to Pei Jichang, who merely snored in response, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Himai truly dared not venture out, hiding in her room and weeping, while Jiang Yufeng comforted her daughter and furiously berated the ruffian. As for her brother-in-law, he complained loudly, swearing to take action against the miscreant. Yet he lacked the courage to step into the living room himself. Suddenly, Pei Jichang sat up, raising his voice. "I'm here. I didn't go to school." Himai hurried to the living room, her heart trembling at the sound of the man's voice. "Come here." Pei Jichang waved his hand. "What is it?" Though reluctant, Himai complied. "Let your husband feel your little hand." Pei Jichang grasped Himai's hand tightly, his calloused palm leaving scratches on her delicate skin. "Such soft hands cannot cultivate the land. You ought to write." "Let go of me," Himai exclaimed, shaking off Pei Jichang's grip. "Oh, are you preserving yourself for that pretty boy? You ought to remember, we are not divorced yet. You are still my wife, and you are fooling around with him." Pei Jichang shouted with fiery eyes. Himai trembled in place, resembling a frightened fawn. Jiang Yufeng and He Wang also entered the living room, yet dared not utter a word. "I notice there are still watermelons and fruits in the kitchen. Go, get some for your husband. I slept so well." Pei Jichang stretched lazily. Himai felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation, but could only obediently walk into the kitchen to prepare fruit for Pei Jichang. After all, as the saying goes, Evil must be met with evil. Chapter 69. The secretary's fury. He Minjong spent the entire afternoon in trepidation, making continuous mistakes at work. Unable to concentrate, he called Tian Xuanxia, wishing to inquire about Su Songsheng, yet he awaited a return call in vain. Meanwhile, in Pingtu village, the director from the town arrived at the secretary's home, scolding and yelling. Let me tell you, do not expect to have a good life. You think your spouse can teach in the county? Dream on. Return that 50 yuan immediately. Tian Xuanxia, with her sharp tongue, scolded particularly loudly. Currently, news of Pei Jichang going to the provincial capital to settle accounts with the He family had spread throughout the village, and the villagers cheered, recognizing that the old Pei family still had backbone. However, the village secretary was intimidated, unwilling to retaliate against Director Tian, as she was the town leader, and he was merely a subordinate who had to heed her commands. Come, follow me to the town. We must contact the authorities. Tian Xuanxia grabbed Su Songsheng's arm, dragging him out of the yard as if scolding a son. A considerable crowd of villagers gathered to watch. Huh, you think you can act tough in our village? A towering figure emerged from the crowd, delivering a resounding slap to Tian Xuanxia's face, causing her to collapse to the ground, dazed. Yet, this was not the end. As a group of youths rushed forward, raising their feet to stomp on her. Stop! Everyone, cease at once. Step back. Jiang Guangzhao hurriedly intervened, pulling the youths away while the village secretary shielded Tian Xuanxia. In a flash, the group of youths fled, leaving the director bruised and bewildered. Who struck just now? I don't know, I didn't see. In this era, the village was tightly united. To dare act arrogantly in another's village would certainly invite several beatings. Tian Xuanxia trembled as she rose to her feet, her body racked with pain. She hid behind Su Songsheng, who remained silent, intimidated by the woman's sudden docility. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Tian timidly stated, Su Secretary, we must head to the town. The title she used for Su had shifted to one of respect. Very well, Su Songsheng replied, pushing his bicycle towards the door, with Tian closely trailing behind. At the entrance stood Ji Hong, who, upon receiving a fleeting glance from Tian, appeared to her as a mere village girl. In a moment of misplaced frustration from earlier, Tian deliberately nudged her elbow against Ji. Su caught sight of this in his peripheral vision and allowed a slight smile to escape. Ji Hong, however, remained silent, retaliating with a swift punch to Tian's back, the impact resonating with a dull thud before she darted into the crowd. Ah! Tian cried out in agony, sinking to the ground, her chest throbbing, grimacing in pain. Who was that woman? Bring her to me, she exclaimed, her voice filled with anguish. What happened? Su Songsheng inquired, confusion etched on his face. Did you not see that woman strike me? Tian retorted, her anger flaring, yet the pain rendered her unable to straighten her back. In the village, the Lao Pei family was renowned for their resilience and strength. I did not see anything, Su Songsheng replied, shaking his head vigorously. Fine, let us go? Tian gritted her teeth, reluctant but aware of her lack of options, hastening to leave. Among the crowd, Ban Xiaoqing pondered for a moment before deciding to chase after the village secretary, leaping onto the back seat of his bicycle. She then turned back to call out to her father, Dad, I fear the secretary might come to harm. I must accompany him. Ban Ciyuan, her father, bellowed in discontent. What a foolish child. Why do you concern yourself with outsiders? Su Songsheng glanced back at Ban Xiaoqing, feeling touched, after their experience with the bandits. Their bonds had deepened significantly. Later, he returned a call to He Minzhong, which only managed to go through around 6 in the evening. Pei Jichang is currently at my home. What about the 50 yuan? Did you give it to his family or not? How can you handle business like this? He Minzhong's voice boomed, unleashing his fury upon Su Songsheng. Adjusting his glasses, Su glanced at Tian Xuanxia, who wore a grim expression, her pent-up grievances and frustrations, including those directed at Pei Jichang, erupting at this moment. How dare you, He Minzhong? Speak to me with respect, or I shall not tolerate it. Your son-in-law is in the provincial capital, not residing in your home, yet you have the audacity to question me. In the dimly lit communications room, the echoes of their shouting reverberated, and Su's face was etched with anger, his chest heaving with agitation. Tian, startled, hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, Are you going to discard your spouse's job? Job? He Minzhong retorted, On what grounds do you suspend my spouse's position? You abuse your power like a dog, yet expect me to assist you? That 50 yuan is the compensation you owe me. How dare you? Su Songsheng's temper flared as he gripped the receiver tightly, his body shaking with intensity. Only 50? That is far too little. Ban Xiaoqing added her voice to the fray. In contrast, He Minzhong fell silent, his face drained of color as he quietly hung up the phone. You are finished, Do not expect any promotions. Tian Chuanxia snapped at Su Songsheng. Alas! Su Songsheng raised his fist, feigning an intention to strike Tian Chuanxia, who instinctively shrank back, appearing quite cowardly. A cold laugh escaped Su Songsheng's lips as he strode away. The once lofty figure had suddenly faltered, and the sight was indeed unseemly. This world resembled an enormous makeshift stage, devoid of any necessity to bestow kindness upon anyone. My tenure as the village head has reached its limits. After descending the stairs, Su Songsheng glanced back once, then resolutely continued on his way, convinced that life would persist, even if others were left to starve. Brother, Ban Xiaoqing chuckled nearby. He asked back. Su Songsheng smiled lightly. As he prepared to mount his bicycle, Ban Xiaoqing leapt onto the crossbar. After a moment's hesitation, the village head decided to indulge him, riding homeward. He Minzhong remained in the office until darkness enveloped the surroundings, finally rising from his chair as the numbness in his posterior became unbearable. With a sigh of exasperation, He Minzhong reflected on how Su Songsheng had nearly driven him to the brink of fury. How dare that village head behave so audaciously? He was perplexed as to how Pei Jichang had managed to align himself with that village head, allowing a minor official to bark at him so insolently. During his last visit to the village, he had observed how the village head had ingratiated himself with He Minzhong. Upon returning home, thoughts of the troublesome villagers lounging on the sofa filled him with dread. The workplace was not far from the staff quarters. It was merely a matter of a few minutes on foot. As He Minzhong dawdled at the building's entrance, he spotted his eldest son's tricycle parked there and sensed impending trouble, prompting him to rush upstairs. He had just stepped through the door, only to find the unruly villagers sprawled on the sofa, their shoes discarded, igniting a blaze of fury within him. Jiang Yufeng, seeing her son return, quickly lamented. Look at what they've done to your brother. Himai wept profusely, her tears flowing like rain. Do you wish to die? He stormed into the kitchen, emerging moments later wielding a kitchen knife, exclaiming, I'll kill you. He was acquainted with numerous ruffians and had faced his share of troubles. Come on. Pei Jichang sprang to his feet, and the atmosphere in the living room became palpably tense. Come on. Stab me in the neck. Pei Jichang seized He's arm, thrusting his neck toward the knife, resembling a man desperate to gamble with his life. In that instant, He was taken aback, instinctively retracting the knife. Do you think I've never faced death? I've jumped into a well once. If you don't kill me today, I'll make sure to end you. Pei Jichang tightened his grip around He's throat, constricting it like a vice, causing his face to flush crimson, his tongue to protrude in distress. Oh, let go of my son. Jiang Yufeng rushed behind Pei Jichang, tugging fiercely at his hair, channeling all her strength into the act. He Wang struck Pei Jichang repeatedly. Yet the young man, visibly terrified, could hardly muster a reaction. Whoa, Himai was so frightened she was rendered speechless, crying as she desperately pulled at Pei Jichang's hand, though her efforts were as futile as a chick pecking at rice. Die! Pei Jichang roared with fury, his hands trembling violently, while He hung his head, appearing lifeless and utterly terrifying. A calamity was clearly on the verge of unfolding. In truth, Pei Jichang was resolute. Otherwise, with the sheer brute force of a peasant, this matter would have been resolved long ago. He would not jeopardize his future over such trifles. With a sudden thud, He Minzhong pushed open the door, and upon witnessing the scene, his eldest son nearly gasped for breath, hurriedly pressing himself against Pei Jichang. Jichang, release your grip. Let us discuss this matter amicably, He Minzhong implored, fearing the folly of this obstinate peasant. Pei Jichang, observing the situation nearing its climax, feigned a lack of exertion and leaned back, inadvertently pinning Jiang Yufeng beneath him. Ah! Jiang Yufeng cried out in agony, struggling to extricate herself, while Pei Jichang lay motionless like a corpse. He, kneeling on the ground, began to cough violently, causing the kitchen knife to slip from his grasp. Quick as a flash, He Minzhong snatched the knife and tossed it out the door. The conflict finally began to ease, as Pei Jichang and the He family collapsed in exhaustion onto the floor. Let us cease this commotion and resolve our issues calmly. There is no need to become adversaries. He Minzhong urged, his heart racing. Indeed, let us approach this with tranquility, came the agreement. Jiang Yufeng, painfully rising with bruised knees, dared not speak harshly, fearing for her son's life. He Wang cowered in a corner, growing more fearful of the peasant. You wish to kill me, then come. Pei Jichang suddenly sat upright, and with that minor movement, the elderly couple hurriedly shielded one another, while He retreated, his bravado dissipating. As for Himai, her tears flowed freely, her deep-seated fear of Pei Jichang palpable. Jichang, do not be angry. Allow your uncle to speak with you and ease your temper. This time we come to the city. Let us secure the funds properly, He Minjong comforted, patting Pei Jichang on the chest. Come, let us sit on the sofa and discuss this. He Minjong assisted Pei Jichang to his feet and guided him to the sofa. Mother, please go prepare a meal, Pei Jichang abruptly instructed Jiang Yufeng, leaving her momentarily speechless. Unable to bear the authoritative tone and repulsed by the term mother. Hurry and cook. Your son is hungry. Without warning, Pei Jichang erupted in a loud roar, startling Jiang Yufeng, who nearly stumbled to the ground. The torment of the He family was only just beginning. It was only when their hearts quivered and their spirits waned that they would willingly part with their money. Obediently, the woman made her way to the kitchen, while He attempted to grasp his mother's hand, only to be rebuffed by Jiang Yufeng. Enough, speak less, and do not bicker with this obstinate peasant. After all, you all still need to eat, Jiang Yufeng murmured, as he stood at the door, overwhelmed by an unexpressed frustration. Meanwhile, in the living room, He Minjong once again urged Pei Jichang to sit on the sofa. Jichang, He Minjong placed a reassuring hand on Pei Jichang's shoulder, resembling a benevolent elder offering counsel to a younger relative. Today at work, I managed to borrow some funds. I can scrape together 1,000 for you. We truly have little money on hand, and this is a significant amount. Let us negotiate within reasonable bounds, without unreasonable demands. For 2 years, 4 of us have attended to Himai. Everyone deserves their wages. Besides, I have called you father. With such a close relationship, I ask for a total of 3,000. And I will promptly tear up the marriage certificate. Pei Jichang's attitude was resolute as he wrapped his arm around his father-in-law's shoulder. Where would I find such a sum of money? This remark thoroughly disgusted He Minjong, whose expression soured considerably. Then I suppose we won't be separating after all. I can't bear to part with Himai, so I'll just stay at home and share the same room with her at night. Pei Jichang slumped back onto the sofa, wearing an expression of utter nonchalance. You must be dreaming. I would rather die than share a room with you. Himai shouted vehemently. What are you pretending for? We've shared a bed before, and your cries were quite loud. Pei Jichang retorted with a smirk. Go to hell. Himai cursed angrily, then hurried back to her room. Pei Jichang erupted into a raucous, vulgar laugh, which was a profound insult to the He family. Discussions about compensation were momentarily shelved. He Minjong intended to drag this out, hoping the farmer would lose his patience and eventually relent. However, Pei Jichang had come to the provincial city not merely to extract money from the He family, but to seize the opportunity to gather information. He was unafraid of prolonging the situation, eager to see who would ultimately beg for mercy. Subsequently, Pei Jichang reclined on the sofa while the other family members remained cloistered in their rooms until Jiang Yufeng announced that dinner was ready. Let's eat, she said, placing pickled vegetables and corn cakes on the table, deliberately not serving anything more elaborate. Pei Jichang noticed this easily but was unfazed. He had grown accustomed to such fare during his time in the village. It was the He family's palates that had grown spoiled, eager to see who would falter first. Only Pei Jichang sat at the 8 immortals' table to eat, while the rest of the He family stayed hidden away in their rooms. As the hour approached 7, the sky deepened into darkness, and with no lights on in the house, Pei Jichang prepared to sleep on the sofa, only to call out, Dad, come out for a moment. What's the matter? He Minjong hurried into the living room. I've long hidden the marriage certificate. It's not on me, so you need not worry about trying to steal it. Perhaps you could send your eldest son to snatch it. We'll see who ends up killing whom. Pei Jichang scoffed lightly and settled back to sleep. He Minjong stood dumbfounded for a moment before retreating into his room, muttering to himself. This old man truly harbors thoughts of theft tonight. Once inside, he shook his head and whispered, he has hidden the proof, let it go. Or he'll go mad again. However, the marriage certificate was indeed on Pei Jichang, tucked away in his underwear, which had pockets and buttons. Soon, the He family was engulfed in darkness. The living room was filled with the sound of Pei Jichang's deep, peaceful snores, while the 4 members of the He family lay awake, restless through the night. Pei Jichang spent his first night at the He household. Brothers, I apologize for the delay. I owe you a chapter and will certainly make it up tomorrow. Chapter 71. A different way of coexisting, a deeper torment in the moments just before dawn. One often feels the most fatigued. Himai and Jiang Yufeng were dozing lightly when they were suddenly roused by a noise from outside. Startled, they both jolted awake. Jiang Yufeng sat up in alarm, her pupils dilating. Oh no, it must be that cunning villager trying to steal something. Hastily, she and Himai leaped out of bed and hurried to the living room, where they found He Minjong also awakened, standing at the doorway. Pei Jichang was busy in the kitchen, preparing a meal. Mom and Dad, you're both awake, Pei Jichang said gently, glancing back at them. Why does this farmer behave in such a manner? He wishes to convey to the He family that he has no intention of parting from this marriage, and he yearns to integrate into their lives. Yet this torment is the most excruciating on a psychological level. Pei Jichang is all too familiar with these tactics. What are you shouting for? Hima exclaimed loudly. In the city, everyone calls their parents mom and dad. I cannot bring shame upon you. Pei Jichang chuckled, his demeanor calm. Oh, Jichang, you need not fuss. I can handle it. Jiang Yufeng hurriedly entered the kitchen. Mom, I have put away those boxes of Maotai in the cabinet. Rest assured, we are family and will not speak ill of one another. Additionally, I have prepared some shredded potatoes and cooked rice porridge. We will have steamed buns for dinner. Pei Jichang's smile radiated warmth, giving the impression of a dutiful son-in-law. Do not rummage through the house, He Minzhong exclaimed, his temper flaring as he stepped forward to grasp Pei Jichang's arm, his expression one of utter disdain. In that moment, he understood that he could not allow this farmer to remain in the house. Dad, I know what you mean. I won't speak out of turn. It's merely a few boxes of Maodai. The government has compensated you handsomely, and our family can certainly afford it. Pei Jichang forcefully shook off He Minzhong's grip. Yet his voice remained gentle, a stark contrast to his previous fervor as he continued kneading the dough. He Minzhong was momentarily taken aback, feeling at a loss. After a brief contemplation, he reluctantly spoke. Jichang, uncle can only increase your pay by 200, totaling 1,200. That leaves us with nothing. 3,000. Not a penny less, Pei Jichang replied coolly, still focused on his cooking. Subsequently, the room was filled with an increasingly heavy silence until the He family members gradually arose. Their spirits notably low. Except for He Mai and He Wang, the others had to go to work. And it was Pei Jichang's duty as the son-in-law to alleviate their burdens, perhaps by preparing breakfast. Time was of the essence, and after a swift wash, he de-applied hair oil in front of the mirror, while the others stared intently at the farmer bustling in the kitchen. Soon, Pei Jichang brought the dishes to the table, beaming as he said, "Family, come and eat." He ignored Pei Jichang and hurriedly left, while the others remained standing nearby. Dad, is it not possible to calmly resolve the divorce? We cannot even sit down for a meal together? Pei Jichang inquired with a smile. He Minzhong paused, then managed a strained smile. Of course, let's eat. As He Minzhong turned, he called to the others. He Wang returned to his room, the young man feeling pent-up frustration, while the remaining three took their seats beside Pei Jichang. Initially, everyone focused solely on their meal until Pei Jichang broke the silence. Do you have school today? I must go. The morning class is very important, He Mai responded promptly. All right, let me borrow the family's bicycle. Mom, I appreciate you taking the bus to work. I will wander around the provincial capital and meet Mai for lunch. That young man from yesterday mentioned inviting me to the state-run restaurant, Pei Jichang stated nonchalantly. Pei Jichang, what exactly do you intend to do? He Mai erupted in frustration, standing up. Rest assured, I will not speak out of turn. I merely wish to get to know your friends and fulfill my role as a cousin. Certainly, should you be unwilling, I might resort to shouting at the base of the dormitory building. Pei Jichang's voice remained steady, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The reason for getting to know He Mai's friends was to bury this bomb even deeper, allowing it to seep further. He Mai was on the verge of tears. Pei Jichang fell silent, focusing solely on his meal, while He Minzhong and Jiang Yufeng hurriedly spoke kind words, urging him not to go to school. Yet he remained utterly silent. Before long, Pei Jichang, having hastily consumed his meal, rose and retrieved a set of keys from the basket at the counter. Hey! Jiang Yufeng exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation at how this farmer seemed so self-aware and yet knew everything. We shall meet at noon. Remember to dine at the state-run restaurant, so I may broaden my horizons. Also, mother, I have had a key duplicated. After offering one last reminder, Pei Jichang briskly exited. Inside, the members of the He family were engulfed in profound despair. Father, why don't we just give the 3,000 yuan to Pei Jichang? I truly cannot bear to see his face even for a moment. It disgusts me. He Mai cried out in desperation. Daughter, do you comprehend the significance of this 3,000 yuan? Some may not even see such an amount with a lifetime of toil. Let us negotiate with him a bit longer. I shall also consider alternative solutions, He Minzhong patiently reassured, reluctant to deplete their savings. Heed your father's words. We must also have your brother devise a plan. We cannot allow a farmer to bully us. Jiang Yufeng gritted her teeth, a cold glint flashing across her elderly face. He Mai stared at the food on the table, unable to swallow a single bite. On Yingsadeo, a throng of bicycles surged past, Pei Jichang among them, pedaling with fervor, invigorated by the morning sun, radiating vitality. The newly erected shopping mall bustled with life early in the day, as the townsfolk formed long lines to shop. As Pei Jichang passed by, he overheard conversations about newly acquired color televisions. Color, not black and white, sparking a fervent rush. At the entrance of a state-owned heavy industry enterprise, a massive banner proclaimed the urgency of transformation, crucial for the factory's survival, demonstrating a commitment to embrace the market economy while also alluding to the frailty of certain state-owned enterprises. As he approached a small intersection, Pei Jichang abruptly halted. Noticing a large crowd gathered, initially assuming a celebrity was present, only to realize it was a foreigner, the onlookers fixated upon him, following in his wake. The admiration for foreign culture was exceptionally pronounced in this era. Pei Jichang continued on his bicycle, absorbing the vibrant energy of the provincial capital. A French winery's office building in the city center captured his attention. This foreign investment project, recommended by the city, had stipulations. It mandated the use of local grapes as raw materials, granting market access on the condition of enhancing farmers' incomes. Such news was unheard of among the farmers of Pingtu village, who were still striving for an extra mouthful of rice, benefiting from the agricultural vicinity of the provincial capital. Alas, the disparity in information revealed the regional differences that persisted. In the bustling heart of the city, Pei Jichang took a leisurely circuit before finally halting his vehicle at the entrance of a friendship store. Chapter 72, The Friendship Store. The clean and meticulously maintained steps leading into the store daunted the average passerby, imparting an air of exclusivity, especially with the prominently displayed sign in crimson lettering, which bore a rather scornful message. This establishment caters to foreign guests. Unauthorized personnel, please refrain from entering. At that moment, a farmer approached, seemingly intent on resting on the steps, but instead, he boldly pushed open the door and entered. In that instant, Pei Jichang felt a momentary jolt of confusion, a surge of emotions that was difficult to articulate, as if he had crossed an era, transitioning from a time of scarcity to the modernity of contemporary life, all in a most jarring manner. Before his eyes lay a spacious and bright interior, with shelves displaying an orderly array of goods, ranging from everyday necessities to high-end luxury items. Everything one could desire was available here. A few foreigners were seen meticulously selecting their purchases at the counter, while a sales attendant spoke in somewhat halting English, her demeanor reflecting a desire to please, fearful that she might fall short in her service. What are you doing here? Haven't you seen the sign at the entrance? A sudden sharp voice shattered Pei Jichang's reverie as a woman approached him, her sharp features hinting at a cantankerous disposition. Such a notion of facial character truly seemed to hold some merit. Oh dear, why speak to someone like that? Perhaps they are illiterate, after all. It is not done intentionally. Just then, another attendant stepped forward to mediate, her demeanor gentle, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if she had recently been weeping. My fellow countrymen, we only serve foreign guests here. We must create a pleasant shopping experience for them, the young woman kindly implored, yet still insisted on ushering Pei Jichang away. What? Is my money not good enough? Pei Jichang's expression darkened, feeling the sting of discrimination on his own turf. The attendant merely smiled softly, unperturbed, while the sharp-featured woman seemed ready to protest, but was pushed aside. Never mind, I'll show him around. As you wish. The sharp-featured attendant retreated, leaving Pei Jichang alone with the gentle woman. I have no choice regarding the regulations. Just let me know what you wish to acquire, and I can assist you after my shift. The attendant spoke in a hushed tone. Is it truly permissible to do so? Pei Jichang inquired, finding a favorable impression of the woman before him. We are not conducting formal business in the store, so it is acceptable. My name is Miao Zhuzhu. Once you have decided on your selections, simply call for me. With that, the attendant departed. Miao and Zhu, what a straightforward name for this era. Pei Jichang mused softly as he wandered through the store. He understood the significance of the friendship store. Only items displayed within its confines could be deemed genuinely high-end. The watches at the counter, regardless of brand, were classified as fine goods simply by virtue of their presence in this establishment. However, the channels for procurement were open, and at that time, there were no dealers in the traditional sense. This lack of market regulation had led to the emergence of opportunists and speculative practices. Pei Jichang paused, his gaze fixated on a row of red wines before him, to discern the essence through appearance. This particular bottle of red wine, by virtue of its placement in the friendship store, had ascended to the status of a premium product. Let us consider the matter from an alternative perspective. Could it be that by employing certain strategies to position new products within the friendship store, they might be marketed as high-end commodities? This rationale underpins Pei Jichang's decision to designate the friendship store as his primary observation point. In the realm of alcoholic beverages, the positioning of wine is even deemed superior to that of Maotai, despite the former's production costs being significantly lower than the latter's. The premier brands of wine prominently displayed are foreign brands introduced by Jinlin City, soon to be localized, yet as long as the product's name remains unchanged, it will be perceived as an exquisite foreign import, regardless of its origin. The benefits of this brand recognition could very well last for a decade or even several decades. Pei Jichang, crouching down, meticulously examined the various types of wine, drawing upon his previous experience of maintaining a private wine cellar and selecting wines for certain leaders. He possessed an extensive understanding of the preferences of officials from different locales regarding the styles of wine they favored. Suddenly, an incident unfolded as a man abruptly ended a relationship, revealing that his previous affections were merely superficial. What was his name again? At the counter, two attendants began to whisper among themselves. Pei Jichang harbored a profound disdain for the trivial gossip of women, even feeling repulsed, and he instinctively shut out their chatter. I treated him better, even purchasing a watch for over 300 yuan. Yet he only took me to a state-run restaurant once and has the audacity to claim I was taking advantage of him. He even hit me at the cinema. Miao Zhuzhu could no longer contain her tears. Such a man deserves nothing but the worst fate. Pei Jichang suddenly rose, his expression one of indignation, leaning against the counter with a pronounced stance. He then spoke fervently. After spending your money, he turns the tables on you. This is the classic case of the villain accusing the victim. He clearly has no intention of returning your watch and resorted to violence in the cinema. Why? Obviously. He has found a new partner and fears you might interfere with his pursuits. Zhu, consider this. With your remarkable qualities in a position at the friendship store, how could you have experienced such a precipitous breakup? The only plausible explanation is that he has found someone of even greater merit. Pei Jichang's analysis was astute, capturing the attention of the two women. That makes sense, exclaimed the sharp-featured attendant. Miao Zhuzhu lamented. How could he be so heartless towards me? She instinctively touched her abdomen. A small gesture that did not escape Pei Jichang's keen observation. Keep your voice down. We are still at work, the sharp-featured attendant quickly reminded. Miao Zhuzhu clenched her teeth, striving to suppress her voice. Pei Jichang sighed deeply, his indignation rising. Crying serves no purpose. It will only lead to further frustration. You gave that man a watch, perhaps intending it as a dowry, yet he has taken it as a substitute for a bride's price. This is utterly unacceptable. How can you endure such treatment? He deserves nothing but disdain. Miao Zhuzhu gritted her teeth, her emotions spiraling out of control. Why are you still here? The sharp-featured attendant expressed her displeasure, noting that a superior was approaching. Hurry and leave. Wait, Miao Zhuzhu said, wiping her tears. Thank you for your words. They have truly awakened me. Do you have something you need? I can help you take it out. Next time I make a purchase, I'll be nearby. Later, I shall provide you with a thorough analysis. Well then, I must take my leave, Pei Jichang said in a lowered voice, waving his hand as he hurriedly exited the store. That person is quite familiar. The sharp-featured individual grumbled indignantly. Do not speak that way. He means well. Miao Zhuzhu quickly defended the farmer, holding him in favorable regard. Before midnight, Pei Jichang arrived at Jinlin University, once again standing at the base of the girls' dormitory. As for Himai, she was quite astute, having foreseen potential complications and preemptively briefed Dong Hongwei, Sui Qingqing, and others on her cousin's background. At this moment, her husband was about to meet his male counterpart. In Chapter 73, the intrigue deepens. Himai declared to Sui Qingqing and Qin Zhaodi that she would treat them, casting an exceedingly annoyed glance at Zhaodi when their eyes met. I cannot go. My uncle has arrived, and I must find him, Qin Zhaodi said, waving her hand in refusal, for she indeed had pressing matters to attend to. Very well then, Sui Qingqing pouted, reluctantly tugging at Qin Zhaodi's arm. Zhaodi, it seems we will have to join forces another time, Himai remarked, her face a canvas of regret. Qin Zhaodi remained silent as the group made their way down the dormitory steps. Dong Hongwei was en route as well, delayed by his class. Meanwhile, at the base of the dormitory, Pei Jichang exclaimed loudly, Zhou Bakong responded in surprise, raising his voice. Oh, Pei Jichang stepped forward. Zhou Bakong retreated a couple of steps. Sigh. The two men clasped each other's hands firmly. The joy of encountering a friend in a foreign place was ineffable and exhilarating. Brother, what brings you to the provincial capital? Pei Jichang inquired with a smile. My wife's niece is studying here, and I am on an official business trip, so I thought I would drop by to see her, but I must return today. How about you? Zhou Bakong patted Pei Jichang on the back repeatedly, their camaraderie evident. What a coincidence. My sister is also attending university here, Pei Jichang replied cheerfully, meticulous in ensuring that the affairs of the He family remained confidential. Ha ha ha. Oh, my niece has just arrived. Zhou Bakong laughed. My sister is here too. The two laughed and waved, then in unison called out. Zhaodi, my. Qin Zhaodi ran over with a beaming smile, standing beside Zhou Bakong. While Himai's face momentarily displayed a look of distaste, which quickly transformed into a smile as she approached at a measured pace. This is the transitional cotton coat I purchased for you, Zhou Bakong said, handing a bag to Qin Zhaodi. Her eyes instantly welled with tears. Brother, she called out. At that moment, Himai's voice, casual and natural, interjected, Sister, allow me to introduce my esteemed elder brother. Pei Jichang, however, adopted a more conventional demeanor, grasping Zhou Bakong's arm and declaring, This is a leader from the paper mill who has been of great assistance to our family. Thank you, elder brother. Himai said with a smile, feeling a sense of relief at Pei Jichang's demeanor. No need for formalities. This is my niece, Zhou Bakong replied with a smile. What a coincidence. We are all roommates. But doesn't this relationship seem a bit tangled? Sui Qingqing teased, finding the situation rather amusing. Himai and Qin Zhaodi exchanged a fleeting glance, both slightly awkward, yet upon observing Pei Jichang and Zhou Bakong, who were playfully draped over one another like brothers, the atmosphere lightened. We must treat my elder brother to a fine meal at the state-run restaurant, Pei Jichang insisted earnestly. Understood. Himai shot Pei Jichang a sharp glare. Jichang, it's unnecessary. The state-run restaurant is rather expensive, and besides, it is I who should be treating you, for you have been of great assistance to me. Zhou Bakong hastily waved his hand in refusal. Brother, don't be so formal. Pei Jichang raised an eyebrow, his tone decidedly grand. This meal is on me. Let us dine together. Indeed, Sui Qingqing quickly chimed in. Pei Jichang cast a glance at the petite girl, finding her rather amusing with her perfectly round bun and delicate features. My Z, a voice called from a distance, as a man in a white shirt approached. His lips curving into a slight smile, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead under the blazing sun, exuding a refreshing charm. Such a gentleman, with not only an appealing exterior but also commendable professional prowess and a distinguished family background. It was no wonder he might entertain thoughts of leaving her husband. Hongwei, is it? Pei Jichang stepped forward to greet Dong Hongwei with a handshake. Yes, that's me. Cousin, what brings you to the provincial city? We are family. So please don't hesitate to speak up, Dong Hongwei replied warmly, casting a sidelong glance at Himai, his demeanor clearly aimed at impressing her. Oh, there are a few matters. We can discuss them in detail at the dining table, Pei Jichang remarked as he draped his arm around Dong Hongwei's shoulder, guiding him closer to Himai. No wonder my Z has been incessantly mentioning you. You two make quite the pair, Pei Jichang praised. Upon hearing such recognition from his family, Dong Hongwei felt an immense sweetness blossom in his heart, dispelling any lingering clouds of doubt. His bright smile revealed his pearly whites as he could not resist gently embracing Himai. Goodness, Sui Qingqing teased from the side. Yet beneath the blazing sun, Himai lowered her head, her expression darkening. Such an intimate gesture only heightened her anxiety. For once Pei Jichang revealed the truth of their marriage. Both she and Dong Hongwei would face ruin. A match made in heaven. Zhou Bakong chimed in. While passing classmates could not help but glance at Himai and Dong Hongwei, Himai lifted her gaze to meet Pei Jichang's earnest smile, which filled her with trepidation. It was in that moment she comprehended Pei Jichang's intentions in visiting the school and associating with Dong Hongwei. Should their illicit relationship be confirmed, it would serve as undeniable evidence. This cunning fellow, when did he become so resourceful? Himai cursed inwardly, feeling a chill run down her spine. She was frightened. Ching-ching. A booming voice echoed from a distance, drawing the attention of the crowd. They turned to see a man arriving on a three-wheeled motorcycle. Pei Jichang appeared relaxed, but Himai's expression shifted instantly. It was he D, who had evidently styled his hair that morning specifically to see Sui Qingqing. Brother, Himai called out loudly, concerned that he D might inadvertently reveal their secret. Hastening to intercept the vehicle and whispering urgently in his ear. Greetings, the two siblings appeared to be engaged in whispered conversation. Pei Jichang elongated his tone, seemingly admonishing them. Yet his expression remained entirely nonchalant, leaving those around utterly oblivious. Soon after, the pair settled in, and he D alighted from the vehicle, walking over alongside Himai. Pei Jichang stepped forward, draping an arm around he D's shoulders and lamented, We should have shared a meal at noon. You departed hastily this morning, leaving us no time for conversation. Not necessary, he D replied, her countenance stern. What? Are you dining alone? Pei Jichang raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Himai's roommate, harboring suspicions. If the he D mentioned by that person was indeed her, could one of her companions be the object of infidelity? Only those with the status of university students and a more affluent background would warrant betrayal from the he family, their temperaments alarmingly similar. I wish to dine with everyone. Sui Qingqing promptly declared. She and He had forged a friendship, yet had not crossed that threshold, sensing He's intent. She remained unprepared and therefore apprehensive about dining alone. Very well, then let us all eat together, He acquiesced, recognizing it as an opportunity to keep an eye on Pei Jichang. Then let us proceed. Pei Jichang strode ahead, a smile illuminating his face. The situation in the provincial city becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 74. The relationship among the three deepens. The state-run restaurant along Yuhai Road stands as the most popular dining establishment in Jinlin City during mealtimes. Throngs of patrons gather outside, often necessitating a wait of over half an hour for a large table. Furthermore, their signature dish, braised fish, requires a reservation made a day in advance to savor its flavors. Pei Jichang, He and their companions made their way together, opting to walk the nearly 2-mile distance rather than endure the hassle of a vehicle. However, the atmosphere along the route felt subtly askew. Dong Hongwei walked alongside Himai, his demeanor notably more assertive, his gestures flirtatiously testing the waters as he brushed against her hand, eliciting broad smiles from Sui Qingqing, who cheered them on from the side. Qin Zhaodi trailed quietly beside her uncle, while He's expression remained grave, seemingly lost in thought. Only Zhou Bakong appeared perplexed. He had his arm slung around Pei Jichang's shoulders, laughing heartily, his spirits high. Jichang, our relationship has grown quite close. Who would have thought that Zhaodi is not only classmates with your cousin, but also her roommate? Yet, judging by appearances, you seem younger than my Zhaodi? Zhou Bakong finally furrowed his brow. I am 23, Pei Jichang replied with a smile, glancing at Qin Zhaodi, who, though simply dressed, possessed a captivating sparkle in her eyes, exuding an aura of innocence. I am also 23, Qin Zhaodi responded. I was born in August, Pei Jichang continued. I was born in November, Qin Zhaodi quickly added. Look at you, Pei Jichang. Now you have to call me uncle. Zhou Bakong grinned, playfully punching Pei Jichang, though it barely registered. Having been toughened by his experiences with Ji Hong, who possessed remarkable strength. By the way, this comrade is He, correct? Zhou Bakong produced a cigarette, offering one to He. Here, have a smoke. He maintained her stern demeanor, shaking her head in refusal without even raising her hand. A flicker of resentment crossed Pei Jichang's face as he silently vowed to settle the score with He. His throat was unwell that day. Pei Jichang accepted the cigarette. Zhou Bakong smiled, not giving it much thought. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the state-run restaurant, where a long queue awaited at the entrance. He had some influence, as the leadership had reserved a large table for him. Pei Jichang frowned slightly, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before entering the restaurant, which was teeming with people. It was no exaggeration to say that there was hardly space to stand. Serve the people, strive for hard work. Such slogans hung prominently on the walls, a distinctive hallmark of the era. The service staff merely stood at the counters, assisting with passing dishes, while guests were expected to fetch their own tea. Pei Jichang gradually began to acclimate to this era. He dared not take risks, for a misstep could lead to severe repercussions for engaging in speculative ventures. Soon, everyone gathered around the large table. Himai deliberately avoided Pei Jichang, but Dong Hongwei pursued closely behind, while He sat right next to Sui Qingqing, leaving Pei Jichang seated beside Qin Zhaodi and Dong Hongwei. The cheapest mapo tofu in the restaurant cost 39 cents, while the premium braised fish was 2 yuan and 80 cents, making a single meal a significant expense for an average worker's half-month salary. He ordered an extravagant spread of 4 cold dishes, for hot dishes, for fried dishes, and 4 substantial courses, resembling a wedding banquet in its opulence, leaving Zhou Baokong momentarily speechless. Of course, He's intentions were twofold: to impress Sui Qingqing and to silence Pei Jichang, preventing any indiscreet remarks. Jichang, your relative is quite impressive, Zhou Baokong whispered in Pei Jichang's ear. Brother, ordinarily, I wouldn't indulge like this, but since I encountered you, I specifically requested that you be well taken care of. Pei Jichang's voice rose with sincerity as he looked at Zhou Baokong. He naturally refrained from adding anything further, yet some began to feel moved. Jichang, you are just too genuine, Zhou Baokong remarked, patting Pei Jichang's knee, feeling somewhat guilty. As he had profited excessively from the corn business, he truly felt unworthy of such a lavish meal. Soon, the group went to fetch their dishes, conversing while dining. The atmosphere appeared harmonious, yet that so-called cousin spoke excessively. You are Sui Qingqing, right? Achieving university admission at just 18 is quite remarkable. It seems your family has provided significant support. By the way, Hongwei, what does your family do? Pei Jichang turned to Dong Hongwei. My father resigned last year to start his own company, aligning with national policies. My mother holds a managerial position in a state-owned enterprise, Dong Hongwei replied formally, treating this cousin as one of his own. Impressive. Qingqing, what does your family do? Pei Jichang inquired again, looking at the petite figure. They work ordinary jobs. Sui Qingqing responded with a smile that radiated warmth, seemingly devoid of any worries. She then asked, Cousin, what do you do? I am just an ordinary farmer. Living a hard life. I wish to explore some small business opportunities. After all, we are all family, and I hope you can lend a hand. Pei Jichang spoke earnestly. Not joking, his brow slightly furrowed. Cousin, as long as you ask, I will certainly oblige. Dong Hongwei patted his chest in assurance, casting an excited glance at Himai. Cousin, I too shall exert my utmost effort. Sui Qingqing quickly echoed his sentiments. You must remember this, cousin. I will be residing in the provincial capital for a while. Let us gather often. Pei Jichang raised his teacup, substituting it for wine. Following suit, Dong Hongwei and Sui Qingqing lifted their cups as well, forming a bond among the three. At that moment, it was not only Himai who felt a headache, but he also experienced a profound sense of dread. Pei Jichang was utterly shameless, attempting to exploit the He family's connections for his own benefit. With a table laden with dishes, the He siblings could no longer stomach a single bite, while Pei Jichang indulged with greasy fervor. The torment inflicted was not solely through boisterous antics. Such tactics would utterly deplete the He family's energy. When others were not paying attention, he shot a fierce glare at Pei Jichang, his expression filled with venom. They were all young adults of similar age, and after a meal, a certain camaraderie had developed, mainly due to Pei Jichang's loquacious nature, especially towards Dong Hongwei and Sui Qingqing, as if conducting a household census. Cousin, it's time for us to return to class, Himai said, her impatience evident as she yearned to depart. All right, I shall go check out the cinema. I haven't yet seen the fashionable films of the provincial capital. Pei Jichang smiled and waved them off, but his gaze lingered on Sui Qingqing. What was the background of this girl? She exhibited no signs of timidity, always expressing herself with poise. Was it youthful fearlessness, or a demeanor cultivated since childhood? Pei Jichang found himself perplexed. In terms of appearance, Sui Qingqing was quite pleasing to the eye, belonging to the petite and delicate category. With both parents employed and being a university student, her fundamental standing surpassed that of the waitstaff at Friendship Restaurant significantly, making He's betrayal rather understandable. What are you staring at my niece for? Zhou Boken interjected, displeased. Huh. Pei Jichang abruptly turned his head. Zhou Boken's expression was solemn. Brother, I was admiring Qingqing. Zhou Boken sighed deeply, then gazed ahead. Hey. Zhou Boken suddenly turned sharply. Huh. Pei Jichang dismissed it nonchalantly. She is a university student, of noble status, and I've noticed that your relative, he seems interested in the young lady. Zhou Boken draped his arm over Pei Jichang's shoulder, and they walked towards the bus stop. It's fine, they aren't married yet. So I still have my chances, Pei Jichang replied casually. Indeed, Qingqing is quite easy on the eyes. Zhou Boken nodded in agreement. Moments later, the two stood beneath the bus stop sign, falling silent for a brief period. Hey, Zhou Boken gazed incredulously at Pei Jichang. Huh. Pei Jichang looked bewildered. What you just said was rather inappropriate. You two brothers should discuss it properly, lest you become the source of ridicule, Zhou Boken advised earnestly. At that moment, the bus arrived. Chapter 75. Overtaking on a curve after bidding farewell to Zhou Boken, Pei Jichang returned to campus, riding his mother-in-law's bicycle, continuing his journey through the city. First, I visited the business bureau to understand the relevant policies. However, as a non-resident of the city, Pei Jichang nearly faced expulsion. Fortunately, he discovered that individual businesses and township enterprises were receiving substantial support. This assured him of the policy's direction. By a twist of fate, Pei Jichang ingratiated himself with the head of the County Industry and Commerce Bureau. With Peng Zhongming's capabilities, he could resolve matters with a mere word, provided the person was willing. The advantages of Pingtu village lie in the superior moisture of the soil compared to the outskirts of the provincial capital. The wine industry has specific requirements for raw materials, particularly as the technology to produce inferior products was still inadequate at that time. In simple terms, the intersection of technology and labor-intensive practices was yet to develop, resulting in exceptionally pure wines from this era, with strict procurement standards for grapes, requiring sugar content to exceed 18%. This is partly why wines from this vintage are not only delightful, but also costly, favored by certain leaders. Pei Jichang's skills depended significantly on the preferences of these leaders. However, achieving an 18% sugar content in grapes necessitates scientific cultivation. Did the neighboring farmers truly comprehend this? Pei Jichang was confident that even if these farmers had prior knowledge of potential wealth from their grape harvests, they would still struggle to grasp the nuances, having only begun their education in these matters a few years prior. Lacking scientific knowledge, they remained at a disadvantage. Furthermore, when an industry experiences internal competition, it inevitably leads to the demise of inferior products. The essence of market liberalization is to eliminate outdated state-owned enterprises. Contemplating these issues, Pei Jichang proceeded to the wine office building, a key project introduced to the city. As he approached, he was met with resistance from the security guard, who shouted, "Halt! What business do you have here? What do you think I'm here for?" Pei Jichang retorted, baring his teeth. "I am a farmer, inquiring about next year's grape harvest. This is a benefit negotiated for farmers by the city. Why are you blocking my way?" Having witnessed the security guard's unfriendly demeanor, Pei Jichang understood that flattery would be futile. People often respond better when confronted directly. "What's with your attitude, young man? I'm concerned you might disturb the foreign workers. Just follow this path. There's a notice board over there. If you can read, go check it out yourself, but do not enter the building." The elderly guard's agitation was palpable as he brandished his stick from the steps. Seeing this display, Pei Jichang felt reassured. It was evident that other farmers were equally uninformed. With policies in place, poor execution by those on the ground led to confusion. Thus, Pei Jichang made his way to the notice board, where the content merely stated that local grapes would be prioritized for procurement, without any specific quality requirements. This highlighted a significant cognitive gap. From the French perspective, the sugar content of grapes is a fundamental criterion that needs no further emphasis. However, the farmers lacked understanding. The ability to cultivate grapes on an acre of land was deemed a skill, without recognizing the intricacies involved. The information gleaned from the provincial capital was enough to invigorate Pei Jichang, representing both fortune and momentum. Simultaneously, it was time for Secretary Su to abandon his pretenses and remember his roots. Let Pingtu village take the lead in independent land management, with each household cultivating grapes. This presents an opportunity to invigorate the entire village's prosperity, consequently revitalizing the fertilizer business and primarily advocating for scientific farming practices. However, this is merely one aspect. Relying solely on a cultivation model for profit is fraught with lengthy cycles. For an extended period, Pei Jichang may find himself languishing in inefficiency. If we aim to support township enterprises, the prevailing model necessitates collaboration with local state-owned enterprises, stemming from insufficient capabilities in light industry. In Xingping County, the only entity capable of market competition is the paper mill. Supporting township enterprises, the paper mill can assist in product manufacturing, which currently represents the primary cooperative model. Nonetheless, the paper mill's product range is limited, primarily consisting of writing paper, packaging paper, and stationery. This traditional model boasts high output, but faces a significant challenge: intense competition. In the provincial capital alone, there are 4 paper mills, not including those in neighboring counties and cities. During a casual conversation with Zhou Bakong while traveling, Pei Jichang briefly discussed his official trip, primarily aimed at exchanging technology to enhance paper quality. This direction is fundamentally misguided. The paper mill's rationale hinges on literacy initiatives, with universal education leading to heightened demand for paper. Yet, this is not a necessity, and production is likely to exceed demand significantly. In the city, many households have already adopted toilet paper, albeit of rough quality and at a relatively high cost. However, in the county and prefectural cities, people still predominantly use straw paper, with newspapers being the most common, and toilet paper remains virtually unheard of. As the market liberalizes and economic prosperity increases, living standards will elevate, making toilet paper a staple of daily life, its market potential vastly surpassing that of conventional paper. To survive, one must innovate and adapt. Pei Jichang is gradually acclimating to this new era and is devising his business blueprint, teeming with potential. It seems that upon returning to the county, he must engage Zhou Bakong in further discussions, as Dong Hongwei possesses considerable capability. Suddenly, Pei Jichang feels an overwhelming reluctance to dissolve his marriage. In his previous life, he encountered a man whose partner held a high position but faced issues of personal conduct. This man, seeking to maintain his wealth, provided cover for his partner's indiscretions. Pei Jichang found such a life stifling. However, presently, it is primarily a means of retaliation against the He family. Yet, if love is absent between spouses, such arrangements can become quite appealing. Subsequently, Pei Jichang surveyed the nearby farmers, discovering little difference from those in Pingtu village, where cultivation still prioritized yield over other considerations, which brought him some relief. After traversing the fields, he rode his bicycle to the city, purchased a hammer from a hardware store, concealed it in his sleeve, and proceeded to the cinema. As dusk approached, the roads grew dim. As he departed from his residence, Pei Jichang deliberately shouted a phrase intended for him to hear. unafraid that the He family might resort to such tactics. The greater the turmoil, the more they feared. In Pingtu village, how did those bandits meet their demise? Pei Jichang parked his car and meandered at the entrance of the cinema. As he lowered his head to light a cigarette, indeed, it was a gift from Zhou Bakong after a hearty meal, he felt a twinge of guilt. Suddenly, a group of individuals approached him. "Young man, let's have a word," one man said, wrapping an unfriendly arm around Pei Jichang's shoulders as the rest of the group closed in. Turning his head, Pei Jichang noticed He Huang standing nearby, the young lad grinning with a sense of bravado. Chapter 76. A fierce battle. Isn't he a little too brazen? He Huang shouted, his excitement causing him to tremble slightly. Pei Jichang, panting and with a dazed expression, appeared quite intimidated and attempted to break free, only to be restrained by several young men who seized him, gripping his neck firmly. "Why are you shaking? Let's talk over there," the leader said, yanking Pei Jichang's hair and forcing his head back to expose his throat. "This guy has been quite arrogant at my place," He Huang added, clearly reveling in the situation, even delivering a kick to Pei Jichang's thigh. However, the young man lacked the strength to inflict real pain. It merely looked intimidating, and Pei Jichang felt no discomfort. "I haven't done anything. What do you want? Can't we speak civilly?" Pei Jichang protested weakly. This band of ruffians was undoubtedly summoned by someone from the area, but why was He Huang involved? The young man, filled with youthful vigor, could not tolerate being bullied and felt the need to assert himself to demonstrate his prowess. "You haven't done anything, huh?" He Huang sneered, landing a punch on Pei Jichang, who finally stopped trembling, surprised by Pei Jichang's timidity. It was a stark contrast to his sister, whose playful punches could leave a bruise. Pei Jichang thought bitterly. "Hold off for now, let Black Panther take him away. We don't want any trouble with the neighborhood patrol," someone shouted. "You, young man, come here." The man called Black Panther tightened his grip on Pei Jichang's hair, forcing him to keep his head tilted upward. Alongside He Huang, 5 others brandished hoes. And Pei Jichang understood that once they reached a secluded spot, the real beating would commence. These thugs displayed a reckless abandon in their violence, and judging by their demeanor, they intended to leave Pei Jichang severely injured or incapacitated, ensuring he would not dare to provoke the He family again. Behind the cinema lay a desolate area seldom frequented by anyone, accessible only by a narrow path. The further they walked, the more Pei Jichang struggled, fear evident in his demeanor. Black Panther yanked his hair even harder, while the others raised their hoes. "Still feeling bold? Coming to my house begging for scraps? You worthless scum. Let's see if I can't beat you to a pulp," He Huang taunted as they progressed. The path grew darker as they advanced, and Pei Jichang discreetly slipped a hammer from his sleeve, unnoticed in the encroaching gloom. Suddenly, shadows shifted, and he pivoted abruptly, disregarding the pain in his scalp. With a powerful swing, he brought the hammer crashing down onto Black Panther's right shoulder. "Ah!" A pain scream erupted, as if the very soul of the leopard were being tormented. He fell to his knees, the excruciating agony rendering him incapable of resistance, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Nearby, several individuals brandished their hoes, while Pei Jichang raised one hand to shield his head, wielding a hammer with the other, striking at shoulders and limbs. In the dark, narrow alley, shadows flickered momentarily. A blow from a hoe struck Pei Jichang's arm, prompting him to retaliate with a fierce hammer strike to the scapula. The thug collapsed to the ground, and in the next instant, he began to vomit. In a heartbeat, another thug landed a hoe on Pei Jichang's forehead, blood streaming down his cheek, the metallic scent of blood filling his nostrils as his head began to droop. Reacting instantly, Pei Jichang bent down, delivering a hammer blow to the thug's knee, the resounding crack echoing like the shattering of bone. "Ah, my leg," the thug wailed, thrashing on the ground. Unrelenting, Pei Jichang raised the hammer once more and charged at the remaining thugs, fully aware that once he fell to the ground, he would be mercilessly beaten, possibly to death in that dark alley. "Oh my!" A timid voice cried out from the thug closest to Pei Jichang, who dropped his hoe and fled, his voice trembling in fear. The last thug lingered for a few moments, then also turned to flee, Pei Jichang's hammer swing missing its mark. In mere moments, 2 thugs lay on the ground, while Pei Jichang's head was drenched in blood. He Huang was utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom Pei Jichang's ferocity. A true fight for survival. "You little brat." Pei Jichang seized He Huang's arm, raising the hammer high, threatening, "I'll smash you for how you treated your brother-in-law." "Please, brother-in-law, no?" He Huang whimpered, clutching Pei Jichang's waist in fear, tears streaming down his face. "I was wrong. I won't do it again. I'll take you to the hospital. Let us bandage your head." The earnestness in his pleas was palpable. Pei Jichang did not bring the hammer down. though he held it aloft, slightly loosening his grip on He Huang's neck, commanding in a deep voice, "Kneel before me." Without hesitation, He Huang knelt. "I was wrong. Brother-in-law, I was wrong." In the next moment, a roar erupted from Pei Jichang's throat as he swung the hammer with a resounding crash against the wall. He Huang crumpled to the ground, terrified, sobbing uncontrollably, having lost control of his bladder. "Come, get up. I'll take you to the hospital," Pei Jichang urged. Removing his shirt to tightly wrap around his forehead, pressing down on the wound, fearing excessive blood loss. "All right." He Huang scrambled to his feet, and Pei Jichang grasped the nape of his neck as they hurried through the dark alley. Pei Jichang glanced back, faintly seeing shadows still moving. Those three thugs would likely survive, but they would be left crippled. Soon after, He Huang rode a bicycle with Pei Jichang on the rear seat, racing towards the hospital. "Perhaps I should simply strike you down," Pei Jichang bellowed from the back seat. "No, please," He Huang cried out, his fear compelling him to pedal even faster. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctor urgently tended to Pei Jichang's injuries, and he left a parting warning for He Huang. "Brother-in-law, summon your family. Should even one of them be absent, I shall shatter your skull." "Understood, brother-in-law." He Huang nodded vigorously, the grisly scene from the alleyway haunting him deeply. After Pei Jichang underwent stitches and bandaging, He Huang, having notified his family, dutifully waited outside the emergency room for his brother-in-law's return. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the He family. The young man had panicked, his tone excessively frantic. Particularly, He Mai was so petrified after the phone call that she could barely stand, thankfully supported by Sui Qingqing. That night, a sudden gust of wind swept through. Chapter 77. To save the ladies as he exited his workplace, he encountered a familiar face, the very hooligan who had fled moments earlier, visibly shaken and trembling. "The leopard and his crew have been taken down. They lie in the hospital now. That farmer from your family is utterly ruthless, acting as if he has nothing to lose. And now, they can't pay the medical bills," the man exclaimed. Upon hearing this, he felt as though his head might explode. The leopard's gang was notorious in the city for their brutality, and yet Pei Jichang had single-handedly defeated them? Just how formidable was that ruffian? "I don't have much money on me either. I'll send more later," he said, pulling out a handful of cash and thrusting it into the man's hand before hastily departing on his three-wheeled motorcycle. He Minzhong and Jiang Yufeng hurried along, not daring to take a moment's rest, both utterly exhausted. As for He Mai, Sui Qingqing called for a taxi, and Qin Zhaodi, believing they were going to assist, followed along. If it were a simple dinner at the He household, that girl would certainly not join. At that moment, Pei Jichang had finished his bandaging and was seated on a wooden bench in the corridor, his face smeared with blood, presenting a particularly menacing sight. He tightly grasped He Huang's arm, who trembled incessantly. "Brother-in-law, would you like some hot water? I can fetch it for you," He Huang fawned. Pei Jichang gritted his teeth and delivered a heavy punch to He Huang's chest. "You little brat, weren't you just leaping about?" Pei Jichang growled, unable to contain his anger, and slapped He Huang across the face. The sound echoed crisply in the empty corridor. He Huang winced in pain, retracting his neck as he timidly gazed at Pei Jichang, momentarily stunned before pleading softly, "Brother-in-law, please, don't hit me anymore." Pei Jichang, amused by his cowardice, chuckled. In the past few days spent with the He family, he had noticed their lack of resolve. "Your brother has some capabilities, knows quite a few people in society. Ah, if only we could unite as a family. We would surely be a force to be reckoned with in Jinlin City, and divorce would be the least of our concerns," Pei Jichang jested, lightly pinching the back of He Huang's neck without applying much pressure. He had anticipated this outcome. He knew the He family would resort to certain tactics, otherwise, they would not be so compliant. "Brother-in-law, I truly believe you and my sister are quite compatible. I shall persuade her," He Huang continued his flattery. "Ha ha ha." Pei Jichang laughed heartily. Not long after, He Minzhong and Jiang Yufeng arrived, followed closely by He Di. The group stood nervously before Pei Jichang. "Dad, how much money did you say you had last time?" Pei Jichang's expression suddenly turned fierce. Well, He Minzhong was taken aback, stammering and hesitating to speak, finally appearing concerned as he asked, "Is your head all right? Have you had it bandaged?" "He Di, come here." Pei Jichang ignored He Minzhong and pointed at He Di. After a moment's pause and slight hesitation, He Di approached. "I am a year older than you, but according to custom, I should call you brother." Pei Jichang's voice rose sharply. "Is this how you treat your younger brother?" With that, Pei Jichang slapped He Di across the face, causing blood to spray from his nose, the sharp sound echoing in the corridor. "Son." Jiang Yufeng quickly embraced He Di, pressing a handkerchief against his nose, while He Di stared blankly at Pei Jichang, too frightened to retaliate. "What kind of nature is this? Hiring someone to kill?" That person called Black Panther will end up a useless wreck, and the ones you recruited are worthless as well. Let's put the divorce aside for now. How much compensation do you owe for my injury? Pei Jichang said in a low voice. For a moment, the corridor was eerily silent, broken only by He Minzhong's increasingly heavy breaths. Pei Jichang's expression darkened further, prompting He Minzhong to hastily say, Jichang, is there some misunderstanding here? Come with me. We are going to the police station right now. Pei Jichang seized He Wang by the neck, lifting him as effortlessly as one would a chick, the fleeting camaraderie between brother-in-law and brother-in-law vanishing in an instant. Jichang, what are you doing? Let go of He Wang. He Minzhong shouted urgently. Do you think I am joking with you? Do you have any idea what your two sons have done? I nearly died in a gutter, and you dare question me? Tonight, your family will be destroyed. Pei Jichang brandished a bloody hammer, the stains vividly shocking. Dad, what? He Wang cried out, rushing to grasp He Minzhong's arm. I don't want to go in. Please, you must compensate. He D, feeling anxious, was aware of Pei Jichang's ruthlessness and quickly added, Dad, talk to him about the compensation. Jichang, sit down first. How much do you want? He Minzhong's heart trembled. 1,200. Not a penny less. Pei Jichang bellowed, his emotions still running high. Fine, fine. He D hurriedly replied, eager to agree. In truth, when Pei Jichang first called out Black Panther's name, He D had already felt a wave of dread. There were other matters between them, and he did not dare report it to the police. He Minzhong paused, and seeing his eldest son speak, he could only nod slowly, saying, Jichang, I will get the money for you when I return. Let us not make a fuss anymore. My heart truly cannot take it. With this promise, the atmosphere finally eased. Pei Jichang then pulled his brother-in-law to sit on the bench. Shortly after, He Mai rushed in, her face pale with fright. The reason Pei Jichang insisted on having the entire He family present was to relentlessly wear them down, draining their energy. He hurriedly nodded at He Mai, implying that the matter had been resolved and that she need not worry, which allowed the woman to stand calmly to the side. Cousin, what has happened to you? A sudden exclamation shattered the tense atmosphere as Sui Qingqing knelt beside Pei Jichang's knee, gazing at the bloodstains on his face. A few ruffians were bullying a female colleague, so I went to assist and ended up getting injured. It's nothing serious, just that I was too anxious, Pei Jichang replied with a carefree smile. You've lost so much blood. How many stitches did you get? We should take you to wash off the blood, Sui Qingqing said anxiously. Qin Zhaodi also appeared flustered, swallowing hard repeatedly. Oh dear, why do I suddenly feel dizzy? Pei Jichang closed his eyes and collapsed into Sui Qingqing's embrace. Caught off guard, she instinctively opened her arms, and they both fell to the ground, entangled closely together. Given He D's interest in this young woman, Pei Jichang felt compelled to intervene, primarily to prevent such a kind-hearted girl from marrying into the He family, which would surely lead to her ruin. He D's eyes widened in shock as he hurriedly grasped one of Pei Jichang's arms, while He Mai took hold of the other. Consequently, they lifted Pei Jichang, who feigned unconsciousness, feeling guilty about being so close to the female colleague. However, Sui Qingqing was unperturbed. Being shorter, she stood on her tiptoes, supporting Pei Jichang's head with both hands to avoid any jarring of his wounds. Chapter 78. The Betrothal Gift in the Staff Quarters of the Education Bureau. The He family stood dumbfounded before the cabinet, their words scarce, expressions grave, and sighs escaping them intermittently, their eyes reflecting boundless fatigue. Having returned home from the hospital, it was already the latter half of the night. Pei Jichang sat at the table, rhythmically tapping it, the crisp sound repeating in a manner that irked He Minzhong immensely. He Minzhong turned to open the cabinet and fumbled out a small handbag, trembling as he placed it before Pei Jichang. Don't fuss over $100. Consider it 1,000. But this money must go towards the divorce compensation, and I will gather another 2,000 for you to divorce He Mai. He Minzhong pressed down on the handbag firmly, his face contorted in displeasure. Dad, there's no point in this nonsense. If I don't see 3,000, there won't be a divorce, Pei Jichang retorted, forcefully pulling out the handbag and eagerly unlocking it, the familiar scent wafting towards him. Inside were 10 neat stacks of fresh currency, precisely 1,000, a substantial sum indeed. Being family, and considering He Wang's few calls of brother-in-law, he wished to avoid making a scene. Otherwise, would a mere 1,000 suffice? Pei Jichang, appearing rather shameless, resecured the handbag's clasp, cradling it in his arms before rising to sleep on the sofa. With a heavy sigh, He Minzhong nearly gasped for breath in anger, glaring at He Wang, but ultimately refrained from scolding him and retreated to his room. Let us all go to bed. Jiang Yufeng patted her sons, reluctant to chastise them further. After a flurry of footsteps, the lights in the living room dimmed, and Pei Jichang curled up on the sofa, tightly clutching the handbag. The reason for demanding 1,000 is that he Minzhong had mentioned it previously, proving his capability. Since it can be procured, Pei Jichang is certain to extract every last bit, for this is money earned at the cost of one's life. Naturally, if his family cannot produce the amount outright, the situation will inevitably escalate to extremes. Should Pei Jichang attempt to pacify them then, the effectiveness would be diminished significantly. He must not allow the He family to abandon all restraint. Instead, it is necessary to extract small concessions gradually, so that the pain remains bearable. This scenario unfolds on Pei Jichang's second night in the He household. In Pingtu County, Zhou Bakong returned to his apartment, only to find it in disarray. As though it had been ravaged, Qin Lan sat in a chair, lost in thought, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes, momentarily swallowing the words she had intended to voice. Has your brother come again? Zhou Bakong hastily set down what he was holding and began to clear the shards of glass from the floor. That man came like a madman, shouting and smashing things. And he even complained about me providing funds for Zhao Di's education. Qin Lan spoke softly. He said if it weren't for me, Zhao Di would have been married off long ago, and he could have even demanded a bride price from the suitor. What a barbarian! Zhou Bakong gritted his teeth in anger, lifting a few porcelain bowls in a fit of rage, only to carefully place them back down again. Zhao Di's current spirits are quite good. She has gained quite a bit of weight and has a healthy glow. Her classmates treat her well. A smile crept onto Zhou Bakong's lips as he added, Do you know whom I encountered in the provincial city? Pei Jichang, the young man who buys our corn. It turns out his cousin is Zhao Di's classmate and roommate. Is that so? Qin Lan's mood brightened somewhat, and she engaged in conversation with Zhou Bakong for quite some time, discussing the reforms at the paper mill. The old employees cannot retire, and new hires must be accommodated, which places considerable pressure on the factory. The paper mills in the provincial city are equally burdened. They are unable to assist us with sales, which is quite challenging. A trace of concern crossed Zhou Bakong's face. In Pingtu village, at the old Pei household, even at such a late hour, the kerosene lamp in the back room flickered. The renowned matchmaker was passionately delivering her speech. The Pei family's land yields 2 crops of corn annually. Just the other day, they sold a batch of premium grain, earning several hundred. If your daughter weren't a university student, we wouldn't even consider her. What bride price do you require? Pei Jichang inquired. Indeed, how much is expected? We are reputable families, Bai Xinxiao chimed in with a smile. With their son having divorced in the provincial city, it was now time to arrange for a new marriage. Otherwise, at 23, he would find himself single as the new year approached. Hearing that the eldest daughter of the Qin family is a university student, they believed their son would no longer be heartbroken over Himai. Let us seek someone better. This was the elderly couple's plan. As for whether the university student would agree, they assumed that since Qin Go had broached the subject, she must be aware of the circumstances. 100. Not a penny less. Qin Go raised a finger. Is that how much you want? Bai Xinxiao's brow furrowed. If you cannot provide that, then so be it. There are plenty of suitors for my daughter. Qin Go immediately stood up. All right, I will offer you 100 for the betrothal gift. But you must grant me some time to gather this money. Pei Jichang gritted his teeth and resolved to procure the funds, determined to secure a commendable bride for his son. However, your family must provide a deposit first. My daughter is already 23 and eager to marry. We cannot afford to waste time with your family, lest she be delayed. Qin Go imposed further demands. Very well, I shall give you 20. Pei Jichang made the decision. A young female university student, whose family felt it was time for her to wed, hastily sought a suitor offering a substantial betrothal gift, without thoroughly inquiring into the details, and rushed to finalize the arrangement. It was folly, and more so, devoid of love. Subsequently, Qin Go departed with the 20. Pei Jichang could not linger a moment longer, and hurried to the village secretary's home, requesting him to write a letter to Pei Jichang. Old Pei, is there some joyous occasion? You seem quite cheerful, Su Songsheng remarked, not minding the trouble caused to old Pei, as he and Jichang shared a close bond. He rekindled the oil lamp and retrieved new stationery. Haha, secretary, just write and inquire whether Jichang has received the funds from the He family. Ask him to mail back about 100, old Pei chuckled. However, he dared not disclose the betrothal matter just yet, should Qin Go have second thoughts. The news could spread, leading to ridicule. The village secretary completed the letter. The postal service for outsiders had a designated receiving station, which was rather considerate. At Jilin University, in the female dormitory, Qin Zhao Di awoke unexpectedly, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Hearing the girl below her express restless groans, she tiptoed out of bed, taking an oil lamp and a book, and quietly exited the dormitory. She was concerned that her restlessness might disturb others. Zhao Di was overly considerate of those around her, neglecting her own needs. If anyone asked for her assistance, she would certainly oblige. However, she would no longer join for meals or movies. Before long, in a dimly lit corner of the hallway, Qin Zhao Di sat crouched, continuing to read. She aspired to work harder to repay her aunt and uncle's kindness. Chapter 79. A relationship growing closer at dawn. He Minzhong hurried to his workplace to attend a crucial meeting, too preoccupied to deal with the troubles at home. Due to the inadequacies in various systems, the administrative unit lacked clear delineation, and the work of the Education Bureau was relatively complex. Currently, two significant challenges loomed. The expansion of college admissions, with Jinlin City tasked with establishing more institutions, and the enhancement of educational efforts in grassroots regions, particularly in counties and townships, to elevate the educational capabilities of underdeveloped areas. He Minzhong sat upright, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged man at the forefront. His conviction regarding his connection with Sui Qing growing stronger. The resemblance was uncanny, and they shared the same surname, Sui Hai, the mayor of Jinlin City. Comrade Minzhong. Sui Hai addressed him. Leader, please proceed. He Minzhong promptly rose from his seat. During your tenure, have you been able to adapt to the current work intensity? Have you encountered any insurmountable issues? Sui Hai inquired solemnly. The capacity to adapt to work is present, yet the prevailing issue lies within the construction of the teaching team. Certain individuals lack the requisite abilities, yet due to intricate relationships, they remain in their positions. He Minzhong, with an air of integrity and righteousness, asserted that these detrimental elements must be eradicated to prevent compromising the educational opportunities of the children. One incident remains vividly etched in my memory, a teacher from the township, Lu Ermei, who was selected from the village. Ideally, she should possess exceptional teaching capabilities, yet during my inspection, I discovered she was utterly unqualified to teach, leading to her immediate dismissal. My intention is to convey that in matters of education, one must show no leniency. Those lacking competence should be promptly removed. He Minzhong's voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the expansive conference room. Subsequently, Sui Hai rose, the mayor, leading the applause, which lingered for an extended period before subsiding. The awareness exhibited by Comrade Minzhong is commendable. Such fervor is essential to fundamentally elevate education. The path ahead is indeed arduous, as Sui Hai offered high praise. At present, the deputy director's authority is expanding under the influence of circumstances, gradually leading him to moral decline. Poor Lu Ermei sought recourse at the county level but was met with indifference, receiving nothing but a dismissive remark that sealed her fate. After the meeting, Mayor Sui unexpectedly retained He Minzhong, engaging in discussions for an additional half-hour before concluding their business. Following this, He Minzhong, buoyant and triumphant, returned to his office. However, upon opening the door, his smile abruptly faltered. What are you doing here at my office? He Minzhong swiftly approached Pei Jichang, lifting him from his chair. Today's gathering included nearly all city leaders, underscoring the high regard for the work of the Education Bureau, with He Minzhong as the central figure. Yet, right at this critical juncture, Pei Jichang had arrived. Father, how esteemed is your position? Just mentioning your name has begun to garner me flattery, Pei Jichang boasted with pride. Do not call me father. Leave this place at once and do not return. He Minzhong's face turned ashen as he forcefully struck the table. Oh, do not worry. When they inquired about our relationship, I simply said I am your dear nephew and you are my esteemed uncle, Pei Jichang replied with a cheeky grin. Leave now, He Minzhong urged, pushing Pei Jichang out of the office with haste. Hey deputy director, your nephew is quite impressive. Where does he work? Perhaps I could introduce him to someone. A smiling woman approached, eager to establish a connection with the He family. Thank you, auntie. I am a sole proprietor in our city and already married, so no introductions are necessary, Pei Jichang responded with a broad smile, his words causing a tremor in He Minzhong's heart. He Minzhong remained silent, waved farewell to the woman, and hastily led Pei Jichang down the stairs. Pei Jichang, I warn you, do not come back. He Minzhong clenched his fists, genuinely angered. All right, I understand, Pei Jichang replied with a smile and a wave, departing on his mother-in-law's bicycle. After all, one's legs belong to oneself. Who can impose control? As time passes and familiarity grows, it becomes easier to enlist the help of friends like he. Pei Jichang purchased some sunflower seeds, candies, and other snacks, and then visited the friendship store, requesting Miao Hezhu to procure a bottle of wine for him. No need for all that, just take it back. Come by around 7 this evening. I will have it ready for you. The leaders are present right now. It's not very convenient. Miao Hezhu did not take Pei Jichang's items, noting his attire did not suggest wealth, and couldn't he help but comment, wine is just like that, if you're not accustomed to it. It's not worth the expense. I'm helping someone else buy it, dear sister. You truly are beautiful and kind-hearted. Here, take these seeds. I'll come find you later this evening. Pei Jichang forcefully placed the small bag into Miao Haju's hands and waved goodbye. The reason for his expenditure was twofold. First, he wished to savor the wine's flavor and discern its sweetness, which he believed he could manage. Secondly, he aimed to cultivate a closer relationship with Miao Haju, curious whether the he she mentioned was indeed that individual. Moreover, establishing a friendship at the friendship store held significant importance, especially since there were only a few such establishments in the city, and Miao Haju worked at the largest one. Their meeting felt almost predestined. Take care on the road. Miao Haju smiled and waved, finding the farmer somewhat endearing and rather simple-minded. Pei Jichang then rode his bicycle towards Jinlin University. Last night at the hospital, he had leaned on Sui Qingqing, and as an upstanding gentleman, he felt it was only right to express gratitude rather than take advantage of a lady's kindness. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Sui Qingqing grasped Qin Zhaoti's arm, shaking it gently as she pleaded, "Oh, please help me sweep the floor. I returned too late last night and had an early class. I'm utterly exhausted." All right, Qin Zhaoti replied with a smile, taking the broom and bending down to start her task. Despite her own fatigue from a sleepless night, she couldn't refuse Sui Qingqing's considerate nature. My sister is so good to me." Sui Qingqing lay on her bed, playfully mimicking Qin Zhaoti's tone. "I'll treat you to lunch." The other roommates chuckled silently, unable to hide their amusement at Sui Qingqing's childishness. Aside from Zhaoti, no one could tolerate Sui Qingqing's antics, and except for Himai, no one knew her background. After adjusting her appearance in the mirror, Himai hastily left the dormitory to meet Dong Hongwei, as the sunlight streamed into the room, heralding another warm day. Chapter 80. A rush of visitors after Sui Qingqing and Qin Zhaoti descended the stairs. They were surprised to see Pei Jichang waving at them. "Cousin, has Mai gone out? Did you not see her?" Sui Qingqing approached lazily, having just risen from her slumber. "I'm not looking for Mai. I'm inviting you both to dinner." Pei Jichang smiled. "Us?" Sui Qingqing pointed to herself. "What's the matter? Are you seeking our assistance? You must have misunderstood yesterday. It's Dong Hongwei's family that holds power." At that moment, while at the state-run restaurant, her cousin had been quite persuasive in his request for help, leading Sui Qingqing to ponder this direction. "Behold your cautious demeanor. I am profoundly grateful for your visit to the hospital. In the provincial capital, I find myself devoid of friends, and at that moment, I felt especially moved." Pei Jichang slightly lowered his head, his lips pressed in a subtle frown, his expression both sincere and pitiable. Of course, being appreciated by one's superiors, such micro-expressions are of utmost significance. "I was merely jesting earlier. If any challenges arise, I shall certainly exert my utmost effort. Now let us dine together." Sui Qingqing promptly altered her tone, concerned that her cousin might overthink. "I feel the same." Qin Zhaoti quickly added, "Let it be known, this meal is on me." Pei Jichang nodded with a beaming smile. Subsequently, the three of them made their way to the cafeteria, affording Pei Jichang the opportunity to admire the finest university in Jinlin City. The path, paved with red bricks, though worn and dilapidated, exuded a sense of antiquity. It seemed that no path was entirely intact, and the facilities were exceedingly rudimentary. The main building, while somewhat grand, also bore the marks of age. The revitalization of all things was vividly embodied in that moment. However, the vibrant spirit of the students, brimming with hope for the future and life, was truly infectious. A group of individuals stood beneath a tree, reciting English loudly, while in another corner, others appeared to be engaged in an animated discussion on a topic, each person's emotions running high. Pei Jichang's overall impression was that the people of this era, though merely in their 20s, exuded a greater maturity. Yet, he cast a glance at Sui Qingqing, who was muttering, "Why haven't I seen the aunt selling ice cream? Is she slacking off and not making money anymore?" How to articulate this? In Sui Qingqing, Pei Jichang sensed a familiarity, a certain innocent foolishness characteristic of college students. "It's getting chilly," Qin Zhaoti remarked, brushing her hair from her forehead, her expression tinged with fatigue. The three of them arrived at the cafeteria, which was bustling with students. In the vicinity of the windows, a large bathtub was placed, with steamed rice directly served therein, monitored by staff who ladled it out. Only one type of stew was available, piled high in several large pots. The long dining tables were tightly arranged, and due to limited seating, no stools were provided. Students ate while standing. Pei Jichang had never encountered such a scene before, but he quickly adapted, leveraging his imposing stature to serve the two young women, drawing the displeasure of others. However, after letting go of his decorum for a while, he felt no remorse. The three of them huddled in a corner, standing to eat. "Zhaoti, is your home in the town?" Pei Jichang casually inquired. It's in the village, close to the town, Qin Zhaodi replied promptly, her demeanor reflecting a sense of trepidation even in ordinary exchanges. Perhaps in this era, names like Zhaodi and Didi are quite commonplace. To others, there might seem to be nothing unusual, yet for Pei Jichang, he understood the weight of the term ordinary and could empathize with Xiaoqin's psyche. Feeling superfluous, destined to contribute to others, such a lamentable mindset. It was unfathomable to imagine the extent of effort Qin Zhaodi had to expend to gain admission to university, balancing both labor in the fields and her studies. Wow, you are the first university student from your township. That's remarkable, Pei Jichang exclaimed with a smile. No wonder your aunt often speaks so highly of you. You are indeed her pride. Though we may not be close by blood, we must support each other in the future. I shall diligently study, and once I graduate and secure a job, I intend to repay my aunt and uncle handsomely. Qin Zhaodi finally revealed a smile. The sunlight graced her face, reminiscent of sprouting bean shoots breaking free from the darkness to embrace new life. Yet, is it truly that simple? Can the constraints of one's origin simply be cast aside with a university acceptance letter? Qin Go has summoned relatives to discuss Zhaodi's marriage, fearing that his daughter might drift away to the provincial capital and escape his control, thus hastily seeking to marry her off to collect a bride price. Otherwise, what would become of his son if he remained a bachelor? As long as the Lao Pei family could provide that 100 yuan, Zhaodi would be compelled to wed. During subsequent conversations, Pei Jichang learned that Sui Qingqing and Zhaodi were majoring in finance and accounting. Currently, aside from the 4 modernization projects, this field is highly sought after. With the market opening up, large enterprises are eager to recruit talent in this area. After dinner, Pei Jichang bid farewell to Sui Qingqing and Qin Zhaodi, understanding that relationships should develop gradually, a principle he was keen to adhere to. Pei Jichang then returned to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, but as a farmer. The information available to him was exceedingly limited. He was unable to gain any understanding of current policies. However, after giving a pack of cigarettes to the doorman, he became acquainted with Lao Deng, allowing him to read the newspapers for free. Yet, the main content revolved around state-owned enterprise reforms or personal accolades. Individual business operators faced no restrictions based on identity, but the slogan of staying close to home while avoiding urban environments still imposed limitations on farmers. To achieve any development, one needed an urban household registration. Pei Jichang pondered various issues, purposefully wandering through the city, gradually absorbing his surroundings. As dusk approached, he arrived at the friendship store, waiting for Miao Hezhu to finish her shift. Not long after, she hurriedly emerged. Aren't you off yet? Pei Jichang inquired with a smile. Seeing you waiting outside, I felt anxious and came out early. It's fine. The leaders have left, Miao Hezhu responded, her smile exuding warmth and friendliness as she gently patted her slightly rounded belly, concealing a bottle of wine beneath her clothing. Thank you. Thank you. Pei Jichang quickly offered money, then pushed his bicycle forward. The wine had been purchased by Miao Hezhu, effectively making it a purchase by an employee. Once they were a distance away from the friendship store, Miao Hezhu handed the wine to Pei Jichang, and they walked side by side in silent awkwardness for a few steps. By the way, where do you live? Miao Hezhu broke the silence. Are you in a hurry to get back? Let me treat you to dinner, Pei Jichang suggested, slowing his pace with a gentle expression. Miao Hezhu hesitated, then quickly shook her head. In this era, dining alone together between a man and a woman was far too intimate, implying a romantic relationship. I have no ulterior motives. I simply see kindness in you and wish to help. Pei Jichang's demeanor turned serious. Help me? Miao Hezhu looked up in confusion, staring intently at his earnest face. The injury on my head was inflicted by someone from your vicinity. I wonder if we are speaking of the same individual. He now seeks to harm my sister. Pei Jichang growled in frustration. Miao Hezhu's eyes widened in astonishment as she urgently inquired, what does this he truly look like? She described him as a man who often rode a motorcycle with a sidecar, reaching up to her nose, adorned with a foreign watch. Pei Jichang began to meticulously delineate He-Di's appearance and attire, yet refrained from divulging any personal information about himself or his family. As Miao Hezhu absorbed his words, her excitement reached a fever pitch. She grasped Pei Jichang's arm tightly and exclaimed, That's him. The He-Di you mentioned, the one who has bullied me. Pei Jichang let out a long sigh, his gaze fixed on Miao Hezhu's reddened eyes. The entanglement with the He family, a threat of fate or perhaps a curse, ran too deep. At that moment, peculiar thoughts surged in Pei Jichang's mind as bizarre events began to unfold. Chapter 81. The Foolish One. How does one guide an injured woman in need of assistance? First, one must foster a sense of dependence, making her feel that the other party is trustworthy. In a state-run restaurant, Pei Jichang and Miao Haju occupied a small table by the window, ordering only 2 simple dishes to accompany their noodles, the prices being quite reasonable. Yet, Pei Jichang had managed to amass a modest sum of money. If he dares to bully my sister, I will not hesitate to take his life. After a confrontation that left bloodshed, he backed down and compensated me handsomely. With such scoundrels, the more lenient you are, the more they will take advantage of you. I am aware that he colludes with ruffians, engaging in many heinous acts. Hardly resembling someone who holds a regular job. The entire family is fundamentally flawed. Can you expect He to repent? It is impossible. He will only see you as a burden. Should you confront him, he may not show mercy and could strike fiercely. Pei Jichang's words carried profound meaning, his gaze resting on Miao Haju's abdomen, which he instinctively covered. You must heed my advice. He cannot be allowed to remain unpunished. If you require evidence, I will accompany you to terminate the pregnancy, but this suffering must not be endured in vain. He must compensate you. Pei Jichang lowered his voice. Miao Haju could no longer contain her emotions. Tears, large as beans, streamed down her cheeks. She feared to confide in her family about the child's predicament, knowing she would face severe repercussions, and the scorn of neighbors would drown her in their disdain. Each day, every moment, pushed Miao Haju closer to the precipice. Engulfed in despair. Brother, please help me, she pleaded, grasping Pei Jichang's arm. We are all unfortunate souls. Pei Jichang sighed deeply, gently patting the back of Miao Haju's hand. He understood that this woman had lowered her guard against him. Their conversation grew increasingly intimate, and Pei Jichang could distinctly sense Miao Haju's burgeoning reliance on him. Unintentionally, he posed the most significant question. By the way, Haju, what does your family do? My parents both work at the Foreign Trade Bureau. Miao Haju replied in a soft tone, causing Pei Jichang's heart to flutter. The Bureau oversees the management and supervision of the friendship store's operations, as well as the import and export of goods. Initially, one starts in a regular position, and once the time is right, they can ascend to bureau-level work. Such is the way of succession in this era. Even the deceased captain of the inspection team, Peng Hao, had a clear path laid out for his offspring. Come, let's eat. Pei Jichang hastily served vegetables to Miao Haju, inwardly smiling bitterly, realizing he had to rely on his father-in-law's connections, as his circle of friends seemed to be of a similar caliber. Glancing back at Pingtu village, Ban Xiaoqing's kind could barely be considered competent. Miao Haju's family circumstances were quite decent, yet she was abandoned by He. What exactly was Sui Qingqing's background? Nevertheless, her delicate features grew increasingly pleasing to his eyes. After finishing the meal, Pei Jichang first escorted Miao Haju home before returning to the He residence, where it was already past 9 o'clock. He Minzhong had just arrived home. Ever since Mayor Sui completed his guidance work, he had begun to work overtime. Dad, there's no need to be cautious around me. You should eat what you like. Can you survive on pickled vegetables and porridge every day? Let us prepare a couple of dishes, and I'll join you for a drink. Pei Jichang, feeling at home, took 2 cups from the cupboard, opened a bottle of wine, and sat beside He Minzhong. Did you go to see Sui Qingqing today? He asked, his face darkening. Brother, why are you so agitated? It's merely a matter of making a friend, Pei Jichang replied, glancing at He. Care for a drink? Where did you buy this wine? He's voice suddenly rose. From the friendship store. What's the matter? Pei Jichang asked, puzzled. It's nothing. Just that this wine isn't cheap. You're quite willing to spend money. In the future, don't go running to the university, lest you give yourself away. At that point, don't expect to receive a single penny, He retorted fiercely. Then what do you suggest I do with my spare time? Dad hasn't he mentioned anything about arranging a job for me? Pei Jichang chose not to respond to He and instead poured more wine. Dad, I know you enjoy a good drink. Let me raise a glass with you, Pei Jichang began, but before he could finish his sentence, He Minzhong stood up and returned to his room, leaving Pei Jichang alone in the living room. Lifting his glass, Pei Jichang was moved to exclaim, alone. I drink to forget, intoxicated as I yearn for a beloved pair. Apologies, I accidentally broke into song. Indeed, the wine was sweet, indicating the vineyard must exercise strict control over the sugar content of the grapes. Another day had passed. Early the next morning, after completing his morning routine, Pei Jichang rode his bicycle to the post office, feeling it was time to write a letter home. At that moment, the post office was the busiest establishment, with hardly any vacant positions. Outside the hall, Pei Jichang observed people bustling in and out, hurriedly attending to their affairs. Upon entering, he was greeted by rows of wooden mailboxes, neatly embedded in the walls, each marked with different numbers and regions. Correspondence from migrant workers, lacking a designated recipient, was uniformly stored here. Pei Jichang, always meticulous in his tasks, thought, What if his parents or secretary Sue had sent a letter? He began searching for incoming mail from Xingping County. To his surprise, he indeed found a letter from Pingtu village, which filled him with delight. The content was simple. His parents requested 100 yuan. What had happened at home? Pei Jichang couldn't help but speculate, though he dismissed the idea of a marriage proposal. Based on the going rate in Pingtu village, a bride price of 50 yuan was quite reasonable, and that was considered a high price. He quickly penned a letter to his family, inquiring about the situation in detail, and briefly informed them that everything was well on his end. He enclosed 200 yuan in the envelope and requested a stamp from the staff. Ordinary postage stamps cost 8 cents, and envelopes 2 cents, but the annotation that Pei Jichang requested incurred an additional 5 cents. After completing this task, Pei Jichang continued his inspection in the city. 2 days later, old Pei received his son's money, 20 large bills, in his trembling hands, overwhelmed by the sight of such wealth. Consequently, old Pei and Bai Xinxiao hurried to Qin village, delivering the remaining 80 yuan into Qin Go's hands. Rest assured, my in-laws, I shall have my daughter return from the provincial capital promptly to arrange the marriage. As for her university education, that is for you to decide, Qin Go grinned, baring his teeth. It is lamentable yet infuriating that in the eyes of certain parents, their daughters' arduous efforts to gain admission to university are deemed worthless. Oh, my daughter has to complete her studies after all, but if we can get the marriage done first, it provides us with some security, Bai Xinxiao replied cheerfully. Once old Pei's family departed, Qin Go hastily made his way to the town to call the university. When someone arrived at the dormitory to inform them of a call for Qin Zhaodi, it took many by surprise, as she had not even visited the telephone room since her enrollment. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and return the call. Come on, I'll go with you. Sui Qingqing urged, gently pulling Qin Zhaodi out of the dormitory, worried that she might not know how to use the phone. Qin Zhaodi felt a wave of anxiety. She feared the call was from home. After Sui Qingqing helped her dial, she placed the receiver to Zhaodi's ear, and indeed, an irate voice echoed through. Yes, it was anger. Qin Go always spoke with that tone when addressing his daughters. You need to come back at once. What's the matter? The fare is expensive, and there are so many classes at school. Look at you, after you pass the exams, you've completely forgotten this family? I've given you away in marriage and collected the bride price, so hurry back. I want to go back, wah. Qin Zhaodi burst into tears. You want to return? Then I'll break your legs in the provincial capital. Qin Go roared in fury, forcefully hanging up the call. Chapter 82. Is there really such money? Days passed in a mundane manner. Pei Jichang refrained from causing disturbances at the He family and instead wandered about the education bureau. The young man would even return home just in time for meals, truly resembling a relative who had come from afar to seek refuge. When he encountered the staff in the courtyard, they would exchange greetings with one another. Presently, including the head of the bureau, everyone was aware of the matter concerning He Minzhong's nephew, and on one occasion, someone jokingly remarked, Old He, they say a nephew resembles his uncle. And that little Pei does bear a resemblance to you. He Minzhong, with his hands clasped behind his back, forced a wry smile. What could he say? Should he jump up and deny it, claiming that he was actually his son-in-law? All he could do was nod ambiguously. Pei Jichang understood that the He family intended to drag their feet, especially since they had already lost 1,000. Asking He Minzhong to fork out 3,000 would indeed present a challenge. After all, He Minzhong had not held his position long, and though he might manage to arrange teacher positions in the county, his foundation was too shallow. Previously, his identity was improper, and many intricacies remained beyond his comprehension, preventing him from being excessively forceful. In simpler terms, he had to leave some leeway for others. Since he could not provide money, they would have to proceed as if they could not, for Pei Jichang was not one to easily let the wicked family escape. During this period, Pei Jichang enjoyed a harmonious rapport with the young director. The public, however, remained oblivious to the nuances of their interaction, mistakenly assuming he merely wandered about the workplace, eager to acquire funds. After all, what perspective could the villagers possess? At present, Pei Jichang could still engage in casual conversation with the He family, exchanging pleasantries. Yet the performance had only just begun. The true nature of Pei Jichang would undoubtedly be profoundly felt by the He family in due course. One midday, Pei Jichang prepared several dishes at home, and fortuitously, He Minzhong was in good spirits, prompting a light-hearted exchange over their meal. Jichang, consider ending your marriage. We are bound by fate, and I accept you as my nephew. You've seen that you and my Z are not compatible. Isn't it difficult to endure seeing Dong Hongwei every day? He Minzhong spoke earnestly, patting Pei Jichang's shoulder, clearly concerned for the young man's well-being. After much contemplation and several cups of wine, Pei Jichang slowly raised his head and hesitantly inquired, "Father, how much can you give me now?" 2,000 more. Adding to the previous 1,000, that totals 3,000, quite a sum. The key is that your uncle truly cannot provide any more. You've been lingering at work for this very purpose, haven't you? He Minzhong replied, his excitement palpable as he sat up straight. While Jiang Yufeng emerged from the kitchen, Pei Jichang lowered his head slightly, visibly torn, silently contemplating whether his uncle could indeed produce 2,000. If you can do this, just wait. He Minzhong urged fervently, Jichang, if you agree, I will immediately give you the remaining 2,000, but you must tear up that marriage certificate now. Pei Jichang responded, such a significant matter requires me to consult my parents first, as I plan to leave in the next couple of days. You're still dragging this out. There's nothing to negotiate. You're an adult now, and this amount is substantial. He Minzhong exclaimed, gripping Pei Jichang's arm with wide, earnest eyes. Uncle, if you persist, I shall no longer call you father. Let us establish our roles first. You're anxious. Yet I must discuss this with my parents. Once they agree, I shall tear up the marriage certificate immediately. Pei Jichang's neck stretched defiantly, his resolve unwavering. He Minzhong and Jiang Yufeng exchanged glances, falling silent, both aware of the obstinate nature of farmers. Once a statement was made, it would be firmly upheld. Nonetheless, the couple felt a slight relief, as at least dialogue was possible. Subsequently, Pei Jichang poured himself a drink, and He Minzhong clinked glasses with him. After their meal, Pei Jichang hurried out, making his way to the friendship store to discuss matters with Miao Hezhu. At least 2,000 must be produced. Remember, He Minzhong is more apprehensive than you. Go directly to his workplace. If he dares to call out, I will assist in breaking his legs, Pei Jichang declared, his eyes blazing with anger. Wait, Jichang, when did I ever cause a stir at He Minzhong's workplace? Miao Hezhu asked, growing anxious. First thing tomorrow. I've learned that some leaders are visiting the Cultural Education Bureau. At such a time, He Minzhong will be even more fearful, Pei Jichang instructed solemnly. I understand. 2,000 is indeed a considerable amount. Can you truly provide that much? Miao Hezhu replied, nodding obediently, her gaze reflecting a hint of trepidation. Absolutely, Pei Jichang affirmed emphatically. In the afternoon, Pei Jichang made his way to Jinlin University with the intention of bidding farewell to Sui Qingqing and Qin Zhaodi. During this period, they had occasionally gathered, and their relationship had gradually grown more familiar. However, whenever Pei Jichang arrived at the school, Himai would invariably avoid him, as she truly wished to evade the sight of the farmer's face, which undoubtedly allowed Pei Jichang to feel more at ease. The fallen leaves carpeted the red-bricked paths of the campus, deepening the autumn ambience, as Pei Jichang strolled leisurely, relishing the gentle rustle of his footsteps. Suddenly, several figures darted swiftly past him, prompting him to steal a few glances, his brows furrowing in mild embarrassment. Their demeanor bore a striking resemblance to his own, their attire unmistakably indicating their rural origins. If I catch her, I shall break her legs, Qin Dog seethed, clenching his fists with a look that suggested an insatiable desire for vengeance, mistakenly believing it to be a matter of profound enmity, when in truth, it was his daughter he was referring to. Pei Jichang overheard him but chose not to dwell on it, lacking any inclination to empathize. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Qin Zhaodi stared blankly out of the window, her brow tightly knitted. Ever since she received that fateful phone call from home, every moment had been a torment. She felt timid and fearful, dreading her father's arrival. The thought of returning to marriage filled her with dread. Who was it to be? Would it be someone of unsound mind, simply due to the high bride price that her family had consented? Zhaodi took a pair of scissors and pressed it against her throat, desperately contemplating a release from her anguish. Yet what of her aunt? It had taken considerable effort to send her away, and she had 2 younger sisters at home. With a heavy heart, she quietly placed the scissors back on the table. Sui Qingqing approached and embraced Zhaodi tightly, suppressing her tears by burying her face against Zhaodi's back, her heart aching with pain. Sui Qingqing understood everything. She knew the extent of the harm that Call had inflicted upon Zhaodi, and she recognized the hardships that Zhaodi had endured to reach this point. Why should she be forced to return? Himai stood nearby, casting a disdainful glance, refraining from offering comfort. This woman was astute, having perceived the subtle hints. Such occurrences were far too frequent, and she even contemplated suggesting that Qin Zhaodi discontinue her studies. Consequently, Sui Qingqing would surely become more affectionate towards me, Himai thought, a slight smile curving her lips, as she found amusement in the situation. As for the other occupants of the dormitory, they remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Joy and sorrow do not intertwine. It is not merely a matter of being a passive observer. as long as one does not add insult to injury. It is an act of kindness. Chapter 83. Is everything changing for the better? Suddenly, a man's voice called from downstairs. Pei Jichang leaned out of the window and shouted, "What is the matter? Little Qin, come down. I have something to discuss with you." Pei Jichang called out again. "Wait a moment." Pei Jichang ducked back inside. "Imai, why does your cousin always seek out Jichang?" One of the other girls in the dormitory could not help but inquire. "I have no idea," replied Imai coldly. Feeling a wave of nausea. Could it be that Pei Jichang had an interest in Pei Jichang? What was his status? How could a farmer be worthy? Pei Jichang must undoubtedly become a daughter-in-law of the He family, Imai resolved fiercely. "Mai, are you going down too?" Pei Jichang asked. "No. I plan to go out with Hongwei for a while." Imai forced a stiff smile. "Zhaodi, let us go. You should also take some time to unwind." Pei Jichang gently urged Qin Zhaodi as they descended the stairs, fearing she might grasp the scissors again. Before long, they arrived at the bottom of the building, where they spotted Pei Jichang kicking pebbles. "Cousin, what brings you here?" Pei Jichang called out, raising her voice. "I will be returning to my hometown in a day or two, and will be staying for a while. I came to bid you farewell." Pei Jichang replied with a calm smile. "Very well, take care on your journey. When you return to the provincial city, allow me the pleasure of treating you to a meal." Pei Jichang responded politely. Pei Jichang nodded with a smile, but upon glancing at Qin Zhaodi, his expression turned serious. "Xiao Qin, is something troubling you? Have you been crying?" "No, not at all." Qin Zhaodi quickly waved her hand, as she dreaded being a burden to others. Pei Jichang elongated the sound, pausing before continuing. "Xiao Qin, I have a good relationship with your uncle and aunt. Our bond is quite special. If you ever need assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." "It's nothing. Thank you, brother." Qin Zhaodi forced a smile. "Xiao Qin seems a bit down. How about this, Xiao Sui? Let us go watch a movie. You have been in the provincial city for some time now, without seeing any fashionable films," Pei Jichang suggested. "Sure." Pei Jichang immediately agreed, relieved to find a way to lift Qin Zhaodi's spirits. "I really don't have the mood for it. I assure you, I am fine. There is no need to trouble yourselves," Qin Zhaodi expressed, looking distressed. "Oh, come on," Pei Jichang insisted, grasping Qin Zhaodi by the elbow. Pei Jichang quickly supported her on the other side, and the three of them stepped forward together. Pei Jichang chuckled, finding the situation amusing. Gradually, a smile crept onto Qin Zhaodi's face. Suddenly, a fierce shout echoed from behind them, prompting all three to instinctively turn around. They beheld three farmers charging towards Qin Zhaodi with menacing intent. "You ungrateful wretch. After all I've done to support you, I'll make you pay." A coarse voice boomed as Qin Go rushed forward, ready to strike Qin Zhaodi. "Get lost." Pei Jichang lunged forward, delivering a kick to Qin Go's abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground. "Ah!" Qin Go howled in pain, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Meanwhile, the other two farmers rushed at Pei Jichang, seizing his arms with considerable force, and they all tumbled to the ground. "Shorty, do something," Pei Jichang urged, feeling urgency rise within him. I. Pei Jichang kicked one of the farmer's legs, who glared at her fiercely, causing her to flee in fear. Pei Jichang felt a pang of anxiety as the grip of the two farmers tightened, realizing their strength was formidable. If Jihong were here, he could handle it easily. He would have to rely on his sister instead. "Dad!" Qin Zhaodi's cry sent shockwaves through the crowd, and she hurried to help Qin Go back to his feet. "What business do you have meddling in our family affairs?" One farmer growled, shaking off Pei Jichang, who was now at a standstill. Upon hearing it was a family matter, the other students, including female classmates, quickly withdrew, their initial fervor dissipating. "Family matters warrant scrutiny, depending on your intentions," Pei Jichang shouted loudly, stepping once again in front of Qin Zhaodi, addressing the man harshly. "Come on, speak your mind. What do you intend to do? Indeed, you must reason." Pei Jichang rushed forward, her eyes brimming with tears, heart aching as she grasped Qin Zhaodi's hand. "Who do you think you are?" Qin Go bellowed furiously. "What do you want?" Pei Jichang yelled again. Turning away from Pei Jichang, Qin Go directed his ire at Qin Zhaodi. "Are you coming back with me?" "No." Qin Zhaodi shook her head in panic. "Oh, so you refuse? You ungrateful wretch. After all I've done for you. Fine. If you don't return, your two younger sisters will never see the inside of a school. They'll remain trapped in this wretched existence." With that, Qin Go forcefully released Qin Zhaodi's arm and strode away. The two farmers hurled a few more insults at Qin Zhaodi before following him. "Xiao Qin, do not heed his words. Your aunt will find a way to handle things at home. You must be selfish if you truly go back. Not only will you betray your aunt's efforts, but you will also not change anyone's fate," Pei Jichang reassured her, pulling Qin Zhaodi along as they walked briskly away, seeking to shield her from further discussion. Well said. Zhaodi, remember these words. Sui Qingqing followed closely, giving a thumbs up, suddenly realizing her cousin was quite wise. I understand. Qin Zhaodi nodded obediently, but did she truly absorb the meaning? In truth, she had resigned herself to her fate, wishing to spare her dear friend further worry. Only family could truly grasp the threads of Zhaodi's destiny, and when Qin Go threatened her sister's lives, her heart had already turned to stone. Xiao Qin, do not be afraid. I will return in a day or two to discuss this matter with your aunt, Pei Jichang continued. Zhaodi, do not worry at school. They cannot take you away with so many classmates around. I will certainly stand in front of you, Sui Qingqing quickly added. Suddenly, Pei Jichang cast an unusual glance at Sui Qingqing. Brother, what is it? It's nothing, Pei Jichang replied with a faint shake of his head. Afterward, they resumed watching the movie. Pei Jichang bought soda, which was Qin Zhaodi's first taste. Sui Qingqing sat in the middle, and as the film began, the earlier drama faded from their minds amidst the waves of joy. I need to tell you something, Pei Jichang whispered suddenly in Sui Qingqing's ear. Brother, what is it? Sui Qingqing turned quickly. From now on, do not refer to her as Zhaodi. Why not? Can't you see what transpired today? Xiao Qin's father treats her poorly. That name is a burden, a brand upon her. It is not who she is. Pei Jichang's expression was notably serious, leaving Sui Qingqing momentarily stunned. Brother, I understand. She nodded earnestly, realizing in that moment that her cousin was a genuinely good person, kind-hearted, attentive, and deeply respectful. Interacting with him felt far more comfortable than with anyone else. To speak honestly, Sui Qingqing preferred to befriend Pei Jichang. Thus, the three of them continued to watch the movie intently, but this time, Qin Zhaodi spoke more than usual. This film is truly captivating. Qingqing, Jichang, thank you both. I am genuinely elated. University life is indeed wonderful. Look, everything is getting better. Those who suffer can ultimately break free from their shackles. Chapter 84. Events unfold one after another that morning. Pei Jichang left home early, and the He family paid him no mind, each consumed with their own affairs. Reluctantly accepting this disheartening reality, He Minzhong had deliberately changed into a pair of leather shoes, as Mayor Sui was to personally oversee the work today. He was to represent the team and had to be thoroughly prepared. As usual, He Minzhong arrived at the office early, brewed a cup of tea, and perused the morning newspaper. The pressing issues of market liberalization and reforms within state-owned enterprises dominated the discourse. Gradually, the footsteps in the corridor grew chaotic. However, He Minzhong remained as steadfast as a mountain, for he was a model worker. A newcomer in uniform appeared within the unit, yet no one inquired about them. Assuming they were merely a colleague from another department, here to transition responsibilities, as Miao Haju's attire was impeccably appropriate. Subsequently, Miao Haju ascended to the third floor and knocked on the deputy director's door. Excuse me? He Minzhong lowered his reading glasses and inquired, Young comrade, whom do you seek? Father, of course, I am your future daughter-in-law. Miao Haju beamed, but the word father sent a chill down He Minzhong's spine, so familiar, reminiscent of the tone of a troublesome citizen. What nonsense are you spouting? He Minzhong hissed, his face contorting in disbelief as he hurriedly closed the door with a heavy thud. Oh, am I truly so shameful? When He pursued me, he spoke of me to everyone. Miao Haju retorted with a mocking tone, her disdain for He Minzhong growing stronger. Are you the one from the friendship store? He Minzhong maintained a stern expression. Ah, it seems He has mentioned me to you. Miao Haju casually strolled to the sofa and sat down nonchalantly. What do you want? He Minzhong growled, following her closely, trying to keep his voice low to avoid drawing attention from the staff outside. What do I want? How amusing. You should first inquire about your precious son and what he has done to me. Here are the hospital's findings. I am carrying the heir of the He family. Father, this is your very first grandchild. Suddenly, Miao Haju burst into raucous laughter, appearing utterly deranged. A tactic taught to her by Pei Jichang. One must seem unhinged to instill fear in the He family. He Minzhong trembled as he picked up the paper from the coffee table, the medical advice clearly outlining how to preserve a pregnancy. Over a month along, the news struck him like a thunderclap. His mind reeled, and he nearly fell to the ground. This cannot be He's child. Do not speak such nonsense. He Minzhong vehemently denied, waving his hands in protest. I have only been with He. Are you trying to play tricks? Fine. Miao Haju stood abruptly, raising her voice. Let everyone see just how much of a beast your eldest truly is, abandoning his wife and child. Do not shout. He Minzhong rushed forward, covering Miao Haju's mouth, his heart racing and his legs beginning to weaken. On the very day that Mayor Sui was inspecting the work, this woman chose to cause a disturbance. An uncanny coincidence indeed. Such incidents, once they unfold, inevitably tarnish the reputation of He, especially given his prior association with the woman. How could he possibly marry Pei Jichang now? The importance of reputation outweighs that of Himai. What do you intend to do about this? He Minjong pressed. How to resolve it? If you drop 2,000 yuan, I will take care of the child, and we shall lead our separate lives from here on out. Otherwise, today He will have no choice but to acknowledge us. As she spoke, Miao Haju's voice erupted once more, shaking off He Minjong's grip and making a mad dash for the door, like a frenzied shrew. Wait, we can find a solution. He Minjong's voice cracked in fear as he tightly grasped Miao Haju's arm. After swallowing hard, he added, just hold on, I will call He. Without delay, He Minjong hastened to the office desk, reaching out to He's workplace. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, he finally received a return call from He. Dad, what is going on? I'm about to start a meeting. How can you even ask that? Did you have any relations with the woman from the friendship store? He Minjong questioned through gritted teeth. Dad, why are you asking this? He's brow furrowed tightly. I'm asking if anything happened. Yes, something did happen. Miao Haju came to see you. What a fool you are. She has now arrived at our doorstep, carrying your child. He Minjong exhaled heavily, nearly collapsing. What? I can't keep it. Dad, you need to resolve this quickly. I want to be with Qingqing. Miao Haju is not suitable. He shouted in a panic, his own anxiety rising. What a tangled mess. You can't even clean up after yourself. He Minjong cursed angrily before hanging up the phone with a heavy slam. In that case, He Minjong stepped closer to Miao Haju, stating, since the child is He's, my family will certainly take responsibility. But you cannot recklessly demand money from us. Then I want to take a single cent. Let your unit handle the matter fairly. Miao Haju's face flushed crimson as she attempted to rush outside once more. Wait. He Minjong pressed against his chest, feeling faint. 2,000 yuan, not a penny less. Miao Haju enunciated each word deliberately. Girl, you can't insist like this. Have some pity on me. At my age, where am I to find that much money? He Minjong lamented, beginning to play the emotional card. He Minjong's son abandoned his wife and child after getting me pregnant, and now he wants nothing to do with me. Miao Haju shouted without hesitation. He Minjong quickly covered her mouth, feeling a rush of defeat. Fine, I will gather the money. He Minjong finally conceded, exhaling a sigh of relief before urgently asking, but if I give you the money, what if you refuse to acknowledge it later? I have already prepared an agreement for you. When the time comes, you pay the money, I will sign and affix my thumbprint, and we shall have no further ties with the He family. Miao Haju produced a piece of stationery, clearly having come prepared. Then you must return home with me. It will only take a few minutes. He Minjong tentatively suggested, as once they left the workplace, he would no longer feel such trepidation, primarily fearing an encounter with Mayor Sui. No, right here. As soon as I see the money, I will leave immediately. Hurry and have your family send it over. Miao Haju declared vehemently, gripping the doorknob tightly, as if on the verge of an explosion. All right, wait a moment. I will call someone to bring the money. He Minjong replied, glancing at his watch, anxiety tightening his chest. Sui City could arrive at any moment, and if this woman were to lose control, what reputation would he have left? How could he ever hope to marry into her family? In a panic, He Minjong dialed Jiang Yufeng, urgently conveying the seriousness of the situation. Within 20 minutes, the money arrived. Jiang Yufeng, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes as she carried a black bag, lamented. If it weren't for my eldest son's predicament, I would never part with this money. With all the household funds depleted, she sobbed quietly, casting a resentful glare at Miao Haju. After Miao Haju counted the money, she signed the agreement and left He Minjong's office without a backward glance. This sum was a considerable gain for her, while for Pei Jichang, it not only allowed him to further manipulate the He family, but also to forge a friendship with someone from the friendship store. When He Minjong returned to give a speech at a meeting, he stumbled over his words, failing to articulate a coherent sentence. A stark contrast to his previous brilliant performance in front of Sui City. An hour later, at the entrance of the friendship store, an elegant staff member excitedly embraced a farmer. Jichang, thank you so much. I received the money, $2,000. I never imagined the He family was so wealthy. They handed it over without hesitation. Miao Haju beamed, her face alight with joy. Naturally, no one can withstand chaos at work, especially during a leadership inspection. He Minjong was too eager and wanted too much. Pei Jichang nodded, fully aware of the temperaments of each member of the He family. Here, take $200. If it weren't for you, I would have been bullied by He. Miao Haju generously produced 2 stacks of $10 bills. How can I accept this? We are such good friends, Pei Jichang replied playfully, yet he still accepted the money. Ha ha ha, Miao Haju laughed heartily, the clouds of distress that had burdened her heart finally dissipating. She had almost been driven to despair. Afterward, Pei Jichang and Miao Haju settled into a corner, munching on sunflower seeds while conversing. I will return early tomorrow and should stay in the county for a while. Once I'm in the provincial capital, we shall dine together, Pei Jichang said. I must head to the hospital. If you need anything, write to me, Miao Haju replied earnestly. I may need to trouble you often in the future. Pei Jichang and Miao Haju exchanged smiles, their eyes meeting warmly. At Jilin University, Sui Qingqing remained in her dormitory from dawn until dusk, neglecting her classes and gazing blankly out of the window, her once vibrant spirit now dulled. Before dawn, Qin Zhaodi left the room, and Sui Qingqing sleepily inquired, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going for a run," Qin Zhaodi replied, sounding particularly carefree. However, Sui Qingqing waited in vain for her return. Would she ever come back? Silent tears flowed down Sui Qingqing's delicate cheeks, falling onto the back of her hand with a crisp sound. In the dim light, her features were obscured, revealing that she had indeed been crying. "Qingqing, I just spoke with the instructor. Zhao Di has taken leave and gone home. You need not worry too much. She will be all right. I, too, find it hard to part with Zhao Di," Himai said, leaning against Sui Qingqing, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Oh, why is Xiao Qin so pitiful? She is so good. Why must she suffer like this?" Sui Qingqing sobbed, her words choked with emotion. "All right, no more tears. Everything will turn out fine. Trust that Zhao Di will be okay," Himai gently soothed, stroking Sui Qingqing's head. Yet, the corners of her lips curled upward, betraying a smile. Later that night, after Pei Jichang returned home, he could palpably sense the oppressive atmosphere. Jiang Yufeng sat vacantly on the sofa, occasionally groaning in distress. "What is wrong? What has happened?" Pei Jichang's voice rang out, resonant with concern. He shot Pei Jichang a glare, but said nothing, rising to grab the motorcycle keys from the cabinet, preparing to leave. "Don't go anywhere. Come back inside with me," He Minzhong said sternly, leading the way back into the room. He hesitated momentarily before following, slamming the door shut behind him. "Heh," Pei Jichang muttered, his face darkening as he anticipated their conversation. He settled beside Jiang Yufeng and gently inquired, "Mom, what troubles you? Perhaps sharing will lighten your heart." "Ugh, it's so annoying," Jiang Yufeng exclaimed, irritated, and retreated into the inner room. Seizing the opportunity, Pei Jichang sprawled comfortably on the sofa. "Stop the commotion," He Minzhong hissed, clenching his fists tightly, his entire body trembling with rage. "Do you not comprehend the current situation? I must secure my position as deputy director. We cannot afford any more mishaps. What more can you discuss with Miao Haju? The money has been given, and the agreement signed. Visiting now would be futile," he shouted, frustration evident in his voice. "Why must troubles come one after another? After finally securing teaching positions and earning some money, it's all gone now. Heed your father's words. Do not stir up more trouble. You must keep things stable. Focus on your relationship with Sui Qingqing. If you can manage to get Miao Haju pregnant, then ensure Qingqing does too. You must hasten to turn raw rice into cooked," Jiang Yufeng urged anxiously. "This is the most crucial matter." He Minzhong emphatically agreed. "Once our family is connected to Sui City, not only will my position solidify, but you will rise to great heights as well." He pointed excitedly at He. His emotions heightened. "Father, I understand. My relationship with Qingqing is quite good now. I will find an opportunity soon," He replied, pressing his lips together, his heart racing with urgency. He yearned to deepen his bond with Sui Qingqing and break through the barrier, yet he sensed that she was not yet prepared. Their relationship still confined to a profound friendship, making it challenging to take that pivotal step. Unlike other women, Sui Qingqing did not revolve around He. Afterward, the family continued their conversation indoors, while Pei Jichang lay on the sofa outside, his eyes wide open and bright. He was scheduled to return early the next morning to maintain his relationship with Peng Jingming, as his daughter-in-law always felt something was amiss. In the town, Qin Go grasped Qin Zhaodi's arm, expressing his resentment with fervent words. "Tomorrow, I will send you over, and thereafter you will live with them. You needn't return, for I shall no longer concern myself with your future. Father has inquired, and it is a reputable family, honest and capable of enduring hardship. Although they are divorced, that is of no consequence." He lamented the fact that, for a mere 100 yuan betrothal gift, he was essentially selling his daughter. "Father, does my aunt know? You must allow my younger siblings to continue their studies. They cannot drop out." Qin Zhaodi pleaded desperately. "If they return tomorrow to study, it will show you possess a modicum of conscience. If not, they will surely be forced into labor." With a hearty laugh, Qin Go departed to indulge in merriment with the villagers. Meanwhile, Qin Zhaodi sat alone on the Kong, having finally donned a new garment, a gift from her uncle, a splendid attire to greet her tragic fate. Gradually, darkness enveloped her. Chapter 85. The new bride enters the door before dawn, with a hint of coolness in the air. Pei Jichang instinctively wrapped his coat tighter around himself as he hastened through the streets and alleys, a deep contemplation etched across his brow. It dawned upon him that it was National Day. In such an era, Pei Jichang found himself losing a precise sense of time. Vibrant banners decorated the state-owned factory district, proclaiming slogans of unity, progress, and contribution. Yet, it was merely a day of rest. Undeniably, in the prevailing social environment, there existed a strong collective consciousness, urging individuals to sacrifice their personal interests. However, Pei Jichang could assert with clarity that Secretary Su had succumbed to corruption. That individual was on the verge of losing his roots. During his stay in the provincial capital, the information Pei Jichang could gather remained limited. He managed to seize a few opportunities to watch television, yet advertisements were still a rarity, only beginning to emerge post-1981. The content presented was uniformly optimistic about the current situation. The newspapers primarily lauded various leaders of state-owned enterprises for their significant reforms. Yet, to Pei Jichang, such measures were merely superficial, addressing symptoms rather than root causes. Most were in a state of slow decline. The original disarray of state enterprise management had led employees to disregard the constraints of the factory, treating work as a mere pastime. Even with reforms implemented, the situation had been superficially addressed. The crucial issue of market competitiveness remained unaltered. The pressing question of how state-owned enterprises could transform and support the development of private enterprises had emerged as a central conflict. It was certain that the primary productive forces were concentrated within state-owned enterprises. If one wished to engage in manufacturing, collaboration with state-owned enterprises was indispensable, a prevailing trend. For instance, in canning production, one must seek assistance from state-owned enterprises to establish production lines. An individual could not manage production independently, while private enterprises could only oversee market operations. Yet, once established, whose brand would it represent? Numerous issues persisted. However, Pei Jichang would not venture into such business, for in Xingping County, no state-owned enterprise capable of production existed. This was also a consequence of excessive pampering, leading to dependency. As Pei Jichang pondered these matters, he boarded the bus returning home. As dawn gently broke, the town appeared shrouded in a damp mist, remnants of last night's rain lingering in the air. A donkey cart, its rear compartment lined with a layer of oilcloth to prevent water seepage, bore a woman seated within. Her head was wrapped in a scarf, obscuring her features. Yet her youthful form suggested she was still in the bloom of her years. Chingo placed a bundle of quilts, a new basin, and a ceramic cup into the cart's back, considering it a modest dowry for the old Pei family. In these parts, a bride price of 100 yuan was quite substantial, and for a 23-year-old woman, failing to secure a marriage would invite unwelcome gossip. Once she arrived at her new home, diligence was paramount. Sulking or displaying displeasure was not an option, lest she face repercussions. For a considerable sum had been spent on her. After this, I will no longer concern myself with you. It is your responsibility to lead a good life. Chingo remarked before tossing a basin of water at the road's entrance and departing without a backward glance. Qin Zhaodi remained silent, her gaze cast downward. A habitual posture she adopted after her father's admonitions, shouldering burdens in silence. What would become of her two younger sisters? Yet, where was she to go? Unable to suppress her emotions, Qin Zhaodi lifted her eyes towards the village entrance, but everything appeared indistinct, ultimately fading from her sight. Unbeknownst to many, tears had welled in her eyes. She had been remarkably resilient, often studying under the flickering light of a kerosene lamp after toiling in the fields, feeling no fatigue. She traversed several kilometers daily to attend school, tirelessly persevering. Yet, in this moment, she felt vulnerable, akin to a fawn trapped in a cage, resigned to a grim fate. Perhaps she had never truly been strong, merely unable to bear the thought of her sister's suffering, her maturity stunted by the weight of hardship. Otherwise, why would she be foolish enough to return? Giddy up, called a middle-aged man as he cracked his whip, and the cart moved steadily forward. Soon, the path home vanished from Qin Zhaodi's view, and that home no longer felt like one. The journey was accompanied solely by the soft braying of the donkey. The road through Pingtu village was particularly treacherous, jostling them violently, compelling the man to grip the reins tightly, yet the cart swayed violently in response. Suddenly, Qin Zhaodi collided with a wooden beam, pain shooting through her, and despite biting her lip, she succumbed to tears. Woe is me, she wept quietly. The farmers nearby mistaking her distress for injury and hastily turning to offer comfort. Yet the pain she felt resided deep within her heart, an ache so profound that she pressed against it, seeking relief. The road grew steeper, the mountains loomed higher, and the surroundings became increasingly unfamiliar and barren. Meanwhile, The old Pei household bustled with activity. 2 tables were set up in the courtyard in anticipation of the new bride's arrival, and there was eagerness for their son to return soon to surprise her. However, due to the nature of the second marriage, the celebration was modest, with only essential guests invited, such as Jiang Guangzhao from the village and the party secretary, along with Ban Kunin's family. Everyone was warm and welcoming, arriving early to lend a hand. "We've brought some corn," Ban Xiaoqing announced as he entered the courtyard. "This isn't from the Jichang family." "You certainly know how to cut corners," the village secretary teased, glancing over while stirring a pot of stir-fried vegetables. Inside the pot lay 7 pounds of pork, and the old Pei family was notably generous this time, having received 200 yuan from their son, instilling a sense of confidence. "Brother, what do you think this is?" Ban Xiaoqing pulled a plastic bag from his pocket, revealing pig liver. "This is a delightful find. We shall slice it and enjoy it shortly." Jiang Guangzhao chuckled beside him. As more people gathered in the yard, the conversations were dominated by outsiders, while the Pei family remained taciturn. "Auntie, when will Jichang return?" Ban Xiaoqing called out. "I informed him in the letter. He is to come back tonight." Bai Xinxiao smiled brightly, casting glances toward the entrance, eagerly anticipating her daughter-in-law's return. "Then we shall prepare dinner later," the village secretary announced. "I will wait at the entrance. Let us not allow the new bride to approach alone." Jiang Guangzhao tucked away his small stool and ambled out of the yard. The crowd continued their lively chatter and laughter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Soon, Jiang Guangzhao's voice rang out, "Everyone, come out. The person has returned." A tall figure appeared, looking quite splendid. The villagers set aside their tasks and rushed out, with Ji Hong squeezing through the throng, her beaming smile revealing her joy. "Let us go down to greet her." Bai Xinxiao was the first to dash downhill, followed closely by Lao Pei and Ji Hong. With the arrival of the new bride, the family must show their respect and admiration. Although the Pei family had suffered humiliation with Himai, they would not let this affect their treatment of future daughters-in-law. Kindness would remain their family tradition. "Are you tired?" Bai Xinxiao compassionately took the new bride's hand. Lao Pei grinned foolishly beside them, while Ji Hong busied herself, one hand holding a quilt, the other clutching a basin, and a ceramic jar in her grasp. Qin Zhaodi kept her head down, offering no response, her headscarf tightly wrapped, concealing her face from view. "Let us go?" Bai Xinxiao urged Qin Zhaodi, leading her up the hill, with Lao Pei and Ji Hong closely following. Ji Hong's arms ached, yet she remained silent, refraining from calling her father, fearing her new sister-in-law might think her weak. Qin Zhaodi trudged along, each step a laborious endeavor. When she finally looked up, she spotted a group of people standing on the hillside, all gazing at her with peculiar eyes. Before long, they reached the entrance of the courtyard, where Qin Zhaodi was pulled through the old wooden door, as if plunging into an abyss, leaving her no time to react. "The new bride has arrived," a tall young man shouted with gusto, and Qin Zhaodi timidly glanced around, soon becoming engulfed in the clamor. Old Pei set off 2 long firecrackers, their crackling sounds echoing in the open mountains, lingering for quite a while before subsiding, and then the crowd surged, all squeezing into the courtyard. In this era, weddings in the village were rife with bad customs. Before Qin Zhaodi could even step inside, Ban Xiaoqing seized her and pushed her toward the village secretary. "We must not cause a ruckus. My son has not returned yet. Let her rest. Surely, she is weary and hungry after the journey." Bai Xinxiao quickly stepped forward, giving Ban Xiaoqing a few firm pats on the back. "Let us at least see what the new bride looks like." Ban Xiaoqing grinned widely and shouted, reaching out to tug at Qin Zhaodi's headscarf, causing her to instinctively cover her head. The disdainful expression of the young man left a deep impression on Qin Zhaodi's heart. The person she was to marry associated with such companions. How could he be any better? "Let us see her face." "Remove the headscarf." "Why the shyness? They are all your relatives." In an instant, the crowd erupted into a chaotic uproar, with many hands pushing and pulling at Qin Zhaodi. The villagers harbored no ill intentions. Their customs were deeply ingrained, and this occasion demanded exuberance. Qin Zhaodi, pale with fright, felt as though she had married into a den of thieves, but fortunately, Bai Xinxiao shielded her from the throng. Ban Xiaoqing attempted to leap into the fray, but Ji Hong discreetly struck him on the back, instantly rendering him subdued. "Oh dear!" Ban Xiaoqing turned, wincing in pain, unsure who had hit him, his face contorted, clutching his chest, barely able to maintain his footing. "We shall save the festivities for when my son returns. Then you may indulge." Upon Bai Xinxiao's declaration, the crowd finally allowed the new bride to enter the house. However, the ordeal left Qin Zhaodi trembling with fear and panic, her body quivering slightly. "Sit by the back, Kong. Mother has stoked the fire, and it is quite warm." Bai Xinxiao gently patted the back of Qin Zhaodi's hand, her affection evident. Startled, Qin Zhaodi withdrew her hand and cowered in a corner, overwhelmed. Do not be anxious. My family is indeed good-hearted. Bai Xinxiao reached out to help her daughter-in-law remove her headscarf, for the heat from the fire had filled the room. Do not touch me. Qin Zhaodi quickly evaded, retreating to the edge of the Kong. We spent 100 yuan on the betrothal gifts, Lao Pei remarked, his displeasure evident as he glared at Qin Zhaodi. Jihong remained silent, tending to the dowry, organizing the gifts. Qin Zhaodi stood there, trembling and helpless, her appearance pitiful. She dared not speak back. Let the girl take her time, ha ha ha. Bai Xinxiao smiled amiably at Qin Zhaodi before ushering Lao Pei and Jihong out of the room, acknowledging the myriad of tasks awaiting them, allowing her daughter-in-law time to acclimate. As soon as the door closed, Qin Zhaodi opened her mouth and began to weep, quickly stifling the sound with her hand, biting down tightly. Who cries at a wedding? It is considered inauspicious, and she feared the old farmer would strike her for it. The journey home was far easier than leaving the city, over 200 kilometers, but they only arrived as dusk began to settle. Pei Jichang had slept throughout the journey. Feeling no fatigue, yet his heart remained heavy with worry. He had placed the money in a nylon bag, atop which he had laid some pumpkins. However, once they reached the city, there was truly nothing left to fear. Carrying the plush bag, Pei Jichang walked until he neared the cinema, where he finally encountered acquaintances, Lu Shengshu and others from the business inspection team. Lu Shengshu abruptly halted, his motorcycle leaning forward. Brother. Tianshan quickly hopped out from the back pocket, showing great respect for Pei Jichang, his arm in a cast. Where have you been? It's been ages since we last met. Lu Shengshu slowly dismounted, his legs still recovering. I just returned from the provincial capital, Pei Jichang replied with a smile, patting Tianshan's shoulder, who beamed brightly in response. You head back. I have some matters to attend to in the township. Lu Shengshu turned to another young man, who nodded vigorously before promptly departing. The remaining three were truly kindred spirits. Let us return to the village. I'll give you a ride. Lu Shengshu offered with a smile. Pei Jichang made no pretense, placing the woolen bag beneath his feet before settling into the back seat. Tianshan chuckled, teasingly remarking, Brother, aren't you tired bringing back these melons from the provincial capital? The commune has plenty. Take a careful look inside, Pei Jichang replied in a low voice. Tianshan dismissed it lightly, as did Lu Shengshu, who accelerated the vehicle. However, it wasn't long before Tianshan exclaimed, My goodness! Brother, how come there's so much money beneath? All 10 yuan notes. This must be over 1,000. Tianshan stared at Pei Jichang in disbelief. For someone from a small county, this amount was astronomical. Yet for a high-ranking official like He Minzhong, it was merely a trifling sum. Lu Shengshu, too, looked astonished, glancing at Pei Jichang, nearly losing his grip on the steering wheel as the vehicle swayed. That's about right. I conducted some business in the provincial capital. Pei Jichang offered an ambiguous explanation, maintaining an air of mystery before the two men. Lu Shengshu and Tianshan exchanged awkward smiles, unable to inquire further, as their relationship had not yet reached that level. However, their admiration for Pei Jichang deepened. By the way, I've been promoted to captain of the inspection team. I never expected to rise at this age, Lu Shengshu said with a resigned shake of his head. How did the county commend you? Pei Jichang's expression turned serious. During a gathering at Peng Hao's, he had spoken words that could offend Peng Zhengming. If successful, it would indeed be significant. To think that Director Peng is so capable. Securing benefits for his grandson, both Xiaoshan and I have benefited as well, Lu Shengshu added. Our team received commendations, and both Lu and I have seen improvements in our treatment, Xiaoshan quickly interjected. That's good, Pei Jichang nodded, feeling reassured. We shall celebrate with a drink upon our return. Absolutely, Lu Shengshu affirmed. It's our duty to treat you well, were it not for you. Xiaoshan and I would have met our end in the wilderness, just like Peng Hao. Indeed, brother, I will forever remember this kindness, Tianshan eagerly declared, striving to forge a closer bond with Pei Jichang. We are all brothers. Such words are unnecessary, Pei Jichang smiled lightly. The three-wheeled motorcycle sped along swiftly. But upon reaching the town, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Lu Shengshu pressed on, driving towards Pingtu village. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the old Pei residence, lanterns hung around, casting a dim glow amidst the bustling crowd gathered around two large round tables. At this hour, Jichang should be returning soon, Jiang Guangzhou remarked cheerfully. Yes, he should be back shortly, Su Songsheng replied with great anticipation. Hey, it's time for the new bride to come out and meet everyone. What is she hiding for? Ban Xiaoqing shouted, eager for the new bride's appearance. Yes, yes, let the new bride come out. The crowd echoed. Old Pei, go call her. What are you hesitating for? People began to cheer again. Given the customs of the village, Bai Xiao could no longer intervene. Thus, old Pei rose and made his way to Qin Zhaoti's room. Outside, the commotion was clearly heard by Qin Zhaoti, who cowered at the back of the Kong. Feeling utterly timid. Chapter 87. Crossing the threshold, the fire in the Kong had extinguished some time ago, and a chilling air pervaded the room. Qin Zhaoti felt as though she had fallen into an icy abyss, her hands and feet cold, her breath becoming labored. With a sudden crack, the door swung open. And old Pei stepped inside, the scent of alcohol wafting from his form. "Come here," old Pei chuckled, advancing to grasp Qin Zhaoti's arm. His movements somewhat exaggerated from the effects of drink. "Why must you drag me out?" Qin Zhaoti protested, arching her back and trying to retreat. "You child. This is customary in the village. You must greet people. You've worn your headscarf all day. How ridiculous. Take it off immediately." Old Pei, now irate, yanked the scarf from her head, causing her hair to tumble wildly. Qin Zhaoti let out a timid whimper, scrambling to grab items from the cabinet, resulting in a cacophony as her newly purchased thermos clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. "Ouch!" old Pei exclaimed, squatting down to pick up the glass shards. When he rose again, his expression was quite grim. Qin Zhaoti, frightened, stumbled backward, her face turning pale, fearing a beating. In her former home, her father would have struck her mercilessly, often with a hoe. "Look at you, so thoughtless," old Pei admonished as he stood up, swiftly grabbing a broom to sweep up the debris, showing no further aggression towards Qin Zhaoti. At that moment, Bai Xiao entered the room, grasping Qin Zhaoti's arm with a reassuring smile. "It's all right, just a little mishap." Bai Xiao then led Qin Zhaoti outside, where she did not resist, her fear overwhelming her. She pulled her collar up to cover her mouth, striving to conceal her face. "The new bride has emerged," Ban Xiaoqing called out, instantly igniting a lively atmosphere in the yard. All eyes turned toward Qin Zhaoti, with shouts and jostling, which was excruciating for her. "Grandfather, Jichang has married a university student." Jiang Tingting sat in a chair, whispering to Jiang Guangzhao instead of mingling with the men. "Indeed, a university student. Jichang is fortunate," Jiang Guangzhao replied cheerfully. "But I sense she is unhappy. We cannot speak only of the betrothal money. That would be detrimental to her. Given our impoverished land," Jiang Tingting expressed her discontent towards the Pei family, her feelings for Pei Jichang sinking to an all-time low. Having just started work at the paper mill, she had returned to the village for the day off and felt a pang of distress witnessing the new bride being subjected to such treatment. How can they have the audacity to seek a university student without considering their own circumstances? "Child, you must not say such things." It was the Qin family from the village that sought a daughter-in-law, urgently inquiring everywhere. If not for the old Pei family, she would have married elsewhere. And 100 yuan is considered quite a generous bride price in these parts, Jiang Guangzhao reasoned. Yet Jiang Tingting turned her head away, dismissing his words. "Ha ha." Laughter erupted in the yard as Ban Xiaoqing scooped Qin Zhaoti into his arms, twirling her around in circles. The young men were being foolish. And tears glistened in Qin Zhaoti's eyes as her face became visible, now the center of attention. Meanwhile, Lu Shunshu was riding his motorcycle up the mountain, the engine roaring loudly. Originally, Pei Jichang intended to disembark at the foot of the mountain, but how could he allow anyone to walk back? He must be taken right to the doorstep. "Oh, why are the lights on at my home? What occasion is it today?" Pei Jichang furrowed his brow, a sense of dread settling in his chest. He had already surmised the matter at hand. "Your sister is getting married," Lu Shunshu remarked. "Your sister is getting married? Hurry. Step on it." Pei Jichang, in a state of urgency, stood up abruptly. Could it be that they needed money at home? Were they negotiating marriage, presenting a betrothal gift? Is it possible they could be so reckless? Before the vehicle had come to a complete stop, he leapt out and dashed toward the courtyard. "Jichang is back," Jiang Guangzhao was the first to exclaim. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance, and the courtyard fell silent. Bai Xiao, beaming with joy, ran over. Ban Xiaoqing released Qin Zhaoti, causing her to fall to the ground, tears cascading down her cheeks, yet in the dim courtyard, the tears were concealed. How could it be him? Is it Jichang? Qin Zhaoti looked up in a daze, momentarily stunned, scarcely able to believe her own eyes. If it were true, and she were to become his wife, what connection would it have with her? Surely, she would not be bullied, right? But that man was bellowing loudly. "What nonsense are you all up to? What university student? It is even less appropriate for him to marry. Isn't that a disservice to her? Get away from me." Pei Jichang forcefully shoved the young man before him. Ban Xiaoqing, standing at the forefront, received a punch and an elbow strike, causing him to crouch down and silently weep. Why such ferocity? Could it be that the punch this morning was delivered by Qi Hong? Pei Jichang charged forward, swiftly removing his jacket and draping it over Qin Zhaodi's head, then continued to shout, I don't care if you've seen her face or not. But if you encounter her in the future, do not greet her. She has not yet entered the door. She is still an unmarried girl. Remember this. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile. Qin Zhaodi trembled, not expecting Pei Jichang to utter such words, and she knew he had not seen her. Her hair was disheveled, and she used her sleeve to shield her face. Son, what are you doing? Bai Xiao hurriedly approached. What am I doing? I want to ask you what you are doing. Of course, I'm taking her home. What is the matter with a university student remaining in our poor village? How can one's conscience bear it? Pei Jichang glared furiously. This time, he was genuinely enraged. Even though he loved his family dearly, he had to draw a firm line and clearly articulate the principles, resolutely preventing such occurrences. You cannot take her back. Our family has spent 100 yuan on the betrothal gift. Bai Xiao quickly interjected, her face wrinkling with concern. A woman could not bear to part with such money. Then let us spend 100 yuan to buy a lesson. Keep it in your hearts. Pei Jichang roared, the veins in his neck bulging as he articulated each word with intensity. I will certainly take her back, and from now on, do not stir up these matters, or I will never return to this home. On the table lay a kerosene lamp, atop which rested a large basin containing the freshly prepared stew, waiting for Pei Jichang to serve it. With a loud thud, Pei Jichang forcefully overturned the dining table, sending the stew crashing to the ground, causing the crowd to disperse. What a pity, Bai Xiao lamented, slapping her thigh in distress. Old Pei furrowed his brow tightly, crouching in a corner, silent. He had never witnessed Jichang so enraged, and a sense of trepidation began to stir within him. Everyone disperse, return. I shall send her back, Pei Jichang asserted, grasping the woman's arm, urging her to rise. Then striding purposefully toward the exit. Since she was attending university, they would first lodge at an inn in the city for the night. After all, Xiao Shan and the others were also set to depart, leaving the county early the next morning. She should go to her rightful place, preferably never to return. Of course, Pei Jichang, with his wealth, intended to bear the expenses for this unfortunate woman. With a clatter, two figures crossed the high threshold, departing the dilapidated courtyard. At that moment, Qin Zhaodi's heart felt inexplicably tender, a sensation she had never experienced before. The breeze that blew was no longer chilly, but rather refreshing, and despite the encroaching darkness, she felt remarkably safe. Was it the firm grip of the man upon her arm that elicited such feelings? If a college student were to marry a farmer, even in a barren village, if that farmer were her cousin, Pei Jichang, at this very moment, Qin Zhaodi would acquiesce. Perhaps she even felt a surge of joy. Chapter 88. The intricacies of fate. Old Pei lamented over the spilled stew, bending to scoop it up with his hands, heaving heavy sighs intermittently. Bai Xiao and Ji Hong hastily pursued, leaving the others exchanging bewildered glances, all rendered speechless. Jiang Guangzhao wore a perplexed expression, at a loss. For such an incident had never transpired in the village. No one had anticipated Pei Jichang's temper to flare so explosively. Flipping the table, was this truly the same reticent man? Now, he resembled a man indeed. What a true gentleman. Suddenly, a loud voice erupted from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. Jiang Tingting quickly concealed herself behind her grandfather. At that moment, her heart raced wildly, as if it might leap from her chest. A blush crept across her cheeks. For reasons unknown, Pei Jichang's earlier outburst had ignited a fervent excitement within her. Return. Thank your relatives and friends for their kindness. I will first escort them to the city, settle them in, and then return. Never again should such foolishness occur. Pei Jichang's deep voice resonated, locking eyes with the mother and daughter, his expression gravely serious. Ji Hong, do not take offense. You need not heed every word from your parents. Cultivate your own opinions. Should you dare to strike your brother, I shall not hesitate to reprimand you, Pei Jichang warned, baring his teeth at Ji Hong. Noticing the girl's countenance was somewhat askew, he felt a twinge of unease and hastily attempted to intimidate her. Ji Hong paused, then lowered her head, contemplating her brother's words. Pei Jichang lit a cigarette, gazing toward the base of the mountain, expressing concern about letting them leave with the others. The path through town was treacherous, and he feared for their safety. At least you possess a conscience, for I had intended to send you back out of goodwill, and Xiao Shan and I did not plan to leave immediately. We wish to stay at your home for the night. After the incident with the bandits, I wouldn't dare venture out at night, not even to relieve myself. Yet you did not even mention it. Lu Shangshu, feeling aggrieved, hopped off the motorcycle, limping and lamenting. You take the wheel. Pei Jichang's face flushed with embarrassment, a grin spreading across his lips. Tian Shan supported himself against the handrail and leaped out of the side compartment, courteously addressing Qin Zhaodi. You may sit inside. The three of us can squeeze together. Qin Zhaodi, feeling at a loss, remained closely nestled beside Pei Jichang, resembling a newlywed bride who dared not stray far from her husband. It's all right, Pei Jichang said, glancing down at her with a smile. Both of these fine comrades are employed and possess identification. Once we escort you to the city, we shall arrange for you to stay overnight at a guest house. And at dawn, you will depart. In such circumstances, especially in a remote area where the night was dark, embarking on a journey after sunset certainly raised concerns about potential dangers. Thus, Pei Jichang produced Lu Xingshu's work certificate, waving it before the women. Fear not. We would never harm you, Lu Xingshu assured with a comforting smile. Qin Zhaodi exhaled softly, striving to calm her racing heart. She yearned to speak, to express the multitude of thoughts swirling within her about the man before her. Yet, as her eyelids fluttered, her vision blurred, and she realized that apart from her aunt, no one had ever considered her well-being so deeply. How to articulate this sensation? It was a palpable warmth, like the firm grip of a man's hand on her elbow. Radiating heat. Let us go, Pei Jichang said, assisting Qin Zhaodi into the side compartment, while the three men squeezed into the vehicle, creating a somewhat cramped atmosphere. Mother, I shall handle the matter of the betrothal gifts. You need not deal with that family any longer, Pei Jichang instructed one last time. Kindness must not be exploited, otherwise, it becomes the gravest of evils. If Pei Jichang were to confront that family, refusing the betrothal gifts and sending them back to university, that woman would merely be put on display by her father. Thus, how should this matter be managed? A beam of light illuminated the mountain path as the man gripped the handlebars tightly, speeding into the darkness. Soon they descended the mountain, and as they traversed the bumpy dirt road, Pei Jichang slowed, squinting his eyes, and began to speak in a low voice. When your family comes looking for you, I shall claim you as my wife, and you will return to university. This way, they will cease their troubles with you, preventing such absurdities from occurring. You are a university student. I trust you have aspirations and dreams. Do not worry about my family causing you distress. We will not take you to the commune to obtain a marriage certificate, but allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not return. Qin Zhaodi tilted her head, gazing intently at Pei Jichang's profile. Each word he spoke etched itself clearly into her heart. Suddenly, she raised her hand, gently placing it on the man's knee, her only act of courage, a rare moment of intimacy. Brother, Qin Zhaodi softly called out, finally summoning the words. Her dark hair cascading back to reveal her delicate features, her brows hinting at a gentleness and intelligence, slender as distant mountains. Pei Jichang was momentarily taken aback, his pupils dilating in surprise, but he quickly redirected his gaze forward, beads of sweat forming in his palm. In that fleeting moment, Qin Zhaodi hastily withdrew her hand. Swallowing hard, feeling a nervousness she had never experienced even during her college entrance exams. Could he truly feel her touch? Qin Zhaodi pondered, her heart racing. Pei Jichang stole another glance at her, his inner turmoil akin to crashing waves, his body trembling uncontrollably. Is it really little Qin? Fate intricately weaves its threads, sprouting unexpectedly like an ever-growing tempest that sweeps across Pei Jichang's face, leaving him feeling as though his very skin might be torn away. He cast a glance over his shoulder, discovering Lu Xingshu and Tian Shan huddled together, wrapped up snugly, engaged in laughter, even the smoke in their mouths unextinguished. All burdens fell upon him alone. The series of events that transpired during this period were far too coincidental and utterly bewildering, as if orchestrated by unseen hands. There was no need for words. Simply leave it to me. By dawn tomorrow, you shall return, and this time, you will heed my counsel. Pei Jichang lowered his head to offer another reminder. Qin Zhaodi nodded vigorously, her eyes fixed intently upon him as he spoke. Could it be? Do you two know each other? Lu Xingshu leaned forward, sensing the remarkable coincidence. That's a long story. We'll delve into it later. Today, I owe thanks to both of you, Pei Jichang remarked, effortlessly plucking the cigarette from Lu Xingshu's mouth and taking a drag himself. Damn, my last one. Lu Xingshu frowned deeply. Jichang, what do you mean by that? No need to be so formal with a brother, Tian Shan quickly interjected, playfully patting Pei Jichang on the shoulder. Damn it, Lu Xingshu shot Tian Shan a disapproving glare, scolding, I never see you so eager to curry favor. Haha. Tian Shan chuckled sheepishly, realizing his flattery was too overt. Ha ha ha. Pei Jichang laughed as well, recognizing that this brother was indeed capable of great things. Qin Zhaodi lowered her head, a faint smile gracing her lips as she gazed at the distant light. Occasionally, she would glance up, pretending to casually steal a look at the man's profile. She had once thought life was shrouded in darkness, that her existence would remain thus. Yet someone had guided her out, illuminating the path ahead. Soon, she would undoubtedly visit her aunt's home. Chapter 89. Still my wife. As they approached the alley leading to the tube building, Pei Jichang gradually came to a halt, instructing Lu Shanshu and Tian Shan to head back first. He felt it was inappropriate to trouble them further. Where will you be staying tonight? Tian Shan clutched Pei Jichang's arm, reluctant to leave, while Lu Shanshu yawned, already feeling the weight of fatigue. Staying at the guest house for a night is no burden, Pei Jichang replied, adjusting the velvet bag he carried, which was filled with considerable cash. All right, you two should head back. My two older brothers, I apologize for the trouble, Qin Zhaodi said timidly, retreating behind Pei Jichang, resembling a newlywed bride, bashful yet eager to smooth things over for her man. Too courteous, Lu Shanshu waved his hand wearily. Subsequently, Pei Jichang and Qin Zhaodi made their way toward the tube building, their figures elongating until they vanished from view. As Lu Shanshu turned away, he noticed Tian Shan still waving affectionately, prompting him to scowl and regard him with disdain. Enough with the flattery. They've left, so we should hurry back. When will you ever concern yourself with me? Lu Shanshu wearily settled into the sidecar, shifting his position to make himself comfortable. The road was unusually quiet, and the two remained in silence for a moment, as if time had come to a standstill. What are you standing there for? Lu Shanshu, in a fit of rage, bellowed, his voice reverberating through the desolate streets, as the small hill stood silently, gazing at the gap ahead. Uncle, why don't you head back on your own? I will wait here for Jichang and let him stay at my home. It will save a few coins. Tian Shan spoke with a crisp clarity, his expression resolute, devoid of any semblance of remorse. You beast. Lu Shanshu slammed down on the iron sheet and stood up. Are you speaking in human language? Letting a cripple walk back? It's a mile away. Uncle, I mainly worry that if I take you back, Jichang might just come out, and if we miss him, what then? Do you remember how Jichang cried at the grave last time? You want me to learn from him, and now I am learning. Tian Shan patiently elucidated, nodding to suggest that Lu Shanshu should return. You can damn well learn another day. Lu Shanshu fumed, stepping forward to land a punch on Tian Shan, primarily to preserve the motorcycle for this lad, as he needed it for errands in town the next morning. If he rode it away, he would not be able to enjoy a lie-in. Uncle, you smoke too fiercely. I have been too afraid to take any out. In the next moment, Tian Shan discreetly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. You little rascal, you actually kept something from me. I do treasure this pack of cigarettes. Lu Shanshu, visibly enraged, raised his palm high and struck down on the hand that Tian Shan had extended, firmly grasping the pack of cigarettes, a clear indication of his accustomed dealings with petty vendors. However, on the flip side, it is commendable for the youth to possess a bit of ambition. If you mingle well and make more friends, Uncle has faith in you. Lu Shanshu turned, lit a cigarette, and limped homeward, compelled to consider the future of the young man. Meanwhile, Tian Shan remained at the crossroads, awaiting Pei Jichang's arrival. Simultaneously, the household nearby flickered to life, rousing the family within. Zhou Bakong sat on a small stool, pinching a cigarette but between his fingers, long untouched, the smoke weaving through his furrowed brows, never once allowing them to relax. In the inner room, two youths, around 14 or 15, propped themselves up in bed, peering outside. Qin Lan clutched Qin Zhaodi tightly, trembling all over, tears streaming uncontrollably as she hysterically cursed. What a beast. Sometimes I wish he were dead. How could he bear to push the child towards the cliff? Just marrying her off for a bride price, regardless of who the other party is. Why doesn't he just die? Why doesn't he die? Woe is me. To utter such venomous words against her own brother had already shattered Qin Lan's heart, leaving her desolate. Jichang, my dear, please do not take my words to heart. They are merely a release of my frustration. I must express my gratitude for bringing Zhao Di home. Truly, it is a blessing from heaven. Thank goodness she went to your house. Had she gone elsewhere, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhou Bakong sighed deeply, finally remembering to take a long drag from his cigarette. Brother, your words are rather distant. I know my sister-in-law means no harm. As long as little Qin is safe and sound, that is all that matters. Pei Jichang nodded with a smile, but his expression soon turned grave. Now, we must discuss how to handle that Qin dog. Indeed, we cannot allow that beast to trouble Zhao Di again. Zhou Bakong's breath suddenly became labored, and his demeanor shifted to one of tension. I might as well stab him to death. Qin Lan gritted her teeth in fury. Perhaps I should express a few thoughts first, Pei Jichang emphasized. Qin Lan and Zhou Bakong were initially taken aback, but then nodded vigorously. As for Qin Zhaodi, she sat on a small stool, tears welling in her eyes, gazing dreamily at Pei Jichang. First and foremost, Xiao Qin is free. She has the autonomy to pursue romantic relationships at university, and it is of no concern to me. I would never attempt to monopolize her or compel her to obtain a marriage certificate from the commune. However, in front of Qin Go, we must present a unified front. Xiao Qin remains my wife. Otherwise, he may seek another partner. Secondly, we must expedite Xiao Qin's relocation to the provincial capital and ensure she does not return. Furthermore, once you arrive at school, refrain from mentioning the events that transpired in the town. As for your two younger sisters, solutions will inevitably present themselves. Pei Jichang's tone was measured, yet he conveyed matters of utmost importance. Jichang speaks the truth, Zhou Bakong concurred, shifting his chair forward. The 100 yuan from your family will certainly be repaid once I find myself in a more comfortable financial position, he added, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Sister, there is no need, Pei Jichang interjected, waving his hand emphatically. Xiao Qin and I are friends. Our relationship alone ensures her protection. This matter is tangential to you, as you merely happen to be Xiao Qin's relatives. Upon hearing this, Qin Lan opened her mouth slightly, unsure of how to respond. This seemingly humble farmer displayed such respect for Qin Zhaodi, safeguarding her dignity. It wasn't a matter of obligation. It was simply because she was Qin Zhaodi. A university student must not be ruined on my watch, Pei Jichang quipped, elevating Qin Zhaodi's status with a smile. Jichang, you are truly a remarkable young man, Zhou Bakong praised, giving a thumbs up, while Qin Lan regarded Pei Jichang with profound gratitude, her fondness for him intensifying. Well, it is getting late. I must take my leave, Pei Jichang announced as he rose to his feet, prompting the others in the room to stand as well. Jichang, why not stay the night at my place? Zhou Bakong urged quickly. No, Pei Jichang replied with a smile, shaking his head as he slung his woolen bag over his shoulder, not allowing anyone the chance to protest before hastily exiting through the door. Zhou Bakong leaned out halfway, only closing the door when Pei Jichang's figure was no longer visible. Unable to suppress his admiration, mark my words, Jichang will surely achieve great things. He is not an ordinary person. He is remarkably capable in both speech and action. Qin Lan echoed his sentiments with a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Qin Zhaodi's thoughts had drifted outside, lingering on Pei Jichang's declaration. Xiao Qin remains my wife. Chapter 90. A man must take all he can. Pei Jichang emerged from the alleyway, spotting Tianshan still standing at the corner, and hurriedly approached him. Why haven't you returned yet? Jichang, we are not without friends in the city. It would be an affront to let you spend the night at a guest house so late, Tianshan remarked, gesturing for Pei Jichang to get in the car. It was rather sudden, and it is the dead of night. I did not wish to disturb your family, Pei Jichang replied lightly, choosing not to decline further. He mounted his motorcycle and slowly began to drive away. What of Director Peng's arrival? Pei Jichang inquired as they conversed. His family's only son has passed away. How could he be well? He has certainly become more subdued than before, Tianshan scoffed. Subdued? Pei Jichang squinted slightly, sensing that this term was far from ordinary. It turned out that Director Peng intended to support a batch of township enterprises, all of which were relatives and friends of the Peng family. While ostensibly responding to the national call, their true motive was merely to deceive for funding, with Peng Zhonghan being particularly unscrupulous. Tianshan's demeanor darkened. He possessed a strong sense of justice, which is why he had once stood up for Du Tsuichio. Pei Jichang nodded lightly, his impression of this individual profound. At Peng Hao's banquet, he had been eager to showcase himself, almost wagging his tail in excitement. Jichang, do you know this person? Tianshan inquired again. I have interacted with him a few times. We do not get along well. By the way, Tianshan's expression suddenly grew serious, and after a moment's contemplation, he spoke in a low voice. What did you truly seek when you wept at the grave and endeavored to approach Peng Zhengming? The ability to pose such a question, and the willingness of the other party to divulge everything, signified an extraordinary level of trust between them. Without any hesitation, Pei Jichang spoke candidly. The air had turned chilly. As the motorcycle passed the alley's mouth, a gust of wind enveloped Tianshan, causing him to shiver. What did you say? Terror flashed across Pei Jichang's face, reminiscent of that fateful night when he wielded an iron rod, striking down the bandits mercilessly. It is quite literal. I intend to drain the Peng family dry, to ensure that all of Peng Zhengming's resources are directed toward me, essentially to consume and seize everything. A glint of coldness flickered in Pei Jichang's gaze. However, you are still an outsider. Peng Zhengming has been shrewd all his life, and he is no ordinary villain. He has always profited at the expense of others. I believe we should not underestimate the complexity of the situation. Tianshan felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, not merely due to Pei Jichang as an individual, but also because of the deeds he intended to undertake. Often, It is the outsider's identity that renders them more suitable for certain actions. Consider this. Why has Peng Jingming become more restrained? Do not assume that his greed has vanished simply because he lost a son. He still has hopes. He has a grandson. Thus, a subtle smile graced Pei Jichang's lips. Laden with intrigue, one must not merely observe the surface. Undoubtedly, Peng Jingming has encountered some resistance. Tianshan was momentarily taken aback, falling silent as he pondered Peng Jingming's recent actions, which indeed seemed to align with Pei Jichang's observations, revealing a burdened heart. Peng Hao's wife, Sun Ping, correct? Do you have any news about her? Pei Jichang inquired once more. I do not know much about Sun Ping, nor have I heard any news, Tianshan replied, furrowing his brow, perplexed by Pei Jichang's interest in an unrelated individual. As they continued their journey, Pei Jichang drove swiftly, fatigue settling in, and the wind that night was particularly fierce. The following day, as dawn broke gently, Pei Jichang and Tianshan set off for the township, picking up a new colleague along the way, who was said to be joining them for work as team leader Liu had decided to take a day off. Throughout the journey, the three spoke little, mindful of the presence of an outsider. Initially, Tianshan had insisted on escorting Pei Jichang back to the village. But with a tricycle entering the village, he refrained from troubling anyone further. It was the season of autumn harvest, and both the brigade and the commune were bustling with activity, with a large crowd already present early in the day. The production team of Pingtu village began to toil from dawn till dusk, laboring with relentless dedication. Regardless of whether it was an individual or the collective, they all aimed for premium grain, resulting in an increase in labor credits, primarily due to a bountiful harvest. However, the burden of hardship remained palpable. Presently, the family that once bore the brunt of toil no longer needed to toil in the fields, having completed their autumn harvest long ago. Not only did they endure less suffering, but they also earned more. Pei Jichang strolled near the stage, having purchased some goods from the supply and marketing cooperative, which he carried on his back, swaying enticingly and drawing the envy of many villagers. Old Pei, how much did you earn from the premium grain this year? Someone could not help but inquire. Many villagers noticed Pei Jichang's head bowed, his aged face turning a shade of red, appearing quite bashful. The village secretary had admonished him, urging his son to refrain from deceit, yet he had never uttered a false word in his entire life. Almost over 200, Pei Jichang stammered. The villagers were initially taken aback, then hurriedly departed, and upon reaching the mountains, they could not help but express their astonishment. Did you see old Pei? He was so hesitant to speak, yet he earned over 200. Each acre has at least 5,000 or 6,000 seedlings. They murmured among themselves, feeling a mixture of envy and jealousy. Nevertheless, this was the power of reputation. Even if old Pei were to lie, the villagers would unreservedly believe him. Ban Shaoqing could no longer withstand the hardship and secretly fled, while Ban Siyuan pursued him for several miles. Unable to catch up, he had no choice but to return to the production team alone. He was aware that Pei Jichang would be returning from the city today and was looking forward to the stew. So he ambled along until he encountered Su Songsheng, and they walked together. If I could marry a college student, I would surely be reluctant to let her go, Ban Shaoqing remarked, having seen the new bride's appearance the previous night. She was exceptionally charming, and notably, had a generous figure. To be honest, I truly admire Jichang for being able to send someone off. I genuinely respect him as a man of principle and conviction. Associating with such a person brings honor to one's face. The village secretary shot Ban Shaoqing a disapproving glance, acknowledging that the cadre had depth of knowledge and foresight. At that moment, old Pei returned to the courtyard, his face filled with worry, while Bai Xian Xiao also appeared dejected, troubled by the thought that 100 yuan had gone to waste. With the new year approaching and another year added to their age, what would become of their bachelor status? The family of three was downcast, having lost 2 brides in succession. Shortly thereafter, the village secretary and Ban Siyuan son arrived, prompting Bai Xian Xiao to rush forward. Have you eaten? The woman inquired. Not yet, auntie. Was there any leftover stew from last night? Ban Shaoqing grinned. Has Jichang not returned yet? Su Songsheng asked anxiously. Why is it so lively? Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from the entrance, and people turned to see Pei Jichang finally returning. Jichang, a heartfelt call echoed, as the village secretary hurried forward to grasp Pei Jichang's hand, displaying a warmth surpassing that of his own parents. We missed you dearly. Why did it take you so long to return? Su Songsheng exclaimed, his words laden with sincerity. Ha ha ha, Pei Jichang laughed, playfully patting the village secretary's arm. Come, brother, let me help you carry that. Ban Shaoqing's eyes finally sparkled with life as he seized the velvet bag at Pei Jichang's feet. But I dare not. Pei Jichang quickly protected it. What? Are you afraid I might steal your 2 pumpkins? Ban Xiaoqing retorted with a smirk. Come, let us converse inside. Pei Jichang waved his hand, prompting everyone to enter the inner room. Chapter 91. Decisions within the room. The old Pei family, 3 in number, sat dejectedly by the heated bed, while Pei Jichang crouched by the stove, sorting through a few pumpkins. The village secretary and Ban Xiaoqing took their seats on small stools, eagerly devouring the stew. Pork still tastes delightful, Ban Xiaoqing chuckled. Alas, all the compensation from the He family has been squandered, Bai Xinxiao lamented, emphatically slapping her thigh, unable to let go of the money. What have you concluded? Su Songsheng inquired, chewing as he spoke. Pei Jichang remained silent, dumping all the pumpkins onto the ground, and then produced a thick bundle of 10 yuan notes, laying it upon the stove. The chatter in the room abruptly ceased, plunging it into an eerie silence, broken only by the distinct clucking of a hen outside, the very rooster that had been slaughtered for the first meal for the father-in-law. Sunlight streamed through the paper window, casting mottled patterns upon the faces of those present, all of whom displayed an expression of utter astonishment. Jichang, where did you procure such a substantial sum? Su Songsheng was the first to break the silence, his voice quivering. None had ever encountered such a fortune before, not even the village secretary, who, after delivering grain to the commune, could merely exchange it for food, rarely handling actual currency. My son, engaging in speculative dealings, is ill-advised. Bai Xinxiao trembled, shaking her head anxiously. Mother, it matters not. This is all money that rightfully belongs to us. Compensation from the He family, Pei Jichang reassured, having returned only after unpicking the stitches from his head, not wanting his family to worry. Father, mother, we are not lacking in funds. Do not fret over that modest betrothal gift. I will later instruct you on how to address Qin Go. And I must emphasize that we cannot engage in such foolishness again, Pei Jichang firmly reiterated, before turning his gaze to the village secretary. Old brother, as for my sister-in-law's employment, it is no longer feasible. I heard the director of the Education Bureau mention that He Minzhong has utilized my sister-in-law as an example for handling matters, and the teaching positions in the county have already been allocated. What a scoundrel! Su Songxing's countenance visibly darkened. He was the sole breadwinner in the household, and with his children in high school, they would have to drop out. Otherwise, life would become exceedingly difficult. However, there is no concern for my sister-in-law's job. Pei Jichang added. Jichang, you could call Ermiai as well. Su Songxing suddenly became tremendously animated, leaning forward and grasping Pei Jichang's knee tightly. Pei Jichang's expression turned serious as he paused momentarily, then slowly continued. Firstly, I intend to establish a township enterprise focused on producing paper-related derivative products. The director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau will certainly support this initiative. Moreover, I have connections within the paper mill, primarily. The national policy is in favor of such endeavors, and I am merely responding to the call. I possess the initial capital, so starting the enterprise should not pose a challenge. I will arrange an office position for my sister-in-law, and although the salary may not rival that of state-owned enterprises, it will at least guarantee her a monthly income of several dozen yuan. Upon hearing this, Ban Xiaoqing was even more exhilarated than Su Songsheng. With only 30 cents left from the 5 yuan, she was reluctant to part with it. Jichang, oh, thank you immensely. A few dozen yuan is more than sufficient. How could one complain about such a sum? It aligns perfectly with my salary. Su Songsheng beamed with joy, gently shaking Pei Jichang's knee. In this second matter, Pei Jichang continued, a French foreign enterprise has been brought into the provincial capital, specializing in wine production. The factory has already posted a notice indicating that upon expiration, they will prioritize the purchase of grapes from local farmers. My point is, since we in Pingtu village are keen on promoting independent land management, it would be wise to cultivate grapes. We can act as intermediaries and also sell fertilizers, which would yield significantly greater profits than traditional farming. We need to walk on 2 legs. Relying solely on a single township enterprise would result in sluggish returns. After this statement, the room fell silent once more. The others found it difficult to comprehend, yet the village secretary furrowed his brow and exhaled heavily. However, we are not local farmers in the provincial capital, and the distance of over 200 kilometers from Pingtu village to the provincial capital makes transportation a challenge. Su Songxing shook his head in disapproval, believing that Pei Jichang was oversimplifying the matter. Secretary, you don't understand. Such foreign investments are typically sanctioned by the province, so when they refer to local farmers, they mean those who meet the criteria throughout the entire province, not just those near the provincial capital. That is what constitutes local, he explained. Following this announcement, neighboring farmers began planting grapes, eager to profit from foreign buyers. However, upon my investigation, I discovered that the sugar content of the grapes they cultivated was insufficient to meet the standards. This would lead to a shortage of raw materials. The foreigners are eager to produce wine, and if any farmers meet the purchase criteria, it will only be us from Pingtu village. Transportation would not pose a problem, as they would assist us. Moreover, it would be more cost-effective than sourcing from other provinces. When that time comes, will they forget about the locals? The policy is clear. If there are qualifying grapes within the province, it becomes mandatory. Pei Jichang was notably confident. However, Su Songxing's furrows deepened. Jichang, the villagers are unlikely to want to plant grapes, no matter how eloquently we present it. Everyone knows your family profits from corn. Indeed, if my father were to pursue independent land management, he would only cultivate corn. Ban Xiaoqing gradually grasped the situation. So it relies on deception. The roles had reversed. Pei Jichang leaned forward, gripping Su Songxing's knee tightly. What do you propose? The secretary, startled, adjusted his glasses. Draft a fictitious contract, claiming that you have secured a connection that guarantees purchases. The more grapes each family cultivates, the more they will earn. This way, the villagers will be motivated. Moreover, with a contract in place, we can impose requirements on the sugar content of the grapes. The villagers will have to cultivate according to our standards, and with such thresholds, the sale of fertilizers will also see a boost. We all stand to profit. Pei Jichang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet the village secretary still wore a troubled expression. He was apprehensive about undertaking actions that fell outside the established framework. There's nothing to fear. After all this effort to discover a financial avenue, would you let it slip away? The villagers would undoubtedly reject conventional methods. This is a benevolent lie. Pingtu village can become prosperous, benefiting everyone. Pei Jichang's tone grew increasingly earnest. And what if it fails? Su Songxing swallowed hard. At that moment, you must forget your roots. Pei Jichang nodded vigorously, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Forget my roots? Indeed, forgetting one's roots equates to resigning, relinquishing responsibilities. Regardless, the grapes cultivated will be acquired by the commune at a low price. The villagers may face immediate difficulties, yet they can swiftly transition to planting corn. When you return to our township enterprises, life will continue to flourish. Moreover, it is high time you forgot your origins. Do you not recall how Ban Siyu and I treated you? Those who vandalized your yard are also present here. Pei Jichang and Su Songxing both turned their gazes toward Ban Xiaoqing. Indeed, Su Songxing's heart wavered. This comrade was truly on the verge of forgetting his roots. What are you staring at me for? I was deceived into smashing the wall of the secretary's home. I had no part in it, Ban Xiaoqing retorted. At that moment, he felt betrayed. Let us act decisively. Our time is exceedingly limited. The market has just opened. We must seize this opportunity. It is imperative that the first group of individuals to prosper includes us. Pei Jichang rose, bathed in sunlight, his entire being seemingly aglow. Let us do it. Su's secretary gritted his teeth, rising in indignation. He appeared to have no alternative. With May losing her job, he could only align himself with Pei Jichang. Offending the director in the township would leave him with no further prospects. To speak rather bluntly, in a few years, Su's secretary might find himself ousted by Lu Chunxia, leaving him with no option but this solitary path. It is essential to forget one's roots. Brother, you must take me along, Ban Xiaoqing implored. Clutching Pei Jichang's arm, his tall figure squatting, exuding a pitiful demeanor. Fear not, we are brothers. I will ensure you are at the forefront. Pei Jichang teased with a smile. Thank you, brother. Wait, what did you say? I will not stand guard. Ban Xiaoqing suddenly sprang to his feet, momentarily stunned. Go and reflect on this, Pei Jichang suggested, gazing toward the rising sun. What impact would this decision bring to Pingtu village? On this sunny morning, the villagers remained oblivious, perceiving it as an ordinary day. Chapter 92. A warm family of foursome individuals are easily discernible. Ban Xiaoqing, for instance, cannot endure staying in the village and would risk everything for a mere 5 yuan. He possesses a tenacious spirit, and in certain matters, Pei Jichang finds such individuals invaluable. A job could drive Ban Xiaoqing to confront his father. Of course, this is a bond forged through life and death. Pei Jichang embraced Ban Xiaoqing's shoulders, escorting him and the secretary out of the courtyard. Xiaoqing, keep your heart at ease. Once the township enterprise certification is secured, I will arrange a position for you. Brother, I will await it eagerly. Whatever you ask of me, I will comply without hesitation, Ban Xiaoqing replied, his demeanor shifting as if preparing for a confrontation. Enough, hurry back. We have much to attend to. Pei Jichang waved them off with a smile, and once the two reached the foot of the mountain, he turned back to the courtyard. Old Pei sat solemnly on the steps, his expression serious, clearly preoccupied. Bai Xinxiao busied herself with serving rice, while Jihong beamed foolishly at her brother. I returned in such haste that I didn't have time to buy you new clothes in the provincial city. I promise to get you the trendiest attire next time. Pei Jichang said, raising his hand. After a brief hesitation, he gently stroked Jihong's head. I just styled my hair. With a swift motion, Jihong slapped her brother's hand away, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to such interactions, for her brother rarely spoke more than a few words to her each day. Little sister, sometimes I truly wish to confront you. Pei Jichang's hand trembled, his arm visibly marked with several red imprints from the force of the gesture. Jihong remained silent. Her gaze lowered. Children, come and eat. Bai Xinxiao called out, her mood evidently lifted, believing her son had considerable talent. Soon, the family of four gathered around a small square table. Initially, they focused solely on their meals. But old Pei noticed a wound on Pei Jichang's head and felt a pang of discomfort, unsure how to express his concern. There were small stones in the stew, causing Pei Jichang to grimace in pain as he hastily spat it out. Yet, when he glanced at the other three family members, they appeared to eat with remarkable calmness, as if they were savoring a different pot of stew altogether. Mother, isn't this the stew that fell on the ground last night? Pei Jichang inquired. Did you find anything in it? Bai Xinxiao replied, adopting a nurturing tone. What, didn't you find anything? Pei Jichang countered. Your mother rinsed it. So only the small stones remain. It won't affect anything, Bai Xinxiao chuckled. Brother, let me teach you a trick, swallow it whole. And you won't bite down on the small stones, Jihong said earnestly, demonstrating the method to her brother. All right, I'll keep that in mind, Pei Jichang replied, staring down at the stew in his bowl, picking through it with his chopsticks. After a while, he set down his bowl and chopsticks, growing serious. Father, mother, you need not work the fields anymore. Transfer the land to the villagers. I have grown capable now. Don't speak nonsense. Old Pei interrupted with a wave of his hand, then firmly stated, you do your thing outside. I must tend to the land. No matter when you return, there will always be a warm meal waiting for you. Pei Jichang paused, swallowing his words, recognizing the love embedded in his father's stern tone. Son, your father and I have limited means. We cannot assist further. Knowing your filial intentions, we shall not suffer, Bai Xinxiao reiterated. In that case, you and father should only cultivate grapes, setting an example for the villagers to follow. Pei Jichang conceded, fully aware that he could not outmaneuver his parents. Listen to your son, Bai Xinxiao responded with a smile, and old Pei nodded in agreement. Oh, and one more thing. Jihong should not work the fields anymore. At her age, she needs to learn some skills. She should follow me, Pei Jichang added. That sounds good. They chimed in unison, their faces alight with joy. Son, was it difficult in the provincial city? Old Pei asked, his cheeks flushed as he finally broached the subject. Not at all. I even made quite a few friends, Pei Jichang replied with a smile, saying reassuring words to his family, and gradually, smiles blossomed on their faces. For reasons unknown, Pei Jichang found himself increasingly reliant on this feeling of familial warmth. Perhaps it is inherent in human nature to seek companionship. Even in this impoverished, remote setting, the profound love shared among family members was something he cherished deeply. After dinner, Pei Jichang initially intended to assist with household chores, but with the corn sold and the cold room already tidied, his elderly parents could not remain idle and busied themselves with tasks. Therefore, he had no choice but to take a rest indoors. During this time, Jihong persistently followed closely behind her brother. Little sister, why do you always follow me? Pei Jichang could not help but ask as he turned around. I miss you, Jihong replied, her large, innocent eyes shining with sincerity, expressing the purest affection of a young girl. Oh dear, Pei Jichang was touched, reaching out to embrace Jihong. I'll fetch you some water, you can wash your feet. Jihong playfully punched her brother, unable to withstand his tenderness, and hurriedly dashed out of the room. Pei Jichang pressed his hand against his chest, arching his back. His face flushed a deep red as he inhaled sharply before struggling to say, if you punch your brother again, just see if I won't retaliate. Once he regained his composure, Pei Jichang sat on the back calm, the sunlight flooding the room, enveloping it in warmth. In the blink of an eye, Jihong returned, holding a basin that still emanated steam. Little sister, be careful not to burn your hands, Pei Jichang urged as he quickly removed his shoes and socks. Jihong placed the basin at her brother's feet, then wiped her hands on her trousers before stepping out to find more work. My little sister is truly adorable. Pei Jichang grinned, momentarily forgetting the earlier incident. After soaking his feet, Pei Jichang felt warmth radiating through his body and lay back on the Kong, slowly closing his eyes to savor the moment. Perhaps many years later, this would be the indelible image of his childhood home, busy parents, and endearing little sister. A clean and tidy courtyard, cemented ground, and sunlight filling the entire Kong. He knew he needed to head to the city soon to begin ingratiating himself with Peng Jingming. Pondering these matters. Meanwhile, In the office of the head of the county's Industry and Commerce Bureau, Peng Zhonghan, an outsider, had been lingering around lately. The first task each morning was to clean Peng Zhongming's office, ensuring that even the desks and chairs were spotless, followed by laying out newspapers and preparing tea. Though the position was lowly in a small place, the power held was significant, particularly in this era when many tasks were not distinctly divided. All managed under the head's authority, which Director Peng possessed. "Oh, my poor uncle, I must honor him well in the future," he lamented, beginning to cry again, fearing that Peng Zhongming might not hear him. Until last year, the Industry and Commerce Bureau had only clearly defined its role by establishing the General Administration of Administrative Management. Prior to this, the Ministry of Commerce, the Ministry of Grain, and the Supply and Marketing Cooperatives were all managed collectively. The county-level Industry and Commerce Bureaus were essentially makeshift teams with extremely simple office locations, merely rows of bungalows and three-wheeled motorcycles parked on the street, lacking even a courtyard. Although wielding considerable power, their conditions were far inferior to state-owned enterprises like paper mills. It was not until after 1984 that the county's Industry and Commerce Bureau would adopt standardized uniforms. At present, people wore dark uniforms and needed work permits to verify their identities. During the period of unified management, Peng Zhongming initially held the position of director of the Grain Bureau. Upon learning that the Industrial and Commercial Bureau was to become independent, he took the initiative to participate in the reform, subsequently securing the position of head of the County Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Indeed, the Peng family's influence in the county was already deeply entrenched, as there existed little barrier between the prefectural city and the county. Many believed that Peng Zhongming had made a misstep. After all, what position could surpass that of the director of the Grain Bureau? The common folk cannot live without grain. However, Peng Zhongming exhibited considerable foresight. As the market was set to open, the role of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau would become increasingly significant, especially amid ambiguous policies. Once matters became unclear, any action could be justified, leading to even greater opportunities for personal gain. Such individuals do not focus on development, but rather on how to extract more for themselves. Peng Zhongming's office was located in the last of the single-story buildings, slightly more spacious than the preceding ones. A wooden desk and chair were positioned to the right, with a piece of green glass resting atop the desk, holding down several photographs of Peng Hao. At that moment, Peng Zhonghan was diligently polishing the glass until it gleamed, leaning over to gently touch the photograph of Peng Hao. "Brother, rest in peace. I will take good care of your family and fulfill my filial duties, raising your children to adulthood." His sobs were clearly audible to those outside, and it was at this juncture that Peng Zhongming entered the room. "Uncle," Peng Zhonghan rose, evidently striving to wipe away the tears from his eyes. Peng Zhongming replied softly, taking a measured seat on the wooden chair. After glancing at the photograph beneath the glass, he picked up a newspaper. Peng Zhonghan remained silent, settling onto the spring sofa. Gradually, an eerie stillness enveloped the room, with motes of dust dancing in the beams of light. Once Peng Zhongming finished reading the newspaper, he lifted his gaze to Peng Zhonghan, who immediately stood up, bending forward slightly. However, Peng Zhongming's expression was grave, and he remained silent for a considerable time. If my son had not died, would these benefits have fallen to him? A sharp pang of anguish pierced Peng Zhongming's heart. In the county, he had numerous distant relatives, yet Peng Zhonghan was undoubtedly closer due to their shared surname. Thus, the sudden demise of Peng Hao led Peng Zhonghan to feel entitled to what he believed should rightfully be his. Ironically, this very sense of entitlement caused Peng Zhongming immense discomfort, even distaste. Just as at Peng Hao's banquet, Peng Zhonghan exhibited excessive eagerness, rushing to seize what should have belonged to Peng Hao. "Uncle, is there something you need?" Peng Zhonghan asked, his flattery evident. "As for support for township enterprises and individual businesses, please be patient. I will inform you promptly of any specific policies," Peng Zhongming responded, still soft-hearted. He understood that, after this fervor subsided, he would still require Peng Zhonghan's assistance, as they were bound by blood. "All right, uncle, I understand. I will submit the necessary materials first to secure my position," Peng Zhonghan replied, eyebrows raised and a look of delight on his face, though he still appeared overly animated. With a wave of his hand, Peng Zhongming dismissed him, and Peng Zhonghan exited the building. As mealtime approached, people gathered on the steps of the cafeteria, enjoying their food, while members of the inspection team returned, each carrying a large bowl. "Hey, Xiaoshan, come over and give me a ride." Peng Zhonghan waved his hand. "What is it? Is it urgent? How about I finish this bowl of noodles first?" Xiaoshan chuckled, shaking the bowl in his hand. "I told you to hurry up and go. Why are you dawdling? You need to take care of your paperwork." Peng Zhonghan's brow furrowed immediately. All right. Tian Shan reluctantly stood up, placing the bowl in the cafeteria, muttering to himself as he turned away. This Peng Zhonghan isn't even from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Yet he loves to boss people around. If things don't go his way, he throws a tantrum. He's really hard to deal with. Soon after, Tian Shan rode off on a motorcycle, taking Peng Zhonghan with him. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Pei Jichang arrived in the city, planning to stay for a while as there was little work to do at home. He was merely waiting for the new year, intending to bring Jihong up once settled. Pei Jichang first went to the paper mill to discuss matters with Zhou Boken. Upon knocking on the office door, he unexpectedly ran into a familiar face. Peng Zhonghan was lounging back, legs crossed, seated in a wooden chair with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, glaring sideways at Pei Jichang. "Is it you?" Peng Zhonghan exclaimed, having forgotten Pei Jichang's name. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Pei Jichang greeted him naturally. "What business do you have?" Peng Zhonghan questioned coldly. "I'm here to have dinner with my brother," Pei Jichang replied with a beaming smile, directing his attention back to Zhou Boken. "Brother, if I weren't waiting outside for you." "No need. I've already finished discussing." Zhou Boken quickly stood up and ushered Pei Jichang into the office. Seeing the connection between the director of the paper mill and the farmer, Peng Zhonghan managed a stiff smile. "What line of work are you in?" he inquired, still maintaining a condescending tone. "What else?" "Just a farmer," Pei Jichang replied casually. "I'll report the materials later and refine the details. Just wait for the notification." Zhou Boken glanced at Peng Zhonghan, hinting for him to leave. "All right, I'll trouble you, Director Zhou." Peng Zhonghan waved goodbye with a smile, not sparing another glance at Pei Jichang as he exited the office. "Jichang, you arrived just in time. My brother is treating you to dinner at the state-run restaurant tonight. But did you come to find me for a specific reason?" Zhou Boken hurriedly poured water for Pei Jichang, displaying a warmth that contrasted sharply with his demeanor towards Peng Zhonghan. "Brother, what did that person want from you?" Pei Jichang inquired. "He wants to establish a township enterprise, relying on the support of the paper mill to set up a production line," Zhou Boken explained with a chuckle, not giving it much thought. However, at that moment, a subtle chill flashed across Pei Jichang's face. "Brother, are there any regulations at the factory? Can several township enterprises be supported simultaneously?" Pei Jichang pressed eagerly. "Jichang, what is the matter?" Zhou Boken's brow furrowed slightly. "Brother, the reason he came to find you is that I also want to establish a township enterprise, similarly relying on the paper mill's production line," Pei Jichang added. "This." Zhou Boken's brow deepened in thought before he slowly spoke. "According to the policies from above, state-owned enterprises generally provide one-on-one support to township enterprises. Especially since the market has just opened up, they are cautious about proceeding blindly. The current policies are shrouded in uncertainty, varying from place to place, and in Xingping County, such regulations are prevalent. The materials in your possession signify that this quota has yet to be confirmed." Pei Jichang raised his hand, rhythmically tapping on the table. Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 94. It is not that simple. After a prolonged silence in the office, voices resumed. "Jichang, if this were merely a routine report, the materials would certainly be submitted to me, never reaching the hands of the factory director. Yet, this is a request from the top brass." Zhou Boken appeared quite troubled. Having accrued considerable favors from Pei Jichang, he found it disheartening to leave his words unfulfilled. "The head of the factory is Zhang Xiaoxi, correct?" Pei Jichang furrowed his brows, striving to recall. He was confident that he could match names and faces of any significant figures he had encountered. "You know the head?" Zhou Boken exclaimed. "I am acquainted with him, though he does not know me." "Brother, how about we do this? The record remains with you, and subsequently, we can explore other avenues together," Pei Jichang suggested with a smile. "That works. It's about time. Let us go have a meal first," Zhou Boken readily agreed, then patted Pei Jichang on the back as they exited the office. As they stepped out, the narrow corridor was bustling with people, many employees carrying baskets on their arms, stopping to purchase vegetables on their way home, especially since they had only one day off and long working hours. Pei Jichang and Zhou Boken shared light-hearted banter, and naturally, the employees greeted Director Zhou enthusiastically. With the deputy factory director having stepped down, Zhou Boken was the most likely candidate for promotion, prompting people to curry favor and leave a good impression. Jiang Tingting emerged from her department, having just started her career, meticulously cautious in all her actions. Even greeting a superior, a seemingly simple task, required considerable contemplation. Noticing Director Zhou behind her, she nervously clutched her sleeves, slowed her pace, and discreetly glanced back. As he approached, she brightly called out, "Director, are you heading back? Please take care on the way." "Ah, yes." Returning, Zhou Boken nodded with a smile. "Hey, Tingting, you work at the paper mill?" Pei Jichang slowed his pace, smiling. "Huh, Jiang Tingting was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to encounter Pei Jichang in the office building, especially so close to the director. What could their relationship be? How did they know each other? I must be off. Pei Jichang waved his hand. Zhou Bakong put his arm around Pei Jichang's shoulder, and they continued on their way at a brisk pace. Jiang Tingting, still processing the encounter, gazed vacantly at Pei Jichang's tall figure, overwhelmed by the multitude of unanswered questions. The county's state-run restaurant was considerably inferior to that in the provincial capital. The dining area featured several small tables, with only 2 large ones and a solitary private room. The menu was sparse, requiring a 2-day advance reservation for a single osmanthus fish. Lu Xingshu and Tian Shan arrived later, and Zhou Bakong was surprised to learn that Pei Jichang knew someone from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, especially since one of them was the head of the inspection team. The 4 of them occupied a small table, with Zhou Bakong hastily offering 10 yuan, fearing that Pei Jichang might pay, insisting that this meal could not be on him. Even with a friend present, Pei Jichang and Lu Xingshu ordered merely 2 cold dishes, accompanied by 4 large bowls of plain noodles and a pot of 3 taels of scattered liquor for each, indulging in a modest yet pleasant drink that barely cost over 3 yuan. After sharing a toast, Pei Jichang broached a serious matter. I intend to reside in the city. Please assist me in finding a room to rent. I have my connections. I will arrange it for you by tomorrow. Lu Xingshu raised his cup and clinked it with Pei Jichang's. Jichang, you shall sleep at my place tonight. Tian Shan promptly interjected, and Pei Jichang, without hesitation, nodded in agreement. Then, the conversation shifted to the affairs of local enterprises. I aspire to leverage the support of the paper mill, yet I have been thwarted by Peng Zhonghan, who submitted his registration materials to my brother's office first, effectively stalling progress, as the necessary documents will not reach the Industrial and Commercial Bureau anytime soon. Pei Jichang elaborated. Damn it, that scoundrel Peng Zhonghan has once again summoned me to deliver to him. Tian Shan cursed in frustration. Jichang, do you understand why, in our county, only state-owned enterprises are designated to assist local enterprises on a one-to-one basis? Lu Xingshu interjected. Brother, please elaborate. Pei Jichang replied nonchalantly. The report submitted by Director Peng claims it is to prevent market chaos, which would be difficult to manage. But in a small county, what chaos could arise? It merely aims to leverage Lu Xingshu's words to exploit the situation. Pei Jichang articulated Lu Xingshu's sentiments. Precisely, Lu Xingshu affirmed, slurping a few noodles before continuing. The current policy offers reduced and exempt tax rates for local enterprises, including family contract responsibility. Yet, there are only a handful of state-owned enterprises in the county, particularly the paper mill. Once local enterprises bind themselves to state-owned ones, it can alleviate their surplus production capacity, consequently directing the funding to those enterprises. Therefore, can this restriction be lifted? Some wish to establish businesses. Yet the submitted materials can be stalled here for a year or more, citing market instability. What can one do? In the end, those who wish to start enterprises may misjudge the timing and end up benefiting from the funding. This discourse elucidated the issues profoundly. For instance, if the paper mill collaborates with 2 enterprises, the one that thrives will receive the funds. If only one enterprise collaborates, it becomes the inevitable choice. Pei Jichang pondered these matters carefully. The depths of small places can be astonishing in this era. Zhou Bakong shook his head gently, deeply astonished. Is it possible for things to be this corrupt? He raised his glass and clinked it with Lu Xingshu's. Brother, what is the material submitted by Peng Zhonghan State? Pei Jichang turned his gaze back to Zhou Bakong. It mentions the production of the Hongqi model. Zhou Bakong responded. Come, let us toast. Pei Jichang finished the remaining liquor, then devoured the last of his noodles, preparing to leave. Just as night fell, on the way back, Pei Jichang inquired about Sun Ping from Tian Shan. Why do you keep asking about Peng Hao as partner? I am not entirely clear on the specifics, but she has moved in with Director Peng and his wife. Now the child is their reliance, and none can part from the other. Tian Shan scrutinized Pei Jichang with a mischievous glint. Xiaoshan, leave the door open for me tonight. I must first go find my sister-in-law. Pei Jichang squinted and called out sweetly, adapting to his new identity, especially given his relationship with Peng Hao. He then made his way towards the cinema. You can't be serious. Tian Shan blushed, stammering for a while before turning to head home, her mind racing with thoughts of how thrilling this must be. Moreover, Sun Ping, who was not unattractive and had recently become a widow, would surely have her own needs. However, Pei Jichang first visited the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some items that the children would enjoy before proceeding to the 3-story courtyard across the street. The situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. In this era, those who could establish enterprises were far from ordinary. One must not take things for granted. A farmer. Someone who had no one to rely on. Could they truly benefit from the tides of change? He lowered his head, his eyes welling with tears. Chapter 95. The good secretary of the village. As night fell, Pingtu village buzzed with activity. It seemed every household had sent their head to the courtyard, where torches were held aloft, and emotions ran high. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Su Songxing began to address the crowd through the loudspeaker. His fists clenched and eyes resolute. His demeanor suggested he was determined to achieve great things for the villagers, a secretary who never forgot his roots. Jiang Guangzhou stood beside him, offering tremendous support and feeling equally inspired. It appeared that Pingtu village would soon shed its reputation as the poorest. However, upon closer inspection, Su Songxing's hands trembled, the sheets of notes he held quaking in his grasp. These were his speech notes. Old Pei had made quite a bit of money over the past few months, over 200 yuan. Just look at the life he was now leading. Able to afford white flour at every meal. The plan to tarnish Old Pei's reputation was indeed what Pei Jichang had instructed, and when the secretary's word spread, the villagers erupted in uproar. This morning's gossip about Old Pei at the theater had not fully circulated, and with the secretary's announcement, the villagers could hardly remain composed. Their eyes ablaze. Caught in the crowd, Old Pei nodded affirmatively when questioned, without a hint of hesitation, having never told a lie in his life. He was now forced to deceive for his son. Indeed, with over 200 yuan, Old Pei began to shout, "Father, let us quickly secure a good piece of land before the villagers snatch it away." Ban Xiaoqing clung to his father's neck, urgency in her voice as she shouted. Instantly, the villagers nearby were displeased. Ban Kunzai was part of the team, and now even they were getting involved in land contracting. If they dawdled, they might miss out on prime land. "You blockhead," Ban Kunzai growled, gritting his teeth and giving his son a thump on the head. "How dare you shout such things in front of others?" Ban Xiaoqing was known in the village for her lack of guile and straightforwardness, often indulging in mischief, while Old Pei was the epitome of honesty. Their dynamic seemed trivial among a few farmers, yet beneath the surface, tensions surged, pushing the villagers to their limits as the atmosphere intensified. Su Songxiang had to raise his voice to restore order in the courtyard. "Since I was able to promise Old Pei's family, I can assure you all that should the household land contracts yield poor harvests, I will borrow grain from the commune to prevent anyone from going hungry. A few days ago, I tirelessly traversed the rural town, leveraging every connection available. After persistent efforts, I finally secured an order from a major enterprise in the provincial capital for our village. However, the details of our collaboration still require further negotiation. I can assure you of one thing. By next year, our village will shed the label of poverty. Indeed, when the name Pingtu village is mentioned in the future, any young woman who marries from here will be considered fortunate. Do not envy the profits of the Lao Pei family. In the future, the household that cultivates the most land will reap the greatest rewards from the provincial enterprises seeking grain. Just wait and see who will be the first to become a millionaire in our Pingtu village." The final roar from Su Songxiang was so powerful that his voice cracked. Yet it was met with resounding applause from the villagers. Truly, he is an excellent secretary for our Pingtu village. After all, who would willingly act as a guarantor for us without reason? Secretary Su remains grounded, always considering the well-being of the common folk. Such leaders deserve our unwavering support. However, Ban Siyuanai's family is rather ungrateful, having previously vandalized someone else's yard. Praise poured in from all directions, yet Su Songxiang felt a twinge of guilt. If the project were to fail, he would be forced to flee, having long forgotten his roots. Just as Su was preparing to leave, he turned around only to have Jiang Guangzhou grasp his arm. "Secretary Su, come here." Jiang's gaze towards Su was filled with newfound respect as he pulled him towards the loudspeaker. "Dear villagers, once the autumn harvest is complete, we shall collectively contract the land under the guidance of Secretary Su. He is the capable leader who will lead us to prosperity." Jiang Guangzhou shouted with all his might, lifting Su Songxiang high. The applause resonated through the air, yet Su's gaze drifted, contemplating. "Comrade, it is time to forget your roots." The secretary, a person of steadfast beliefs, repeated his mantra, fearing that he might lose his resolve. Pei Jichang, well acquainted with the route, arrived at the Peng family's doorstep. Faint sounds of children's laughter emanated from within, and after a brief pause, he knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A female voice responded. Upon opening the door, it was Sun Ping. "It's you?" Sun Ping exclaimed in surprise, recalling Pei Jichang from the time he had hastily departed following Peng Hao's funeral. "Please come in." Sun Ping quickly opened the door, calling out, "Dad, Mom, we have a guest." "It's a friend of Peng Hao." Pei Jichang stepped inside, his bag in hand, followed shortly by Peng Zhengming and Zhou Xiangwan. Jichang. Peng Jingming recalled the name of the farmer, cherishing the words Pei Jichang had uttered when reprimanding the county head, which had lingered in his thoughts. Initially, Peng Jingming intended to express his gratitude to Pei Jichang after his son's burial, but the man had left abruptly, revealing his pure intentions of merely offering assistance without seeking anything in return, which undoubtedly enhanced Peng's impression of him. "I came to see Peng's child," was Pei Jichang's opening remark as he placed his bag on a nearby cabinet. Following Peng Hao's passing, many had visited to offer condolences to Peng Jingming and his wife, most of whom were merely sycophants. However, never had anyone come specifically to see Peng Hao's child. In an instant, Peng Jingming felt a sense of tranquility, unlike Peng Zhonghan, who presumptuously reached out to seize the advantages owed to his son. Peng Hao's child, 6 or 7 years of age, was at that mischievous stage. He rushed over, clutching a bag to his chest, exclaiming loudly, "Wow, instant noodles." Fearing that the adults might snatch the treats away, the child swiftly darted into the house. This child had been indulged beyond measure. "Jichang, come inside quickly," Peng Jingming urged as he grasped Pei Jichang's arm. "All right," Pei Jichang replied, slowly closing the door before settling onto the sofa in the living room. Peng Jingming personally poured him a cup of tea, a gesture of considerable hospitality. On the television cabinet, a color TV was broadcasting the news. Pei Jichang glanced at it a few times, and with a cursory scan, he could distinctly perceive the family's affluence. Turning slightly, he looked up to see a black and white photograph of Peng Hao hanging on the wall, which reminded him of a saying, "Only those who hang on the walls remain honest." This man had once oppressed many women. How strikingly similar. Pei Jichang crouched beside the child, gently stroking his hair. Chapter 96. To be manipulated. The migrant worker sat by the sofa, smiling at the child while occasionally glancing at the black and white photograph on the wall, a hint of sorrow flickering across his face. Pei Jichang spoke little, merely observing, leaving Peng Jingming to languish on the sofa. Typically, anyone visiting this household would display ample eagerness and warmth in front of Peng Jingming, regardless of the circumstances, always striving to appear lively. Yet, the present migrant worker remained notably subdued. Such scenarios were not unfamiliar to Pei Jichang. It was challenging to discern which demeanor was more appropriate. At the very least, one should refrain from exhibiting excessive enthusiasm in times of a leader's grief, as it is deemed inappropriate. One must express emotions commensurate with their purpose for being there, ensuring not to overstep boundaries. Moreover, judging by Pei Jichang's observations, it was certain that Peng Jingming would inquire about certain matters, as he was quite curious about him. Sure enough, when Sun Ping brought in some fruit, Peng Jingming initiated a conversation. "Jichang, sit down and have some fruit." "All right," Pei Jichang responded, leaning against the coffee table as he took a seat on the sofa, unpretentious, biting into an apple with gusto. "Where have you been during this time?" "Back to the village?" Peng Jingming began the conversation with ease. "I went to the provincial capital," Pei Jichang replied succinctly, offering no further elaboration. "The provincial capital?" Peng Jingming inquired, puzzled, casually asking, "What were you doing there, engaging in trade?" At that moment, it was rare to see a smile break across Peng Jingming's face, as he found it rather peculiar that a farmer would venture to the provincial capital. "It can't be considered trade. Primarily, I was assessing the market." Pei Jichang nodded slightly, his tone subdued. "Oh, what did you find?" Peng Jingming leaned forward with interest, bemused by the idea that this seemingly simple farmer could comprehend such evaluations. "The province has introduced several foreign investments, including a winery that aims to enhance the income of local farmers. The policy explicitly states that they must procure grapes grown locally. This is a pathway to prosperity," Pei Jichang explained. "Locally?" Peng Jingming raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing that such good fortune would not befall their county, as it was simply too distant. He had traversed every village surrounding the provincial capital, and the grapes cultivated there were certainly not up to procurement standards. The farmers seemed solely intent on profiting from foreign patrons, cramming their fields with seedlings. Consequently, this would compromise the moisture content, leading to a naturally low sugar concentration in the grapes. Such inferior raw materials would hardly entice any winery to purchase them. This brings us to the issue of information disparity. The wineries had not emphasized this point, as they considered ensuring the sugar content of the grapes a matter of common knowledge. However, given the dire financial straits of their county, the temptation to maximize profits through extensive land cultivation was simply too great, which would inevitably result in significant issues during procurement. Nevertheless, the provincial authorities had explicitly mandated the purchase of local raw materials, and their county was included in this designation. If there was only one viable option, the distance would surely be inconsequential. Pingta village had already commenced planting, and I had received the requisite support. An agreement could be signed in due time. Pei Jichang articulated this slowly, without a single stutter. At that moment, he needed to showcase his capabilities, as mere moral character would not suffice to earn the leader's admiration. He had to demonstrate a certain level of competence. Upon hearing this, not only did Peng Zhengming appear astonished, but even Xu Xianglan and Su Enping were left momentarily speechless, as the contrast presented by the farmers was simply too stark. Setting aside the veracity of the matter, the ability to capture information was remarkably agile, particularly with some of the cultured phrases employed. "Ah, you young man are quite remarkable," Peng Zhengming exclaimed, unexpectedly grasping Pei Jichang's arm. After a brief pause, a broader smile spread across his face. "No wonder my son wishes to work with you. What were you two up to together?" "I have earned a fair sum following Brother Peng. The paper mill previously distributed a batch of low-priced corn as a benefit, and it was thanks to Peng House connections that I could send my family's produce there," Pei Jichang remarked with a subdued smile. "I am aware of this. My colleagues at the unit have discussed it," Su Enping interjected. "Is that so?" Peng Zhengming's gaze towards Pei Jichang softened considerably. "You all possess quite the audacity. Unafraid of scrutiny from the Grain Bureau? Yet, one must have a daring spirit to attain wealth," he affirmed. "Uncle, you are mistaken. The land we cultivate is our own." Brother Peng utilized connections to facilitate its entry, which is not a transaction but a matter of goodwill. Who could contest that? Pei Jichang responded emphatically. Peng Zhengming was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, patting Pei Jichang on the shoulder. "Ha ha ha, your ideological awareness is commendable." Subsequently, Peng Zhengming straightened his posture, appraising Pei Jichang from head to toe before inquiring, "What are your plans moving forward? Will you return to the village to cultivate land independently, supplying grapes to foreign factories?" At this juncture, Peng Zhengming's inquiry regarding Pei Jichang's future was, in essence, a conversation about long-term aspirations. "I must pursue a dual path. Supplying raw materials to foreign factories is essential. I cannot make the journey to the provincial capital in vain. My primary ambition is to establish a township enterprise. As this is the key to sustainable development," Pei Jichang responded earnestly. "A township enterprise? How do you intend to proceed?" Peng Zhengming's gaze deepened with intrigue. "In our county, the path to development can only be paved through the productivity of state-owned enterprises. Previously, I had made the acquaintance of the director of the paper mill, and I am well acquainted with Liu and his team. Having established the necessary connections, I am preparing to venture into enterprises related to the paper mill." Pei Jichang chuckled warmly. The rationale behind this statement is to indicate that I have secured connections, underscoring the purpose of my visit. It is merely to see Brother Peng's child, and not to seek your support as the director. These words arose merely in casual conversation. The crux of the matter lies in how to cultivate a good relationship with leadership, ideally with a request in mind. The township enterprises reliant on the support of the paper mill ultimately require a decision from Peng Zhengming. If the connections sought by Pei Jichang prove ineffective, one must ultimately rely on the authority of the top leader. This is the nature of human relationships. Therefore, in the end, all roads lead to Peng Zhengming. It is preferable to create a conducive atmosphere in advance, allowing the leader to have a clearer grasp of oneself. To proactively reveal one's vulnerabilities and allow the leader to take control is indeed a skill. How to employ individuals. While ability is one aspect, the true essence of utilizing talent lies in being able to be managed effectively. Hence, within enterprises and institutions, one must avoid appearing overly sharp. Otherwise, the only one who gets hurt is oneself. Ha ha ha, Peng Zhengming chuckled heartily, and thereafter, he refrained from further inquiries directed at Pei Jichang. Suddenly, the television screen went blank, replaced by static. "Uncle, it's getting late. I shall take my leave," Pei Jichang said as he rose to depart. Peng Zhengming escorted him to the door and watched him descend the stairs. The distant streetlights cast a chilling glow, elongating Pei Jichang's silhouette as he pondered various matters. If, by tomorrow morning, Peng Zhengming outright refuses Liu Shangshu, the opportunity would be lost. However, if he leaves a door open for supplication, the prospects for the township enterprise are likely to flourish. The key is to secure a position of significance thereafter. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, under the glow of a desk lamp, Peng Zhengming's expression was ominously somber. One must not allow Peng Zhonghan to feel too content. Otherwise, he becomes difficult to control. Pei Jichang's character surpasses his own, as he possesses a deeper understanding of gratitude. He had previously dared to confront Liao County, making him a viable option. Peng Zhengming spoke in a hushed tone. Coincidentally, that young man also aspires to establish a township enterprise. From his discourse today, he indeed appears astute. Perhaps a fleeting hope for our son. As she spoke, Zhou Xianglan's eyes glistened with tears. "Now, you must compose yourself. If this continues, our family will be in ruins. And we have a grandchild to raise. Our responsibilities are immense. Peng Zhengming rose, clasped his hands behind his back, and strolled out of the room, harboring a newfound admiration for Pei Jichang. Chapter 97. Vivid illustrations. As Pei Jichang passed by the state-run restaurant, two individuals suddenly emerged, colliding forcefully with his abdomen. Damn it! Pei Jichang's facial muscles twitched in response, ready to retaliate, but upon lowering his gaze, a smile immediately graced his face. To his surprise, they were acquaintances. Peng Zhonghan had his arm draped over a young man's shoulder, both reeking of alcohol. The young man was Jiang Tingting's younger brother, Jiang Che, whom he had only met a few times in passing. Brother, how much have you had to drink? Are you all right? Pei Jichang asked with a smile, helping to steady Peng Zhonghan's arm. Get off me. Peng Zhonghan forcefully pushed Pei Jichang away and then leaned heavily against Jiang Che, vigorously patting his chest with one hand. What may seem like mere jest, yet Peng Zhonghan is asserting his dominance, while Jiang Che, in evident distress, appears unable to endure the situation any longer. Remember the tasks I entrusted to you? Please inquire again tomorrow and arrange a meeting with the leaders. By the way, is your sister still single? Let us invite her out for a meal sometime. Peng Zhonghan, inebriated, is bellowing loudly, his voice echoing throughout the street. Jiang Che seems rather intimidated by Peng Zhonghan, only daring to nod in agreement. Pei Jichang cast a glance before turning to leave, entirely dismissive of someone like Peng Zhonghan. Should he seize an opportunity, he would undoubtedly inflict harm. Soon, the farmer's silhouette vanished into the night. The following day, early in the morning. On this day, Peng Zhengming arrived at the office early, while the patrol team was tinkering with a tricycle. Lu Shangshu, cigarette dangling from his lips, appeared lost in thought under the sunlight, and upon noticing the director's arrival, limped into the bungalow. Peng Zhonghan followed closely behind. Director, I need to trouble you with something, Lu Shangshu said, offering a cigarette. Peng Zhengming took the cigarette, and, after having it lit, slowly replied, Is there anything in the county that you cannot resolve? Ha ha ha. This matter truly requires your assistance to succeed. Lu Shangshu beamed with a bright smile. Go on, Peng Zhengming said as he settled into a chair. I wish to acquire a quota for a township enterprise from you, Lu Shangshu stated directly. Is this a relative of yours? Peng Zhengming squinted slightly, feigning ignorance. Not a relative, but rather a close associate who previously worked alongside me. He aspires to establish a business, and I hope you can reserve a quota. I'll deliver the materials later, and it will only require your seal, Lu Shangshu explained before shaking his head and preparing to leave. Under normal circumstances, since the captain had spoken, this matter would certainly be resolved. However, just as Lu Shangshu opened the door, he was called back. Wait a moment. Peng Zhengming's expression turned serious. Lu, you haven't clarified your statement. Will this township enterprise rely on state-owned enterprise support? Peng Zhonghan shouted, visibly displeased. It must rely on the production line of the state-owned enterprise. My young brother spoke with the director of the paper mill yesterday, Lu Shangshu replied nonchalantly, clearly not taking the matter seriously. Did you approach Zhou Bakong? Damn it, when I left yesterday, I ran into that farmer. What was his name again? It can't be that he wants to start a township enterprise, can it? Does he even qualify? Peng Zhonghan exploded with rage, fearful that his lucrative opportunity might be usurped. What happened? Did you encounter him? That man is Pei Jichang, who used to associate with Peng Hao. Supporting the development of township enterprises shouldn't be a daunting task. Lu Shangshu remarked with a smile, but Peng Zhonghan did not accept the cigarette he offered. Establishing a township enterprise is not difficult, but it must await proper market clarity. Will it be privately or collectively owned? Especially when backed by a state-owned production line. Aspiring to collaborate with a paper mill is quite an ambitious endeavor. Peng Zhonghan glared furiously, spittle flying in the light. Beside him, Peng Zhengming wore a displeased expression, discreetly glaring at Peng Zhonghan. Leadership. Township enterprises can alleviate the overcapacity issues of state-owned enterprises, and the sales pressure on the paper mill is considerable, Lu Shangshu asserted. That does not concern him. Silence. Peng Zhengming's sharp rebuke instantly rendered Peng Zhonghan speechless, prompting him to take several steps back. Indeed, we must support township enterprises, but if everyone were to open a factory, the market would descend into chaos. We cannot bear that responsibility. We must proceed cautiously, one step at a time, ensuring a stable path forward. This matter is unequivocally unattainable. Peng Zhengming's expression was grave as he firmly declined. Lu Shangshu felt a chill in his heart, fearing that Jichang's plans might come to naught. Disappointed, he was about to turn away when, unexpectedly, the director spoke again. However, since you have broached the topic, and considering that Jichang has rendered considerable assistance to my son, I ought to address this matter directly with him. So you have an explanation, wouldn't you agree? Peng Jingming offered a mild smile. Very well, leader, I shall summon him. Lu Xinshu nodded and exited the bungalow, appearing slightly disheartened yet profoundly astonished. Last night, while drinking, Jichang had mentioned that the director might wish to meet him, and now that prophecy had come to fruition. His earlier statement clearly indicated that only Peng Zhengming possessed the authority to address Jichang's affairs. Moreover, having encountered Peng Zhonghan yesterday and recognizing his cunning nature, he was aware that Jichang's perceptive mind could connect the dots. Like a supporting character in a play, the situation had taken on vivid dimensions. What a predicament! A clumsy hand reaching out to a limping one. Good heavens, Jichang is indeed astute. The director genuinely wishes to see him. Let us not head to the township just yet. I must find him first. Lu Xinshu leaned against the metal wall, struggling to sit in the sidecar. Tian Shan, with a grave expression, sat on the motorcycle but suddenly felt out of sorts. Lowering his gaze, he remarked, "Can my hand manage this?" "Oh dear," Lu Xinshu grunted, clambering out of the sidecar, hastily mounting the motorcycle before speeding away. Meanwhile, inside the bungalow, Peng Zhonghan, with a sullen countenance, questioned, "Uncle, if this matter cannot be resolved, why must you still meet with that farmer?" "Just a few words with that young man," Peng Jingming replied nonchalantly. Fine, Peng Zhonghan said, his brow furrowed. After a moment's contemplation, he bent down to retrieve a cloth from the basin, preparing to clean. "You may leave for now. I too must make a phone call." Peng Jingming waved his hand irritably. "All right." Peng Zhonghan hesitated slightly, but ultimately exited the bungalow, feeling decidedly unsettled. Was his uncle now burdened with matters he could not share with him? After finding Jichang, Lu Xinshu stammered, "You told me this matter cannot be accomplished. Yet you insist on seeing me. If it cannot be done, why seek me out? Can this matter truly be resolved?" "It can be done." Jichang chuckled, patting Lu Xinshu on the shoulder. "No, Jichang, what exactly is going on? I truly cannot comprehend why Director Peng is complicating the situation so?" Lu Xinshu questioned, perplexed. "The leadership wishes to exert control over me, hence the claim that it cannot be done. What Peng Zhonghan has at his disposal is about to be taken from him," Jichang said with a bright smile as he stepped out of the room, momentarily dazzled by the sunlight. The entry ticket to the game is first to be grasped. Jichang had already pushed open that door, yet in this unfolding drama, who truly holds the lead? Chapter 98. Recognizing a thief as a father at noon. A farmer appeared flustered as he hurried toward the bungalow of the County Industrial and Commercial Bureau, inquiring eagerly before making his way directly to the director's office. Pei Jichang appeared to be startled by some unforeseen circumstance, momentarily losing his composure, forgetting to knock as he impulsively pushed the door open. With a resounding thud, the doorframe trembled violently. "Uncle, no, I apologize, I misspoke. Leader, why can't you approve my request for township enterprises? Isn't there a policy to support us?" Pei Jichang's chest heaved with anxiety, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks, as he occasionally swallowed hard. This man truly seemed to be driven to desperation. "Jichang, why are you so flustered?" "Close the door first," came the calm voice of Peng Zhengming, who nonchalantly waved his hand. Pei Jichang, as if in a daze, stood at the threshold for a moment before slowly turning to shut the door, then sluggishly took a seat on the sofa. "Did old Lu notify you?" Peng Zhengming inquired, pouring water from a thermos for Pei Jichang, his condescending gaze revealing a sense of superiority as he placed the cup on the coffee table. At that moment, in his eyes, this rural lad was utterly at his mercy. Pei Jichang nodded vigorously, then stumbled over his explanation, but team leader Lu mentioned before that this matter would be straightforward. "I even consulted on related issues in the provincial city. The county should provide support. How could it possibly be unmanageable?" By the end, Pei Jichang's voice had cracked in fear. "What did team leader Lu say?" Peng Zhengming asked softly, seated beside him. "Team leader Lu said it was impossible and told me to come to you for a detailed explanation," Pei Jichang hurriedly replied. Ha. Peng Zhengming chuckled lightly, his tone mimicking old Lu's directness and bluntness. "Jichang," he began, lightly tapping the coffee table with his fingers, pausing to gather his thoughts before speaking in a serious tone. "Your rapport with my son necessitates that I clarify this matter for you. Otherwise, misunderstandings may arise. Township enterprises do require support. Yet our county has more than just you aspiring to establish a business. The materials received in just the past 2 days have filled several drawers, but resources are limited. Once everything is fully opened up, chaos will ensue in the market. Who will take responsibility for that? This situation is not as simple as you perceive. I must consider various factors from my position. Now, even the connection with County Head Liao has landed on my desk. Tell me, what am I to do?" Pei Jichang's expression grew vacant, his mouth slightly agape but silent, ultimately closing his eyes and nodding firmly in resignation. Uncle, I apologize for the trouble. I hadn't anticipated the complexity of this matter. Now I understand. I shall take my leave. Rising, Pei Jichang felt a tightening in his chest, momentarily forgetting to breathe as he crossed the coffee table, reaching for the door handle. He was uncertain whether Peng Jingming would truly advocate for him, or how significant Peng Zhonghan truly was. If it were merely a matter of polite words due to the connection with Peng Hao, gently declining him, then Pei Jichang would surely drown in the murky waters of the county. A mere farmer was still struggling to make his way. If he were to delay until next year to start a paper mill, Pei Jichang could not fathom how many opportunities he would miss. Jichang suddenly, Peng Jingming reached out, firmly grasping Pei Jichang's arm, his expression abruptly serious. Great Uncle Pei Jichang's voice trembled, his heart racing to his throat, apprehensive of Peng Zhengming's forthcoming declaration. This matter is quite challenging, yet not devoid of opportunity. I must invest considerable effort, as I truly do not wish to decline your request. Peng Zhengming finally spoke. Pei Jichang's pupils dilated, and he grasped Peng Zhengming's arm tightly. Rather than taking a seat, he squatted beside him, gazing upwards. Uncle, if you could assist me in establishing my enterprise, I would be at your service in whatever capacity you desire. I yearn to provide for your later years. For Brother Peng has treated me with great kindness, and I have long cherished this gratitude. Pei Jichang began to pledge his loyalty, his expression particularly fervent. Such a demeanor is emblematic of one willing to serve selflessly. Very well. Peng Zhengming also gripped Pei Jichang's hand firmly, gently shaking it, visibly moved. I understand your sentiments, and they remind me of my son, hence my reluctance to refuse your plea for assistance. Peng Zhengming murmured softly. Uncle, if you do not mind, I shall be your godson from this moment forth, and I will dutifully serve you. This farmer is remarkably earnest. When someone aids him, he would readily risk his life in return. A fine young man. Peng Zhengming patted Pei Jichang's shoulder. Subsequently, they exchanged a few heartfelt words, and Pei Jichang helped Peng Zhengming to his feet. Jichang, let us go. I will introduce you to a few individuals. Peng Zhengming opened the door and stepped into the courtyard, his expression one of pride, relishing the ability to guide a young man in his endeavors. Very well, godfather. Pei Jichang called out without waiting for Peng Zhengming's consent, his determination evident. Regardless of how you perceive me, I shall certainly fulfill my filial duties. However, the youth, with the blazing sun casting its rays upon his face, harbored a fleeting expression of chilling coldness. Ha ha ha. Peng Zhengming did not deter Pei Jichang from addressing him in such a manner. Rather, he chuckled, raising his hand, prompting his newfound godson to lean in and assist him. At that moment, the inspection team stood in the courtyard. Lu Shangshu and Tian Shan were taken aback, in the blink of an eye. Pei Jichang had grown so intimate with Director Peng, already assisting him? Peng Zhonghan happened to return, intending to scrounge a meal in the cafeteria, but upon witnessing this scene, his expression darkened considerably. Uncle. Peng Zhonghan hurried over, attempting to offer his support, only to be forcefully pushed away. Tend to your own matters. Peng Zhengming's voice was notably cold, yet when he turned to Pei Jichang, a warm smile graced his face. Jichang, come, let us have lunch together today, and I shall introduce you to several leaders. Instantly, Peng Zhonghan's face contorted with ire. Why should that farmer have the privilege of meeting leaders when he himself did not? Very well. Pei Jichang nodded earnestly, then assisted Peng Zhengming into the sidecar of a tricycle. Can you ride a motorcycle? Peng Zhengming inquired with a smile. Godfather, I can manage. I can even drive a truck, Pei Jichang replied cheerfully, adeptly mounting the motorcycle. Oh my, quite impressive. Peng Zhengming chuckled, admiring Pei Jichang even more. Wait a moment. Uncle, I wish to accompany you as well. Peng Zhonghan insisted, moving closer once more. What do you intend to do? Peng Zhengming snapped sternly, simultaneously gesturing for Pei Jichang to start the vehicle. Pei Jichang, without a moment's hesitation, twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. Peng Zhonghan stood dazed in place, the mocking laughter of those behind him still echoing in the air. He turned sharply, only to find them all turned away. Damn Pei Jichang, Peng Zhonghan seethed, his teeth clenched and his gaze growing increasingly venomous. Tian Shan gazed at the receding motorcycle in a daze, and as realization dawned upon him, a look of resolute determination crossed his face. He strode swiftly to the limping figure and inquired in a low tone. How is it going with Brother Jichang's property? Still inquiring, Lu Xingshu shot a look of exasperation at Xiao Shan. Can you hurry up? What are you dawdling for? Tian Shan shouted in frustration, startling Lu Xingshu, who instinctively nodded. As Lu Xingshu departed, The limping man, regaining his composure, bellowed in anger, "You little rascal! How dare you command me?" Chapter 99. The test. In a private room of the state-run hotel, originally prepared for the leadership, Pei Jichang found himself amidst prominent figures, including Zhang Xiaoxi, the head of the paper mill, and Hu Taixing from the county police department. The presence of Pei Jichang, summoned at a moment's notice by Peng Zhengming, underscored the esteem in which the young man was held, yet it also served as a test of his ability to navigate such high-stakes situations. He must not display any signs of intimidation. Rather, he needed to adeptly manage various relationships and adapt his approach accordingly. Seated near the entrance, Pei Jichang was to play the role of a server, assisting with the dishes, pouring wine, and attending to other tasks. He had to be acutely aware of what conversations among the leaders must remain unheard, paying meticulous attention to every detail. For newcomers, the primary objective was to listen more and speak less, providing ample emotional value. When leaders spoke, it was imperative to listen attentively, adopting an expression of enlightenment. Furthermore, discerning the leaders' preferences, such as their favorite dishes, was essential, as was ensuring that water was available to buffer after drinking. Pei Jichang occasionally picked up his chopsticks, but primarily focused on these delicate tasks, such as refilling drinks, while Peng Zhengming conversed with Zhang Xiaoxi. "Old Zhang, we will rely on you to support the township enterprises. We need to match at least 2 production lines," Peng Zhengming stated. "This will not be an issue. The production capacity of the paper mill can meet the market demands of the entire prefecture," Zhang Xiaoxi agreed, without hesitation. Once their objective was achieved, Peng Zhengming raised his glass to toast with Zhang Xiaoxi, while Pei Jichang ensured their cups were always filled with wine. Peng Zhengming cast a glance at Pei Jichang, his smile widening, growing fonder of this young man from the countryside. "Ren Bureau, regarding the township enterprises reliant on the paper mill, I can only release one for now, as we must prioritize market stability. Therefore, the construction of the factory must proceed without delay," Peng Zhengming remarked, directing his gaze toward Ren Qingguang, the head of the construction bureau. His words were forthright and unambiguous, signaling his intent to provide support. "This can be arranged. There are supportive policies in place. I will outline the site for the factory." Ren Qingguang promptly nodded in agreement. The planning of the industrial zone and the establishment of 2 production lines in the paper mill is something that ordinary individuals would scarcely dare to imagine. Yet, at this dining table, it was accomplished with remarkable ease. Some business magnates succeeded in the initial stages not due to any extraordinary talent, but because they enjoyed privileges that others could hardly fathom. That is all there is to it. However, why has Peng Zhonghan not arrived? Ren Qingguang cast a curious glance at the young man at the entrance. "Allow me to introduce him. He is my godson, Pei Jichang, who is set to establish our county's first township enterprise," Peng Zhengming formally announced. Instantly, the leaders in the room turned their attention to Pei Jichang, their expressions filled with surprise, especially Zhang Xiaoxi and Hu Taixing, who were most familiar with Peng Zhengming's temperament and Pei Jichang's background. How could he have adopted a godson? Could it be that with Peng Hao's passing, he felt an emptiness within and sought companionship? Yet, surely he wouldn't adopt a farmer? Pei Jichang then stood up, bowed to the leaders, and raised his glass. "Esteemed leaders, I will inevitably trouble you in the future. If I falter in any matters, I kindly ask for your understanding and direct admonition. I promise to actively amend my ways, heed your guidance, and ensure the success of our county's first township enterprise. I shall drink to that. Please feel free to indulge, esteemed leaders." Pei Jichang downed 3 glasses in quick succession, while Peng Zhengming waved his hand with a smile. However, the expressions of the other leaders remained grave. "Director Peng, are you certain you wish to extend the support policies to him?" Ren Qingguang inquired solemnly. "Old Ren, Jichang is my godson, not a mere outsider. He is closer than any distant relative," Peng Zhengming replied with a beaming smile directed at Pei Jichang. Although he did not explicitly name Peng Zhonghan, it was clear to everyone who he referred to. The moment those words were uttered, the leaders' faces changed, recalling the drink they had just consumed at Pei Jichang's toast. Pei Jichang looked at Peng Zhengming in astonishment, and for a brief moment, their eyes met, causing the young man to fight back tears. "Oh my, how moving!" Pei Jichang raised his sleeve to wipe his eyes, overwhelmed by the emotion. "This is indeed a joyous occasion. Come, Director Peng, I toast to you." Ren Qingguang smiled as he raised his glass, and Peng Zhengming clinked his glass with him, while Pei Jichang stood by to pour the drinks. Currently, each leader took turns to toast Peng Zhengming, offering congratulations, and Pei Jichang accompanied each round. However, to belittle Peng Zhonghan in such a manner, including the remarks made when leaving the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Pei Jichang understood that it was intended to incite conflict between the two. As for why Director Peng chose to act this way, Pei Jichang had yet to comprehend. Nevertheless, at this harmonious dining table, he finally felt he had successfully integrated into the county's intricate dynamics. "You are quite clever, young man," Hu Taisheng remarked, giving Pei Jichang's shoulder a hearty pat, his tone laden with significance. Pei Jichang merely smiled foolishly, offering no response. Ultimately, after drinking too much, Peng Zhengming was assisted home by Pei Jichang. With only son Ping present, "Sister-in-law, do we have any tea at home? Please hurry and pour a cup for Dad. He just threw up quite a bit." "I will help him with his shoes first," Pei Jichang instructed with a serious tone while supporting Peng Zhengming. Son Ping was momentarily taken aback. The affectionate call of Dad resonated deeply. Pei Jichang offered little explanation as he supported Peng Zhengming into the living room, where the latter collapsed onto the sofa. "I'm here, it's comfortable to sleep on the sofa," Peng Zhengming mumbled. Pei Jichang assisted him in removing his outerwear, then bent down to take off his shoes. Upon rising, he caught sight of the black and white photograph hanging on the wall, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips. Son Ping entered with a tray of tea, her gaze falling upon the man, drenched in sweat, his shirt clinging to his skin, and she exhaled heavily. "Sister-in-law, let me help," Pei Jichang said as he took the tea from her hands. Their fingers brushed momentarily before he helped Peng Zhengming sit up. "Dad, have some hot tea," he urged. "Ha ha." Peng Zhengming playfully slapped Pei Jichang's face a few times, chuckling. "You better do well, don't embarrass me. There are plenty of ways to make money. Broaden your horizons." "Dad, I understand. I won't let you down," Pei Jichang replied affectionately, raising the cup and encouraging Peng Zhengming to take several hearty sips before gently lowering him back onto the sofa. "Sister-in-law, I must be off," Pei Jichang said, bowing his head low, barely glancing at son Ping before hastily departing. However, just as the door closed, Peng Zhengming suddenly sat up. He wasn't drunk, but why pretend? He was testing Pei Jichang's character. His daughter-in-law was strikingly beautiful and voluptuous. If Pei Jichang were to look at her too long, harboring ulterior motives, it would show a lack of respect for his son. A man like Peng Zhengming would never allow himself to be slighted. On the road, Pei Jichang wore a disdainful expression, scoffing at the charade. Chapter 100. The cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest with clumsy hands and a limp. He hurriedly sought out a set of single-story accommodations on the north side. Tian Shan was particularly attentive, even preparing blankets and bedding for Pei Jichang, thoroughly cleaning both inside and out. It was all set for immediate occupancy. "Xiaoshan, you've never been so doted upon at home, have you?" Lu Xingshu shot a disapproving glare at Tian Shan, then turned to see Pei Jichang approaching in a flurry, promptly leaning against the wall to stand up straight, grabbing a broom to sweep the floor haphazardly. "Hey!" Pei Jichang noticed him and quickly jogged over, eager to seize the broom from Lu Xingshu's hands. "Let me handle this. I truly appreciate your help. It's been a tremendous assistance." Pei Jichang expressed his gratitude repeatedly, peering into the room. He noticed Tian Shan kneeling on the Kong, sweeping the bedding, and he hastily made his way inside. "Please, don't trouble yourself. I'll take care of it shortly." Pei Jichang pulled Tian Shan down to the ground, while the limping man slowly followed inside. "The place is nearly tidy. Jichang, come, have a smoke." Tian Shan casually extracted a pack of cigarettes from Lu Xingshu's pocket, taking one out and handing it to Pei Jichang, which turned out to be from the very pack he had purchased. "How courteous," Pei Jichang said, bending down to light it with a match. "Haha, I'll have one too," Lu Xingshu remarked with a forced smile, casting a sharp glare at Tian Shan. Thinking to himself how adept the young man was at ingratiating himself, the three of them settled on the steps at the entrance, engaging in conversation as workers, riding bicycles, made their way home at the end of the day. At noon today, Lu Xingshu inquired about whom he had encountered while accompanying Director Peng. Almost all the top officials from the county were present, primarily to discuss matters concerning township enterprises with Lu Zhaoxi and Ren Xingguang. Pei Jichang replied solemnly. "Have they already confirmed that you will be managing the factory?" Lu Xingshu's pupils widened in disbelief, while Tian Shan wore an equally astonished expression. It was astonishing that Director Peng would bestow such a significant opportunity upon an outsider, especially considering their acquaintance had only spanned less than a month. Things are not as simple as you imagine. It is likely that before the enterprise has had a chance to flourish, a swarm of parasites will already have latched onto me. Peng Zhengming is a cunning strategist. This is no straightforward matter. Pei Jichang inhaled deeply, the smoke swirling around his austere visage. "Your godfather is indeed ruthless. Please elaborate," Lu Xingshu pressed. "Firstly, Peng Zhengming's daughter-in-law will undoubtedly hold a stake behind the scenes, and he will place his people in key positions within the company. These are standard procedures." Pei Jichang's gaze grew increasingly distant. A past incident surged to the forefront of his mind, and even after many years, he still felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps rising on his arms. He had witnessed how a certain leader had persecuted an enterprise, ultimately seizing it for himself. Although Pei Jichang had not been directly involved, he had heard the stories and seen the aftermath. The ruthlessness was extraordinary. Jichang, what do you plan to do? Tian Shan leaned against Pei Jichang's knee, exhibiting a growing dependence and even admiration for him. Seizing the nest, Pei Jichang's expression suddenly turned cold. There are certain actions Peng Zhengming has taken in my presence that may not reflect his true intentions. Rather, they are theatrics meant to create an illusion of genuine commitment. To assume otherwise would be naively simplistic. For instance, despite Peng Zhengming's disdain for Peng Zhonghan, he remains one of his own and will be utilized regardless of any external factors. However, should those individuals, like Sun Ping, meet unfortunate ends or simply vanish, then my godson can lay claim to the nest. Pei Jichang's subsequent words were a mere whisper as a chilling draft swept through, causing both Tian Shan and Lu Shangshu to shiver. As dusk settled, in the Peng residence, the living room was illuminated only by a solitary table lamp. Two figures sat cautiously on small stools beside the coffee table, attentively watching the elderly man on the sofa. After finishing his cigarette and extinguishing it in an ashtray brimming with butts, Peng Zhengming spoke in a grave tone. Zhonghan, I just had another conversation with Director Ren. At the Construction Bureau, there is currently only one support quota available. Not only do we need to allocate land, but also a portion of funding, which I have designated for Pei Jichang. You should hold off on other enterprises for now and wait until we have secured the quota. Peng Zhonghan grimaced, visibly unsettled. Peng Zhengming shot him a disapproving glance, harboring a clear disdain for him, yet recognizing the necessity of his involvement, given the scarcity of reliable individuals around him. Zhonghan, you must remain composed. Who runs the enterprise is not the primary concern. What matters is the issue of shares. I will ensure you are placed in the mix. If Pei Jichang can successfully establish the enterprise, Sun Ping must also be accommodated, and you both need to hold shares to gain a voice in the matter. Peng Zhengming's countenance was exceptionally grim. He does not invest his energy in a singular individual. Rather, he diversifies, ensuring that no one can escape his grasp. Even though Sun Ping is the mother of his child, with Peng Hao deceased, both kin and stranger alike, if Peng Zhengming intends to exert control, he must possess the means to do so. The position of Peng Zhonghan requires no elaboration. Subsequently, Peng Zhengming spoke extensively, offering substantial support to his godson. Both Peng Zhonghan and Sun Ping nodded vigorously, their paths entirely reliant on Peng Zhengming's guidance. At Jinlin University, upon her return to campus, Qin Zhaodi was evidently preoccupied, often lowering her head in a silly smile. Just now, having arrived back at her dormitory, she gazed at the wash basin and suddenly broke into a broad grin. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. What is the matter? Sui Qingqing gently leaned her head closer. Nothing much, Qin Zhaodi replied, biting her lip, instantly feeling a wave of anxiety. You, Sui Qingqing teased, whispering into Qin Zhaodi's ear. Could it be that man your family mentioned? What are you talking about? He is quite nice, but we're not involved, Qin Zhaodi murmured softly. What on earth happened at home? Please, tell me, or it feels like ants are crawling in my chest. Sui Qingqing pressed Qin Zhaodi for answers, but she remained tight-lipped, akin to a child yearning for knowledge. Leaping to cling to Zhaodi, the two continued their playful antics in the dormitory, a familiar routine. However, for Himai, this was distressing, and the uncertainty of when troublesome individuals might return to the provincial city gnawed at her, leaving a persistent sting in her heart. Qingqing, there is a new film premiering tomorrow. Let us go to the cinema together, Himai exclaimed, interrupting their playful banter. Sure. Sui Qingqing immediately agreed, bouncing over with enthusiasm. My, when is your cousin coming to the provincial city? I really enjoy talking to him. He seems quite intriguing. Upon hearing the mention of her cousin, Qin Zhaodi hurriedly picked up her wash basin and walked briskly towards the door. In the past, she never gravitated towards Himai when discussions of outings arose. Her reaction was instantaneous, devoid of hesitation, her eagerness palpable. I don't know him, Himai replied coldly. Yet her expression quickly transformed into a cheerful grin as she embraced Sui Qingqing's shoulders. Let us go tomorrow afternoon. As Qin Zhaodi stepped out of the dormitory, she no longer heard Himai's voice. The dim lights stretched her silhouette. Perhaps she had always been solitary. The path to success was undeniably arduous. Chapter 101. A display of capability. Early the next morning, Pei Jichang rode back to the village on a three-wheeled motorcycle adorned with a carrying compartment, followed by a throng of children. Upon arriving at the village courtyard, he dismounted with grand strides, exuding an air of triumphant return. At that moment, Many villagers were queuing to complete their formalities, casting incredulous glances toward Pei Jichang. How is it that suddenly, this reticent member of the Pei family has become so capable? Even if the vehicle is borrowed, it is still impressive. Many villagers felt a twinge of envy. Brother, Ban Xiaoqing dashed out from the crowd of children, embracing Pei Jichang's shoulders and grinning widely, feeling a surge of pride. The implication being, he had also been part of the group following behind. Pei Jichang squinted slightly, scrutinizing the eager young man before him. Indeed, I have been calling you, yet you have not turned to acknowledge my presence. Oh dear, you've already mounted such a splendid vehicle. Ban Xiaoqing stepped forward, caressing the handlebars, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If only he could ride, which village girl would remain unattached? And what of the village secretary? Pei Jichang hastened towards the bungalow, with Ban Xiaoqing trailing closely behind, just as Su Songsheng emerged from the house. Did you drive it back? Su Songsheng also became animated, adjusting his glasses. At that moment, a motorcycle with a sidecar was far more astonishing than returning to the village in a grand Mercedes-Benz from 25 years ago. Were those villagers solely engaged in independent land operations? Pei Jichang inquired softly, glancing towards one side of the courtyard. Come, let us discuss this inside. Su Songsheng patted Pei Jichang on the back as they entered the bungalow, where Ban Kanai and Jiang Guangzhao were already present. Is this about the provincial city enterprises acquiring grapes? Jiang Guangzhao rose to greet them. Ban Kanai sat stiffly beside him, not sparing a glance for Pei Jichang. He felt a sense of betrayal towards the young man who had become familiar with the secretary. He vividly recalled how Pei Jichang had previously lambasted the secretary, causing Ban Kanai to erupt in anger. The foreign enterprises were connected to the secretary, and he felt it was best for the villagers to follow the secretary's lead in earning their livelihoods. Now, Pei Jichang was hastening to the brigade, with news that could be a monumental boon for Pingtu village. Pei Jichang smiled. What good news? Jiang Guangzhao inquired eagerly, his face lighting up with joy. I have procured the necessary documentation from the county's Industrial and Commercial Bureau. The first township enterprise in Xingping County is about to be established. We will be hiring a number of employees, and I will prioritize jobs for the villagers. Pei Jichang handed the materials to Jiang Guangzhao, who was educated and literate, while the previously unmoving Ban Kanai immediately leaned in closer. Jiang Guangzhao scrutinized the documents, his expression turning gravely serious, his hands trembling slightly. Upon reaching the last page and seeing the official red seal from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, he could no longer contain his excitement. Jichang, you are remarkable. Jiang Guangzhao grasped Pei Jichang's arm tightly. If you can secure jobs for the village's young men, you can demand any support you wish. It's merely a township enterprise. How many people can it truly employ? Ban Kanai maintained a stern demeanor, still harboring reservations about Pei Jichang, and offered a sarcastic remark. Oh dear. Ban Xiaoqing glared at his father. The construction of the factory requires manpower. Villagers can assist, but not for free. It will be paid work. Please notify everyone about this. As for recruitment, we can address that once the enterprise stabilizes, but for now, we can take in Xiaoqing and the secretary's spouse. The brigade's production department must release some personnel, Pei Jichang stated, which was also the reason for his urgency to return to the village. In today's society, where people yearn to earn, even the most arduous tasks are sought after. Jobs that offer wages are highly competitive. Splendid. Jichang, you're doing excellently. It's truly commendable that you still think of the villagers, Jiang Guangzhao exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Jichang, you must be parched. Come, have some tea. Ban Kanai handed Pei Jichang a cup, and upon hearing that jobs could be arranged for his son, his attitude shifted instantly. Politeness is mutual, especially since the villagers are assisting me with their labor, which undoubtedly enhances their dedication. Pei Jichang smiled as he accepted the teacup and took a generous sip. Jichang. Jiang Guangzhao elongated his tone, paused, then inquired. Establishing a township enterprise must involve quite a challenging set of procedures. How did you manage to navigate through them? Surely, it must have cost a considerable sum. Where did you acquire the funds? Earning a mere 100 or so from premium grain is hardly sufficient. After casting a few glances at the red seal from the county's Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Jiang Guangzhao recalled his question, realizing his earlier exuberance. Establishing a sole proprietorship these days is exceedingly complex, and one can scarcely imagine how even the most capable individual in the village, Jiang Jikan, who works in the transport team, lacks the acumen for such matters. He is unable to arrange jobs for high school graduates, let alone Pei Jichang, who has only visited the city a handful of times. Grandfather, it was all facilitated through the village secretary. Otherwise, would they place orders with foreign enterprises? Pei Jichang fabricated his response, leaving Su Songxing momentarily speechless, who had just been smiling broadly, pleased that his partner's job had finally materialized. Jiang Guangzhou and Ban Kunan both stared intently at Secretary Su. Ahem, Su Songxing promptly adopted a serious demeanor, extending his finger toward the ceiling, indicating that someone was present above. Oh, Jiang Guangzhou understood immediately, nodding with a smile, while Ban Kunan's expression grew unusually grave. The words of the old Pei family warranted careful consideration. All right, you all continue your conversation. I will accompany Kunan outside to notify others. Jiang Guangzhou recognized that Pei Jichang had matters of private discussion with the secretary and thus led Ban Kunan out of the modest dwelling. Jichang, is everything settled? Su Songxing's pupils widened, his voice lowered, his body trembling with excitement. The head of the county's industrial and commercial bureau, Peng Jingming. I now refer to him as my godfather. What could possibly remain unresolved? This time, I must take my sister-in-law to the city. The position of office director is reserved for her. Pei Jichang stated seriously. Brother, what should I do? Ban Xiaoqing leaned forward anxiously. Let me finish what I have to say first. Su Songxing hastily pushed aside the tall figure and firmly grasped Pei Jichang's shoulder, earnestly advising, Jichang. I have told you countless times, simply address her as Ermiai. It feels more intimate. As for the office director's role, rest assured, my spouse will undoubtedly excel in it. And she is exceptionally capable. Brother, what should I do? Ban Xiaoqing again leaned closer, squatting beside Pei Jichang's knee. Xiaoqing, you should accompany your brother around to familiarize yourself with the leaders in the county, Pei Jichang replied nonchalantly. Brother, if anyone dares to lay a finger on you, I will confront them. Ban Xiaoqing suddenly leaped up, exclaiming fiercely. Su Songxing grinned widely, swallowing hard, and pulled Ban Xiaoqing aside. He still had much to convey. Just then, the loudspeaker in the courtyard blared. The paper mill will support township enterprises, constructing factory premises. Those wishing to earn wages, please report to the brigade promptly. Chapter 102. Raising high before long. The number of people in the brigade courtyard increased significantly, with villagers animatedly discussing matters, extolling the village secretary to near legendary status. At present, there are all sorts of nonsense being spoken. The village secretary's relative holds a significant position in the provincial capital, which is quite impressive. With the prospect of securing orders and earning wages, who wouldn't be delighted? Ban Kunzai has been fixated on the innermost room, and upon seeing the door open and a person emerge, he quickly pulled Jiang Guangzhou aside and approached the loudspeaker, proclaiming, the village secretary is truly dedicated to securing benefits for our village. Once we embark on the project, we must work diligently and follow directives for independent land management. We must actively learn about scientific cultivation. Ban Kunzai raised his fist, as if taking an oath. After all, his son's job was secured, and he had to align himself properly. As the villagers saw the secretary emerge, they couldn't help but burst into applause, creating a thunderous uproar. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Suji's desire to flee intensified. If the great procurement plan failed, he would be in deep trouble. Otherwise, wouldn't the villagers tear him apart? Su Songxing forced a laugh and waved his hands, eager to depart. But suddenly, why did the secretary seem to gaze further afield? Had his ideological awareness elevated? Hey, what are you two doing? Put me down at once. Su Songxing shouted in a panic as Pei Jichang and Ban Xiaoqing hoisted him up from either side. Those who serve the people should be elevated by the masses. Pei Jichang shouted passionately, exchanging glances with Ban Xiaoqing, and they proceeded to advance toward the loudspeaker, carrying Su Songxing. With the atmosphere charged with excitement, it was imperative to say something substantial. Soon, Su Songxing found himself standing atop the high steps, forced into the spotlight. Ban Xiaoqing, dissatisfied with the secretary's height, placed several bricks beneath him. Brother, is this high enough? Ban Xiaoqing inquired, eager to flatter. Stop swaying in front of me. You're irritating, Su Songxing said, shoving Ban Xiaoqing aside. After a long sigh, he finally spoke. Given my connections, I will surely lead our village to prosperity. However, as Comrade Kunzai mentioned, we must treat each other with respect. I cannot toil tirelessly while you falter. With that, Su Songxing jumped down from the bricks and waved his hand as he hurried away. One must admit, it is the appointed officials who truly make a difference with their words. Meanwhile, Pei Jichang followed closely behind the secretary like a loyal dog, with Ban Xiaoqing at his side as well. Come, brother, let us take the special vehicle. Pei Jichang gestured invitingly, bending low to assist Su Songxing into the passenger seat. Ban Xiaoqing mimicked him on the other side. Stop with this nonsense. Su Songxing retorted angrily. Secretary, you must maintain your stature. The more imposing your demeanor, the more respect you will earn from the villagers, Pei Jichang asserted. With that, Pei Jichang mounted his motorcycle, and Ban Xiaoqing quickly took his place behind him, sitting upright, eager to ensure the villagers noticed him. Soon, the motorcycle roared to life as Pei Jichang accelerated out of the courtyard, only to slam the brakes abruptly. "Father, mother, what brings you here?" Pei Jichang furrowed his brow tightly. "We heard the news and came over to help you earn some wages," Bai Xinxiao cheerfully replied. "Please refrain from causing further disturbance and allow the employment opportunities to be given to the villagers. Our family has now attained wealth, and it is essential to uplift others after securing our own prosperity. Hurry back," Pei Jichang admonished. The thought of his parents laboring in their factory was humiliating and would only lead to ridicule. "Jihong, give your brother a punch. He is being ruthless towards our parents." Su Songxing stoked the flames, still resentful that Pei Jichang had earlier raised him up. Jihong remained silent, but shot her brother a reproachful glance. "Little sister, do not heed the words of outsiders. You should take our parents back first, and once I finish my work in a couple of days, I will take you to the city," Pei Jichang said, still feeling guilty, and quickly rode off towards the secretary's home. Nevertheless, the elderly couple heeded Pei Jichang's words, hesitating briefly before turning back. At the secretary's residence, Lu Ermiai, Su Liang, and Su Qing were present, discussing matters by the back comm. They were merely waiting for the construction bureau to approve the land, but Ren Xingguang had hinted that everything would be settled in the coming days. "Sister-in-law, you must accompany me to the paper mill. We need to finalize our partnership. Zhang Zhaoxi has promised us 2 production lines." Pei Jichang's voice resonated through the room. Initially, Su Liang and Su Qing were busy at the sewing machine, but gradually, they moved closer to him. The siblings had significantly revised their perceptions of Pei Jichang, finding him remarkably mature, despite being only a few years older than themselves, creating an illusion of him being of their parents' generation. Particularly Su Qing, who furrowed her brows, unable to meet Pei Jichang's gaze directly, yet secretly observed him with great curiosity. "Jichang, I have grasped your general intent, but I am unclear about the titles of the individuals you mentioned. How should I address them? For instance, Zhang Zhaoxi and Ren Xingguang?" Lu Ermiai inquired earnestly, diligently jotting down notes in her red ledger, exuding a sense of authority. In contrast, Ban Xiaoqing could only nod in a pretentious manner after Pei Jichang finished speaking. "I was just about to ask about that." Ban Xiaoqing beamed at Lu Ermiai. "Zhang Zhaoxi is the head of the paper mill, and currently, there is no deputy director in the factory. The office director we will liaise with is Zhou Boken, who is one of us. He might also ascend in rank. Ren Xingguang is the head of the construction bureau, and he does not share a common ground with the deputy director," Pei Jichang elaborated, meticulously explaining the relationships. "Are they all such high-ranking officials?" Lu Ermiai felt a surge of trepidation. These were individuals previously deemed untouchable, especially in the city. "There is no need to overly revere such individuals, Ermiai. It is crucial to maintain a balance, and the situation concerning township enterprises can be quite intricate. I will clarify everything for you gradually, but for now, we must head to the city and review the process," Pei Jichang stated solemnly. "I understand," Lu Ermiai nodded slowly, her gaze towards Pei Jichang becoming increasingly complex. At that moment, Pei Jichang's articulate expression of logical thought felt remarkably unfamiliar to everyone present. "Brother, why do I feel as if you have transformed into a different person?" Ban Xiaoqing remarked, echoing the sentiments of the others. "Do you wish to change?" Suddenly, Pei Jichang fixed his gaze intently on Ban Xiaoqing, and the atmosphere around the Kong grew tense. "I too aspire to possess such abilities." Ban Xiaoqing nodded vigorously, his demeanor exceedingly earnest. "Given your qualifications, it should indeed be possible. What must I do?" "You will understand what to do once you find a wife. There's no need to rush, simply wait, and trust your brother," Pei Jichang stated with gravity. The room fell silent for a few seconds before Su Qing could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha hee." Soon, everyone in the room joined in the merriment. Concluding with humor is indeed a sign of high emotional intelligence. "Secretary, you must personally oversee these 2 significant matters in the village. You have been elevated to a position of great influence, and the villagers heed your words." Pei Jichang stood up with a smile. "Go away." The village secretary took the opportunity to land a playful punch on Pei Jichang. "Let us set off for the city then." Pei Jichang's voice was imbued with such strength that it filled everyone with hope. Chapter 103. The so-called in-laws to act decisively is indeed a hallmark of this era. Lu Ermiai packed a few changeable outfits, slung her bundle over her shoulder, and followed Pei Jichang out the door. As for Ban Xiaoqing, he was filled with an immense longing for the city. He donned the coarse new clothes he had sewn for the new year, layered with a communal garment, and wore a newly made pair of shoes. This was considered fashionable attire. Yet, no matter how he dressed, he could easily be recognized as a villager. Before departing, Pei Jichang returned home briefly to settle some matters. However, upon arriving at the courtyard gate, he noticed a few unfamiliar faces. Are you Jichang? You look somewhat familiar. Have we met somewhere? Qin Go approached Pei Jichang, his expression skeptical, then began scrutinizing the motorcycle with greedy eyes. Brother-in-law, is this your bike? Let me take it for a spin. A young man, seemingly around 18 or 19, stepped forward to grasp the handlebars, placing one foot on the tire. Don't touch. Pei Jichang swiftly seized the young man's arm and forcefully shoved him away. Ah! The young man suddenly cried out, shouting towards the courtyard, Sister, come out quickly. Your man 1T let me ride the motorcycle. Hurry. He continued to glare at Pei Jichang defiantly, as if challenging him. Let us see if you can stop me. How dare you shout like that in our village? Ban Shaoqing immediately jumped down from behind and firmly gripped the young man's face, pressing him down until he sat abruptly on the ground. This technique, known in the village as smashing sweet potatoes, elicited a loud howl from the young man, who felt as if he had been struck. Jichang, have you lost your mind? He is your brother-in-law, the biological brother of Zhaodi, Qin Baoshi. How can he be bullied right at your doorstep without any care? Qin Go stepped forward, feigning bravado, and hurriedly helped his precious son to his feet. The commotion at the entrance drew the elderly couple and Jihong out of the house, and upon seeing the Qin family, their expressions turned grim. What nonsense are you spouting? Such a valuable item, and you think you can touch it? Who do you think you are? Pei Jichang dismounted the motorcycle, glaring down at Qin Baoshi, resembling the village bully. Qin Go was momentarily daunted, unable to shout angrily, and could only shield Qin Baoshi behind him while grumbling at his in-laws. You speak of reason. Yet my daughter's return is delayed, prompting us to visit your home. Before we could even step inside, we were met with hostility. Is this how you conduct yourselves? Call out Qin Zhaodi. She must clarify this matter. Upon mentioning her name, the dog of the Qin family snarled with a ferocity that suggested a desire to devour. What do you mean by addressing my wife in such a tone? She is no longer a member of your household. She belongs to mine. Pei Jichang stepped forward, causing the Qin dog to stagger back several paces. What is it you intend to do? Ban Shaoqing charged ahead, his eyes blazing with fury. Clearly a hot-headed youth capable of extreme measures when provoked. Dear in-laws, we did not come to quarrel. Our intention was merely to ascertain how Zhaodi has been faring. Someone from the Qin family has stood up to speak on our behalf. My daughter has returned to university and has nothing good to say about your household. So it would be prudent for you to depart and limit future interactions. Bai Xinxiao spoke with a weighty tone, casting an irritable glare at the Qin family. Still, you refuse to leave. Pei Yingshi's voice erupted like thunder, prompting the farmers to rise suddenly, seizing a hoe from the entrance. Curse it! Ban Shaoqing bared his teeth and rushed through the courtyard, soon emerging with a shovel in hand. Pei Jichang, with a dark countenance, raised his hand, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. Witnessing this display, the Qin family dared not speak any further, bowing their heads in defeat and leaving, embarrassed and disheartened. As this was indeed their village, the young man named Qin Baoshi, though displeased, could not suppress his thoughts of fortune. If only he could manage to procure that motorcycle for himself. Meanwhile, at the home of the Pei family, the elderly couple could not help but lament their misfortunes. Not only had they failed to secure a bride for their son, wasting 100 yuan in the process, but they had also sullied Pei Jichang's reputation, with many onlookers having witnessed the scene. Regarding Himai's situation, the gossip had already been excessive. The previous commotion had been quite disgraceful. Why concern themselves with idle chatter? Their son has grown capable. In time, he will attract a suitable wife, so there is no need for long faces. Furthermore, the troubles we have brought upon ourselves are indeed deserved. Let us learn from these lessons. Pei Jichang firmly reprimanded, maintaining an unwavering stance in this matter. 100 yuan should not be allowed to ruin another's life, nor could he ever partake in such transactions. You should remain at home, avoiding further complications. Let the impoverished farmers earn their wages without taking advantage of everything. If the Qin family seeks us out again, direct them to the city. After a few encounters, they will learn to behave. After offering a few more words of caution, Pei Jichang prepared to take his leave. Yet, no matter how one looks at it, I cannot help but find my younger sister adorable, irresistibly reaching out to pat her head. Sister, once I settle down in the city, I'll bring you along to learn some skills. Pei Jichang quickly withdrew his hand, as if it had been cut, the long sleeves doing little to conceal the mark left behind. Jihong swatted him away, shaking her head. Unable to contain himself, Pei Jichang prepared to speak sternly to his sister. Brother, I want to go to the city with you right now. I can help you tidy up the house, cook, and ensure there's a warm meal waiting for you. Jihong looked up with a sense of urgency. Sister, it's all right. Pei Jichang's heart softened, and he smiled indulgently. Take care of our parents. I must leave first, as I will be busy for a while. After gathering his belongings, Pei Jichang hurriedly departed, while others lingered outside, discussing the recent events. Just as the tricycle motorcycle was leaving the village secretary's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, regarding wages. Priority will be given to the impoverished farmers of our village. No more than 2 individuals from each household will be allowed. Approaching anyone through back doors is futile. Remember, only 1 representative per household, so don't waste your efforts. Pei Jichang narrowed his eyes slightly, increasingly recognizing Su Songxing's capabilities. This official, who had forgotten his roots, was indeed remarkable. It seemed that everyone he encountered from the village was singing the secretary's praises. Chapter 104, Housing Paper Industry. In the afternoon, in the city, when Lu Ermei and Ban Xiaoqing first met the head of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, they were particularly anxious, instinctively bending slightly, an inherent display of subservience. Too timid to step inside the door, Pei Jichang also demonstrated utmost respect and courtesy. As the godson of Peng Zhengming, his experience was inadequate, and to speak bluntly, none of the leaders regarded him as significant. Ren Xingguang waved them in, signaling for the 3 of them to enter, not bothering to rise from his seat as he extinguished his cigarette. Such are the dynamics of human relationships. While these leaders might offer Pei Jichang a smile in front of Peng Zhengming, after all, they had to address him as father. Their private interactions told a different story. Sir, these are the documents arranged by my father. The township enterprise has officially been established. When can we finalize the site for the factory? Pei Jichang inquired, handing over the materials, while Lu Ermei and Ban Xiaoqing stood by the sofa, too apprehensive to take a seat. Ren Xingguang did not immediately accept the documents. Casting a dismissive glance at the 3 farmers in his office, clearly unimpressed by collaborating with them. Who represents you? Ren Xingguang asked coldly. It is I, Pei Jichang. Oh. Ren Xingguang elongated his tone, finally taking the documents from Pei Jichang's hand, scrutinizing them with a stern expression. The office fell silent. Even Ban Xiaoqing audibly ground his teeth in nervousness. After a lengthy pause, Ren Xingguang set down the documents and turned his attention back to Pei Jichang. Originally, the township enterprise should have been situated in the village or the township, but considering the need for coordination with the paper mill, a plot of land on the northern outskirts of the city has been allocated for you. Ren Xingguang's words were diplomatic, yet they conferred significant prestige upon Peng Zhengming. Such a supportive policy was beyond the wildest dreams of ordinary people. Moreover, Ren Xingguang had already coordinated with Peng Zhengming, rendering Pei Jichang's role merely that of a runner. Do not say that Pei Jichang has 1,000 yuan in his pocket, which is a considerable starting capital. However, to acquire a production line for a paper mill, how much would that cost? The expenses for leasing the factory site and construction are substantial, and the funds are woefully insufficient. Yet, at this moment, the paper mill is experiencing overcapacity, and the township enterprise established by Pei Jichang can utilize 2 production lines free of charge, with no wages to be paid for the workers, only the cost of raw materials. This is the true boon. Leader, I am immensely grateful to you. You are indeed a commendable official who truly serves the common people. In the future, should you have any directives, I shall certainly cooperate wholeheartedly with your endeavors. Pei Jichang bowed slightly, and as he spoke, he retrieved a bag from his bosom and placed it in the drawer of the desk. In this era, even affluent families may not possess considerable wealth. Many positions are freshly appointed, as exemplified by He Minzhong, a high-ranking leader whose household contains merely 3,000 yuan. Thus, the pursuit of material wealth remains strong among the populace, and the custom of gift-giving is burgeoning during this time. What are you doing? Ren Xingguang's expression turned serious as he attempted to open the drawer, but was firmly restrained by Pei Jichang. Leader, your friendship with my father is your own affair, but I must forever remember the assistance you have rendered to me. Once the enterprise flourishes, I shall surely repay you generously. Pei Jichang smiled obsequiously. Haha, Ren Xingguang chuckled, gently patting Pei Jichang's shoulder, pleased to see him finally cheerful. Why are you all standing? Sit down. Come, Jichang. Let us converse for a while about the future development of the enterprise and how to introduce these 2. Ren Xingguang rose and guided Pei Jichang to sit on the sofa, while Lu Ermei and Ban Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment before slowly taking their seats. People are inherently pragmatic. With the economy just being liberated and the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau not yet lucrative, individuals lack funds. Pei Jichang, being the godson of Peng Zhengming, should theoretically require no extensive dialogue with Ren Xingguang. However, Pei Jichang treated the matter as his own responsibility, ensuring that others did not toil in vain. This warmed Ren Xingguang's heart, a delightful surprise. Peng Zhengming is merely a fulcrum. Pei Jichang does not cling to him, but instead aims to stand upon his shoulders, forging connections and extracting his value, ultimately transforming it into his own network. The so-called connections are merely exchanges of interests, singular and straightforward, as long as one adheres to the rules. Liu Mei, the office director of the enterprise, and Ban Xiaoqing, who could be described in contemporary terms as the manager, planned to develop the enterprise along the traditional path of the paper mill, steadily expanding into new ventures. Pei Jichang began to converse with a smile, his eloquence remarkably refined. Although he had said little at the dining table, this opportunity to showcase his abilities made Ren Xingguang look at him with newfound respect. By the way, what is the name of the enterprise? Ren Xingguang inquired. Pei Jichang immediately straightened his expression, Haoming Paper Industry. Did you come up with this name? Ren Xingguang's demeanor suddenly grew solemn. Though this township enterprise is under my stewardship, my success is inextricably linked to Peng Hao's assistance. Now that my godfather supports me in this way, I shall forever cherish this kindness. Pei Jichang's eyes suddenly glistened with moisture, as if he were valiantly holding back tears. Ren Xingguang was momentarily taken aback, and further inquiries seemed inappropriate. So he could only pat Pei Jichang on the shoulder. However, the director was perplexed. How could a young man, with such obsequiousness towards Peng Zhengming, achieve this? Was it a matter of profound cunning or merely a simple sense of gratitude? Ultimately, Ren Xingguang stamped the document, allowing Pei Jichang to commence construction at any time. In this fast-paced era, the head's decision held significant weight. As the workday concluded, the streets buzzed with liveliness, particularly near the cinema, where throngs of young people gathered. Pei Jichang and his companions hurried past, while Haoming Paper only needed to finalize collaboration with the paper mill to initiate production. Sister-in-law, Xiaoqing, you both return to your residence first. I must visit Peng Zhengming's home. We can discuss the collaboration with the paper mill tomorrow. There are certain matters that require his consent, Pei Jichang stated gravely. Understood, I will compile the statistics shortly, detailing how many workers are needed and how many rooms to construct. Liu Ermiai quickly replied. Just enclose the yard for now, along with the storage. Pei Jichang added before departing swiftly. The sky darkened subtly. Shortly thereafter, Pei Jichang arrived at Peng Zhengming's residence, where he was unexpectedly greeted by Peng Zhonghan, whose demeanor was strikingly cheerful as he embraced Pei Jichang's shoulder. Jichang, tonight we must celebrate with a drink to commemorate the establishment of the township enterprise. Peng Zhonghan exclaimed joyfully. My dear brother, I have anticipated this feast. Pei Jichang responded with even greater warmth, embracing Peng Zhonghan tightly. They then entered the house, where a round table was laden with dishes and wine, and Peng Zhengming was already seated, smiling and beckoning them over. This was Pei Jichang's first dining experience at Peng Zhengming's home, and his status as an adopted son was evidently acknowledged. Jichang, come, let us toast to your father. Peng Zhengming said kindly, pouring wine for Pei Jichang, resembling a benevolent elder. Father, it should be I who toasts to you, Pei Jichang replied promptly, raising the glass with both hands and tilting his head back to drink it all, appearing quite respectful. Brother must drink with you as well, we are family now. Peng Zhonghan said warmly, joining in the toast. Though Sun Ping and Zhou Xianglan did not raise their glasses, their intentions were clear, and their gazes towards Pei Jichang were especially affectionate. In such a familial atmosphere, it was likely that anyone would fall into the trap of affection, feeling both honored and overwhelmed, subsequently dedicating themselves to this family. Yet it was Pei Jichang who sat there. Oh, father, you are so kind to me. I shall honor you well, he exclaimed, dramatically striking his forehead with his palm, his voice tinged with the semblance of tears. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Suddenly, a child rushed over, playfully pounding on Pei Jichang's back, perhaps annoyed by the noise. Xiaoding, behave yourself, Sun Ping quickly admonished as she took the child away. Jichang. Peng Zhengming leaned forward, gently patting Pei Jichang's back, his tone softening. We are family now, so please refrain from such talk in the future, or else I shall be quite upset. Indeed, Zhou Xianglan nodded in agreement with a smile. Peng Zhengming served Pei Jichang several pieces of fish, and after a few quiet exchanges, the farmer's emotions gradually settled. After a few more cups of wine, Peng Zhengming broached the subject of business. Jichang, I've heard from the bureau that the factory area has been planned out for you. Given that, you must expedite the investment and construction, he stated. Dad, I have already rallied the villagers. We can commence work at any time, Pei Jichang replied promptly. That's excellent, Peng Zhengming said with a beaming smile. After a brief pause, he advised earnestly, township enterprises are akin to state-owned enterprises in nature. They necessitate rigorous management to thrive. It cannot be like the village brigade, appearing harmonious, but in reality chaotic, devoid of any regulations. Pei Jichang nodded repeatedly, fully aware that Peng Jingming's words implied the intention to appoint significant positions within the township enterprise. Zhonghan originally held a position in a state enterprise. Let him assist you in managing the business, and your burdens will be considerably lightened, Peng Jingming stated directly. Brother, I shall rely on you from now on, Pei Jichang remarked, first turning to nod at Peng Zhonghan, then addressing Peng Zhongming. Dad, as the primary leader, would it be acceptable for my brother to be the deputy? Ha ha ha, can your brother and you not work in unison? I have no doubts, Peng Zhongming laughed heartily, raising his wine glass. Come, let us drink. Peng Zhonghan grinned, though inwardly he mused about who would truly be in charge in the future. The three men shared a drink, and the atmosphere grew particularly harmonious. By the way, Jichang, what name did you register for the township enterprise with the Industry and Commerce Bureau? I haven't seen it yet. Peng Zhongming leaned back in his chair, his demeanor relaxed yet subtly authoritative. These trivial matters did not require his constant attention. Haoming Paper Industry. What? Peng Zhongming sat up abruptly, staring intently at Pei Jichang. Dad, if the business is to expand, my brother must have a stake in it. He will always stand by us. Pei Jichang's tone softened, aiming to paint a bright future for Peng Zhongming, both seasoned individuals feeding off each other's ambitions. Peng Zhongming lowered his head slightly, remaining silent for a long while, his eyes gradually reddening. Jichang, what products do you intend to produce? Are they red flag notebooks or letter paper? We should primarily produce red flag notebooks, Peng Zhonghan quickly asserted, seeking to emphasize his presence. However, there was an undercurrent of displeasure in his expression. Why had Pei Jichang mentioned Haoming Paper Industry without consulting him first? Was the farmer vying for favor? Red flag notebooks and letter paper. If we have the channels to deliver them to enterprises and institutions, we certainly cannot forego this profit. However, a significant issue loomed. The collaboration with the paper mill would yield products at a high cost, and competing for orders with other factories would place us at a disadvantage. Over time, should market conditions fluctuate, Haoming Paper Industry could face bankruptcy. It is imperative that we develop our own products and establish a new brand for sustainable growth. Pei Jichang immediately countered Peng Zhonghan's suggestion. What do you wish to pursue then? Peng Zhonghan glared at Pei Jichang, panting heavily, unable to remain seated. Do not misuse my uncle's connections. That piece of land you are talking about was originally intended for the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. You have no idea how valuable it is. Brother, why are you losing your temper? We are merely discussing this matter, and it ultimately requires my father's decision. Pei Jichang appeared exceedingly wronged, reminiscent of a seasoned manipulator. However, the information gleaned from Peng Zhonghan's words lingered in Pei Jichang's mind, causing a tremor of realization. Nothing should be taken for granted. The land had not yet undergone reform. Designating it for public or private use represented two entirely different concepts. Earlier, Peng Zhonghan mentioned that it was initially meant for the county's Industrial and Commercial Bureau, indicating that local enterprises could only establish themselves in the town. But years later, who would claim ownership of that land? It would belong to Haoming Paper Industry. And who owned Haoming Paper Industry? Pei Jichang had to dissect the issue to this extent. Given the land's immense value, could it possibly belong to him? You, Peng Zhonghan, infuriated, rose to his feet, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Pei Jichang, resentful that a mere farmer could articulate so well. The terms father and uncle stirred deeper feelings in Peng Zhonghan. Yet, at that moment, Peng Zhongming perceived Pei Jichang as far more composed and astute than Peng Zhonghan. How you speak makes it seem like I am disregarding my uncle's advice. Enough. Sit down. Peng Zhongming interrupted firmly, his displeasure evident, causing the younger man to slump back into his chair. Jichang, Peng Zhongming turned to Pei Jichang, his demeanor transforming into one of warmth, revealing a duality in his character. Please elaborate on your perspective. Father, I propose that we consider producing sanitary paper and establishing a new brand. This way, even if conflicts arise with the paper factory in the future, we need not fear losing our production line, as consumers will be purchasing a brand. By then, Haoming Paper will have already gained recognition. Furthermore, the prospects for sanitary paper are promising. With the gradual liberalization of the market economy, people's lives will only improve. They cannot continue to make do with newspapers. The rising incidence of hemorrhoids will necessitate more refined options in this area. Pei Jichang articulated his analysis meticulously. After a moment's contemplation, Peng Zhongming nodded with a smile. Jichang, you truly possess a sharp mind and foresight. Young people must have the courage to innovate to expand a business. You may arrange everything as you see fit. Should any challenges arise in the future, we will prepare accordingly. Understood, Pei Jichang replied obediently. Come, let us eat. Nothing must be left behind. Peng Zhongming picked up his chopsticks and the family resumed their meal. It was evident that he held a greater affection for Pei Jichang. Meanwhile, Peng Zhonghan shot venomous glances at Pei Jichang, yet he could do nothing but watch helplessly as he was gradually pushed aside. Chapter 106. A Kind Heart in the Late Hours of the Night. The silvery moonlight streamed into the room, and the paper windows quivered incessantly as the wind howled outside. Pei Jichang rented 2 adjacent rooms to avoid any awkwardness between the genders, yet a mere wall separated them, allowing every sound to be heard clearly. Consequently, the occupants on either side lay on their beds with closed eyes, engaging in conversation and discussions. Jichang, we are indeed heading to the paper mill early tomorrow, right? I have heard about it for years. It is the most lucrative state-owned enterprise in our county. I never imagined we would have the opportunity to collaborate with such a company. Lu Ermiai's voice rang out, crisp and devoid of drowsiness. I heard Jiang Tingting works there too. If we happen to run into her, wouldn't it be splendid for us to make an impression? Ban Xiaoqing grinned widely, showing her teeth. Sister-in-law, let my brother come to the city when he has time. He needs to register the fertilizer factory. The connections at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau are manageable. It's just a matter of saying a word, Pei Jichang replied in a subdued tone. However, after this statement, Ban Xiaoqing turned, propped her head back, and gazed at Pei Jichang, her heart filled with admiration. His words and tone revealed an extraordinary capability. Brother, I finally understand why you can have 2 wives. At least they are willing to marry you first, Ban Xiaoqing exclaimed, her envy palpable, her face nearly touching Pei Jichang's. Thank you. Pei Jichang playfully slapped Ban Xiaoqing, the sound crisp and clear, instantly quieting both rooms. The moonlight cast a solemn glow upon Pei Jichang's austere face. He realized he needed to buy 2 pieces of curtain fabric, an additional expense. Peng Jingming had offered support, yet regarding finances, Pei Jichang had to deliberate on his own. Whether he could sustain the endeavor was uncertain. His current role was replaceable. Many were willing to take on the task. In simpler terms, Pei Jichang needed to demonstrate his worth. Being given an opportunity was merely superficial. Seizing it was the true chance. Wages, red bricks, cement, and other expenses would amount to several hundred yuan. Zhang Zhaoxi also needed to be treated with respect. Gifts should not be exclusive to Rin Qingguang to avoid favoritism, as the upcoming expenditures would be substantial. Pei Jichang pondered these matters, the visage of his dear father-in-law, He Jia, resurfacing in his mind. Suddenly, a fit of violent coughing startled He Minzhong awake, as if recalling something. With a long sigh, he wore a troubled expression. What troubles you? Zhang Yufeng quickly sat up and turned on the bedside lamp. I am worried about that rascal Pei Jichang again, lamenting when he will come back, wishing he would meet his demise on the road. How did he manage to survive the well incident? Such a wretched life is remarkably resilient. He Minzhong fumed. Last time he left, didn't he relent? Just 2,000 yuan would suffice to tear up the marriage certificate. We need to gather that money quickly. Zhang Yufeng's brow furrowed further, her anxiety escalating. 2,000 yuan sounds simple. Suddenly, a woman named Miao Hezhu appeared and absconded with all our money. That woman showed up in my office while Mayor Sui was upstairs. If he hears anything, how will our son marry Qingqing? The mere mention of this incident still left He Minzhong with lingering trepidation. Indeed, gathering the funds is not easy, especially since you have not been in your position long enough to dare to take certain actions. However, do not fret excessively. One issue at a time will naturally lead to resolution. He and He Mai are both fortunate children, finding partners who are increasingly admirable, destined for great achievements in the future. Zhang Yufeng consoled. Indeed, He Minzhong felt a sense of relief and lay back down, yet for some inexplicable reason, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. It was unbearable, the heartfelt call of a father from a farmer. The next day, Lu Ermiai awoke early, preparing porridge for the 2 men, having brought millet from the village. In these times, people are thus. The matter of sustenance is paramount. After the 3 hastily finished their meal, they made their way to the paper mill, arriving right on time for work, where employees clad in deep blue uniforms marched robustly towards the factory. Ban Xiaoqing could not help but shudder, for it was his first encounter with such a scene. He glanced down at his attire and felt a pang of inadequacy. Yet, despite being similarly dressed as a farmer, Pei Jichang strode confidently, his back straight, exuding self-assurance. Jichang. A melodious voice echoed from a distance, prompting the trio to halt and turn. They beheld Jiang Tingting approaching with great strides, her braided hair swaying vigorously. What brings you here? The sunlight illuminated Jiang Tingting's face, amplifying the brilliance of her smile. We came to discuss collaboration, Ban Xiaoqing interjected, positioning himself directly in front of Jiang Tingting. However, Jiang Tingting shot him a glance of disdain, her aversion to the tall figure evident and unmasked. On the night of the old Pei family's wedding, Jiang Tingting had witnessed how Ban Xiaoqing and his peers mistreated a girl from another village. While observing how Pei Jichang had protected her during her departure, how could there be such a stark contrast among men? She mused, perceiving the clear disparity. Where did you stay last night? You should have informed me upon arriving in the city. Jiang Tingting inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Pei Jichang. We rented a flat, not far from your home, but we were concerned about disturbing your family since we finished late. Pei Jichang replied courteously. What brings you to the city then? Jiang Tingting asked with curiosity. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance. It was the factory director, Zhang Xiaoxi, bustling towards them in a hurry. Jichang! Zhang Xiaoxi exclaimed, grabbing Pei Jichang's arm with a familiar grip, appearing quite amiable. Why are you here so early? Should we head to the production line or discuss in my office? Jiang Tingting stood frozen, having never interacted with the director during her tenure. And now he was right before her. Good morning, director, she uttered timidly, yet Zhang Xiaoxi seemed oblivious to her presence. Let us go to the office. Pei Jichang suggested with a smile, making it clear they should first converse privately. All right, let us go. Zhang Xiaoxi patted Pei Jichang on the back, leading the way to the office. By the way, Tingting, we should have a meal together sometime. Pei Jichang turned back to glance at Jiang Tingting, understanding her nervous demeanor and wishing to reassure her. Oh, that sounds great. Jiang Tingting smiled and nodded. Only then did Zhang Xiaoxi turn his attention to Jiang Tingting. His expression warm. You must be one of the new employees? She is still a high school student, yet remarkably capable. Pei Jichang immediately played the role of a supportive companion. Oh, the young lady is quite impressive. She must be in the newly planned business sector, right? Zhang Xiaoxi inquired with a smile. Indeed, I am in the business sector, Jiang Tingting responded cautiously. Do your best, Zhang Xiaoxi said, nodding with a grin as he draped an arm around Pei Jichang's shoulder and strode towards the office. Jiang Tingting stood there, momentarily lost in thought, gazing at Pei Jichang, intrigued by this man who, unlike the others in the village, was willing to assist the young university student in her endeavors. Such a kind heart. Chapter 107, The Best Candidate? As the county's most lucrative state-owned enterprise and the sole one engaging in inner-city business, the paper mill's foundational investments are evidently superior to those of other public and private entities. Within the office of the chief executive, an array of furniture is tastefully arranged. Zhang Xiaoxi personally served tea to Pei Jichang, Lu Ermiai, and others, busily attending to them, which left him unable to offer them anything else. Yet, it was clear that the leader of a state-owned enterprise possessed a distinct demeanor compared to the head of a county public institution. After deducting manufacturing costs, 5% of profits were to be allocated to Hongrun Paper Mill, as stipulated in the agreement, which required the factory to reserve 2 production lines specifically for their enterprise. However, given the current surplus in production, if you have channels, sell as much as you can without being bound by rigid constraints, Zhang Xiaoxi remarked, handing teacups to several individuals before taking a seat after a brief pause. There are certainly channels. The loud voice echoed from the hallway, prompting Pei Jichang to swallow his words as Peng Zhonghan entered, affectionately embracing Zhang Xiaoxi's shoulders, their camaraderie evident. Ha ha ha, you have extensive connections, with that assurance. I feel at ease, Zhang Xiaoxi chuckled, patting Peng Zhonghan on the chest. Jichang, what's the meaning of this? You come to discuss business without inviting me? After all, I am the deputy head of the enterprise. Are you deliberately excluding me? Peng Zhonghan reproached Pei Jichang with a playful glare. Upon hearing this, the deputy head, Ban Xiaoqing, and Lu Ermiai tensed, casting endearing smiles at Peng Zhonghan. This is merely a logistical task. I didn't wish to trouble you. Besides, with your extensive connections, what matter could possibly bypass you? Pei Jichang replied with a wry smile. Peng Zhonghan nodded, refraining from further jest. It was no longer appropriate to regard Pei Jichang as an ordinary farmer, and he turned his attention back to business with Zhang Xiaoxi. Uncle, we must be clear about the terms. Haoming paper industry will only cover the cost expenses, while the remuneration for the workers on the production line will still be your factory's responsibility. That is certain. I already explained this to Jichang. Supporting township enterprises necessitates genuine benefits, and since you are assisting my factory in resolving inventory issues, it is only fair to share the profits, Zhang Xiaoxi affirmed. Good cadre. Peng Zhonghan gave a thumbs up, laughing heartily. Truly a commendable public servant. The office was filled with boisterous laughter, with Pei Jichang joining in. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Bakong arrived. With the deputy factory director recently retired, he was now overseeing many tasks as the office director. After a brief exchange of glances between Zhou Bakong and Pei Jichang, the former addressed the matter at hand. If 2 production lines were relinquished, the output of the original products would decrease by 40%. However, this would still suffice to match the shipping volume, while gradually alleviating the inventory burden of the paper mill. This explanation encapsulated the true intent behind supporting township enterprises, ultimately aimed at easing the burden on state-owned enterprises. Absolutely not. Zhang Xiaoxi's demeanor shifted dramatically as he raised his hand and bellowed, "Production cannot be reduced. Director Zhang, considering the materials from Haoming paper, we ought to focus primarily on sanitary paper. Our inventory has already reached a critical point, making it difficult to initiate new ventures. The paper mills in the provincial capital are also scaling back production. We must follow suit," Zhou Bakong countered, his eyes wide with agitation. Sanitary paper is merely a notion. It need not be implemented immediately. Currently, Haoming paper predominantly sells Hongqi products. Moreover, reducing production would mean idling numerous workers. Do you possess the capability to serve as deputy director? Zhang Xiaoxi's countenance morphed into one of malicious intent, starkly contrasting his earlier enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Peng Zhonghan stood to one side, reveling in the unfolding drama. Zhou Bakong was poised to articulate further points when Pei Jichang promptly stepped forward, drawing him aside. "This is my oversight for failing to communicate effectively with Director Zhou beforehand. Since Brother Peng has identified new channels that can generate profits for Haoming paper while alleviating the pressure on the paper mill's inventory. This is indeed a positive development that warrants applause," Pei Jichang remarked with a beaming smile. It was the responsible party who knew how to articulate matters. Only then did Zhang Xiaoxi manage to conjure a smile. Pei Jichang joined in the laughter, rendering the atmosphere seemingly harmonious. Yet, at that moment, he sensed an undercurrent of tension. Perhaps the collaboration between Peng Zhengming and Zhang Xiaoxi with the township enterprises was not merely about land acquisition, but rather a pursuit of greater wealth. Coincidentally, Pei Jichang's appearance at this critical juncture proved fortuitous. Given their shared surname, any inquiry into their connections would become cumbersome, rendering his status as an outsider particularly advantageous. Crucially, Pei Jichang felt indebted to Peng Hao, which had instilled confidence in Peng Zhengming regarding him. "Director Zhang, there is a matrimonial matter that requires your input." Peng Zhonghan jestingly broached another subject. "Didn't you just get married last year? I bestowed quite a generous gift upon you." Zhang Xiaoxi chuckled. "That wife of mine is disobedient. I sent her packing." He raised his fist, seemingly boasting. "Disobedience calls for discipline." Zhang Xiaoxi frowned heavily as he exclaimed, "Uncle, isn't there a new employee named Jiang Tingting at your unit? Please help me facilitate a connection," Peng Zhonghan said with a mischievous grin. Jichang, the girl who greeted you this morning, wasn't her name also Tingting? Are you referring to the same person?" Zhang Xiaoxi inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Pei Jichang. "I am not aware of that," Pei Jichang replied coolly, disinclined to engage in the topic. "Is it Jiang Tingting?" Peng Zhonghan placed his hands on his hips, exuding confidence as if the young woman were already his. "Indeed," Pei Jichang nodded gently. "It cannot be mistaken. They speak of the same individual. Please assist in providing an introduction." Peng Zhonghan appeared rather anxious, tugging at Pei Jichang's arm, an action that was surprisingly intimate. "I believe you have inquired of the wrong person. I lack such capabilities and am not well acquainted with him, merely a fellow villager with whom I exchanged greetings. Furthermore, my reputation in our village is less than favorable. I have lost 2 wives." Pei Jichang chuckled helplessly. You, my friend, are quite capable. Surely you have dealt a heavier blow." Peng Zhonghan patted Pei Jichang on the shoulder, his smile radiant, as he finally found a matter of mutual interest. "Uncle, please make an introduction swiftly. I cannot allow others to seize the opportunity." Peng Zhonghan then turned to Zhang Xiaoxi, urging him with urgency. "In this line of work?" "No problem at all," Zhang Xiaoxi replied without hesitation. "Then let us proceed." Peng Zhonghan pressed on. "Let us wait a moment. We must first take Jichang for a tour of the production line." Pei Jichang quickly shook his head. "I am not in a rush. I am indifferent to whether I see it or not." "Then let us go." Peng Zhonghan pulled Zhang Xiaoxi and hurried out of the office, and soon, the hallway echoed with raucous laughter. Chapter 108. The truly ruthless one. For a moment, only Pei Jichang and Zhou Bakong remained in the office, along with 2 others. The sunlight streaming through the window was blinding. "Brother Zhou, I have something urgent to discuss with you. May we speak privately?" Pei Jichang articulated with great emphasis. His brow furrowed deeply. Zhou Bakong was taken aback, having never seen Jichang so anxious, and quickly nodded in affirmation. "Where shall we converse?" "Outside the factory." "Very well." Thus, Pei Jichang and Zhou Bakong led the way, while Lu Ermiai hastily interjected, Jichang, should you not set down what you are carrying first?" "No need. He is unworthy of it," Pei Jichang coldly replied. The four hurried downstairs and exited the factory premises, taking a secluded path where Pei Jichang spoke in a low tone. Brother, do you know why Zhang Xiaoxi is unwilling to reduce production merely to support local enterprises? Isn't that the case? Zhou Bakong felt a knot tighten in his chest. To assist your factory in alleviating inventory, Haoming Paper's procurement price is exceedingly low, perhaps even below production costs. They only need to cover a portion of the raw material expenses. So, where do the profits end up? Pei Jichang fixed his gaze on Zhou Bakong, halting his steps. Isn't it in your pocket? Zhou Bakong countered. Brother, you are oversimplifying matters. The support project for the paper mill is something Peng Zhonghan intends to implement. Now, I am merely a representative to avoid suspicion, while the primary profits will still line his pockets. Soon, issues of equity will arise. Just wait. When that time comes, the spectacle of those individuals will be quite unsightly. Pei Jichang's expression was rife with hostility. Please elaborate. I find myself somewhat perplexed. Zhou Bakong swallowed hard. Sensing the gravity of the situation concerning the factory, Lu Ermiai and Ban Xiaoqing closely flanked Pei Jichang, their brows furrowed. Currently, Haoming Paper is reaping substantial benefits, and thus the profits from the products sold will ultimately fill the personal coffers of Zhang Xiaoxi and Peng Zhengming, detached from the factory's earnings. Pei Jichang elucidated directly. What? Zhou Bakong suddenly felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground, but fortunately, he was supported by Ban Xiaoqing. What did my brother say? Ban Xiaoqing urgently inquired. Yet no one paid him any heed. Let the paper mill continue production, thereby creating pressure on inventory. And then Haoming Paper industry can acquire goods at a lower cost under the guise of legitimacy. Once they have drained the factory, they will have amassed a fortune. Pei Jichang solemnly explained. He foresaw that the path ahead for the factory would narrow considerably, becoming exceedingly arduous, as concessions would have to be made to Haoming Paper industry. All the while the channels were limited. How dare Zhang Xiaoxi act so recklessly? His antics could cost over 100 employees their jobs, affecting countless families. Zhou Bakong could not help but shout, his voice nearly breaking. Brother Zhou, this matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, you will be in jeopardy. Remember, the head of the office, Hu Taixing, was also present during that meal. Consider the implications, Pei Jichang warned gravely. For an extended period thereafter, Zhou Bakong grew taciturn, ultimately crouching wearily on the steps. His body curled inwards. Pei Jichang remained silent, contemplating various issues. Once the factory's construction was complete, matters regarding shares would need to be settled. He feared that only then would Peng Zhengming reveal his true nature. As the weather grew colder, the people on this narrow path felt the chill and wrapped themselves tightly. Jichang, did you not say that the director had already agreed to your proposal for producing toilet paper? You are the person in charge. Couldn't we establish 2 production lines? Lu Ermiai spoke up, breaking the heavy silence. Sister-in-law, we must not take those people's assurances at face value. If Peng Zhengming truly intended to support me, would Zhang Xiaoxi exhibit such an attitude today? Pei Jichang replied with a wry smile. The events he had previously endured were now unfolding in his own life. Yet in this small county, those involved were even more ruthless, wielding immense power. What is there to fear? Ban Xiaoqing suddenly stood up. Brother, you are in charge. Whatever you say goes. If Peng Zhonghan dares to challenge you, I will confront him. He won't withstand my strength. Do not act impulsively. Follow my lead. Pei Jichang raised his fist, landing a blow on Ban Xiaoqing's thigh, causing the tall man to grimace in pain and squat down. Jichang, what shall we do next? Zhou Bakong timidly asked, genuinely frightened, for he understood the magnitude of those people's power. We can only take one step at a time. Pei Jichang's expression darkened. He knew that escaping this predicament would require the downfall of those individuals. No one shall emerge unscathed. Peng Zhonghan is too ambitious. He will be the first to fall. Brother, you should return now and remember to apologize to Zhang Xiaoxi. Otherwise, you will never ascend to the position of deputy factory director. Pei Jichang stood up with a smile, feeling somewhat numb in his legs. All right, I understand. If any unexpected situations arise, we must stay in contact. Zhou Bakong panted, still somewhat dazed. Brother, how is Xiaodi faring? Pei Jichang smiled, shifting the topic. She is doing well, without the burdens of family troubles. She can devote herself entirely to her studies. Zhou Bakong finally displayed a hint of a smile. That is good. By the way, is Xiaodi a major in finance and accounting? Yes, employment in this field is quite accessible, as large enterprises are always in need of such talent. Zhou Bakong feels quite proud. All right, brother, let us head back. Pei Jichang waved his hand, and soon his figure vanished down the path. Meanwhile, in the comprehensive office of the factory, Jiang Tingting was engrossed in registering the shipping orders. Upon hearing someone call her name, She lifted her head to find the factory director standing beside her. "Director, what brings you here?" Jiang Tingting quickly stood up, but upon seeing the man standing behind Zhang Xiaoxi, her brows furrowed tightly. That man had a notorious reputation and had bullied her brother before. "Tingting, the situation is this. We couldn't find a suitable candidate at the last moment. You'll take Comrade Zhonghan to tour the production line. His identity is quite significant, so you must treat him well," Zhang Xiaoxi said sternly. "Understood." Jiang Tingting could only comply. After Zhang Xiaoxi departed, Jiang Tingting led Peng Zhonghan downstairs. The two walked one after the other, initially showing no signs of unusual behavior. However, upon reaching the spacious courtyard, Peng Zhonghan suddenly took a large stride and grasped Jiang Tingting's hand. "What are you doing?" Jiang Tingting forcefully shook off his grip and hurriedly retreated, her face turning ashen. "Tingting, is it really necessary to be so agitated? Didn't your brother mention anything about me? That little brother of yours is quite incompetent. I should teach him a lesson someday," Peng Zhonghan said with a shameless expression, stepping forward while Jiang Tingting continued to back away. He was quite adept in this regard. Having bullied her, what could she do? Everyone in the county knew him. Chapter 109. The people of Pingtu village dare to seize my hand. As Jiang Tingting regained her composure, she swiftly grasped Peng Zhonghan's collar, looking down with the intention of striking him with a stone. The people of Pingtu village were not timid, except for that family of the village secretary. "Tingting, please don't act like that. I simply wish to pursue a relationship with you. Didn't your brother mention this?" Peng Zhonghan hurriedly glanced behind him, relieved to see no one approaching. His earlier grasp on Jiang Tingting's hand was merely a test of her temperament. If her reaction had been less intense, he would have attempted to touch her chest. He had employed such despicable tactics before. Given the current loud commotion and the fact that it was daytime, he dared not overstep. "Speak nonsense. I have no interest in you, and you better not harass my brother again," Jiang Tingting shouted sharply. All right, if you're not interested. Then I suppose I've wasted my good intentions," Peng Zhonghan retorted, releasing Jiang Tingting's hand and adjusting his collar with disdain. "Your mind must be muddled." Jiang Tingting shot him a glare and turned to walk towards the office building of the factory. "Where are you going?" Peng Zhonghan quickly pursued her. "I'm going back to work." "What do you mean?" Peng Zhonghan caught hold of Jiang Tingting's arm, causing them to halt, their eyes locking. "Didn't you hear what Director Zhang said? You were supposed to take me to the production workshop for an inspection. I want to go, let go of me." Jiang Tingting delivered a punch to Peng Zhonghan's stomach, causing him to double over and emit a pained groan, releasing her hand. "Ouch!" Jiang Tingting's teeth chattered involuntarily. She turned and fled, not daring to look back, for she was a woman, after all, and timid. "Damn it!" Peng Zhonghan crouched on the ground, his face suddenly paling as he glared fiercely at Jiang Tingting, his gaze ultimately fixating on the woman's ample posterior. "Quite impressive. She is truly striking." As he inhaled sharply, he gradually stood up and walked towards the factory's exit. On the path of the northern bungalow district, Pei Jichang slowed his pace upon encountering a familiar face. "Oh, Jichang is here." Lu Zhixiang and Jiang Che spoke in unison, both believing that Pei Jichang was once again headed to their home for a meal. "Aunt Jiang Che, have you eaten?" Pei Jichang inquired with a smile, a customary greeting among the villagers. "I was just about to prepare dinner. Why not join us?" Lu Zhixiang casually suggested, though inwardly she mused, "How charmingly you speak. Yet can't you see the basket of vegetables hanging from your arm?" "No, I've rented a place over there. I'll cook for myself," Pei Jichang replied with a chuckle. The mention of renting piqued Lu Zhixiang's curiosity. What could prompt someone to rent a house in the city? Was there trouble at home? "Nothing of the sort. I'm just assisting the village secretary, and it's more convenient to have a place in the city," Pei Jichang generously explained. Oh, Lu Zhixiang's expression was one of skepticism. After Pei Jichang had walked away, Jiang Che immediately mocked, "Mom, this guy really knows how to boast. Who needs to rent a place to lend a hand? And why rent so close to our home? Could it be he is secretly dating my sister?" "Don't speak such ill-omened words. Your sister would never look at a farmer. She needs someone with a stable job," Lu Zhixiang responded, though Jiang Che's words pricked at her, causing her to dwell on the negative possibilities. Jiang Guangzhou was coming over for dinner, and Lu Zhixiang had specifically purchased pork. Although she disliked interacting with her father-in-law, it was rare for him to visit, so she felt obliged to treat him well. Just as she finished frying the meat, the savory aroma wafted through the house, and Jiang Zhikan entered with Jiang Guangzhou. "Father, at your age, you should really consider living in the city. If something were to happen, it would take us time to return to the village," Jiang Zhikan remarked. "Yes, Dad, it would be better to stay in the city." Lu Zhixiang quickly concurred, though her heart felt uneasy. "No, I can't get used to staying at anyone else's home. I prefer my own nest," Jiang Guangzhao insisted, walking firmly to the edge of the sofa, gently stroking Jiang Che's head with eyes full of affection. Grandpa, let me pour you some water. Jiang Che awkwardly smiled and stood up to distance himself, having grown up with his maternal grandparents. He had little familiarity with the villagers of Pingtu and even felt a sense of disdain. I'm not thirsty. There's no need to fuss, Jiang Guangzhao said with a beaming smile as he sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed on his grandson, continually praising, what a capable young man. In no time, Jiang Tingting returned home. Although she initially felt a surge of grievances, upon seeing Jiang Guangzhao, she chose not to burden the elderly man with her troubles and swallowed her words. Come, let's eat. Lu Jichang cheerfully beckoned. Soon, the 5 family members gathered around the tea table for dinner, with Lu Jichang persistently serving Jiang Guangzhao pieces of meat. The woman was quite adept at creating a pleasant atmosphere. Tingting should also find a partner, Jiang Guangzhao remarked with a smile. Now that she has a job and is quite beautiful, she certainly won't have trouble with introductions. She must choose wisely. Lu Jichang grinned broadly. Jiang Che's expression was rather grim. Jiang Tingting stole a glance at him and surmised the reason behind it. Peng Zhonghan was notorious for his unruly behavior, and it was evident that he had threatened Jiang Che because of her. As for the matter concerning the individual, we shall gather information gradually. Jiang Jikan chuckled and inquired. By the way, father, you haven't mentioned why you came to the city this time. The paper mill intends to support a local enterprise, and construction is set to commence this afternoon. The workers will be from Pingtu village, thanks to the connections established by the village secretary. I came to assess the situation. Fearing that I might be deceived, Jiang Guangzhao replied with a beaming smile. A local enterprise? Jiang Jikan inquired with a puzzled expression, as the family turned their attention to Jiang Tingting. I only received the notification today. The factory area is meant to support a local enterprise, but I am not well versed in the details, Jiang Tingting said slowly. By the way, I encountered Pei Jichang at the factory today. It appears he has a close relationship with our leader. Jichang, Jiang Guangzhao exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the previously reticent Pei family member had suddenly opened up, presumably due to the village secretary's influence. He is quite decent, Jiang Tingting quickly added. Decent? His audacity rivals that of a city wall. I've heard he has run off with 2 wives, both university students, and he doesn't even reflect on his own worth. How can he not fear tarnishing those young ladies' reputations? Lu Jichang frowned, offering no kind words. I am not worthy of a university student. Pei Jichang truly has some nerve, Jiang Che immediately concurred. This mother-son duo could hardly bear to hear Jiang Tingting speak favorably of Pei Jichang. The village gossip had long since spread regarding Qin Zhaodi's affair. Pei Jichang is a true man. You know nothing about him, yet you speak so recklessly. Jiang Tingting retorted angrily, slamming her chopsticks on the table. However, she was well aware that her feelings for Pei Jichang were merely those of a fellow villager and friend. Look at how worked up you are. Lu Jichang gritted her teeth. All right, let us eat, Jiang Jikan declared firmly, his brow furrowed as he contemplated Pei Jichang, recalling the scene in the hospital where Peng Hao wept over a grave, causing him great alarm. Was he truly one of the Pei family? These matters Jiang Jikan chose not to voice, deeming it unnecessary to engage in idle gossip. Chapter 110, The Talent in Finance and Accounting in the Afternoon. Unable to locate the construction site to the north, Jiang Tingting led Jiang Guangzhao there, which was conveniently only a kilometer from the paper mill. Several tricycles traversed the dirt road, stirring up clouds of dust, while a few men labored at the foundation, hammering away at the steel bars with a resounding clang. The construction site was already bustling with activity. After walking around the area, Jiang Guangzhao felt a sense of joy and reassurance. The workers were all from Pingtu village, and they were provided with 2 meals a day, earning 90 cents for their labor, a rare opportunity indeed. We must perform our tasks well. Suddenly, someone spoke from atop a tricycle laden with bricks. Jiang Guangzhao and Jiang Tingting hurried over to discover it was Pei Jichang. Although today is only half a day, I'll count it as a full day's wages for everyone. Afterward, I'll handle the communications, you can rest assured. Tonight, we'll set up a temporary shelter to sleep on site. Let us endure together. The work will span half a month, but we must ensure it is done well, or else the village secretary will have a difficult time. Mutual support is essential, Pei Jichang's robust voice echoed across the construction site, his words resonating deeply with the workers. We will certainly do a good job. One must not make things difficult for the village secretary, as he has painstakingly found us a source of income. The weather is mild, and sleeping in the work shed is bearable, with no worries about losing the bricks. The villagers wholeheartedly agreed, their spirits soaring. For with just a few earnings, they could enjoy a prosperous new year. After a wave of his hand, Pei Jichang observed the villagers bustling about, then leaped from the tricycle and hurried towards Jiang Guangzhao. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Pei Jichang inquired, smiling and nodding at Jiang Tingting. "I came to inspect the construction site." "Ah, now I can rest easy. Jichang, it's all up to you now. Please speak well of us to the leaders. We need to ensure that the impoverished villagers earn some money. I hope you can be proactive in this matter." Jiang Guangzhao patted Pei Jichang on the shoulder, increasingly valuing the young man. "It is all thanks to the secretary's connections. He is truly working hard," Pei Jichang replied with a smile. The reason he concealed the matter pertaining to the township enterprises was that the villagers were wary of the Pei family. Would they truly receive payment for their labor? It could only be assured through the secretary's influence that they felt secure. "We must expedite the independent management of the land, relying on the village secretary to help cultivate his aura." "Indeed, Secretary Su is a commendable comrade," Jiang Guangzhao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up with deep sentiment. "Grandfather, I have matters to attend to. I must make a trip," Pei Jichang stated, exchanging glances with Lu Ermei, who was to remain as the overseer. Being the beloved of Secretary Su, respected by all villagers. "Go on and be busy. You are now gaining experience, truly remarkable." Jiang Guangzhao waved him off with a smile. However, as Pei Jichang departed briskly, Jiang Tingting urgently called out to him. "Jichang, wait a moment." What is it?" Pei Jichang turned back to inquire. Jiang Tingting hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words, and with an awkward smile said, "Take care on your way." "All right," Pei Jichang replied before hastily leaving. At Jilin University, while studying in her dormitory, Qin Zhaodi was suddenly informed that there was a call for her, which sent her into a cold sweat. Could it be another call from home? Even Sui Qingqing, who was beside her, grew tense. "Qin Jia, don't overthink it. It's probably nothing. I'll accompany you," Sui Qingqing assured her as she moved closer. "Okay," Qin Zhaodi said, gently brushing her hair back, slowly rising, and tidying her books before leaving with a worried expression. In the call center, many students were waiting in line. Qin Zhaodi stood to the side, waiting for a return call. After nearly half an hour, her name was finally called. "Who is Qin Zhaodi?" the operator shouted. "That's me." Qin Zhaodi quickly stepped forward, with Sui Qingqing closely following. Grabbing the receiver tightly, she timidly asked, "Who are you?" "Is it Xiao Qin? This is He Mai's cousin. Jichang, is that you?" "Yes, it's me, Xiao Qin," Qin Zhaodi. At that moment, Qin Zhaodi found it difficult to articulate her feelings. The straightforward and melodious voice from the other end resonated like delightful notes, instantly lifting her spirits, as the fragrant breeze wafting through the window was utterly refreshing. "When are you coming to the provincial capital?" Sui Qingqing shouted excitedly from the side. "Even the short one is here. I'll be going up in a few days." "Xiao Qin, I recall you are majoring in accounting, right?" Pei Jichang teased with a grin. "You little rascal, I could jump high enough to hit your chin," Sui Qingqing exclaimed in mock anger. "I am an accountant, and Jichang. What brings you here?" However, Qin Zhaodi appeared quite anxious, turning her back, disapproving of Sui Qingqing's interference. "I have established a township enterprise, yet the matter of equity is rather complicated. How can I best protect my interests? The waters in the county are quite deep, so allow me to explain in detail." Pei Jichang spoke hastily, briefly outlining the situation of Penghao paper industry, which Qin Zhaodi managed to grasp. "Jichang, I understand your concerns. Currently, support for township enterprises is promoted through the method of equity quantification, assigning shares to farmers, enterprise employees, or other investors. However, prior to the establishment of a company, property rights remain exceedingly ambiguous. Since you are the representative, the power of discourse rests with you, but so does the responsibility." Qin Zhaodi's demeanor was serious, her current appearance strikingly aligned with that of a university student. "What you imply is that the money should go to those individuals, and we should not focus on the issue of shares for now, allowing equity to remain ambiguous." Pei Jichang's expression immediately turned grave. "Indeed, I believe this is the most prudent approach. If shares are defined from the outset, you may find yourself lacking operational space. It would be wiser to act as a representative and manage the accounts privately. This may be difficult to explain, but I will assist you," Qin Zhaodi stated solemnly. "Xiao Qin, I comprehend your meaning now." Pei Jichang clenched his teeth tightly, a fierce determination flashing across his face. Individuals like Peng Zhonghan and Zhang Zhaoxi are primarily concerned with the profits from the overproduction of the paper mill, eager for quick returns. And they are reluctant to clarify equity, as it complicates profit distribution. This will inevitably obscure property rights, and since Pei Jichang is the representative, should any issues arise, they will reap the rewards while he bears the burden. The accounts that Qin Zhaodi mentioned pertain to clarifying the financial information of the paper industry, enabling employees to hold shares, while representatives retain this power even amidst ambiguous property rights. Ha ha ha. Xiaoqin, you have been of immense help. Clarity has dawned upon me. Pei Jichang exhaled deeply, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Jichang, please take the time to send me detailed information about the paper industry, particularly regarding the inventory and shipment volumes. I will devise a plan for you. Rest assured, I will keep everything confidential. Qin Zhaodi remained exceedingly anxious, solely focused on assisting Pei Jichang in resolving the matter. All right, Xiaoqin, I sincerely thank you. No need for such formalities. Very well, I shall end the call for now. Afterward, Pei Jichang hung up, yet Qin Zhaodi remained lost in thought until Sui Qingqing nudged her a few times, prompting her to regain her senses. What were you pondering? I was considering how to assist with the accounts regarding what Jichang mentioned earlier. Qin Zhaodi responded in a low voice. What did he say? I didn't catch it clearly. Why did you turn away? Sui Qingqing inquired curiously. I cannot disclose anything to anyone. Qin Zhaodi's expression was particularly grave. I'm not even curious. Qin Jia, you tend to take everything too seriously. Sui Qingqing thought little of it and urged Qin Zhaodi to leave quickly. Chapter 111. Are you convinced? That evening, Pei Jichang again dined with Peng Zhengming, sharing a simple meal of congee and steamed buns. However, prior to this, Pei Jichang deliberately visited the Tongzi building to engage in extensive discussions with Zhou Bakong. The office director, despite his reluctance and a torrent of profanities, eventually acquiesced. At that moment, in the living room of the Peng family, only the flickering light of the television illuminated the space, the sound somewhat cacophonous. Father, regarding the production of toilet paper that we confirmed yesterday, Director Zhang disagrees. According to our agreement, we have the final say on the products we manufacture. Pei Jichang furrowed his brow, appearing quite perplexed. Oh, is that so? I shall inquire with Director Zhang tomorrow. Peng Zhengming replied with a smile, seemingly unaware of the situation. Very well, Pei Jichang nodded and refrained from further discussion. Once the news segment concluded, Peng Zhengming broached the topic again. The original intent of township enterprises was to address the surplus inventory of state-owned enterprises. Director Zhang will undoubtedly prioritize this issue. As for toilet paper, we can postpone that. We have connections and can profit effortlessly. I am aware of that, ha ha ha. Pei Jichang chuckled, fully cognizant that Peng Zhengming aimed to ensnare him in his schemes. One must not contradict, but rather adapt, he thought to himself, still smiling, appearing rather avaricious. Father, Haoming paper industry needs to recruit personnel. I wish to prioritize hiring individuals from Pingtu village. That is a minor matter. As the representative of the enterprise, you may decide. Peng Zhengming responded immediately, without hesitation. However, after a brief pause, he added, but you must keep track of the numbers and be mindful of expenditures. I shall remember that. Pei Jichang nodded earnestly, a slight frown crossing his features. He spoke in a low tone. Father, why don't we establish a production line first? We can discuss products once we have them. This morning, Director Zhou had a conflict with Director Zhang. He may not articulate well, primarily because the situation was mishandled and with so many employees watching. How can we continue production amidst stagnant sales? This is fundamentally a logical issue. If we cannot clarify it to the employees, how can we explain it to others? Even if there is an investigation in the future, at least as a representative of Penghao paper industry, our main business is toilet paper. We can stand firm, unafraid of scrutiny. Wouldn't you agree? The television screen erupted in static, signaling the end of the program, and silence enveloped the living room. The expression on Peng Zhengming's face darkening considerably. Pei Jichang contemplated how to earn the respect of those before him. It was not merely about adapting, but also about preparing for the future, crucially avoiding any mention of equity to delineate his responsibilities. With property rights still ambiguous, Pei Jichang refrained from discussing profit sharing, implying that profits could be divided among them first, while he would bear the burdens of the enterprise. We cannot act recklessly. A business must maintain its integrity. Jichang, I feel a bit fatigued and wish to retire early, Peng Zhengming said after a moment. Father, I shall take my leave then. You should rest early. I'll take a few steamed buns with me. Some young men from the village are accompanying me. Pei Jichang immediately rose, gathering a few buns in hand. Ha ha ha, Peng Zhengming chuckled, and these subtle interactions further illustrated the father-son bond. As the door closed, Peng Zhengming promptly stood, approached the telephone, and dialed Zhang Zhaoxi. The recent remarks made by Pei Jichang instilled in Peng Zhengming a belief that he is a person willing to shoulder responsibilities, capable of discerning priorities. Once the potential profits rise, no one can extricate themselves from the situation. Therefore, Peng Zhengming harbors no concerns regarding the ownership issues of the factory. It will ultimately find its way into Sun Ping's hands. Director Peng, what brings you here at such a late hour? Zhang Xiaoxi inquired with a smile. We must establish a production line to alleviate our inventory levels. I cannot supply Penghao paper industry at material costs, Zhang Xiaoxi bellowed, his emotions instantly heightened. When it comes to financial accounts, supplying supported township enterprises with inventory requires only material costs, whereas normal transactions differ significantly. Do not be overly eager for immediate profits. Attempting to consume everything at once will lead to dire consequences. The market is growing increasingly challenging. We are occupying the channels of the original paper mill, which will naturally reduce your factory shipment volumes. This gradual decline can easily be attributed to market conditions. If Penghao paper industry thrives, it will not only secure that piece of land, but also involve equity stakes. Peng Jingming's tone was equally grave. He had prepared himself well before Pei Jichang's departure. Allow me to ponder this carefully. You are unaware of the main conditions within the factory. If the purchasing department personnel change, they may no longer want our products. We must seize the opportunity to profit. Zhang Xiaoxi let out a deep sigh, still reluctant to relinquish the prospect of profit. You must heed my advice. Peng Jingming articulated with deliberate emphasis. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the door. Zhang Xiaoxi hastily excused himself, ending the call, and opened the door. To his surprise, it was Zhou Bakong, who brought along 2 bottles of wine. Director Zhang, I sincerely apologize for this morning. It was not my intention to offend you. I hope you can forgive me. Zhou Bakong entered the room unceremoniously, placing the wine on the cabinet. Old Zhou, Zhang Xiaoxi paused in astonishment. To be frank, given Zhou Bakong's forthright nature, he never anticipated this individual would come to apologize. With the market now open and directives from above to support township enterprises as much as possible, I find myself compelled, Zhang Xiaoxi lamented. Director Zhang, my ideological awareness is far too limited. I lack the foresight you possess. I feel embarrassed and assure you I will steadfastly follow your lead in the future. The urgency of this morning stemmed from the employees' chatter. I was genuinely concerned for you, Zhou Bakong declared, his face a mask of worry, his voice strained at the end. What did the employees say? Zhang Xiaoxi's expression shifted at once. My spouse manages the production position, and output has been piling up. People want to rest, halt production. And that has led to idle gossip. Zhou Bakong merely offered a slight nod, shifting the blame onto the workers. Yet, Zhang Xiaoxi could not help but ponder Peng Jingming's earlier comments, ostensibly collaborating with township enterprises while actually seeking to offload inventory at manufacturing costs to Penghao enterprises. However, if appropriate measures were implemented, it would no longer be a matter of surface-level cooperation. Reducing employees' working hours and freeing up a production line could silence their complaints. Even if one day the factory could no longer operate, that would simply be a market issue, or perhaps one could say, what can be done? My capabilities are insufficient. All would be resolved. Hee, Zhang Xiaoxi chuckled awkwardly, conversing briefly with Zhou Bakong before seeing him off. Immediately, he dialed Peng Jingming. Director Peng, I concur with your sentiments. We must proceed with caution. With so many eyes upon the factory grounds, we must not present an unsightly spectacle. On a narrow path by the dormitory building, a farmer waved a flashlight, shortly followed by another man. The two embraced and ventured into a small grove. Jichang, I've said all that you asked. Are you now satisfied? Zhou Bakong grumbled under his breath. Brother, it's settled now. This is also to secure a livelihood for hundreds of employees. You must accept this deputy factory manager position. Just watch. You should receive notification to commence the production line by tomorrow morning, Pei Jichang asserted with unwavering conviction. However, you must first cover the raw material costs for the new product. This is not a supported project, Zhou Bakong reminded him. I understand. I will make a trip to the provincial capital in a few days and visit Shaoqing while I'm there. Are you seeing Zhao Di? That sounds rather awkward, Zhou Bakong remarked. Don't overthink it. It's merely a friendship. Well then, I'm off. Before long, the two figures emerged from the grove, appearing to have concluded their business swiftly. Chapter 112. The matter is settled. Upon rising early, the village secretary kept murmuring, astonished that there was accommodation available in the city. Brother, what do you mean? Are you suggesting you could sleep in the workshed? Ban Shaoqing laughed beside him. After a simple breakfast, Lu Ermiai headed to the construction site on the north side, while Pei Jichang and his companions went to the industrial and commercial bureau. However, the trio wore frowns. Their backs hunched as they walked. The wages will amount to roughly 300, while the bricks and cement will cost over 1,000. Jichang, can your father provide such support? We cannot let the building stall halfway, the village secretary lamented. Which father are you referring to? Pei Jichang turned to inquire. It certainly isn't our Uncle Pei, Ban Shaoqing interjected. Enough with the banter. Pei Jichang shot a glare at the tall figure, then continued. Having taken so much advantage from Peng Jingming, How could I possibly approach him? At this crucial moment, I must rely on my father-in-law. Are you implying another trip to the provincial capital? Su Songxing asked. Can I accompany you? Brother, I've never seen what the provincial capital is like. Please take me with you, Ban Xiaoqing pleaded eagerly. The ticket is too expensive. We will discuss it later. Pei Jichang retorted firmly, I must go. I cannot let my father-in-law worry about me. As a younger generation, I must fulfill my filial duties. Su Songxing nodded in agreement, refraining from further inquiries, as only he understood the complexities surrounding Pei Jichang and Himai. Upon arriving at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau's bungalow, Su Songxing shivered at the sight of so many uniformed personnel. Memories of that fateful night at the town's gas station flooded back. They are all familiar faces. Pei Jichang chuckled, nudging Su Songxing forward. Lu, please assist my brother in processing the necessary paperwork for the fertilizer enterprise. Pei Jichang propped one foot on the front wheel of a three-wheeled motorcycle, reaching out for a cigarette from Tian Shan, displaying familiarity with everyone present. Damn, he really knows how to network, Lu Shengshu grumbled, yet he hobbled along, leading Su Songxing into a bungalow. As the team leader, he still possessed significant influence. Current policies offer support for entrepreneurship. Establishing a fertilizer factory, as proposed by Su Songxing, is a matter of mere words. However, relying on state-owned enterprises, particularly in smaller locales where they serve as vital productivity sources, is far more complex. Brother, how is the factory coming along? Tian Shan casually engaged in conversation with Pei Jichang, encouraging him to voice any needs for assistance. No need for formality, Pei Jichang replied with a smile. After lingering in the courtyard for a while, Peng Zhonghan arrived, opting not to visit his uncle, but instead embracing Pei Jichang's shoulders. At first glance, their relationship appeared exceedingly familiar. Jichang, let's dine at the state-run restaurant at noon. I've invited a few influential friends from the city for you to meet. Peng Zhonghan boisterously proclaimed, ensuring everyone in the courtyard could hear. All right, brother, I've longed to share a drink with you, especially since you once looked down on me. Pei Jichang affectionately reciprocated the embrace. Regardless of any lingering disdain, it was prudent to cultivate good relations, as they were ultimately from the same milieu. It was evident that Peng Jingming had briefed Peng Zhonghan on certain matters. I apologize for previous misunderstandings. Let's enjoy a few drinks together at noon. Peng Zhonghan grinned broadly, amiably patting Pei Jichang on the back before heading toward the director's modest dwelling. Pei Jichang sensed the genuine warmth in Peng Zhonghan's approach. It was clear that he had now been fully accepted into their circle. Within just an hour, Su Songxing completed his task, and Pei Jichang along with Ban Xiaoqing shared a half-pack of cigarettes with Tian Shan. The younger man generously offered the remaining cigarettes to Pei Jichang, but feeling a flush of embarrassment, he declined. Lu Shengshu, limping, attempted to claim the half-pack, only to swiftly retract his hand back into his pocket. You're making progress. Huh, the crippled man scolded. On the construction site, the impoverished villagers of Pingtu were so industrious that there was no need for oversight. Within a day, the foundation had nearly been laid. Zhou Boken, having waited for some time, hurriedly approached upon seeing Pei Jichang and the others arrive. Zhang Xiaoxi has agreed to allocate a production line for Pengming paper industry to produce sanitary paper, Zhou Boken exclaimed with excitement. It's done, brother. This is all thanks to you, Pei Jichang said, gripping Zhou Boken's arm tightly, his spirits soaring. Let us skip the sentimentalities. Come on. We need to head to the office to finalize some matters with you as the representative, Zhou Boken urged, and with that, Pei Jichang, Lu Ermiai, and others hastily made their way to the paper mill, leaving only the village secretary behind. Su Songxing resolutely turned away, fully aware of the heavy burden he bore. As dust swirled around him, the secretary hurried off. Best to keep a distance. One need not bear all the weight alone, he mused. In the paper mill's director's office, Zhou Boken stated, Jichang, there are two matters to address. First, you must register the product name with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, including the design of the packaging, and ensure it aligns with the production line. This task must be expedited without delay. Secondly, regarding the costs of raw material production, you need to clarify how the accounting will proceed, as payments are typically required in advance. At this moment, Zhou Boken's demeanor was particularly grave. Brother, are you really going to take this so seriously? As for that 100 yuan from Xiaoqing, did I ever say anything about it? Moreover, you all should be supporting the local enterprises. Must you press for money this way? Pei Jichang stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Zhou Bokong's, wearing a cheeky grin. First, help me increase the production. There's no need to inform anyone else. If anyone inquires, just say it's Director Zhang's directive. Zhou Bokong was momentarily taken aback, staring intently at Pei Jichang. After a brief pause, he responded emphatically, "Not a single cent shall be paid." "On credit, then," Pei Jichang replied with a smile, feigning a gesture of reaching for a cigarette, then lamented as he slapped his thigh. "Alas, I've run out of cigarettes. Otherwise, I would have certainly brought my brother a pack." "Indeed. Just my luck to be out of cigarettes." Ban Xiaoqing sighed deeply. "Director Zhou, I am truly sorry," Lu Ermei said, lowering her head, feeling embarrassed to be associated with this impoverished factory manager. "Very well, Jichang, let us go with the credit for now. After all, that batch of inventory needs to be shipped first. I shall act as your guarantor." Zhou Bakong nodded resolutely, acquiescing to the arrangement. "Brother, let us have some tea." Pei Jichang, familiar with the routine, promptly grabbed the thermos to pour water. "Brother, I'll fetch the newspaper." Ban Xiaoqing mimicked the actions. As Zhou Bakong took the newspaper, he instinctively glanced over it. Lu Ermei felt a tinge of awkwardness. After all, both Pei Jichang and Ban Xiaoqing had expressed their intentions, and it felt inappropriate for her to remain idle. Thus, she leaned in, earnestly stating, "Director Zhou, if you encounter any unfamiliar characters, feel free to ask me." The office fell into an unusual silence. Pei Jichang suddenly looked up, gazing at Lu Ermei, thinking to himself, "Ah, my sister-in-law, I never knew you were a teacher capable of such inquiries." Ban Xiaoqing's expression sharpened, and he quickly interjected, "Brother, are you also somewhat illiterate?" "Just leave it be." Zhou Bakong turned to gaze out the window, feeling a sense of grievance, wondering why, despite his efforts on their behalf, he was met with such disdain.